Apocalypse survival. A blood moon hung high in the sky, and humanity was forced to flee. Lu Meng transmigrated here and was about to awaken the self-discipliner sequence. But before he could successfully awaken it, that sequence was swallowed whole by the system he carried with him, forcibly upgrading it into a hacked, upgraded version. As long as he completed self-discipline tasks and kept up his discipline, he could gain attribute points, self-discipline points, and all kinds of abilities. Once his attributes reached a critical point, he could even solidify traits. Shocking endurance, surging vitality, steel muscles and iron bones, overflowing vigor, divine saber mastery. As Lu Meng raised one trait after another to the highest level, the survival game suddenly changed styles. Survival? Shouldn't he, the one struggling to survive, be the horrors instead? He glanced at his explosive stats, then looked at the apocalyptic fortress beneath his feet. Lu Meng smiled faintly and waved a hand. The horrors can go there. And so can I. At this moment, offense and defense have switched, baby. The story begins. Night had fallen. The blood moon hung high, its scarlet glow shining over the straight highway. One car after another roared as they sped forward. A closer look showed that whether it was the drivers in the front seats or the passengers, all of them wore lingering expressions of shock. From time to time, they glanced into the rearview mirror and shivered. Reflected in the mirror, the dense black fog behind them gathered into one ferocious, ghostly face after another, chasing them relentlessly. Fuck! How long is this thing going to keep chasing us? On the speeding bus, the driver Wang Zheng gripped the steering wheel tightly as he controlled the direction and cursed under his breath. Relax. Leave the rest to the captain and wait for his word. In the seat beside him, a middle-aged man in an outdoor jacket frowned deeply and tried to keep a serious expression as he spoke. There was a hint of reassurance in his tone. He really did not want the driver to flip the bus because he was too tense. But in the next second, when he looked at the rearview mirror again, he lost control of his expression too and let out a cry of shock. Holy shit, this young guy. His reaction also drew everyone else's attention. The passengers who had not dared to look back before now followed his gaze in confusion, and then they lost control of their expressions as well. The small rearview mirror could not show the whole scene, so people turned their heads and looked directly at the black fog behind them. The ferocious, ghostly faces were still there, and the black fog carrying those faces still radiated an ominous aura full of deathly stillness as it chased after them. But that was not the main point. The main point was that at some point, a figure had charged out of the black fog, instantly drawing countless eyes. Quite a few people, unable to see clearly, pulled out their phones that had long since lost signal, turned on the camera function, and started zooming in. When they finally saw the figure pedaling with all his might, they could not help rubbing their eyes before giving the extremely burly man a thumbs up. What a beast of a man! On the highway, behind the bus in the convoy, Lu Meng lowered his body, doing his best to reduce wind resistance while his legs churned non-stop like spinning wheels of fire. This intense exertion, far beyond what a normal human body could bear, made the heart in his chest pound wildly, and every breath into his lungs carried a faint metallic tang. Clearly, forcing a bicycle to catch up to a bus had cost him dearly. But not enough. Still not enough. Feeling the ominous aura behind him getting closer and closer, Lu Meng suddenly raised his head and looked at the bus ahead, his eyes filled with resolve. In a convoy, you don't have to be the fastest, but you absolutely cannot be the slowest. Heart and lungs, let me see your limit. Where's the adrenaline? Help me out here. In the next moment, the desperate will to survive made Lu Meng let out a low roar. The muscles all over his body tightened, and the explosive lines of muscle in his legs seemed to be inspired as well. Squeezing out another surge of brutal strength and stomping down hard on the bicycle that was already gritting its teeth to endure. An unparalleled burst of speed exploded forth again. The bicycle, already at its limit, somehow accelerated once more. Right in front of dozens of stunned eyes on the bus, that burly man actually overtook it by sheer force. What the fuck, is that even human? One passenger slammed a fist in the seat back in front of him, then gave himself a hard slap across the face. The pain made him snap back to reality, but after coming to his senses, he only started doubting life even more. Good. So just because I didn't close it means I never opened it, right? The hell, that is a bicycle? A human-powered bicycle? This is the first time I've ever heard of a bicycle outrunning a bus. Did that guy hide a nuclear engine in his crotch or something? Savage. Pure savage. I'm telling you, a macho man like that has insanely strong legs. Usually guys who train legs that hard are even crazier in that department. Anyone willing to go all in on leg training is no joke. That bicycle S really suffered following him around. True, I kind of want to be his bicycle. The passenger's topic gradually drifted completely off track. Only the bus driver seemed personally insulted, stomping the gas over and over in a vain attempt to regain face by overtaking the bicycle beast again. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man beside him revealed a thoughtful expression. Is that a sequence? At the front of the convoy, inside an off-road vehicle, Driver Xiao Lu glanced at the rearview mirror and then tentatively spoke to the captain in the passenger seat beside him. The captain was a young man around 27 or 28 years old. At this moment, a faint, mysterious fluctuation was spreading from his body, and the way he looked at Lu Meng carried a hint of scrutiny. His aura isn't very stable. Judging from the trait, it should be some kind of macho man sequence. In any case, he is not a horror. As long as he is not a horror, that is good. Xiao Lu let out a breath of relief. That absurdly fierce bicycle brute had charged out of the black fog, after all. Who knew whether he had been controlled by some horror or not? He is not from our convoy, right? Zhang Chang paused, then asked. Definitely not. I've never heard of anyone like that in our convoy. Besides, the people in our convoy who rode bicycles. Last time Xiao Lu's tone turned heavy. He did not finish the sentence, but Zhang Chang understood. The convoy cutting off its tail. An old tradition. Falling behind meant death. The fate of those people went without saying. After all, not everyone was like this bicycle beast, able to pedal a bicycle faster than a bus. That is not fucking human. BZZZT. A burst of static came through the radio. Then a cool female voice slowly sounded. Captain, the black fog is starting to recede. How much longer until we reach a safe zone to rest? The fuel tank is almost empty. We need to find a place to refuel. Understood. Wait a moment. After replying, Zhang Chang narrowed his eyes and began muttering some kind of babbling words that Xiao Lu could not understand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. Hang on a little longer. We're almost there. Xiao Lu, slow down a bit. Don't wear out the guy behind us to death. Once we reach the rest area, have Yao Yao use mind light to check him out. In the night sky, the blood moon still hung there. Lu Meng's chest rose and fell rapidly, but he still used those unreasonable muscles of his to control his breathing rhythm, forcing that taut string inside him to hold without snapping. The night wind brushed past his ears with a touch of coolness, and that also brought a faint bit of relief to his burning hot lungs. But Lu Meng's heart sank slightly. He knew he was almost at his limit. The good news was that the black fog behind him had already dispersed, and for now, this stretch of highway seemed safe. The bad news was that if this convoy did not plan to stop and rest, he would fall behind again and become a lone wolf once more, and the danger would shoot upward in a straight line. The even worse news was that he had no idea what kind of convoy this was. Whether they were enemies or friends was completely unknown, but under the current circumstances, he had no choice. With the pace of the apocalypse speeding up, he did not have the time to test the waters or observe carefully. For now, tailing them was his only option. A convoy with old people and children in it, no matter how bad they were, they probably couldn't be that bad, right? Thinking back to that fleeting glance when he had just overtaken the bus, Lu Meng felt a little more at ease and refocused on pedaling. But in the next moment, his brows lifted. The convoy was slowing down. Had they found a safe zone? It was more or less what Lu Meng had guessed. Not long after, the convoy drove into an abandoned service station, seemingly planning to rest there for the time being. He hopped off his bicycle and stretched. At the same time, the familiar and pleasant notification sound rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the daily self-discipline task. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the daily self-discipline task. Cycling. Ding! You have received the base reward for this task. 1 point in Constitution, 100 self-discipline points. Ding! It has been detected that during today's cycling task, you greatly push your body's potential and repeatedly experience your physical limit. You have additionally gained 1 point in Constitution, 1 free attribute point, and 100 self-discipline points. Ding! Today's self-discipline task is complete. Your body has automatically entered a high-speed recovery state. In this state, your recovery speed is increased by 100%. Ding! It has been detected that your Constitution has reached 10 points. Please choose an attribute trait. It was here. Lu Meng's expression remained normal without the slightest sign of anything unusual. He pushed the bicycle to an open spot, pulled out a loaf of bread, a bottle of water, and a bottle of protein powder from the bag hanging on it, took off his jacket and tossed it onto the ground, then dropped down and sat on it. That kid on the bus had been right. He really was cheating. But this was the apocalypse. In the apocalypse, every sequence holder was cheating. If everyone was cheating, then it was the same as no one cheating. So even if he was cheating, he wasn't really cheating. Still, his kind of cheating was a little different from everyone else's. Other people were cheating, but they were still cheating at a price. Based on his own analysis, his case was more like cheating by a tiny little bit times 100 million. And for now, there didn't seem to be any price at all. Open panel. A thought stirred in Lu Meng's mind, and the familiar system panel appeared before him. Sequence, self-discipliner, under continuous forced evolution. Sequence holder, Lu Meng. Sequence level, 1. Strength 9. Mind 6. Constitution, 10. Free attribute points, 1. Self-discipline points, 500. Sequence ability 1. You can complete daily sequence tasks to obtain attribute points and self-discipline points. At present, one self-discipline task can be fixed. Increasing sequence level can increase the number of fixed tasks. Sequence ability 2. Of all things in the world, only effort must never be let down. You witness your own growth through sweat. A self-discipliner's efforts will definitely be rewarded. Sequence ability 3. A self-discipliner's will cannot be shaken. Your persistent conviction will surely let you press forward without hesitation. The longer a self-discipliner maintains unwavering self-discipline, the stronger the sequence ability becomes. Sequence ability 4. Sealed. Sequence ability 5. Sequence. Fixed skill. Amazing endurance, LV1. His constitution had reached 10 points. Lu Meng tore open the bread, poured a layer of protein powder over it, and stuffed a huge mouthful straight into his mouth. His dried-out body received an infusion of energy. A warm current spread through his entire body, repairing the discomfort brought on by riding for such a long time, while his stamina rapidly recovered. Ding! Your constitution has reached 10 points. A new trait skill has been unlocked. Please complete your trait selection to fix it. Trait 1. Full of vitality. Trait 2. Steel bones and iron frame. Trait 3. Mutated flesh. Lu Meng didn't rush to choose. He ate his bread and fell into thought. The mutated self-discipliner sequence was not exactly considerate. It gave very little detailed explanation for the attributes, but from the straightforward names alone, he could more or less grasp the general idea. It wasn't incomprehensible, but he still chose very cautiously. There was no other reason. Every one of these fixed trait skills was important. Take his amazing endurance, for example. Even at LV1, it had turned him into a nuclear-powered workhorse who could keep cycling for more than 10 hours straight without getting tired. Lu Meng didn't know whether the sequence itself was just that overpowered, or whether it had become this fierce only after his self-discipline system had swallowed the sequence ability he should have originally awakened in one gulp. Either way, the ability he had obtained was simply fierce in every possible sense. Full of vitality probably referred to cell vitality, which meant it increased recovery. Steel bones and iron frame sounded pretty good too. Just hearing the name made it sound tough and durable. If he could choose it together with full of vitality, he'd probably become a real man. But what the hell was mutated flesh supposed to be? Lu Meng raised a brow. That damn thing did not sound like anything good. Could it be that the sequence itself contained some kind of evil corruption? When his physical body had crossed over and awakened the system and sequence, the system seemed to have mentioned it. But hadn't that thing been swallowed by the system? Glancing at the small text in parentheses behind self-discipliner, Lu Meng directly passed on that option. He wanted both steel bones and iron frame and full of vitality. But he could only choose one. Lu Meng took a deep breath, stood up, walked to the side, and picked up a flat stone. It was time to display his world-shocking wisdom. He casually tossed the stone into the air and let it spin, then caught it with one hand and, without even looking, casually threw it off into the distance. Sometimes, the moment you toss a coin, you already know your choice without needing to look. Ding! Trait selection successful. You have obtained the fixed skill steel bones and iron frame LV1. Crack crack. The bones in his body surged all at once. The sound of joints shifting out of place made Lu Meng's scalp tingle. A long while later, he let out a comfortable groan. Awesome. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger again. Between the two traits, one increased recovery after getting beaten, while the other reduced the damage taken after getting beaten. Obviously, the latter was more important. Come on, the things in this bizarre world were each more twisted than the last. If he really ran into some monster he couldn't beat and was guaranteed to die against, there was no way the other side was going to give him time to recover. In a critical moment, being able to take one more hit was way more practical. There was still one free attribute point left. Lu Meng's gaze stopped on his strength, which was at 9 points. One more point, and he could get another trait. How could he possibly hold himself back? Right now, aside from amazing endurance that he had gotten when he first activated the sequence and system, he only had steel bones and iron frame. No one would ever dislike having too many abilities. At points. Ding! Your strength has increased to 10 points. Please choose a trait skill to fix. Trait 1. Strike the ox through the mountain. Trait 2. Stacking strength. Trait 3. Chi and blood like a rainbow. This time there were no weird traits. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Meng chose the third one, Chi and blood like a rainbow. Instantly, a surge of blood energy emerged throughout his whole body, becoming even more eerie and sinister under the scarlet moonlight. After carefully sensing it for a moment, delight surged in Lu Meng's heart, and he inwardly shouted, "Holy shit, that's awesome." There was no other reason. This Chi and blood, like a rainbow, could actually mobilize the power of his own Chi and blood to enchant his body. And it even possessed properties for dispelling evil and breaking the bizarre. Fuck. Finally, he would have to turn and run the moment he encountered that kind of thing. Lu Meng clenched his fists and forced himself to calm down, restraining the power of his Chi and blood. This was absolutely not Lu Meng exaggerating. Ever since the apocalypse descended, He had suffered enough from those bizarre things being able to attack him while he couldn't hit them at all. Even if he barely managed to strike them with a weapon, if the weapon didn't have special properties, the damage it could deal to the bizarre was extremely limited. Otherwise, mere bizarre creatures would have long since been wiped off the map by heavy firepower. That was exactly why Lu Meng had been feeling so stifled this whole way through. With stats like his, he should have been a straight-up stat monster in the beginner village, okay? But those damn little weird horrors insisted on playing mechanics with him. How could that not feel frustrating? And now, he had finally gained the power to confront the weird directly. In other words, his so-called status as a sequence user before this hadn't really been qualified. It seemed the system had swallowed part of it. So the sequence power he got was incomplete. When facing the weird, all he could do was run. But now, he, the self-disciplined one, the real deal. Hello, my name is Zhang Chong, captain of the convoy. A blood moon hung in the sky. On the open ground behind the abandoned service area, the convoy's vehicles had formed a circle with a bonfire lit in the middle. 2 men and 2 women sat around the bonfire. After Lu Meng came over, the group stood up and looked at him with probing gazes. The young man who had spoken had a sharp gleam in his eyes. As he sized Lu Meng up from head to toe, he also extended a hand toward him. Lu Meng. Lu Meng gave an absurdly brief self-introduction and reached out to shake his hand as well. He wasn't surprised at all that the convoy had invited him over for a talk. After all, compared to normal survivors and normal sequence users, the stunt he pulled today, overtaking them on a bicycle, was a little too shocking. Anyone with eyes could tell he wasn't simple. Not only was he not simple, that bicycle wasn't simple either. A normal bicycle would fallen apart long ago if Lu Meng had pedaled it like that. But the one he rode was tough as hell. The fact that it didn't even drop its chain under that kind of intense pedaling was way too abnormal. But everyone present was sharp. No one was bored enough to pry into someone else's secrets. And there was no way Lu Meng would take the initiative to expose anything before he understood the other side. The bike really wasn't ordinary. It was the result of him upgrading it with self-discipline points, and it already belonged to the self-discipliner sequence. After being forcibly upgraded, this sequence had become insanely powerful. Self-discipline points could upgrade not only the bicycle but also skills. After a simple greeting, Zhang Chong looked toward a girl beside him who looked about 18 or 19. The girl nodded and closed her eyes, and waves of perceptive power spread out from her. That power was very strange. But Lu Meng didn't sense any malice from it. In fact, even if there had been malice, it wouldn't have mattered. Under the apocalypse, there was no such thing as pure good and evil. There were only fools and smart people. Zhang Chong's convoy wasn't the first convoy Lu Meng had encountered. And this wasn't his first time meeting sequence users either. But his powerful physique gave him confidence, letting him handle these level 1 and level 2 sequence users with ease. He had even killed a level 1 sequence user in his last convoy because that guy had tried to act tough in front of him. After several such experiences, he had gained a much deeper understanding of sequences. Their base attributes were far stronger than those of ordinary survivors, but at the same level 1. Their stats were nowhere near his, a pure stat monster from the self-discipliner path. But they also had bizarre abilities that Lu Meng didn't possess. What made them strong wasn't their numbers, but their methods. After a while, the perceptive power faded, and the girl nodded to Zhang Chong, frowning as she gave her assessment through her light of the mind. This was the first time she had ever seen a soul color like this. Yellow beyond measure. But this hunky guy didn't look at her with that kind of lustful gaze at all. Light black layered over heavy yellow. I can't understand it. But the sequence feedback tells me there's no malice. Then she looked at Lu Meng openly. While it's impossible for every member of the convoy to be some kind of saint, we don't want our convoy to include the kind of lunatic the apocalypse breeds, someone who joins with pure malice and destruction in their heart. So I hope you can understand. After saying that, she smiled and extended her hand to Lu Meng. Lin Yao, Liao Yuan convoy, spirit heart sequence. Lu Meng didn't act awkward about it. He shook her hand, then his expression suddenly froze. He quickly let go and hurriedly found a seat to sit down, leaving Lin Yao staring blankly for a moment. She even lowered her head and looked at her own hand. There wasn't anything dirty on it. So why did it feel like she'd been disliked? Zhang Chong, captain of the Liao Yuan convoy, Stargazer sequence, the convoy's guide. Zhang Chong picked up the conversation and introduced everyone one by one. Her name is Li Qiumao, mechanic sequence. The long-haired beauty in glasses beside him nodded to Lu Meng. This is Wang Peng. He asked from the fighter sequence. The one driving the bus over there is his younger brother. The middle-aged man in the outdoor jacket gave a friendly smile, though his eyes carried obvious surprise at Lu Meng's powerful physique. Zhang Chong introduced them one after another, and Lu Meng looked over each of them in turn, counting it as a preliminary acquaintance with these sequence users. There was no cliché scene of anyone looking down on him, nor any move to lay down rules and suppress the newcomer. There was only the caution of strangers establishing contact and normal conversation. Lin Yao looked like a lively college girl. Zhang Chong seemed friendly, but this was only an initial meeting, so he definitely wouldn't reveal any real secrets. He clearly had the depth expected of a captain. As for Li Qiuma, after one glance, Lu Meng didn't dare look any longer. There was no other reason. This bespectacled female mechanic hit his exact XP. And when he had shaken hands with Lin Yao just now, it had triggered some kind of condition. At this point, he finally understood what the system had meant when it said that devouring the self-discipliner sequence had greatly reduced the sequence S side effects and ensured they were harmless. All he could say was that light of the mind of hers really was awesome. Yellow beyond measure. Reduced didn't mean non-existent. In any case, better to play it safe first while the situation was still unclear. Once a basic level of trust had been established, Captain Zhang Chong arranged food on the table. Between drinks, he brought up his idea. He wanted Lu Meng to join the convoy. Lu Meng wasn't surprised by that. Besides, their sincerity was already maxed out. They had even deliberately slowed down during the day, so he could keep up. Through the conversation, he also gained a rough understanding of this so-called Liao Yuan convoy. Compared to the several convoys he had been through before, this one was quite good. There weren't any sanctimonious, bleeding hearts, nor any disgusting sequence users. It was probably the result of Lin Yao's screening. From that alone, her ability seemed extremely reliable. Those with obvious malice, or the kind who slacked off and just freeloaded rides, had basically all been filtered out. Of course, this was the apocalypse. There was no way to expect some so-called absolute fairness. To expect sequence users and ordinary survivors to get along in harmony and share supplies with no hierarchy. That was complete bullshit. Using survivors as the tail to cut off was already an old tradition among convoys. Even though survivors had no objections, so what could anyone else say? Still, this convoy-esque sequence lineup was a bit lopsided. It had pitifully few combat sequences. Strictly speaking, the only true combat sequence was probably that fighter. The others all leaned toward support, but their support sequences really were powerful and useful. Lu Meng thought to himself. The mechanic improved the convoy's durability and endurance. And later on, she might even be able to make mechanical life forms and build a mechanical army. At this stage, she probably already had a certain level of combat power. The spirit heart ensured the convoy's quality. Ordinary survivors didn't matter much, since they were consumables. But she could ensure that there be less scheming among the sequence users, effectively reducing the risk of getting stabbed in the back during battle. The Stargazer could communicate with star gods and serve as the convoy's guide, which made perfect sense. A convoy without a guide would probably have been GG by this point, just like the convoy he had stayed in before. Those idiots had charged around wildly in the apocalypse with no plan at all, running into bizarre horrors several times a day. In just a few days, the whole convoy had been wrecked. Luckily, he had been smart. When he went out scavenging supplies today, he had been cautious and hadn't gone too deep. Then, while retreating, when that dumbass captain had ordered a left turn, Lu Meng had first ruled out his answer and chosen right instead. Otherwise, he probably would have gotten trapped in there too. Nothing more to say. They had shown enough sincerity, and he also needed a relatively safe environment to start being disciplined. If he didn't join, what was he waiting for? My name is Lu Meng. Meng is an hunky guy. Self-disciplined, hunky guy combat sequence. Lu Meng stood up and gave his self-introduction again. Zhang Chong stood up as well, a warm smile on his face, and shook Lu Meng's hand once more. Welcome aboard, friend. You won't regret the choice you made today. The other sequence users beside them all raised their glasses toward him and spoke at the same time. To staying alive, Lu Meng let go of Zhang Chong, picked up his own glass, and drained it in one gulp. To staying alive, it was already late at night. After getting a basic understanding of the Liao Yuan convoy, Lu Meng returned to where his bicycle was, lifting his eyes to look over. Quite a few survivors who still hadn't gone to sleep were staring at his bicycle from afar. Their eyes held all kinds of emotions, but no one dared go near it and try to claim it for themselves. The moment they noticed Lu Meng had returned, they immediately scattered in all directions. The blood moon had already descended for a whole month. Most idiots had long since died off. Just from seeing Lu Meng pedal a bicycle hard enough to overtake a bus, anyone could tell he wasn't someone to mess with. These days, staying alive was already hard enough. Nobody wanted to make trouble for themselves. That was a sequence user. Great, it's a normal convoy. We're saved. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He shrugged the heavy hiking pack off his shoulder, then looked at those sensible survivors. For a moment, he actually felt a little unaccustomed to it. He had only transmigrated here in the flesh 10 days after the apocalypse began. Even during that period, he had still run into plenty of bizarre survivors and bizarre convoys. It wasn't until 15 days after the apocalypse began, when the system he brought with him swallowed his sequence ability in one gulp, gave him the enhanced crack version of the self-discipliner sequence, and then fell into dormancy itself, that he finally got past the phase of lying low and slowly developing and was able to stand tall. Once he obtained transcendent power, All kinds of trouble decreased by quite a bit, but his own eyes had still witnessed every bit of the apocalypse along the way. So running into such a normal convoy for the first time made him feel a little emotional. But after feeling emotional, Lu Meng froze again. Damn it, this shitty apocalypse. The word normal had actually become a rare attribute now. Shaking his head, he returned to his bicycle, set the hiking pack on the ground, took out a canvas sheet, and used local materials to set up a simple rain shelter. Then he pulled out a sleeping bag, spread it open, and crawled inside. The sleeping bag and the heavy hiking pack had both been given to him by Captain Zhang Chong. Besides those two things, there were also 5 bottles of mineral water, 5 loaves of bread, and compressed biscuits inside, which counted as making up for Lu Meng's shortage of daily supplies. It might not look like much, but this was the apocalypse. There was no need to say how precious supplies were under the apocalypse, yet they had still given them to him just like that, and hadn't he even mentioned having him repay it later once he found supplies himself. Lu Meng's own personal supplies had already been thrown away while fleeing earlier in order to lighten the load, leaving him with only a small amount of food and water. What the captain gave him had perfectly solved his urgent need. The exchange of favors had already begun. To that, Lu Meng simply nodded in silence, then replied with one sentence. We'll see it in action. He was the type for twists and turns. If others treated him well, he would repay the favor. It was that simple. With the blood moon hanging overhead, and after a whole day of rushing around, his body had reached its limits multiple times. Lu Meng's super muscles told him to hurry up and rest, and since Lu Meng was good at taking advice, he simply lay down and went straight to sleep. Morning. Gentle sunlight spilled across the land, and the warm air dispelled a bit of the unease brought by the apocalypse, signaling that they had managed to survive through one more day. It was still early. Most survivors were still resting, but Li Qiumo had already woken up. After briefly cleaning herself up, she picked up her toolbox and began inspecting the condition of the vehicles in the camp. As the sole mechanic of the Liao Yuan convoy, this was her responsibility. She had to make sure the convoy's vehicles wouldn't have problems while speeding forward at full pace. In return, every time the convoy searched for supplies, she got a share of whatever they found. No hidden issues and no malfunctions. So, the bus was the last one she checked. She pushed up her glasses and fell into thought, a kind of life-questioning light shining in her eyes. This bus was her latest modified vehicle. While improving its range, she had also reinforced the front against collisions. At the same time, she hadn't neglected speed either. It could be considered one of her proudest works. And yet this very proud work of hers had actually been overtaken by a bicycle yesterday. A look of inquiry appeared on her fair, pretty face. A glint flashed through Li Qiumo's beautiful eyes. After putting down her toolbox, she walked straight toward the outer edge of the camp. The morning light was soft. Survivors were waking up one after another and getting up to prepare breakfast. Everything was proceeding in an orderly way, but Li Qiumo couldn't find Lu Meng anywhere. Puzzled, she quickened her pace, and finally found her target in an open space outside the camp. She stopped and looked over from a distance. In the next moment, her small mouth parted slightly, and 2 strange blushes appeared on her pretty face, yet her eyes remained fixed on him. Under the sunlight, the man was bare-chested, standing in horse stance. In his hands was a wooden stick he had no idea where he picked up, and with meticulous seriousness, he was swinging with all his strength at the air in front of him. Split Mount Hua, still Split Mount Hua. In his hands, that wooden stick seemed to have turned into a mountain-cleaving blade. Over and over again, he used only one move, a downward chop from above. There were no flashy movements at all, nor any fierce speed. There was only the terrifying wind pressure falling with each chop. His gaze was unwavering, and he repeatedly, mechanically performed what he believed to be a standard movement. The gentle sunlight shone over his healthy skin. His muscles were lean and strong without being bulky, every line clearly defined. Sweat flowed downward along his firm, handsome face. Seeing this scene, anyone would have to let out a heartfelt exclamation. What a strikingly fit, sturdy man. Gulp. The young and beautiful female mechanic swallowed, and without even realizing it, she squatted there and watched, while her gaze swept over the man's strong body. The corner of her eye began searching for that fierce bicycle she couldn't stop thinking about. But at that moment, the man on the field withdrew his move. Still maintaining his horse stance, he exhaled a turbid breath, and his move changed into sweep away the army. It was still the same repeated motion, old-fashioned and stiff. In Li Qiumo's eyes, he seemed like a robot created by someone carrying out a certain command. But only Lu Meng himself knew. He was disciplining himself, or rather, he was deeply tapping into his sequence ability. The description of his sequence ability had made it very clear. As long as he unwaveringly completed something, the sweat from his hard work would give him the answer. Effort and sweat would never fail him. He believed in that without the slightest doubt. And the truth was exactly that. Every morning, Facing the sunlight and cultivating self-discipline through the most basic saber techniques had already become his habit. And in the unseen depths, Lu Meng had a premonition that the day of harvest was actually not far off. As long as he kept being disciplined, victory was right before his eyes. What was self-discipline? It did not mean an insanely huge training volume, but unwaveringly following one's own plans and completing the things that should be done. The key was not how bitterly hard one worked, but persistence. And that was also the difficult part. More often than not, people gave up on their goals not because they couldn't keep going, but because they couldn't see any results. But Lu Meng was different. With a self-discipliner sequence, if he was disciplined, there would definitely be gains. This sequence was powerful precisely because of that. It wasn't as though he had to rely on daily self-discipline missions to obtain attribute rewards. Persistent self-restraint and self-training could also earn attribute points all the same. Otherwise, his strength attribute couldn't possibly have broken through 10 points so quickly. He must be a man with principles and self-control. After watching for a long while, Li Qiuma sighed with emotion, then gave up on what she had planned before. For a real man, secretly probing into someone else's secrets was disrespectful. When dealing with someone this hardworking, it was best to exchange sincerity for sincerity. After thinking about it, the female mechanic tilted her head, and an idea formed in her heart. Morning, with the rising sun ascending into the sky. On the highway, one vehicle after another let out humming roars as they sped forward. The convoy advanced at high speed in perfect order. Zhang Chang's off-road vehicle took the lead, using his stargazing ability to act as the guide, while the bus still drove at the very rear. No matter how you looked at it, it was a standard doomsday convoy, but if you looked closely, you could see the huge sense of mismatch within it. At this very moment, whether it was inside the lead captain's vehicle, the cars in the middle, or even the bus, heads would pop out from time to time, all looking at the astonishing figure mixed into the convoy. Bro, there's really no need for this. From the front passenger seat of the bus, Wang Peng stuck his head out and looked helplessly at the man hunched over a bicycle, pedaling like crazy. I already told you. Just get on my bus and be done with it. We can throw your bike on the roof and tie it down. It won't get lost. So why bother? It really was bizarre. There was a car, but he refused to ride in it and insisted on pedaling a bicycle instead. Every now and then, he even competed with him on speed and pulled off an overtake. What kind of mentality was that? Using your freakishly strong physical fitness to set an example for the brothers and satisfy your sense of achievement? Really, there was no need. Everyone already knew you were a beast. No need to keep emphasizing it on purpose. Didn't you see how wide-eyed the girls in the bus were? You already finished showing off, so why are you still staring at the vehicles? Brother Wang, don't worry about me. I'm working out. Lu Meng smiled slightly at Wang Peng, let go of the handlebars with both hands, pulled out a bottle of protein powder from his backpack, and poured a few mouthfuls into his mouth to replenish water and nutrition. You call this working out? Wang Peng rolled his eyes, speechless. It's fine. If I really can't keep up, I'll get in the vehicle. I'm not the kind of person who tries to act tough. Lu Meng said it with a grin. And he really wasn't the kind of person who acted tough. Pedaling the bike like mad was just him completing his daily self-discipline task. What he said was also true. If he really couldn't keep up, he would definitely get in a vehicle and follow along. That was exactly what he had done with his last convoy. Squeezing out his body's potential and pushing himself to the limit really did give special rewards. But that feeling wasn't pleasant, and he wasn't an idiot. This was the apocalypse. Conserving stamina was important. At a life or death moment, he wouldn't play around like this. Self-discipline was one thing, but when it was time to get in the vehicle, he wouldn't hesitate either. Right now, his stamina was abundant. Even if he pedaled like mad for another half day, it wouldn't be a problem. That was just how overbearing the self-disciplined one's fixed skills were. All right then. Wang Peng could tell that Lu Meng wasn't joking. The guy really was working out. Even if the method was weird, he was undeniably fierce. Damn it. Not holding the handlebars with both hands and still riding like he was flying just above the ground. He really was impressive. The captain just informed us that in a little over an hour, we should run into a village. Bro, take it easy and save some strength. We'll have to search for supplies then. If you can't hold on, get in the vehicle anytime. After emphasizing that, Wang Peng let Lu Meng do as he pleased. Everyone had their own secrets. He had already tried to persuade him, and that was enough. Saying too much would only make people annoyed. As long as this guy knew what he was doing, it was fine. He just hoped Lu Meng wouldn't drop the ball when it really mattered. Naturally, Lu Meng knew what he was doing. He had already joined the Liao Yuan convoy and was part of its combat sequence, meaning he would be one of the main forces searching for supplies later. Wang Peng was reminding him. As for supply distribution, he had already learned about it yesterday. As part of the combat sequence, he was responsible for dealing with some of the more dangerous situations while searching for supplies, so he would naturally get a larger share when supplies were distributed. On top of that, common supplies used by the convoy's management could also be allocated to him with priority. The more you gave, the more you got. It was relatively fair, nothing wrong with that. Lu Meng simply adapted to local customs. The convoy continued moving forward. An hour later, a fork in the road appeared ahead. A rough dirt road entered their sight. Zhang Chang's off-road vehicle began to slow down and drove onto the fork, and the convoy behind followed closely. Before long, a village appeared up ahead. Above it seemed to hang a faint layer of black mist, carrying a certain ominous aura. The convoy adjusted its formation and made a U-turn on the spot, pointing all vehicles toward the outside of the village so they could flee immediately if anything unexpected happened. Their overall discipline was extremely high. They had probably suffered losses in this area before. Last night, I observed the celestial signs, and the stars gave guidance. Captain Zhang Chang got out of the vehicle, his expression serious as he began to gesture grandly, but before he could finish half his sentence, Lin Yao beside him rolled her eyes and interrupted him mercilessly. Speak like a normal person. The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth twitched. We leave on time in 2 hours. No waiting for latecomers. TSK, Lin Yao shrugged. Wasn't he that perfectly understandable? Why insist on wasting time and missing the point? I was showing respect to the star god. Helpless, Zhang Chang couldn't be bothered to argue with Lin Yao and waved his hand, announcing the start of the operation. Fight, search, and withdraw once it's done. Having gone through several convoys already, Lu Meng was very familiar with this process. It was exactly like that one continent game he played in his previous life, same style. The only difference was that the enemy side had extra weird supernatural stuff. Under normal circumstances, it was the kind of thing you couldn't defeat no matter how hard you fought. Sorry to trouble you. Be careful. Zhang Chang tossed Lu Meng a walkie-talkie, his face carrying a solemn expression. The stars told me the inside isn't clean, but it's not a dead end either. If they run into danger while searching for supplies, I hope you can look out for them, if possible. Of course, if it's beyond your ability, you can retreat first. His tone was sincere and entirely unforced. There was nothing in it but honesty. Lu Meng nodded in agreement, hung the walkie-talkie on himself, and rode his beloved bicycle into the village. The Liao Yuan convoy was kind of interesting. Its management style was quite different from the convoys he had encountered before. It wasn't a matter of everyone searching on their own. Instead, everyone moved supplies together. Some stood guard, some passed along information, and there were even small carts specifically used to transport supplies. Their hauling efficiency was quite high. As for survivor management, Lu Meng had also learned part of it yesterday. Under normal circumstances, they would be in a state where they wouldn't be full, but they definitely wouldn't starve to death either. In the apocalypse, that was already extremely impressive, but that was under normal circumstances. Even if supplies were plentiful, if they went too long without finding a replenishment point, then those who should starve would still starve. After all, when it really came to that point, supplies would definitely be prioritized for sequence holders. Even sequence holders would probably go hungry, let alone them. Still, for most survivors, not starving to death was already a luxury in the context of the apocalypse, so even if they had complaints, they chose to keep them bottled up. At least they were still alive. BZZZ Pengzi, report the situation. Pengzi here. Everything normal. The convenience store has been cleared out. BZZ Mengnan, respond if received. Report the situation. Mengnan here. Currently going deeper in search of transportable supplies. Suspected granary discovered. Investigating the situation. BZZ. Xingho received. Please confirm the situation as soon as possible. Understood. The radio communication came through. Lu Meng squeezed the brakes, parked his bicycle, and walked to the entrance of a warehouse not far away. It was a wooden warehouse. The main doors were tightly shut, and a large lock hung on the wooden doors. He moved closer, perked up his ears, and began listening carefully. His spirit attribute was not low. Both his soul power and mental power had been greatly enhanced, and his senses were extremely sharp. There was no movement inside. It should be safe. Instead, the locked doors had become the obstacle, but that was no problem for Lu Meng. He exerted force with both hands, directly grabbing the wooden post beside the door, and then the veins on his arms bulged as he let out a low shout. Open! Under the assault of his immense strength, the old wooden post gave out cracking sound as if it could no longer bear the load. With another burst of force, the post finally gave up resisting and snapped on the spot. One side done, Lu Meng moved to the other doorpost and repeated the same trick. Bang! The main doors let out a mournful cry and crashed down at last, ultimately losing to a stat monster. The granary stood wide open, no longer able to stop others from forcing their way inside, and the situation within came into view. Holy shit, brother, it really had to be you. At the entrance of the granary, Wang Peng came jogging over with a transport team of survivors. Arriving smoothly to take over the granary Lu Meng had found and move the supplies. Lu Meng had already checked the granary. Weird entities weren't interested in human food, so it hadn't been damaged or contaminated. The food inside was stored in very good condition, and there weren't any weird entities in there either. This was real grain. A smile appeared on Wang Peng's face. Although the instant food from supermarkets was pretty good and counted as proper supplies, things like rice and flour actually filled you up and gave you strength. With this resupply, they would have to worry about food for a long time. Still, when he glanced at the door bar that had obviously been snapped in half, the corners of his mouth twitched. A tough guy really was a tough guy. If it had been him, his first choice definitely would be been picking the lock. This guy's way of thinking was just different from everyone else's. All right, leave this place to me. Don't worry, your share 1 TB missing. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. If possible, Wang Peng planned to empty this place out completely. In the apocalypse, grain was incredibly precious. There were even some grain seeds here, and in the apocalypse, that kind of thing was worth a fortune. As long as they found a safe area, they could be fully self-sufficient. There was no production in the apocalypse, but people had to hold on to a bit of hope. If they could somehow find a patch of land and farm it properly, what a happy thing that would be. After all, with the cities fallen, the stuff in supermarkets would expire and run out sooner or later. When that happened, survival would become even harder. All right, I'll go keep watching patrol. I'll clear out any safety hazards. Lu Meng nodded. Wang Peng could handle the granary side just fine. The man managed a transport team under him, so he was definitely more professional than Lu Meng at this. And Lu Meng's share wouldn't be missing either. That was why this convoy was pretty decent. Everyone had their own role, and they didn't treat the survivors like trash. After all, those were all potential sequence users. Going too far wouldn't be good. They understood moderation better than Lu Meng did. The basic supplies had been found, so the task assigned by the convoy was basically completed. Lu Meng also had to go handle his own business. He had lost all his previous supplies. Things like a tent and daily necessities all had to be found again. And while he was at it, he could check for hidden dangers. Moving forward, Lu Meng found a small courtyard. Judging from its size and appearance, this family had probably lived quite well before the apocalypse. They were the rich household of the village. Then the apocalypse hit, and Lu Meng got to loot it for free. Kicking open the courtyard gate, Lu Meng parked his bicycle, picked up the hiking backpack he was carrying, and began searching. Pots, bowls, ladles, basins. Take a little. After all, he needed to boil water and cook rice. Enough to use was fine. Oh, there were even a few clothes that looked pretty new. Packed. Underwear? Forget it. He still had a few new ones left over from last time. There was no way he dared wear someone else's. Damn it, the fresh meat in the fridge had all gone rotten. This goddamn apocalypse cut off water and electricity. So fresh food couldn't last long. It was straight up disgusting. Keep going, keep going. After searching all the way to the bathroom, Lu Meng pushed the door open and raised his brows. He felt a faint chill, but after scanning the room, he didn't find anything unusual. He trusted his instincts. But the still packaged bath towel placed on top of the bathtub caught his eye. He had always been disciplined, and discipline meant sweating. By now, he already smelled all over. During the supply run, the convoy should loaded a few barrels of water. He was a sequence user, so applying for 1 barrel and using it sparingly to wipe himself down should be enough. This new bath towel will be perfect. Step by step, he walked over. Lu Meng reached out his sinful hand, planning another $0 purchase. But in the very next moment, along with his movement, black water eerily began gushing out from the bathtub. In just a few short seconds, the black water strangely filled the entire tub. Bubbles rose from it with gurgling sounds, and strands of black hair slowly stood up from within. The scene was extremely horrifying. Lu Meng's heart jolted. In an instant, as if triggered by stress, his muscle memory kicked in. He spun around and immediately stepped toward the exit, planning to flee the scene. But the moment he turned around, he stopped. Fuck. The reason I couldn't beat this kind of thing before was because when I attacked, it could phase out and dodge. So why the hell am I still running now? Back before awakening blood and chi like a rainbow, he ran. Now that he had awakened blood and chi like a rainbow, was he still supposed to fear this thing? Then wouldn't that mean he awakened this trait for nothing? And when it came to weird entities, after all this time, he already had a rough understanding. Humans were divided into sequence users and ordinary people. Weird entities were also divided into ordinary weird entities and ranked weird entities. Ordinary weird entities didn't even have a rank. What they relied on was that bizarre method where they could attack people, but people had no way to deal with them. No matter how he looked at the weird entity in front of him, it didn't seem all that strong. That was the answer his super strength gave him. Because if this thing were really that terrifying, wouldn't it have ambushed him the moment he walked in? He had to learn how to fight weird entities. Constantly avoiding them wasn't Lu Meng's style. And right now, there was a ready-made practice target in front of him. That was something you could only hope to encounter by chance. He needed to see how his blood and chi like a rainbow trait performed against weird entities, then come up with future strategies for dealing with them. Motherfucker, dare to trade moves with me? After a brief moment of thought, Lu Meng's super wisdom told him that what he should use right now was super strength. He instantly turned back toward the bathtub and issued a battle invitation to the drowned weird, which had already crawled halfway out, revealing its rotten body and ghastly pale drowned face. The drowned weird was fucking stunned on the spot. Was this right? No, this wasn't right, was it? In the past, whenever it encountered this kind of food, Each and every one of them would look terrified and turn to run. It greatly enjoyed that process. And wasn't he afraid they would escape? It was a weird entity, all right? Even if it was only a low-tier weird entity, it was still a weird entity. Once it had played enough and absorbed enough fear, it could casually devour its food. So, what was going on now? A trace of confusion appeared on the drowned weird-ass face, followed immediately by anger. The food was rebelling against its master. Heh! Roar! A harsh, piercing scream came crashing over. For food that dared rebel. It planned to use a basic weird ability, mental attack, to let the tiny thing before it understand just how terrifying it was. But in the very next moment, it was as if Lu Meng's body began to steam. Crimson blood, chi, instantly covered his entire body. Like a protective membrane, it even shielded his ears. The weird energy slammed into him. Yet it didn't even make Lu Meng take one step back. Instead, it stirred up the ferocity buried deep in his bones. Who the fuck are you yelling at? With a savage grin, Lu Meng charged forward at high speed. In just 2 steps, he rushed in front of the drowned weird. His huge fist smashed viciously toward its head, and the force was so great it drove the surrounding air into a sharp, tearing sound. Bang! At that muffled impact, delighted light burst out in Lu Meng's eyes. The feedback from his fist felt like someone who had drifted at sea for half his life, finally stepping on his solid land. I can hit it. Thrilled, he threw another punch. Lu Meng was like a child who had found a new toy. He was instantly over the moon. Fuck. So it was bastards like you that chased me for more than half a month, huh? Motherfucker, now you can have a taste of my loving iron fist too. The offense and defense have switched, baby. Still gonna chase your daddy or not? Bang. Still acting tough? Bang. Trying to scare me? Bang. Scream. Why don't you scream? Why do you stop? Don't like screaming anymore? Bang. 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 In the calm and quiet farmhouse courtyard. Muffled impacts carried far into the distance along with every punch Lu Meng threw. When Wang Peng passed by, while directing the transport team to move supplies. The sight made his heart tremble in fear. Fortunately, he heard Lu Meng's voice, so he wasn't that panicked. Otherwise, he really would be. He thought the weird entities had gone berserk. Brother, need a hand? Even ordinary horrors were full of danger to humans. Wang Peng was a sequencer, so he did have some methods. Against a first-tier horror, he could at least trade a few moves. He was a little worried about Lu Meng's safety, but he was also afraid that barging in rashly would disrupt Lu Meng's combat rhythm. So he stood in the small courtyard and shouted a question inside. Brother Lu Meng had only just joined the convoy, but his strength was obvious. He absolutely couldn't afford to get hurt. Along with his voice, the commotion inside suddenly stopped. After a while, a figure shot out from the room. The tall, upright silhouette carried a hiking backpack and gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. I'm fine. Already dealt with it. Excitement flickered in Lu Meng's eyes. Low-tier horrors really were easy to handle. A few punches carrying the power of chi and blood had beaten it straight into black smoke. What surprised him even more was that when the horror was beaten into dissipation and that cloud of black smoke swept over his whole body, some of the blood chi he had consumed from activating chi in blood like a rainbow was actually replenished. On top of that, after absorbing that energy, he could clearly feel that his chi and blood had become a little more solid. Even though it was only a little, Lu Meng was still overjoyed. This was a damn horror world. Weren't horrors everywhere here? What was rather unfortunate was that he could clearly sense that weak black smoke contained more than just chi and blood energy. There was also a pure, cool aura within it that made him feel very comfortable, but he simply had no way to absorb or use that faint energy. He had no idea what was going on. But Lu Meng's gains this round were more than just that. At this moment, he was clutching a bone that radiated a colorful kind of black, with wisps of ominous aura seeping from it. This is... Holy crap, kid, your luck's that good? Is this a wonder item or a horror item? Wang Peng was knowledgeable. One glance was enough for him to tell that thing was no ordinary object. A low-level wonder item. Its potential is average. Lu Meng grinned as he looked at the bone in his hand. Wonder item. The drowned horror's cry. Grade, low tier. Description. A fragment of the drowned horror's lower jawbone. It was originally a complete wonder item, but for unknown reasons, it was smashed into pieces by force. Within it remains the drowned horror's fear and a trace of its power. Effect. After being struck hard, the drowned horror will recall the great terror it witnessed before death and involuntarily let out a faint screech. After gathering in energy, it will produce a stream of water carrying damp in aura. Note, water contaminated by damp in aura cannot be consumed over a long period of time, or one will be assimilated and contaminated. Skin contact will also bring a small amount of contamination. It can be purified with the power of chi and blood. After purification, it may be consumed in small amounts. Usable once per day. Each use can condense 10 minutes of contaminated water flow. Good stuff. Once he got back, he'd test how much contaminated water 10 minutes could condense and see whether it could be stored. Even if it couldn't be drunk long term, using it to take a bath or something should be fine, right? He didn't have time to study it for now. He'd wait until they got back. So-called wonder items were products of the world's mutation. These things were different from horror items, with all kinds of different effects, and their drop rate was much lower than horror items. Wang Peng wasn't wrong. Lu Meng really had gotten lucky. Let's go. The incident is almost here. We need to prepare to retreat. Everyone's opportunities were different. Although Wang Peng was envious that Lu Meng had obtained a wonder item, he wouldn't covet it. He had his own opportunities too. Lu Meng was a companion now, and they had already established some initial trust. It wouldn't be good to make people misunderstand. Sis, you leveled up? Outside the village, Li Qiumo returned with supplies. After putting them down and getting up again, her younger sister Li Qiuxiang asked in surprise. No, how could it be that fast? Li Qiumo shook her head. Then why are you going back in again? Li Qiuxiang's face was full of confusion. Judging from the size of this village, there shouldn't be that much mechanical scrap. Even if her sister was only level 1, one trip inside should have been enough to absorb almost all of it. So why go in again? To prepare a gift for a new companion. Li Qiumo's expression stayed calm, and she didn't explain much. After putting down the supplies and giving her sister a few instructions, she turned and left. Li Qiuxiang didn't ask further either. Her sister always had her own ideas. Although she wanted to help too, she still hadn't awakened a sequence. So what she could do was limited. She could only help by driving and cooking in daily life to make things easier for her sister. As for anything else, she really couldn't help. The pickup's not bad. It's just damaged a bit too badly. After entering the village again, Li Qiumo skillfully made her way back to the previous spot and looked at the pickup in front of her while carrying a toolbox. Its general outline was still there, but the missing internal parts were a bit too severe. After checking the time, Li Qiumo shook her head. There wasn't much time left before departure. Going to look for parts now wasn't realistic. She glanced at the remaining mechanical scrap in her mechanic sequence, took a deep breath, and reached out. A gentle glow spread from her hand. As the mechanical scrap decreased, the pickup in front of her began to change. Its originally rust-covered exterior started to transform. The decayed parts inside also began to regain vitality, and the tires that had long since gone flat started repairing themselves and became firm again. Everything was developing in a better direction. Only the amount of mechanical scrap was dropping at an alarming speed, but she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. Finally, when the light faded, a dead, sturdy pickup stood up again. The power of a sequence was completely unreasonable, directly performing a medical miracle in the automotive world. Joy appeared in Li Qiumo's eyes. She was just about to add some fuel and drive the pickup out, but to her surprise, the damn pickup started itself on its own. Even more terrifying, it seemed to feel pretty good about being reborn. The engine let out an ear-splitting roar, and then it started honking wildly and unreasonably in celebration. Crap! Li Qiumo's expression changed. She glanced at the energy of her mechanical repair sequence, which had just advanced to level 2, and the corners of her mouth twitched nonstop. Her skill had leveled up. It had apparently added some extra effects for her. Under normal circumstances, she definitely would have been happy, but this was a village full of ominous things. With such a huge commotion, the consequences were obvious. Several waves of sinister cold instantly swept in, and terrifying presences approached from far to near. There's no time. Forcing herself to calm down, Li Qiumo pulled out 2 psionic pistols from beneath her slender waist and skillfully clicked off the safeties before firing 2 shots at the figure lunging at her from behind. Bang! Bang! The gunshots rang out, and the horror creature recoiled in pain, slowing its attack. Li Qiumo flicked her long hair, pushed up her glasses with the pistol grip, and then spoke slowly into the walkie-talkie. Mechanical Heart requesting support. Captain, assess the visible scale of the horror disaster and decide whether rescue is possible. If it can't be done, please take good care of my little sister. Received. The transmission cut off. Li Qiumo took a deep breath, raised her head, and looked at the situation around her. A trace of despair surfaced in her eyes. She didn't know whether her luck was good or bad. The commotion caused by the pickup just now hadn't drawn over any especially powerful horror creatures, but this number was just 2, as waves of ominous aura surged grotesque. Strange creatures emerged one after another at the street corner, staring at her with savage, bloodthirsty eyes, undisciplined tears flowing from the corners of their mouths. Judging by appearance, those things looked extremely similar to Wild Dog from the normal world, but both their size and presence were completely different. Their solid muscle mass, heavy bloody aura, and sharp teeth, all of it showed that these things had undergone mutation and irreversible change. More than 20 of them, and the number was still increasing. Li Qiumo's teeth began to tremble slightly. This is a rural village. Before the apocalypse, basically every household kept dogs. If you lived in the countryside, you'd see it from time to time, a dog king in the pack leading its own crew around the village, swaggering everywhere like it owned the place. So after the apocalypse, there was nothing strange at all about this kind of village producing mutated monsters like this. The only good news was that Li Qiumo still hadn't seen the mutated bloodthirsty dog king for the time being. Whether it was the one she had shot and injured earlier, or the ones gradually increasing in number now, they were all ordinary bloodthirsty dogs. This kind of bloodthirsty dog was about the same level as the drowned wraith Lu Meng had killed. They had only just mutated and still hadn't fully completed their evolution into first-tier beings. The good news, they were all normal mobs, not even first-tier. The bad news, there were too many of them, and their numbers were still growing. They were cutting off her retreat in a surrounding formation. With the situation in front of her, trying to deal with these bloodthirsty dogs, forget just her alone as a mechanic. Even if every sequence holder in the Liao Yuan convoy was called over, they probably still wouldn't be able to get out unscathed. Not to mention that wherever there was a wild dog pack, there had to be a dog king. And that dog king still hadn't appeared. It was still lurking in the shadows, watching. A dead end? After rapidly assessing the situation, Li Qiuma instead calmed down and made a decision in an instant. With the killing power of these bizarre creatures, if the convoy ran into them head-on, it would definitely be a devastating disaster. She had to buy the convoy time to retreat. She absolutely could not drag the convoy into the mud because of herself, much less talk about reinforcements. Heart of Machinery calling Xingho. Abandon support. Please retreat immediately. She wasn't some saint willing to sacrifice herself for the collective. Every decision she made was the result of weighing pros and cons. Right now, she was already in a dead end. The only thing she could do was avoid dragging the convoy down with her. To put more selfishly, she was also thinking of her younger sister. If they paid a terrible price trying to save her and still failed in the end, her sister would definitely be implicated by association. Rather than that, she might as well fight for a little more time before dying. At the very least, it could let her sister live a little better. With that thought, after speaking, she directly switched off the radio. She looked at the bloodthirsty wild dog pack, her eyes filled with resolve. Then, without hesitation, pulled out 2 spirit energy grenades from her toolbox and threw them at the dog pack. Boom! The violent explosion sounded like a thunderclap and directly blasted a vacuum zone open in the middle of the bloodthirsty dogs. This was her trump card. 1 month into the apocalypse, she had only managed to make 3 in total from the scrap she had saved up. 2 she had kept for saving her own life, and 1 she had left for her younger sister. This commotion was enough. Li Qiuma shook her head. The ringing in her ears gradually faded. She glanced in the direction of the convoy, reluctance still lingering in her eyes, then turned and charged without hesitation in the opposite direction. The spirit energy pistol in her hand fired bursts at the bloodthirsty dogs behind her from time to time. She was pulling aggro. As long as she could hold the aggro before the convoy retreated, then the convoy would be safe. BZT. Heart of Machinery to abandon support. Hengzi, Mengnan, cancel the order. Fall back. The drastic change in Li Qiuma's signal content made Zhang Chong, the convoy captain codenamed Xingho, feel his heart sink. He understood Li Qiuma. She was a woman who never dragged things out and was unbelievably strong. For her to make this decision, it could only mean she had reached a conclusion through analysis. Rescue was useless. It might even drag the convoy down. She had originally wanted to live, but this time she was planning to die outright. As captain, the only thing he could do now was trust his teammate's judgment, then stay ready at all times to cover the other members of the convoy. Even if this decision would torment him, he still had to give the order. BZT. Pengzi received, but Mengnan already rushed out. Wang Peng looked at the pushcart beside him with a conflicted expression. On it was the heavy hiking pack Lu Meng had just thrown to him. Just moments ago, Captain Zhang Chong had urgently sent out a support signal. Both he and Lu Meng had received it. And as everyone knew, Lu Meng was obsessed with that beat-up damn bicycle of his. Even when he went into villages to gather supplies, he rode it. So in order to increase support speed, he had directly handed the hiking pack he carried with him to Wang Peng and told Wang Peng to pass it to the transport team. As for himself, he rode off first on the bike. Wang Peng had also said he would follow shortly after. Along with the hiking pack was the radio hanging from it. BZT, Captain, you don't know this, but when that guy needs to step up, he really steps up. The moment he got the signal, he rode off right away. Wang Peng smacked his forehead. Damn, he is really badass. Zhang Chong directly cursed out loud, his head hurting all over. Sometimes having a good brother who was too efficient really wasn't a good thing. What about you, Pengzi? A moment later, movement came from the radio. BZ to me? Huh. I personally told that guy I'd be there right after him. Fuck, did that guy infect you too? Being this reckless doesn't sound like you at all. The corners of Zhang Chong's mouth kept twitching. The other side of the radio had already stopped replying. He knew that Mint Wang Peng had started moving and was rushing to support. A bunch of lunatics. Zhang Chong slammed a hand against the off-road vehicle's door, then let out a roar. All units, adjust formation. Where's Yao Yao? Yao Yao, activate your psychic barrier. Stabilize the convoy's emotions for me. Make sure all the survivors stay rational. I'm going to support those idiots. Still cursing, he jumped out of the vehicle. Genuine sequence fluctuations reappeared around him, and the savage expression on his face instantly turned incomparably devout. As he moved toward the village, he raised a hand and pointed at the starry sky, as if sending some kind of signal. Oh, star god, Please point those idiots toward the way home. This was his sequence ability. Aside from finding safe directions according to the guidance of the stars, he could also respond to lost teammates and let them find a path to survival in the dark. It was just that this move consumed too much. Once he used it, he would definitely have to pay quite a price. But there was no time to care about that now. Good lord, that commotion is huge. A mechanic really is awesome. That thing should be been a grenade, right? In the village, Lu Meng was riding his bicycle at top speed toward Li Qiuma's location. The bicycle, strengthened by self-discipline points, was tough as hell. No matter how hard he pedaled, the chain didn't drop, and his speed was already well known. He was the kind of freak who could overtake a bus whenever he wanted. Besides, a village was still just a village. It wasn't some massive settlement. The whole place was only so big. So with him going all out, he quickly found a mechanic girl who had just resolved to stay behind as the tail-cutting sacrifice. Didn't the captain send you a radio message? Why did you come save me? Don't come over. Hurry and ride your bike away. Their target right now is me. God knew how complicatedly Qiuma's feelings were when she saw that fierce man on a bicycle descend from the sky. There was her desire to live, her gratitude toward Lu Meng, and even the comfort of not being abandoned. But in the end, all of it turned into resolve. Her teammates hadn't given up on her, so she absolutely couldn't let them be put in danger because of her. You hurry, bang, bang. Before Li Qiuma could finish speaking, 2 muffled thuds rang out. Then 2 mutated bloodthirsty dogs turned into 2 beautiful parabolas as they were sent flying by force. And that wasn't the end of it. The fierce man riding the bicycle released both hands from the handlebars and, like a tiger charging into dog fist territory, started throwing punches left and right. Waves of blood energy fluctuations wrapped around his whole body as punch after punch began to flow like a swimming dragon. His left fist hit hard, and his right fist hit even harder. In just a few breaths, he broke through the encirclement from afar and charged over. Then, with one stretch of his arm, he scooped the stunned mechanic girl, her beautiful eyes full of shock, into his embrace and set her on the bicycle's top tube. What gibberish are you muttering? Sit tight, I'm about to speed up. Li Qiuma was completely dumbfounded. She was sitting on the bike's top tube, her back pressed against the burning hot chest of the man behind her. That sense of safety, that bursting masculine aura, made her brain short-circuit for a moment. The human emotions that had originally faded because of the mechanic sequence all surged back in an instant. Why you? She opened her mouth, only managing 2 vague sounds in the end, unable to say anything at all. She just leaned back a little more. The expression on her face changed rapidly, and in the end turned into a bubbling teapot. The bicycle sped forward at high speed, wind roaring past their ears. Turning slightly, Miss Mechanic reached out both hands and wrapped them around Lu Meng's waist without saying a word. But Lu Meng's expression changed at once. What the hell are you doing? Do you have any idea how tempting you are right now? The self-discipline cost he had only just barely suppressed surged up again at this moment. Damn it, as expected of a glasses girl. The contrast hit way too hard, and this really poked right into his preferences. Before transmigrating, he had already been into that female mechanic from Dungeon Fighter. Miss Mechanic was seriously beautiful, okay? And now that he transmigrated, he was actually seeing a living one. It was just that the place was wrong. Otherwise, he definitely would investigated Miss Mechanic's academic background. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng refocused and pedaled the bicycle back to their original position. The place where that pickup had briefly acted up. Screech. After glancing at the situation ahead, Lu Meng frowned slightly, then drifted the bicycle to a stop. There was no other reason. The road ahead was blocked. Miss Mechanic also raised her head to look, letting out a sigh in her heart. Just as expected, those ordinary bloodthirsty dogs had only been minor mobs. The real obstacle had appeared. At this very moment, on that not-so-wide country road, an enormous mutated bloodthirsty dog with an exaggerated body size stood there abruptly. Behind it, and on both sides of it, around 30 ordinary bloodthirsty dogs stood like loyal guards, blocking the road while waiting for their king to issue an order. So unless I kill you, you're not letting me pass, huh? Lu Meng licked his lips, bloody chi power spilling out from his body. He could tell that the sturdy wild dog, standing in the lead, over 2 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long, was a real bizarre creature, a first-tier monster that had completed its transformation and evolution. Compared to this thing, the drowned wraith and bloodthirsty dogs he had encountered before were pitifully weak. All right, let me down. Reluctantly savoring Lu Meng's embrace for another moment, Miss Mechanic struggled off the bicycle, then found her toolbox and took out some spare fuel from inside. She planned to use her last mechanical scrap to make a spirit energy incendiary bomb and die together with that damned mutated wild dog. Casting Lu Meng a shy glance, she said, "Why you have to live, smack?" With a crisp sound and Miss Mechanic's startled cry, she covered her butt and looked at Lu Meng in shock. That trace of determined suicidal resolve vanished instantly, replaced once more by that bubbling teapot expression. Don't talk. Shut up. After giving Miss Mechanic a smack, Lu Meng didn't waste a single extra word and directly stuffed her into the pickup beside them. Ignoring Likyumu, Isa kumfushagaza. Lu Meng parked the bicycle and stretched out a hand toward that first-tier bizarre creature in the distance. What came next was a battle between real men. After smashing through ordinary bloodthirsty dogs all the way here, Lu Meng only felt his blood boiling, with his chi and blood surging like a rainbow. His fighting spirit had also reached its peak. Sooner or later, he was going to fight a real bizarre creature. Seizing this chance to experience a true bizarre creature for himself and weigh just how strong First Tier really was had also been one of his goals on this trip. Astonishing endurance, steel bones and iron body, chi and blood surging like a rainbow. Those gave him the confidence to fight. And the crushing advantage he had all the way here, his left fist dealing high damage, his right fist dealing even higher damage, made his courage explode even further. It's First Tier. I'm First Tier too. This isn't some cross-dire fight, so just do it. Other than the First Tier Dog King, the rest of these monsters were nothing more than targets waiting to be cut down. What was there to fear? Roar, as if it had been provoked. The Dog King let out an angry roar and charged straight at Lu Meng in the lead. Its underlings also received the order and followed neatly behind it, launching their charge together. And Lu Meng was not afraid in the slightest. You charge. I charge too. You think I'm supposed to avoid a wild dog's edge? Hell yeah, finally caught up. In the distance, the fighter Wang Peng arrived late. He had needed to arrange the transport team's retreat and prepare for the possibility that they wouldn't be able to return to the convoy. So he had come a little later, and what he saw was this incredibly impactful scene before him. That brother who was fierce to an absurd degree had bulging muscles all over his body. At a full height of 6'3", he was hardly inferior to the wild dog, and even though he was only one man, he gave off the aura of having an entire division behind him. But if you said the kid was reckless, that wasn't quite right either. There was no other reason, just as the two sides were about to collide. Just as the mutated Dog King excitedly prepared for a real man showdown, a gleam of scheming success flashed through Lu Meng's eyes. He dodged aside in a flash instead of meeting it head-on, then turned with unbelievable agility. Both arms strained as he grabbed the wild dog's lower body, borrowing the force of its own charge. His waist and abdomen tightened as he let out a loud shout. Up! A tremendous force burst out. The powerfully built Dog King was lifted straight off the ground on all four legs. Then the world spun for it as Lu Meng slammed it headfirst behind him. This move was extremely plain and unadorned, just a simple suplex, but Lu Meng still made it look flashy. And that still wasn't the end. The suplex landed, and the enemy seemed to have been hit with a stun buff. Lu Meng immediately followed up with damage, lunging forward and mounting the Dog King's body. Bloody chi power covered both fists as he unleashed his invincible Gatling cannon punch at its head. Bang, 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 along with one dull thud after another. Vast bloody chi power spread out from the Dog King's wounds. That only made Lu Meng seem even more enhanced, and with chi and blood surging like a rainbow. His fists hit even harder. Holy shit, awesome. At this moment, Wang Peng was wearing the exact same expression as Li Qiuma. He asked cheating. Damn, he asked definitely cheating. He knew this kid had never turned it off. What kind of strength was this? What kind of violence was this? You're the real bizarre one here. Aren't you? That Dog King's tears are getting punched out of it. But before he could keep being shocked, the ordinary bloodthirsty dogs around the Dog King moved. Those ordinary bloodthirsty dogs seemed to understand perfectly what it meant for loyal subjects to die when their king was humiliated. Seeing their king getting beaten, they immediately changed direction and charged over, planning to break the siege. No good, I have to buy Brother Lu Meng some time. In an instant, both he and Li Qiuma chose the best battle plan. One from the left and one from the right, they rushed to Lu Meng's side. One drew a spirit energy pistol, the other put on a pair of gauntlets. A thrilling, hearty battle began. The humiliated, powerful first-tier bizarre creature, Overlord, finally snapped out of its daze. While being beaten, it forcibly let out a roar, and a strange blast of black chi burst outward. Lu Meng, still straddling its body, was shaken away and forced to give up using the Gatling cannon punch, planting himself in place with a horse stance. Lu Meng lost the initiative, but his eyes were filled with delight. This dog is really tough. It's practically perfect practice material for training and fighting bizarre creatures. Any combat experience was incomparably precious, especially when his life wasn't in danger. And right now was the perfect opportunity. You dog, you really make me happy. Roar. With a roar, the battle began again. This time, they would decide both the winner in life or death. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots, the tremors of fists slamming into bodies, the dull thuds of gauntlets striking heavy targets, all carried far through this village steeped in a sinister, eerie, inauspicious aura. They were running out of bullets. The mechanical scrap was nearly depleted. Gasping for breath, Miss Mechanic looked toward the man who was still fighting the Dog King in close combat. Gritting her teeth, Li Qiuma pressed the button on her psionic pistols. In the next moment, blades shot out from beneath both pistols. One was long and one was short, gripping the short handle in her left hand and the long one in her right. Li Qiumao took a deep breath and threw the short-handled blade at the pack of wild dogs ahead. Wrapped in clever force, the short-handled blade spun rapidly in midair with the help of the mechanism inside the psionic pistol. In the blink of an eye, it reached the nearest bloodthirsty dog, precisely slit open its throat. Then the blade flashed, traced a circle, and returned to her hand once more. Impressive. Surprise filled Wang Peng's eyes. Li Qiumao had mentioned her modifications before, but seeing the effect in actual combat, it really was quite good. I'm still not skilled with it. And it's easy to hurt myself too. Li Qiumao shook her head. After catching the blade again, her expression turned solemn. When a mechanic gave up ranged weapons and picked up a blade, it meant she was ready to risk her life. And that was indeed the case. These bloodthirsty dogs were ordinary monsters. One-on-one, they definitely weren't a match for a level 1 sequencer, but there were quite a few of them, and they even seemed to have some coordination. Killing them was not very efficient. Now, they could only hope Lu Meng would deal with the Dog King as quickly as possible. If this dragged on, the situation would only get worse. There was no way this village only had aberrant bloodthirsty dogs as its weird threat. A first-tier strange creature wasn't worthy of ruling this territory. There had to be other dangers inside. Wang Peng clearly knew this too. Finding a brief opening, he glanced at Brother Tough Guy, fighting the aberrant bloodthirsty Dog King barehanded, and Kuden Ti helped twitching at the corner of his mouth as he warned him. Brother, stop fighting so recklessly. These strange creatures have absurd vitality. You have to find its weak point. Lu Meng's heart tightened when he heard that. This mutt had strength. If he really kept fighting like this in a true man-s one-on-one, he could kill it, but it would definitely take a lot of time. This village was weird as hell. Getting stuck in battle was not a good habit. After tangling with it for this long, Lu Meng had already gotten the information he wanted and gained a rough understanding of proper strange creatures. He didn't have that kind of precise mind to calculate exactly how big the gap was. He only knew that if they were both level 1. He wasn't afraid of this thing. He could even handle a few more first-tier strange creatures. Of course, that was on the premise that his chi and blood were sufficient. Otherwise, it would be easy to fall for the dirty tricks of strange creatures. Still, after fighting it, he discovered that the amount of strange energy a first-tier strange creature could control was limited. It wasn't too outrageous. Since he had gotten the answer he wanted, and Lu Meng was the type to take advice, he immediately began looking for the Dog King's weak point. After dodging its sharp claws, his super wisdom kicked into high gear, and he quickly came to a conclusion. Very obviously, he was not the kind of person who was good at finding weak points. At least for now, he wasn't that sharp. But that was fine. As his attribute points increased, everything would come naturally. No need to rush. As for the Dog King in front of him, not a big problem. Since he didn't know its weak point, then he would just punch every part of its body. Sooner or later, he would find the weak point. Even when testing, you had to pay attention to the order. He lowered his head and swept a glance at the Dog King's lower body, and a plan formed in his mind. When the aberrant, bloodthirsty Dog King lunged at him again wrapped in black mist, he directly lowered his center of gravity and went for a sliding tackle. In an instant, the Dog King's lower body was completely exposed. From its chest to its lower abdomen, it was all laid bare. Good chance. Lu Meng let out a fierce roar. He gathered all the power of his chi and blood into his fist and smashed it viciously toward the Dog King's dog balls. He was a man, and the Dog King was a male dog too. He didn't know about anything else, but the dog balls had to be fragile. Crack. A woo. The sound of something shattering rang out, followed by a miserable scream so shrill it reached the extreme. The mighty first-tier bloodthirsty dog overlord, after showing off its power, was just like that stripped of its manhood by Lu Meng, physically castrated, losing the dignity of being male. It collapsed straight to the ground from the pain, all 4 legs trembling. Its savage dog face twisted horribly, and even its long tongue had been flung off to the side. That miserable howl even made all the bloodthirsty dogs present clamp their legs together and retreat several steps in fear. It worked. Excited, Lu Meng pressed forward. Wasn't he just a weak point? Wasn't he pretty easy to find? He just didn't know whether this move would work on female creatures. But his super wisdom told him that now was not the time to study that kind of useless stuff. He should use his super strength to beat a drowning dog. That was what he thought, and that was what he did. He leaped high into the air, drew up his knees midair to expose one knee, aimed at the Dog King's dog balls that had just suffered a devastating blow, and drove it down. Oh whoa. The pain of being unmanned a second time was clearly beyond the aberrant bloodthirsty Dog King's limit. Its eyes rolled back white, its dog balls completely shattered, and its whole body began convulsing madly, as if it had gone into a seizure again. Lu Meng, catch the blade. Not far away, Li Qiumao, who was still tangled up with the ordinary monsters, directly threw over the long-handled blade modified from her psionic pistol. Lu Meng raised a hand to catch it, jumped straight onto the Dog King's body, lifted the blade high, and hacked viciously across its abdomen. Poochie. The Dog King had clearly not evolved to the point where its whole body was wrapped in muscle. Its soft abdomen really was its weak point. When that ferocious slash came down, it was forced to accept the seppuku-style death of its island dog kin. But Lu Meng's strength did not lessen in the slightest. As the blade flashed past, its entire lower half was split directly into two. Bang! Under that fatal blow, the strange aura wrapped around the Dog King burst apart and began to dissipate. Along with it dissipated the Dog King's figure, exploding into a spray of blood. As the strange aura swept away, Lu Meng seized the chance and, using the characteristic of surging qi and blood, took a hard inhale. Awesome! A refreshing sensation hit him instantly. Lu Meng could clearly feel that the fatigue brought on by battle, along with the injuries caused by clashing head-on with the Dog King, were rapidly recovering in that instant. In the truest sense, the more he fought, the stronger he became. As long as the enemy was first tier, he could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. They did it. With the Dog King taken down, the pack of wild dogs instantly became leaderless. They looked at each other, tucked their tails, and fled on the spot. Li Qiumo and Wang Peng let out sighs of relief. Then joy burst into their eyes. Damn, we actually did it. That was a first-tier strange creature. Wang Peng had just wanted to rush over and give Lu Meng a hug, but unexpectedly, Miss Mechanic was faster than him. She darted over first and threw herself into the man's arms. At that, Wang Peng just smiled, choosing to play the gentleman. He walked over to where the Dog King had died, took out the bag he carried with him, and stuffed the few scattered dog fangs and dog claws on the ground inside. These were strange items that only dropped after killing strange creatures. They were very useful. Once they got back, he would ask Brother Lu Meng if he could split one with him. If not, he could trade supplies for it. No need to interrupt someone else's flirting right now. He was still someone who handled proper business. But the figure rushing over from afar broke this beautiful scene. It was Zhang Chong, the man who had come to reinforce them, captain of the Liao Yuan convoy, codenamed Xingho. As soon as he rushed over, he saw this peaceful, heartwarming scene, man and woman embracing, crying tears of joy, with the sensible guards nearby gathering up the spoils. His anger instantly flared, and he shouted, "What the hell are you still feeling good about? Hurry up and move. Some insanely dangerous thing is coming." After shouting, he turned and ran, acting as if he had never come. Zhang Chong felt like he had already done everything he could. In the apocalypse, if you ended up with a captain like him, whether you were a sequence user or just an ordinary person, you should be secretly celebrating. At a moment like this, just giving a warning from afar was, in his opinion, already unbelievably noble of him. Of course, he was definitely not going to admit that the moment he entered the village, he had already used stargazing and learned that this trip would most likely be dangerous but not disastrous. He was even less likely to admit that by the time he got deeper into the village and reached Lu Meng's group, that dangerous but not disastrous feeling was already shifting towards something far more dangerous, which was why he had immediately turned around and run. This was the apocalypse. Seriously, don't joke around with your own life. But after only taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped again. His originally impatient expression instantly squeezed out a trace of a smile, and he waved at the pickup truck slowly driving over behind him. "Brother Meng, Brother Peng, Sister Chiu, take me with you." If there was ever a perfect example of changing faces in an instant, it was him. A real man knew when to bend and when to stand tall. There was nothing shameful about that. Lu Meng and the others just laughed and stopped the truck, letting him climb into the pickup bed, where Lu Meng's superbike was still placed. This time, he did not show off while riding the bike. Today's self-disciplined cycling mission had already been completed, and when he had killed the Dog King just now, it seemed like he had triggered some kind of special mission too. Time was tight right now, so he had no chance to look carefully. He would wait until they were safe. Speaking of which, they were pretty lucky. There was actually still a bit of fuel left in the pickup, and together with the fuel the mechanic lady had brought with her, it was enough to keep them going for a while. Originally, Lu Meng had been a little curious. He knew the mechanic lady had her own vehicle, a Jeep, apparently, and it even seemed modified. Well, she was a mechanic after all, and one look at her car told you it was a beast. So he really did not understand why she had specifically come over to repair the pickup. He was a straightforward guy. If he had a question, he asked it on the spot. In response, the mechanic lady simply tossed him the pickup's keys and told Lu Meng that this vehicle was for him. Lu Meng fell silent, then smiled freely. He had really hit the jackpot. A convoy captain who had not fled on his own. A middle-aged fighter who had risked his life to come support them and kept his word. A cold but unexpectedly contrasting mechanic lady. This convoy really was completely different from all the other convoys he had encountered. At this moment, Lu Meng finally started to feel a sense of belonging toward this team. Liao Yuan convoy. It really wasn't too bad at all. "Brother Meng, can you go any faster?" While thinking about the future, Zhang Chong in the truck bed slapped the windshield and urged him on. "The star god told me we don't have much time. If that thing catches up, we're definitely screwed." It's at least second tier, and there's no telling how high it goes. The Stargazer sequence really was an incredible one. Lu Meng's gaze sharpened, and he stomped hard on the gas. The pickup, modified by the mechanic lady, loud a roar as its speed climbed another level. An awakened weird entity, at least second tier with no upper limit. Lu Meng might be reckless, but he was absolutely not stupid. A second-tier weird creature's control over weird energy was definitely not something a first-tier weird could compare to. Right now, he still was not strong enough to measure himself against something like that. He could wait until later. The ominous aura behind them grew heavier and heavier. But the Liao Yuan convoy was lucky. Before the entire village could be sealed off by that sinister presence, the pickup finally burst out of the village. Outside the village, the convoy had long since made full preparations and was ready to retreat at any moment. Sitting in the vehicle, Lin Yao let out a breath of relief and waved her hand weakly. The invisible aura dispersed, and the survivors who had originally calmed down immediately showed panic on their faces. The drivers also instantly shifted gears and slammed the gas, following the pickup as they fled the scene. Heaven knew how much sequence power Lin Yao had spent just to stabilize everyone's emotions and stop them from fleeing ahead of time. Because of that, she had nearly collapsed from exhaustion. The spirit heart sequence was very mysterious. Anyone without a firm enough mind could not control it. This sequence was also the convoy's core and totem, able to steady morale, enhance combat strength, and once it matured, it became extremely powerful. It could be said that Lin Yao deserved enormous credit for how disciplined the Liao Yuan convoy was. This time, she really was worn out, but it was not a big problem. They had moved out quite a lot of useful things from the village, including precious staple grain. Even if they had retreated by the millions, they absolutely had not come away at a loss. After passing through the uneven rural dirt roads, the convoy finally returned to the highway they had been on earlier. The world had mutated, and the regions had expanded by who knew how many times compared to before. No one even knew where these roads had come from, much less where they led. Everything was utterly unfamiliar to them. Fortunately, the Liao Yuan convoy was still in good shape. Once the road became smooth again, the survivors' heart rates gradually settled too. Smiles spread across everyone's faces, and people gathered in groups, bragging and venting their emotions. What a thoroughly satisfying search fight loot retreat run that had been. Captain, you have no idea, we really struck gold this time. That was a first-tier weird. 3 punches, 2 kicks, and 1 slash, do you know that? Just that simple, and my brother Lu Meng directly took that thing down. This is a pure martial general. On the pickup, Wang Peng looked proud as if the honor were his own. Even his usually reliable face now carried a smug grin, as though he himself had killed the Dog King. In response, Lu Meng just smiled and very modestly said it was not that he was strong. It was just that the first-tier weird creature was only SOSO. Really nothing much, just light work. At that, Zhang Chong could only keep twitching at the corners of his mouth, then raise a thumbs up in admiration. The admiration was real. Being able to kill a first-tier weird and do it without taking any damage definitely fit the title of Martial General. That meant the convoy's safety level had skyrocketed, and they would be able to handle certain situations much more easily in the future. While the men bragged, Li Qiumao, sitting in the passenger seat, simply listened quietly and then kept staring at Lu Meng with those beautiful eyes of hers, to the point that Lu Meng almost thought the girl was about to throw herself into his arms. But reality was that when the Stargazer found another safe area and they prepared to make camp, the girl still showed no sign of anything. She simply pushed open the passenger door and got out of the truck just that decisively. Lu Meng shrugged. He was not the type to play emotional tug-of-war. If she had no such thoughts, he was not going to force it. He had originally wanted to thank the mechanic lady for giving him the truck, but now it looked like he would have to wait until tomorrow if there was a chance. Right now, the most urgent matter was this. After getting out of the pickup, Lu Meng looked at this fierce beast of a vehicle, his heart filled with delight. After the modifications, the truck's appearance had improved a lot, and it had even gained a crash bar. Its durability was probably astonishing. The mechanic lady had really put thought into it. He was not the kind of person who accepted kindness without repaying it. Same as always, actions would show everything. And he really had been planning to get a vehicle anyway. He might have arrived by bicycle, but after joining the convoy, he now had his own supplies too. He could not keep leaving them with Wang Peng and taking up his space forever. Getting a vehicle was absolutely necessary. Of course, he definitely would not give up on the self-discipline mission, and the daily cycling was still a must. So, the vehicle was ready. What he still lacked was a driver. Well, Brother Peng. Finding Wang Peng, Lu Meng wore a slightly bashful expression. What's up, brother? Wang Peng revealed a friendly smile. After going through life and death together, he had completely accepted Lu Meng as a brother in his heart. This guy was fierce as hell, and he also valued loyalty and righteousness. He was someone worth becoming close friends with. In the apocalypse, having such a reliable friend was obviously a good thing. I came to get the supplies I stored here before. And also Lu Meng stepped a little closer, leaned in by his ear, and started whispering quietly. Is there anyone on the bus, the kind who doesn't want to work so hard, wants to be protected by a sequencer, and wants to eat full meals every day? Preferably someone a little pure, a little reliable, you know what I mean. He needed to find a driver. And the cost of the self-discipliner sequence also needed a fixed companion to help him vent the heat. According to what the system said, this upgraded version of his sequence had already removed as much of the cost as possible. Lu Meng felt that this sequence was ridiculously strong to an outrageous degree. The backlash of the original sequence probably wasn't just increased desire. There were likely other restrictions too. After all, it was the self-discipliner. It was entirely possible it would force you to keep some kind of abstinence or rule. And the sequence that had been forcibly upgraded by the system had only kept a harmless part of the cost. That was already insanely good. You just had to find a way to solve it. Aren't you just trying to keep a college girl? Why make it sound so tactful? Wang Peng nodded speechlessly. He actually didn't feel much one way or the other about this kind of thing. If it's consensual, just say it openly. There really are a few young girls on the bus. They don't look like they can handle hardship very well. I'll ask around for you in a bit. I doubt they refuse. But bro, are you sure you want to find some college girl instead of going for Li Qiuma? Don't let her start giving you attitude later. Wang Peng asked curiously. We'll talk about that later. Lu Meng waved his hand. What era was this? This was the apocalypse. He didn't want to get tangled up in relationship games or conquest stuff in this area. He didn't have the spare energy for that right now. Solving the sequence cost directly, so it wouldn't affect his cultivation and improvement. That was what mattered most. This concerns sequence advancement. The earlier it's settled, the better. Peng Ji, put some heart into it. I'll treat you to drinks later. Once he said that, Wang Peng understood. On the surface, it looked like keeping a college girl, but in reality, it was serious business, so he immediately became serious too. All right, brother. Leave it to me. Once I'm done asking around, I'll send her straight to you. After settling the matter of the college girl, Lu Meng carried his supplies back to the pickup, flipped himself up into the truck bed, then sprawled out on his back. Only then did he finally have time to study the system notification from earlier. Ding. Detected that you have killed a first-tier eerie creature. Special self-discipline mission. Cleaner has been activated. A special self-discipline mission? Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly looked over. Triggered special self-discipline mission. The self-disciplined cleaner. This mission does not occupy the number of daily self-discipline missions. It is a special triggered mission. Based on the self-discipliner's performance in combat against eerie creatures, as well as the performance of your own self-discipline, rewards will be issued periodically. It may be settled at any time. After settlement, calculation restarts. Current cleaner accumulated days, 1. Mission reward, available to claim. Note, specific combat performance includes, but is not limited to event impact, survival index, number of kills, kill quality, and so on. The mission description was brief and clear. After thinking for a moment, Lu Meng understood what this mission meant. First, this was a special mission. It did not take up one of the self-discipliner's daily self-discipline mission slots. In other words, the basic reward from his daily cycling would not be affected. Then, the mission rewards could accumulate. The better his performance and the longer the accumulated time, the more rewards he would receive. This mission was pretty damn good. It meant that whether he was fighting eerie creatures or maintaining his own discipline, he could keep building up the reward pool. It was extremely lenient. Who knew how the system had modified the self-discipliner sequence? Wasn't this just blatantly handing him rewards? The system was awesome. Lu Meng was not stingy at all with his praise. Being a transmigrator out here, relying on the system to grow stronger was nothing to be ashamed of. I'll claim it first and see how strong the reward is. After a brief thought, Lu Meng chose to claim the current reward without hesitation. The self-discipliner sequence had obviously recorded his actions in today's fight against the eerie creature as well, so he could claim the reward on the spot. As for why he was in such a hurry and didn't save it up first? Simple. He was surviving in the apocalypse. Who knew what tomorrow would look like? Of course, the stronger he was, the better. As for things like accumulating the reward pool, he could think about that once life became a little more stable. Of course, another reason he was in such a hurry to claim was that he also wanted to see what kind of reward the system would give for killing one first-tier eerie creature and quite a few ordinary eerie creatures, so he could compare it with his future actions. Ding. Reward from a special mission the self-disciplined cleaner successfully claimed. Current reward pool reset to 0. Ding. Detecting. Current self-discipliner level is LV1. Analyzing your combat environment and self-discipline style. Distributing rewards. Congratulations. You have received +1 to all attributes. An additional 2 free attribute points and 500 self-discipline points. A warm current flowed through his entire body, and Lu Meng unconsciously let out a comfortable moan. With all attributes increased, his strength had reached 11, his constitution had reached 12, even more so, cycling mission +1, and his spirit had also reached 7. He was only one step away from awakening a trait at 10 points. He casually added the 2 free attribute points to Spirit, directly pushing it to 9. As a refreshing clarity spread through his brain, Lu Meng also came to understand what exactly this special mission was about. At the same time, he felt that claiming the reward immediately had been the right move. The system prompt just now had mentioned his current sequence level. Did that mean if he let it accumulate for too long, then claimed a LV1 reward while at LV2, the reward might be reduced? Most likely. The system judged that 1 point of attribute at LV2 was worth more than 1 point at LV1. He wasn't sure, but he had already decided that from now on, he would claim reward pool rewards before advancing, to avoid any possible deductions. After allocating his points, Lu Meng's attributes had changed drastically. Sequence, self-discipliner, currently being forcibly evolved continuously. Sequence holder, Lu Meng. Sequence level, 1. Strength, 11. Spirit, 9. Constitution, 12. Free attribute points, 0. Self-discipline points, 1,100. Fixed skills, amazing endurance, LV1. Steel bones and iron body, LV1. Vigorous chi and blood, LV1. Sequence abilities. What was different from last time was that the notes behind the attribute points were gone, while they had instead appeared behind the trait skills. Lu Meng understood. This meant he could now use self-discipline points to raise skill levels. Rubbing his chin, Lu Meng didn't hesitate and directly raised vigorous chi and blood to LV2. No question about it. This thing was the foundation for fighting eerie creatures. Vigorous chi and blood at LV1 was already that powerful. How could LV2 not be even more insane? As the points were added, Lu Meng's chi and blood instantly grew restless. Surging blood force spread out from his body, and layer after layer of scarlet mist looked eerie and terrifying under the light of the blood moon. And in contrast to that, the feeling of increased desire became even stronger. But that wasn't too much of a problem. Footsteps came from the distance. Wang Peng led over a girl with her head lowered. The moment he saw what Lu Meng looked like, he was startled. Bro, what happened to you? You advanced to 2nd tier? The aura from this side just now had truly been shocking. Those waves of energy made his heart pound. He thought to himself that brother Lu Meng really was fierce. Had he leveled up without making a sound? Not yet, but it should be soon. Lu Meng restrained his aura, shook his head, and said, he didn't know how other people's sequences advanced. But he knew his own sequence S advancement condition was that all attributes had to reach above 10 points, meaning all attributes at 11. At that point, he would be a true LV2 sequencer and would also unlock another ability of the self-discipliner sequence. Still, it's gotta be you. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up, then looked at the girl behind him. See? I wasn't lying to you. Brother Lu Meng is seriously strong. With him looking out for you from now on. Just wait and enjoy the good life. The weak attach themselves to the strong. Survivors attach themselves to sequence users. That in itself was the way to survive. There was nothing wrong with it. At the end of the day, people just wanted to live a little better and have someone to rely on in this apocalypse. Men and women both did this. There was nothing shameful about it. Her name is Li Siki. You two can talk about the rest yourselves. Patting Lu Meng on the shoulder, Wang Peng shot him an ambiguous look and turned to leave. In truth, she wasn't the only one who wanted to rely on a sequence user to survive. The fact that this girl had stood out clearly meant her own conditions were pretty good. She was also still clean, and she herself definitely had the mindset of not wanting to struggle anymore. Lifting his head, Lu Meng looked at the girl, and upon hearing that, the girl hurriedly raised her head too. Her little face was grimy, and the smell on her body wasn't pleasant either. After all, this was the apocalypse. For an ordinary survivor to stay alive, life was pure suffering. But it was obvious her foundation was good. One look at her figure and outline told him she had an excellent body. And those eyes of hers were filled with it all too clearly. She truly didn't want to suffer anymore, wanted to eat her fill, wanted to find a strong man to live on with. If he wanted to drill her, then so be it. Better that than dying without ever having experienced a man. If she had to give herself, then she'd give herself. Can you drive? Lu Meng asked. Yes, I can, G. Li Siki nodded quickly. College girl? MHM, college girl. Really? Brother Meng doesn't believe it. Lu Meng licked his lips, pulled Li Siki into his arms, and casually took out drowned Wraith's cry. Come on, let's go wash up. While we're at it, Brother Meng's gonna properly investigate your academic background. Go, I really didn't fake it. Don't believe you. We'll talk after I check. Brother here, an investigator. I could even investigate the taxes you dodged. Let us go. The strange item drowned Wraith's cry produced polluted water, but that wasn't a problem for Lu Meng. Back when his chi and blood surged like a rainbow at level 1, he could already purify this kind of water source, let alone now that he had reached level 2 and could release his chi and blood outward. Purifying was even easier now. Of course, that only applied to himself. It obviously wouldn't work directly on other people, but that couldn't stump Lu Meng. All he had to do was hold the girl in his arms, let the water hit himself first, and then use the purified water like normal water. He was practically a genius. And Lisiki was extremely happy about being able to take a bath too. Heaven knew how a cleanliness-loving college girl like her had survived this past month or so of the apocalypse. Taking advantage of drowned Wraith's cry while it was active, the two of them washed themselves thoroughly into their heart's content, inside and out, not missing a single spot. But there were side effects too. This kind of stimulating bathing method left both of them a little restless and distracted. So after finishing, they hurriedly took the college girl into the pickup bed canopy, where a simple tent had already been set up, making it very convenient. Night fell, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Under the cover of the night, the pickup shook with a very steady rhythm, and what Lu Meng didn't know was that in the distance, a graceful figure was quietly watching the pickup she had personally repaired and modified, her face full of resentment. She had clearly been the one there first. The mechanic miss felt so sour and upset inside. He had clearly held her hand during the day, but now those hands were being used on someone else. Even worse, he was using the vehicle she had given him. Brother Ming, you're awake? I'll go make you breakfast. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun spilled across the land, driving away the ill omen and darkness brought by the blood moon. When Lu Ming pulled away and got up, Lisiki also opened her slightly tired eyes and struggled to get up to cook for him. They had gone at it very late last night. She felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. But she clearly didn't want Lu Meng to think she was some useless freeloader who just ate and waited to die. It's not time yet. Just keep sleeping. I'm going to practice. Rubbing the college girl's head and stealing a kiss along the way, Lu Meng jumped down from the pickup with a satisfied look and stretched lazily. There was no problem with the card. No, that wasn't it. There was no problem with the college girl's academic background, and she hadn't lied either. She really was a brand new car hitting the road for the first time. It truly left Lu Meng deeply satisfied. This girl had been lucky. The first convoy she joined was the Liao Yuan convoy, and under the condition that no one could force her, she had indeed remained clean. The agitation and desire brought by his sequence power had now completely disappeared. At the moment, he felt utterly refreshed, and his thoughts were incomparably clear. He could vaguely sense a new kind of power awakening inside him. Spirit power? Thinking of how his spirit attribute was about to reach 10 points, Lu Meng gained a bit of understanding and hurried to a hilltop, where he sat down cross-legged. The gentle sunlight shone over his body, outlining his healthy muscular lines, and his lean, sturdy frame greedily absorbed a certain kind of power carried within the sunlight. Meditation. This was another self-disciplined task Lu Meng had set for himself, aside from daily cycling and blade practice. This wasn't a fixed self-disciplined task granted by the sequence user system, so even if he completed it, there would be no basic attribute point reward. But Lu Meng had never forgotten his sequence ability, that the heavenly Tao rewards diligence, and effort would inevitably be repaid. As long as he persisted and put in hard work and sweat, he would not be let down. Meditation and blade training were plans Lu Meng had made for himself using the little free time he could squeeze out in the apocalypse. And when he meditated, he always did so facing the morning sun. By the time the mechanic miss had come yesterday, he had already moved on to the blade training portion. So he hadn't seen her. This was a process of persistence. It required unwavering perseverance, and his hard work had already produced results. For example, his strength attribute had been raised through long-term, consistent training. His spirit attribute hadn't shown much movement yet, probably because he had been taking steps that were a bit too big. Lu Meng was aiming to comprehend a cultivation method, after all. Who wouldn't want to cultivate immortality? Whether it worked or not, what if it did? Come on, self-discipline or sequence. Let me see your limit. Phew. After a while, as the first trace of purple chi from the rising sun dissipated, Lu Meng opened his eyes and carefully felt himself out. His spirit attribute had not changed at all, but he could feel that his mind had become more solid, and some special power was merging with his soul and growing stronger. Maybe 1 or 2 more times, and his spirit attribute would break through 10 points. Lu Meng wasn't discouraged either. This kind of thing counted as extra gains outside of tasks. Persisting with the training over time definitely wasn't a bad move. TCH, but I'll probably have to add another daily self-discipline plan in the future. Thinking of the late-night push-ups from last night, Lu Meng smiled slightly. Daily indulgence. Wasn't that also a form of self-discipline? This feeling of stepping on his own left foot to lift his right was exactly the kind of treatment a transmigrator ought to have. After finishing his meditation, Lu Meng stood up and looked around, then found a tree that seemed fairly handy. With both hands exerting force, he yanked it right out of the ground on the spot, using it as a blade as he started practicing blade techniques again. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't find an actual blade. It was just that this guy was greedy as hell. Right from the start, he was already training toward the highest realm, the direction of making all things into a blade. And this scene was seen clearly by the mechanic miss, who was patrolling the convoy and checking the vehicles. She was still squatting on the ground, just like yesterday, her palms propping up her pretty cheeks as she watched the man practicing his blade. Suddenly, she tilted her head, as if she had thought of something, and stared at Lu Meng's figure with a serious glint in her eyes. The mechanic Miss S gaze was sharp as a torch as she carefully recorded the man's body measurements, and then the mechanical scrap in her hands began changing shape. After a while, a modeo full of mechanical texture appeared on the ground. Looking at Lu Meng's build, the mechanic Miss frowned slightly, still feeling somewhat dissatisfied, and adjusted the length of the modeo once more. This still wasn't enough. Miss Mechanic felt that a life-saving favor outweighed the heavens. So she gritted her teeth and took out a spring-like device from her toolbox, merging it into the blade. The next moment, the modeo shone again. Li Qiumao reached out with her fair hand and gripped the hilt. With a thought, the blade, which had originally been fixed in place, actually extended by another section. The newly extended part even spun mischievously once. Sigh, there's too little material. For now, this is the best I can do. Miss Mechanic pouted, still dissatisfied with her masterpiece. As a top student who had graduated from a prestigious university, her head was full of all kinds of wild ideas. In her imagination, the scene should have been like this. The man stood facing countless monsters before him. With a cold snort, he swung the blade and slashed forward. The weapon wouldn't even need its master to put in much effort. It would lengthen on its own, sweep across everything, and wipe out all the monsters. Miss Mechanic's mind was full of thoughts like, why not just let the man lie flat and have the weapon do all the work? If conditions were better right now, she would definitely hand-build a robot to help her work. While she was spacing out, Lu Meng had already finished training. Then, in a completely open and above-board manner, he took out Drowned Wraith's cry and started showering on the spot. Miss Mechanic, standing in the distance, was completely stunned. Her face was full of shock and longing as she cried out, "He can shower? Why you? This water?" Like a gust of wind, Miss Mechanic grabbed the blade and rushed over to Lu Meng in a flash, scaring the tough guy so badly that he hurriedly covered his important parts and stared at her in shock. What the hell was she trying to do? Could it be that her love had been rejected, and now she wanted to castrate him? Actually, Li Qiumao couldn't really be blamed for reacting like this. Forget her. Even the girls in the convoy had practically gone crazy from wanting to take a bath. And now that she saw Lu Meng doing it so easily, how could she not be jealous? Still, she also knew her behavior had been a little inappropriate. She quickly turned around and, blushing, asked, sorry, I was just too excited. Can I borrow that strange item of yours that lets you shower? I could trade supplies for it. She really wanted a bath. I can lend it to you. Lu Meng wasn't a stingy person, but the way he bathed was different from everyone else. But other people can't use this water normally. Or rather, it only works properly if you're with me, so... He spread his hands and shrugged. To keep Miss Mechanic from doubting him, he deliberately flicked over a drop of water and let it land on Li Qiumao's hand. The icy touch made her whole body shiver. The cold, sinister aura forced her to instinctively activate her extraordinary sequence before she barely managed to expel that power. She looked at Lu Meng uncertainly. Lu Meng didn't waste words. After purifying it with the power of his qi and blood, he flicked clean water toward Li Qiumao. This time, everything was normal. It was even more comfortable because the stream carried Lu Meng's body temperature. We have to do it together. Lu Meng gave his conclusion. He had absolutely no intention of taking advantage of her, but his gaze still drifted toward Miss Mechanic's curvy figure. He could tell at a glance. This was the type that would never leave a child hungry, each having her own strengths compared to the college girl. Miss Mechanic also fell silent for a moment. She understood what Lu Meng meant, but her obsession with bathing had already made her a little delirious. And besides, hadn't they already hugged yesterday? Since they'd already hugged, then being seen and stuff like that shouldn't matter too much, right? This was a bath after all. People's bottom lines were always broken through bit by bit. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and nodded hard, leaving one sentence behind before turning and running off. Wait here for a moment. I'm going to get my toiletries. At that, the corners of Lu Meng's mouth lifted. He had truly never expected Drowned Wraith's cry to be usable like this. That thing really was his lucky star. Still, this whole method included free modeling and meals. So brothers, don't even think about it. There's no way it'd work for you. Miss Mechanic had gone to prepare her things, and Lu Meng didn't stay idle either. He turned off Drowned Wraith's cry, and with the time he had left, he gave himself a quick rinse. Then he bent down, picked up the long blade Li Qiumao had left here, and looked it over. Alloy Mechanical Modeo. Level, LV1. Description, an alloy modeo modified by a mechanic. Its durability has been improved, while its sharpness has been greatly enhanced. Its weight can be adjusted according to the user's will with a limit. The blade can extend and rotate. Once its energy is exhausted, only its base effects remain. It requires a mechanic to replenish its energy. Note, a work filled with Li Qiumao's feelings. It contains a certain kind of sentiment. Upgrade, 100 self-discipline points. It could be upgraded? Lu Meng was overjoyed. He really was aiming for the realm where everything could be a blade, but if he had an actual weapon, he wasn't picky either. After all, Some of those weird creatures were filthy as hell. He couldn't exactly use only his fists in every combat situation, could he? But this note, well damn, who would have thought? That pretty Miss Mechanic had really just thrown herself at him? Not a big problem. Right now, he already had the college girl, and he cherished her a lot. For the time being, he could string things along a bit with Miss Mechanic. But judging from how fast she was giving in, he figured it wouldn't take long before he got her too. After thinking it over, he glanced at his self-discipline points. He had 1,100 points left from yesterday. He'd spent 1,000 to upgrade Vigorous Chi and Blood, leaving exactly 100 to upgrade the Alloy Modeo. Anyway, this 100 wasn't enough to upgrade the bicycle, and a level 2 bicycle was already enough for his self-discipline needs. Now that he had the pickup truck, he no longer had to push things to the absolute limit every time he trained his discipline. Upgrade. Lu Meng's mind stirred. In the next moment, the pale golden long blade was wrapped in a gentle glow. As energy rippled, a brand new alloy long blade revealed its true form. The blade body was 1.5 meters long, with a pale golden pattern running across it. The edge had a blood groove, and the long handle concealed a mechanism. To be named, level LV2. Description: a special blade given a new power by the self-discipliner after receiving its basic construction from a mechanic. Its sharpness has been massively increased. The blade body can change length according to the user's will with a limit. Its weight can be adjusted freely with a limit. The edge can rotate, requiring energy consumption. Once the energy is exhausted, its base effects remain. Its energy can naturally recover over time. New trait: never wears down. Note: a word containing Miss Mechanic's feelings. After being force-loved by a fierce man of a certain self-discipline sequence, it obtained a new power. What the hell did it mean by force-loved? Could it talk properly or not? If Miss Mechanic saw this blade, she'd definitely be especially happy. All right? Lu Meng couldn't be bothered with that note. He picked up the hilt, and with a thought, the heavy long blade that had originally been inconvenient to carry began to shrink and shorten until it became a size that could be worn at the waist. With another thought, its weight, originally light and agile, instantly increased by 100 pounds. Damn, if he suddenly pulled this on someone in the middle of a fight, what enemy could take it? Lu Meng clicked his tongue in amazement. Its energy could replenish itself, and it had even gained the new trait of never wearing down. As expected, anything upgraded with self-discipline points was anything but simple. Just like his bicycle, it also belonged to the type that wouldn't break no matter how hard it was pedaled. Still, this blade was even more awesome than the bicycle. After all, before being upgraded, the bicycle had just been an ordinary object, while this blade's foundation was a creation made by a mechanic, giving it more functions and more practical uses. Sequences really were a miraculous kind of power, and the potential of the mechanic sequence was absurdly huge too. Once her level rose high enough, wouldn't she probably even be able to create something like a doomsday fortress? Lu Meng grew even more curious about these so-called sequences, but with his super wisdom, there was no way he could reason out anything useful. In the end, he simply couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. Just go with the flow. Anyway, he didn't need to worry about the sequence issue. That thing had already been force-loved by the system. Before long, the mechanic girl came back with a red face, carrying all kinds of bathing supplies in her hands. It looked like she was planning on giving herself a full, thorough wash. Though he couldn't bear to, Lu Meng still shattered her beautiful fantasy. This thing is only a low-grade wonder. It can only last 8 minutes. You need to hurry. Huh? Okay, I'll be quick. The mechanic girl froze for a moment, then nodded with a miserable look. Lu Meng also chose to open the valve and let the water flow. The mechanic girl turned her back to him and began rustling around. Her smooth back was facing Lu Meng directly, and the ambiguous atmosphere spread instantly. Facts prove that when time was tight, girls could wash fast too. But in the end, this posture, after only a few minutes, Lu Meng felt his fire getting a little too strong and accidentally rubbed against her once. The mechanic girl's delicate body trembled. She only felt like something had poked against her back entrance. I am heading back first. The captain said we have a meeting after breakfast. The 8 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The freshly clean mechanic girl hurriedly got dressed, turned around, and fled the scene. She didn't even ask why the long blade she had given Lu Meng had changed. It was obvious that this first close contact with the opposite sex had stimulated her quite a bit, even though nothing had actually happened this time. But well, when it came to bathing, dawdling, and rubbing around was normal. And once something like this happened once, there would be a second time. It was probably not far from the day Brother Ming launched a fierce attack and got to eat. Lu Meng smacked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Watching a beauty fresh out of the bath from up close deserved a very moist review, suppressing the restless fire inside him. Lu Meng cleaned up the scene and leisurely returned to where his pickup truck was parked. Li Siki was a sensible girl. Not long after Lu Meng went out to train, she had dragged her somewhat inconvenient body up and made breakfast for him early. She had even used the extremely precious vegetables assigned to Lu Meng by the convoy to make a nutritious salad. She was showing her value. It wasn't enough that she could be used. She also had to be capable. This was the apocalypse. Human life wasn't worth much, and there were plenty of women prettier than her. She was desperately trying to show her worth because she didn't want to be abandoned. Lu Meng really wanted to tell her that she was overthinking it. Lu Meng wasn't that low, since the girl had already chosen to follow him. He would just throw her aside and ignore her. In this regard, he was manly as hell and very responsible. Besides, this was the driver he had picked for himself. If it didn't build some trust, then what if they ran into danger later and she drove off while he was disciplining himself on a bicycle? Same as always, if you're dealing with Brother Meng. Just watch what he does. After enjoying breakfast to the fullest, Lu Meng had Li Siki clean up the place, pack up whatever needed packing, and get familiar with the pickup truck. As for himself, he slowly strolled over to where Zhang Chong was. It was still the familiar seating arrangement. All the sequence users were already there. Zhang Chong sat upright and stared at the unfolded map with a frown. Lin Yao showed Lu Meng a friendly smile, then instantly checked the color of this man's soul. As yellow as ever. It was definitely him. No weird thing was impersonating him, and he hadn't been possessed by anything strange either. After confirming it was really him, she also leaned over toward Li Qiumao and took a hard sniff. The mechanic girl smelled nice now, clean and fresh. She had obviously had a very satisfying wash. Lin Yao was digging for the details, but unfortunately her best friend refused to say anything. She just kept blushing, lowering her head, and staying silent. Wang Peng sat there smoking. When he saw Lu Meng come over, he showed an ambiguous smile. His gaze carried the kind of emotion all men understood, and he even pointed at Li Qiumao, looking extremely gossipy. Everyone's here. Zhang Chong gave a wave of his big hand and looked at his fierce generals. There's something I need to let you all know in advance. He pondered for a moment, looking somewhat helpless. The convoy is running critically low on fuel. In the village we searched yesterday, there wasn't much gasoline at all. It was only a village, after all, and our heart of machinery urgently needs scrap to replenish itself. Otherwise, if the convoy's vehicles go too long without maintenance, problems could easily start appearing. These were all urgent issues, and, as captain, he was very thorough in the way he considered things. All of the convoy's vehicles had been modified by Li Qiumao, so there was no problem with durability or toughness. But for the time being, their energy consumption was also high, and maintenance was another issue. So my idea is to take a bit of a risk and find town. Normally, places like that have gas stations, and there are also more abandoned vehicles. Enough for the mechanic to replenish her energy. After saying it all in one go, he looked at everyone. Everyone present was part of the decision-making level. The opinions of ordinary people didn't matter, but the sequence users' views had to be made clear. After all, not everyone wanted to take risks. How risky? Lin Yao was the first to ask. She understood Zhang Chong well. Under normal circumstances, he absolutely wouldn't go to dangerous areas. Yesterday's siege had been an unexpected situation. If they had only been quietly transporting supplies, they wouldn't have ended up in danger. The Star God told me we absolutely must not go deep inside. There's a great horror in that place, Zhang Chong said in a low voice. The vehicles definitely can't go in too deep, so collecting fuel will become very troublesome and will require manual transport. That is a huge job, and manually carrying fuel out of town and refueling will definitely take even more time. The longer we drag it out, the higher the chance that certain things will lock onto us. It was a vicious cycle, but right now they were facing an energy crisis, so they had no choice but to take the risk. He couldn't ignore everyone's opinions, which was why this meeting was happening. Captain, can't we find a safer area to look for fuel? Wang Peng frowned. Survival was the first priority in the apocalypse. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't recommend taking risks. I want to as well, but based on our current fuel situation, we simply can't make it. We run out halfway there. So the most direct plan is to first get a bit of fuel from that dangerous town, then head to relatively safer areas to explore. Zhang Chong laid out his plan. It was already a very fair and reasonable one. After all, this was the apocalypse. Wanting zero danger at all was impossible. Got it. I have no objections. Wang Peng nodded. Lin Yao also fell silent for a moment, which counted as agreement. Li Qiumao didn't voice any opinion. After all, this trip would also be used to replenish her mechanical scrap, so it wasn't suitable for her to say too much. As for Lu Meng stayed silent the entire time and didn't participate in the discussion. No other reason. He didn't understand this planet, which was highly similar to Blue Star before the apocalypse, and he had no idea where there might be safe fuel stations. He had arrived here in his own body, so he was completely clueless about everything in this world. But he was very satisfied with that. Arriving in his own body meant the body was his own. His soul had no impurities, and there was no pollution from unfamiliar memories. Everything was his. If it had been soul transmigration, then the sequence he awakened probably wouldn't have been the self-discipliner sequence, but the self-cuckolder sequence. That was absolutely unacceptable. Damn it. If soul transmigration got paired with many sons, many blessings, that would be even more terrifying. All right, then it's settled. We leave in half an hour. If all goes well, we'll reach the designated location by noon. Pengzi, give the transport team a heads up in advance. Once we get there, they absolutely have to follow orders. Zhang Chang emphasized this, then looked at Li Qiumo. Last time may have been an accident, but in the end, it was still because we weren't cautious enough. Be careful not to act alone. Li Qiumo nodded. She also knew she had nearly failed to come back last time. Thinking of that, her gaze toward Lu Meng became even more grateful. But as she kept looking, she lowered her head with a red face again. Did this count as paying with her body as the price? Even though they hadn't really done it, he had already pressed up against it. Can't think about it anymore. The mechanic girl's neck was starting to turn red too. After the serious business was done, Wang Peng took out the eerie item that had dropped from killing the Dog King yesterday. Zhang Chang and Lin Yao tactfully kept quiet. That thing had been handled by Lu Meng and the other two, so how could they shamelessly ask for it? Lu Meng was also very generous. He directly gave 2 dog teeth to the mechanic Mississippi. She could use those to make special bullets. He also gave 1 dog claw to Wang Peng, so he could upgrade his gauntlets later. As for the remaining dog claw and 1 dog tooth, Lu Meng kept them for himself, planning to study them later and see whether they could be used for upgrades or dismantling or something. With everything ready, the convoy was set to depart, and Lu Meng once again got on his beloved bicycle and followed the main group onto the road. On the straight highway, the Liao Yuan convoy moved forward in orderly formation. Zhang Chang's off-road vehicle took the lead. Xiao Lu, the driver, drove seriously while the captain in the passenger seat had his eyes closed, occasionally muttering a few incomprehensible ramblings under his breath. It looked like he was communicating with the star god. From time to time, he would direct Xiao Lu to change lanes, avoiding possible dangers ahead. Li Qiumo's South Jeep followed close behind. Driving was her younger sister, Li Qiuxiang. But at this moment, her little face carried a faint look of grievance as she drove, while secretly sizing up her older sister. The inside of the car wasn't exactly spacious. Every now and then, when she breathed, she could catch the scent of body wash coming from her sister. Big Sis didn't love her anymore. Li Qiuxiang's hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. She had already noticed this morning that her sister was different. She had already been stunning to begin with. But after bathing, she looked even more like a lotus fresh from the water. Even though her face was bright red, it still couldn't hide her beauty. But normally, if something this good happened, her sister would never forget about her. Yet this time, it was the opposite. Her sister had actually gone off to bathe in secret without taking her along. And no matter how much she asked, her sister just wouldn't say where she had bathed. Every time she asked, her face turned red. Every time she asked, her face turned red. Did she really think she was some bubbling teapot, or what? Forget it. Big Sis had grown up too, and now had thoughts of her own. In the end, little sister had given her heart for nothing. Behind the Jeep, Lin Yao's Hummer rolled forward at an unhurried pace. Unlike the others, who found drivers to handle the work, she chose to drive herself. There was also no one else in the car with her, making her seem like the lone wolf type. Her fingers lightly tapped the steering wheel, but a faint smile hung at the corner of her lips. Interesting, really interesting. Pure and spotless mechanic miss. How long had it even been? And now there was already a yellow tint showing through the white. Just how exactly had that man managed it? Thinking about it carefully, he really was a ruthless one. A flash of admiration passed through Lin Yao's eyes. There was actually someone who could get turned on by a machine. That was just too interesting. And that college girl was even fiercer. In just one night, she had turned completely yellow. Very obviously, she was the kind who lived for amusement, especially when her sequence ability let her see the underlying color of people's souls. Didn't that double the fun, or what? Further back, Lu Meng's pickup was being driven by the college girl. Everything looked normal enough, but if one looked carefully, there was something very off about it. Behind a speeding pickup, a bicycle was rapidly closing in. The fierce man on top was bent low in a sprint. Before long, he had caught up to the pickup and knocked on the glass by the driver's seat. The college girl quickly rolled down the window, took out a bottle of prepared protein powder from the seat beside her, and handed it over. The macho man on the bike skillfully let go of the handlebars with both hands, kept his legs pumping, took the protein powder, twisted it open, and started chugging it. Refreshing. With a satisfied burp, Lu Meng tossed the bottle back into the pickup. But when he looked up, he met the college girl's eyes, filled with worry. Brother Meng, why don't you just get in the car? 1T pedaling this hard, were you out? The college girl was very worried about Lu Meng's body. No other reason. Brother Meng had been working hard on top of her for half the night yesterday, and now he was still furiously pedaling a bicycle. Could his body really take it? In the apocalypse, she had finally found someone to rely on, and she had even given herself to him. If something happened to Brother Meng, what was she supposed to do? And Brother Meng, listen to my advice. If you keep riding a bike this intensely all the time, why you will have problems down there. The college girl's pretty face flushed slightly as her gaze swept over the man's solid lower half. She had only heard it from others, but she just wanted an excuse to persuade her man. She had heard that men were especially sensitive when it came to that sort of issue. Maybe if she brought it up, he would give up. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Lu Meng smiled faintly, not at all worried about wearing out his QQ. After all, he was a man with the steel bones and iron frame trait, and the supreme bone was obviously still a bone, right? It had to be tough as hell. He also had no plan to keep up high-intensity, high-load riding forever. Once the cycling self-discipline mission changed to reward available for claim, he would get back into the pickup and honestly stay there. Today, he wasn't planning to push self-discipline past the limit. After all, there was still a mission later, and he was a warrior general. He absolutely couldn't drop the ball at a critical moment. Seeing that Lu Meng insisted, Li Siki did not keep trying to persuade him. She knew very well what her own situation was, so she had no standing to meddle in someone else's business. She let out a faint sigh and thought to herself that tonight, no matter what, she had to practice a few more rounds of push-ups with Brother Meng. Maybe then Brother Meng would feel tired the next day and give up. But then she immediately thought of her own pathetic strength. Hadn't she passed out in the second round last night? That would do. How about? Li Siki looked through the rearview mirror at the bus behind them. There were still several sisters in there. If it really came down to it, maybe she could go do some ideological work with them later and get them to lend her a hand. For the survivors who had joined the Liao Yuan convoy when the apocalypse descended, there was no doubt they were fortunate. At the very least, there was no such thing as coercion. But it had already been 1 month, and their mouths had practically faded from lack of meat. Okay? They were all pamper girls. As long as they recognized reality, it should be pretty easy, right? The convoy continued forward, but the people in the vehicles all had different thoughts on their minds. However, that mood did not last long. Just after Lu Meng jumped back into the pickup and rested for a while to recover his stamina, Zhang Chang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. BZZZT. We're almost there. Everyone get ready. Follow the plan we agreed on earlier. This operation is special. The ordinary survivors will serve as reserves and stay put for now. Once the transport team gets out, grab your tools. Mechanical Heart, get ready too. Melt down the tools from before and turn the scrap into hand-push carts. Pengzi, Mingnan, you two lead the charge. Safety is in your hands. Mechanical Heart holds the middle and maintains order. Transport team goes last. Reply when received and confirm deployment. After Captain Zhang Chang finished speaking, the several key people in charge replied one after another. This was basically a silent operation. Once they got out of the vehicles, unless necessary, no one would talk much. So it was best to arrange everything in advance before starting. After replying with, Mengnan received, Lu Meng began checking his equipment. Needless to say, the bicycle absolutely had to come with him. His bicycle had been upgraded, and it was actually very quiet now, so that was no problem at all. Then there was his backpack, which carried some emergency supplies, dry rations, food, and so on. And of course, he had to bring the knife Mechanic Miss had given him. By now, he had already renamed that knife a second time. The name was simple and direct, Glory of the Fierce Man. At the moment, for ease of carrying, it had been changed into a compact and lightweight waist knife. Once the time came, he would decide how much to amplify it based on what kind of environment they ran into. With everything prepared, Lu Meng stood up from the bed of the pickup and looked ahead. There, the outline of a city came into view. The fuck, this is a town? Lu Meng's brows twitched. His eyesight was good, and the place the captain called the town was strangely full of a modern atmosphere. Some of the stuff there, even those towering skyscrapers, damn, there hadn't been many of those even in the city he lived in his previous life. Could it be that this world's technology was actually many years ahead of Blue Star S? That should be right. And right at that moment, the captain's voice came again. Something wrong. Stop advancing. Sometimes that was just how things were. In this world, especially in this apocalypse, it was impossible for things to develop exactly according to your plan just because you had made one. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. In the apocalypse, that had practically become the norm. The Liao Yuan convoy stopped on the spot to rest. The decision-making group gathered on a hillside, and as they looked at the outline of the distant town, every one of them frowned. No good. Xing Shin can't give any specific details, but this is still the nearest energy resupply point. Beside them, Zhang Chang, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes and stared fixedly at the town. I have some guesses. Lu Meng and the others said nothing and looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Before, when I was observing the stars, I made contact with some guides from other convoys and got some intel from them. Because I wasn't sure whether the information was accurate, I never told you. Also, I wanted to avoid causing panic. Zhang Chang let out a sigh and pointed at the distant town. As everyone knows, our planet has undergone some, changes. You all know what I mean. The world has become different. The landforms, the terrain, even the regions themselves have changed drastically. A lot of strange things have appeared. And the captain of the convoy I contacted before told me that they once encountered a city that did not belong to our original civilization. They call this kind of forcibly fused, completely out-of-place city an extra-dimensional wasteland. a city that doesn't belong to this civilization? The sequencers in the convoy all changed expressions drastically. They had thought that even though the world had ended, they were still only struggling around on their own little patch of land. But what was this supposed to mean now? Had it fused with other planes? Zhang Chang paused, then continued explaining. For example, this town in front of us. According to the guidance of the stars, Xing Shun is extremely certain in telling me that this is just an ordinary town. But it's strangely developed, already on par with the appearance of our most advanced cities. There is a high chance this is the extra-dimensional wasteland that man mentioned. And this name has a basis. Most of these fused-in extra-dimensional wastelands are actually the products left behind after unknown civilizations fell. Inside them remain traces of the eerie creatures that conquered those cities. These wastelands often contain things our civilization does not possess, but their danger level also rises in a straight line. The advice that convoy captain gave me was that once you encounter one, if you're not confident, absolutely do not enter. That was basically nonsense. This was the apocalypse. It could be said that every time they entered some eerie place to search for supplies, they were already scared out of their minds. Who even needed to talk about confidence? After listening for a long while, Lu Meng more or less understood what the situation was. The meaning was simple. The town Xing Shun had pointed out was actually not a town from this planet, but a wasteland from another civilization that had once been overrun by eerie creatures. There was danger inside, and there were also some items from other civilizations that might be useful. That was about it. What does your Xing Shun say? If we go in, can we come out alive? After a long pause, Wang Peng was the first to ask. Xing Shun was vague about it, but that's not the key. The key is that if we can't replenish our fuel, then from here on out we won't be able to move an inch. Zhang Chang spoke helplessly. And this kind of thing actually depends on luck. The wasteland that Convoy Captain S group encountered last time was a small village that had been overrun by goblin civilization. There were only some leftover goblin monsters inside. Those things are just the lowest grade eerie creatures. Other than being disgusting, they're not really much of a threat, and their weakness is very obvious. The moment they see a female creature, they start howling and charging forward. Other than those goblins, they're starving so badly, they also lust after males, which need to be treated cautiously. They're actually not that hard to deal with. That confirmed it. This planet had probably already been infiltrated like a sieve. Even goblins existed now, and these creatures were all collectively called eerie creatures. Then where exactly were things like the red-robed female ghost and Cthulhu supposed to fit into that classification? Lu Meng always felt that calling goblins eerie creatures too was disrespectful to the red-robed female ghost. But that train of thought was obviously off topic. What they needed to think about now was the energy crisis, not the red-robed female ghostess feelings. How she thought didn't matter. Finding fuel and refueling did. So, do you have a plan? Lin Yao asked very directly. It's a little risky, but we can try. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chang pointed at the distant town. If we can confirm that this thing is indeed an extra-dimensional wasteland, then there's actually no need to be overly nervous. The captain of that convoy shared a piece of absolutely crucial information last time, that the eerie creatures inside are very different from the eerie creatures we ran into before. If the eerie creatures that chased us before are described as local gangs, then those foreign species left behind by other civilizations are outsider gangs. And as everyone knows, our local gangs are very rude, so they're quite xenophobic. After the world mutated, some eerie creatures transformed on the spot and became incomparably powerful. Even the things inside those wastelands are very wary of them. After pausing, he continued. So under normal circumstances, the things inside 1T come out to hunt us down. And our local eerie creatures also 1T approach this place unless necessary. So we can even stay here a bit longer. That gives us a lot more time. As long as we act carefully, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Another shouldn't be much of a problem? The way several people looked at him was full of doubt, and the corners of their mouths twitched. But the first thing we have to do is confirm that this town really is an extra-dimensional wasteland, and then determine what kind of creature destroyed this civilization. We need to identify the monster type. Now, they were getting to the point. Wang Peng, Lu Meng, Lin Yao, and Li Qiuma all turned solemn. Lu Meng even raised a brow. This scene felt a little familiar. It was just like back when he had been with the convoy before the previous one. When the captain was picking a suicide scout team. That captain had been arrogant as hell and never got along with Lu Meng. He was wary of Lu Meng's strength, so he wanted to send him in to scout and die. Lu Meng hadn't been polite either. He punched the captain to death on the spot, then rode off on a bicycle. There was no issue of coercion in the Liao Yuan convoy, but if they were picking a suicide squad to act as scouts, we'll go in together first and take a look at the situation inside. If something happens, we can also watch each other's backs. If that convoy captain didn't lie to me, then as long as we escape the town's boundaries, we can get out of danger. After Zhang Chang said that, his face was full of righteous resolve, his whole body giving off an aura of who else but me. Oh, Lu Meng froze for a moment, and couldn't help thinking a little more highly of Zhang Chang. These days, convoy captains willing to leave from the front were rare. Whether he was sincere or just putting on an act, at least he had shown his attitude. That alone already made him better than a lot of captains. He was probably waiting for someone to persuade him to calm down right now, wasn't he? Come on, talk me out of it. I'm a captain. I can't take risks. The truth was more or less what Lu Meng had guessed. Right now, Zhang Chang's inner drama was extremely rich. He looked determined on the surface, but in reality, sweat had already started forming on his forehead. But all right, let's do it this way. But Lin Yao has to stay behind. Otherwise, I'm afraid by the time we come out, the whole damn convoy will be gone. No problem. Yao Yao stays. Captain, let's go in and scout the situation. Then it's settled. Someone has to watch the convoy. Lin Yao's mental barrier can soothe emotions. So staying with the convoy lets her maximize her ability. On the other hand, Captain can hear your star god guidance, so going in together makes perfect sense. With just a few quick exchanges, the group directly made the decision. Zhang Chang's mouth twitched, and inside he was screaming, holy shit. Damn it, I overplayed it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have shown off. Not long after, the group, traveling light, arrived near the small town. Looking at it from up close, that sense of dissonance, of not fitting into the native world at all, was even clearer than when viewed from afar. But before they could take a careful look, Zhang Chang swallowed and kept glancing at Lu Meng's bicycle from time to time. I'm not good at running. Brother Lu Meng, can your bicycle carry one more person? He wanted to hitch a ride. But in truth, Lu Meng's bicycle only had a single seat. Other than the front crossbar, there was nowhere else for another person to sit. And it was obvious that the crossbar had already been reserved for someone. It's full, Captain. Without another word, Lu Meng lifted the mechanic young lady beside him onto the crossbar, then leisurely rode toward the town. What a joke. If you put an adult man in front, people might start mistaking him for someone from Chengdu. How could Zhang Chang possibly compare to the fragrant, soft, freshly washed Li Qiuma? It's fine, Captain. If it really comes down to it, I can carry you and run, Wang Peng said with a grin. Fine. Zhang Chang waved a hand and stopped struggling. He followed Wang Peng inside. As he walked, he kept muttering under his breath. After listening for a while, Wang Peng only felt his head start to ache. So he gave up listening. He knew the captain was planning out a safe route, so he didn't disturb him. Hanging far behind Lu Meng and the others, he scanned the surroundings, finally getting the chance to properly look at this so-called interdimensional wasteland and see how it differed from their native world. Lu Meng slowly rode his bicycle and began observing the town in front of him as well. The situation was pretty much what Zhang Chang had guessed. This town really was different, packed full of a technological feel. But judging from the chaotic roads and the scattered robots of unknown model and unknown function lying on the ground, this place had already been abandoned for quite a long time. It's actually rare metal. To refine it to this level, the technological level of this civilization is truly no joke. This robot is so advanced. It's damaged, but the blueprint is incredibly valuable. It's a chip. It's a high-grade chip, Lu Meng. So robots can actually be designed like this? Oh my god, is this heaven? My robot number 11 model finally has materials now. Unlike Lu Meng, that muscle-brained brute with nothing in his head, the look in the mechanic young lady's eyes had changed the moment she saw this town. At this point, she was trembling non-stop with excitement in Lu Meng's arms, occasionally using her mechanic sequence to analyze the materials in front of her. Sometimes she even used scrap mechanical parts to make a mechanical arm, remotely tossing useful items into her portable toolbox. Lu Meng glanced inside once and only felt his head buzzing. Couldn't understand it. He really couldn't understand it at all. But whatever the mechanic young lady wanted had to be good stuff, and he didn't mind her getting stronger in the slightest. He was even happy for her for finding rare blueprints. What a joke. He and the mechanic young lady had a special kind of relationship. There was no way he planned on letting this go. Turning her into one of his own was basically a done deal. Wasn't it worth being happy when one of your own got stronger? But just as the mechanic young lady was collecting materials in pure excitement, Lu Meng's hands wrapped around her slender waist, then slowly moved upward. The motion wasn't small at all. The mechanic young lady's pretty face instantly flushed red, and with watery eyes, she turned her head to look at Lu Meng. What was this guy trying to do? In the mood? She could give it to him, sure, but wasn't this the wrong place for that? She'll quiet. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng made no further move. There was no teasing look on his face. Instead, there was a trace of seriousness. Holding the mechanic young lady, he got off the bicycle, leaned it to the side, then hid behind an abandoned medium-sized aircraft blocking the road. The mechanic young lady also calmed down at once, leaning against the man's chest. Her gaze sharpened as she swept the surroundings, helping cover the blind spots in his field of vision. Most likely, the noise she made collecting scrap earlier had stirred something and attracted some strange creature. Li Qiuma took a deep breath and pulled the psionic pistol from her waist, directly switching it into blade form. Given the conditions and layout of this bizarre little town, gunfire would make too much noise. She couldn't cause trouble for Lu Meng. After thinking about it, she knew the naked eye was limited after all. So the mechanic young lady took out a material she had just collected from her toolbox and started handcrafting something. Before long, a small flying, scouting robot silently rose into the air, and a projection abruptly appeared before her, showing the exact visuals the flying unit was detecting. She tugged at the man's clothes. When Lu Meng lowered his head to look at her, Li Qiuma pointed at the aircraft, then gave Lu Meng an inquiring look. The meaning was obvious. She wanted him to indicate a direction, then send the flying unit to scout the situation first. Good stuff. Holding the mechanic young lady, Lu Meng immediately stole a kiss from her, making her face start turning red again. It was obvious this was Li Qiuma's new product. She hadn't been able to make it before because of material limitations, and this town just happened to supply those materials. Looking at it this way, this town really was Li Qiuma's paradise. And now that the mechanic young lady was one of his own, he had never been stingy about helping his own people get more resources. After some thought, Lu Meng pointed Li Qiuma in a general direction. Just now, when he had been riding the bicycle and planning to take advantage of the situation, his keen hearing had picked up an almost imperceptible noise from over there. He trusted his judgment. There was definitely something over there. Li Qiuma nodded and controlled the flying unit as it flew into the distance. It was an abandoned high-rise. Judging from the exterior, it looked similar to a department store center, though it was unclear whether there was still any stock inside. The flying unit's footage fed back in real time. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. At first, everything was normal, until it flew into a dark area and switched on its night vision, when a low growl suddenly came through. Ho ho! The sound was nothing like a human's, hoarse and filled with savagery. The flying unit instantly locked onto it and hurriedly turned around. But what greeted it was a ferocious face and a blood-gaping mouth. The next second, the image cut out, and Li Qiuma's connection to the detector was severed. There was a trace of heartache in the mechanic young lady's eyes, but she quickly let it go. Materials were everywhere in this place. What was lacking were only precious chips and blueprints. As long as she learned the blueprint, she could handcraft one whenever she wanted. That thing, Li Qiuma pondered for a moment. As the detector's owner, she could capture more information than anyone else. After thinking it over, her tone turned certain. That thing was injured. Judging from a human perspective, it was absolutely a fatal wound. Its chest had been pierced through, but it could still move. There were no human emotions in its eyes, and its face was even rotting. It seems like a zombie. She gave her conclusion. Zombie? A zombie, huh? Wait, holy shit, a zombie? Lu Meng froze for a moment, then was overjoyed. This thing was still hard to deal with, sure, but its danger level was way lower than the red-clothed female ghost. If handled properly, then the resources in this entire town. God knew just how adorable zombies looked compared to those bizarre creatures that had been chasing them all day from behind. He was practically in tears, okay? What kind of proper apocalypse starts off not with zombies, but by throwing bizarre creatures at you? And now this was great. Zombies? Zombies were way too great. He absolutely loved zombies the most. The town covered a huge area, but under normal circumstances, gas stations wouldn't be built in residential zones. They'd be set up on the outskirts. We've already identified a few areas. In a bit, I'll go explore them. Once I confirm the direction, I'll have the transport team move. This town looks highly advanced, but it's been abandoned for a long time after all, so when the time comes, we'll still need our mechanic to step in and rig up a power device. Otherwise, the efficiency will be too low. I've observed that the zombies in the town are generally concentrated in dark corners. As long as we don't make too much noise, they 1T react. But the route for transporting energy absolutely has to be cleared first. Otherwise, if we run into wandering zombies and they cause a disturbance, it'll be very troublesome. There's a tall building to the south. It looks very advanced. I can't read the words on it, but judging from the level of technology, which is ahead of the other areas, it seems like some kind of research center. Not sure for now. At the entrance to the town, the two scattered teams regrouped and shared the intelligence they had gathered. Lu Meng listened quietly. He didn't need to add anything. Li Qiuma had already said everything that needed saying. Miss Mechanic was meticulous and thought much more thoroughly than he did. He belonged to the combat unit. When it was time for him to act, the brothers would never be polite about calling on him. The convoy had already given him a task just now. Find a lone zombie and measure its strength. The kind where he had to stay ready to retreat at any moment. If things proved impossible, then the only option would be to lure the zombie away instead of risking his life in a desperate fight. Also, Zhang Chong looked at Lu Meng, his eyes full of seriousness. Brother, I know you're fierce, but you absolutely have to be careful later. Li Qiuma already said it too. The zombies in this town aren't normal. More than just not normal. They were downright bizarre. This was the first time he'd heard of zombies being this sensitive to electronic devices. The sound from Li Qiuma's detector was even quieter than their footsteps. Yet the zombies could still pinpoint it with precision and destroy the detector at top speed. The moment they saw moving electronic devices, it was like they went into some kind of stress response. Disbelief filled Zhang Chong's eyes. Then he frowned tightly and gave his analysis. Based on the information we found and the surrounding environment, I've come to a conclusion that doesn't even feel real. This place, the town we're in, should be some low-tier town from a low-level mechanical civilization. But something unbelievable happened to that civilization. They were actually wiped out by zombies. Yeah, ridiculous, right? But the facts were right in front of them. Zombie civilization had really risen up. It had actually managed to destroy a low-level mechanical civilization. And Lu Meng's group couldn't make heads or tails of it all. What kind of joke was this? Zombies? Could that kind of thing still survive after taking a star-destroying cannon blast? How had this civilization lost? No one knew what this civilization had gone through. But they had lost. The town in front of them had clearly already been occupied by zombies, and those scattered zombies were the proof. So, brother, when you're measuring the zombies' quality, you have to be extremely careful. Even a low-level mechanical civilization couldn't handle them. Compared to our planet's civilization, there are already several star systems ahead of us, and even they got wiped out. Also, we still don't know how infectious these zombies are. Judging by the worst-case scenario, you'd better be fully armed later. Be careful not to get infected by the zombie virus. After Zhang Chong finished speaking, he walked over to Lu Meng and Wang Peng and patted them on the shoulders. Only the combat unit could handle a job like measuring the enemy's strength. Li Qiuma's psionic pistol and psionic grenades made too much noise. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they definitely couldn't be used. Got it. Lu Meng nodded and picked up the glory of a real man hanging at his waist. As much as he loved zombies to death, he still thought those things were filthy, not suitable for using fists on. This blade was much more convenient. The moment he held it, he felt grounded. Thinking of that, he looked at Miss Mechanic and gave her a very grateful look. Miss Mechanic's face reddened slightly. White light shone from both her hands, and a moment later, a helmet that looked sturdy and durable appeared in them. She walked over to Lu Meng on her own and had him lower his head so she could put on him. The visor can clean itself automatically, but it's best not to let zombie blood splash onto it. The breathing filter canister is behind your head. Be sure to protect yourself. Li Qiuma was thorough in every possible way when it came to dressing up her man for this. The two of them were basically just one final layer away now. Once that was pierced, they'd be able to be openly shameless together. All right, let us go. Beside them, Wang Peng bitterly picked up the helmet assigned to him and put it on by himself. He was benefiting from this too, getting to use high-end equipment. Once everything was ready, Lu Meng and Wang Peng silently made their way toward the grocery store at a corner of the street. This was a location they had already scouted before. There was only one wandering zombie inside, making it a perfect test target. He gently pushed open the door. The metal door was probably made of some very rare material. This was clearly a ruined little town, weathered by time, yet opening the door was still incredibly smooth. Of course, rare was only relative to their home planet. For these people, this was probably just an ordinary door panel. Step by step, they crept into the room. Lu Meng and Wang Peng's eyes instantly locked onto the wandering figure, and it was pretty much the same as the intel Li Qiuma had provided. A rotten face, a weakened body, some kind of penetrating wound on its body, enough to reveal the decayed internal organs inside. But even so, it still stubbornly let out hoarse ha-ha sounds. Its dried-up body would twitch from time to time and freeze in place, then, as if it had received some kind of command, start moving again. This thing was what wiped out a mechanical civilization. Lu Meng wanted to scratch his head, but the hard helmet stopped the motion. His superintelligence couldn't understand it, but he could still arrive at one simple conclusion. This zombie had probably once been absurdly fierce a very long time ago, but it still wasn't a match for time. The strength that had left now wasn't much. At the very least, with his super strength, he could kill it. He had always trusted his instincts. If he wanted to do it, then he'd do it. First, he gave Wang Peng a hand signal to back him up. Then, gripping the blade, he pushed off with his feet and shot behind the zombie with a whoosh, raising the knife over its head and chopping down with all his might. Afraid the zombie might also have some steel bones and iron body talent, Lu Meng even increased the weight of the blade while it was coming down. Slash. One strike cut clean in two. Wish-fulfilling divine sword. Like slicing tofu, the sharp blade directly split zombie brother into two. As for the two halves of the body, Wang Peng, who had followed, right behind, caught them and slowly lowered them to the ground without making too much noise. That easy? Lu Meng froze for a moment. Then with his sharp eyes spotted a bead inside the zombie's head. It gave off a faint glimmer, even though he didn't understand what it was. He could clearly tell that whatever energy it contained was nearly exhausted. It can be handled. Its strength is comparable to an ordinary, unranked, bizarre creature. Joy surged through Lu Meng's heart, and excitement flooded his mind. There was no other reason. His scavenger mission counted killing bizarre creatures in its tally. What kind of zombie was this? This was his godfather, and right now, his godfathers were plentiful all over the town and relatively easy to deal with too. Once this got counted into the scavenger settlement, how insane would that be? No need to say anything else. Just do it. I'll report the situation to the captain and send a message to the transport team too so they can get ready to move. Seeing that the zombies had been completely dealt with, Wang Peng thought for a moment, then pulled out his walkie-talkie and prepared to turn it on. But when Lu Meng saw that, He gave him a slight shake of the head and waved a hand to stop him. Don't forget Li Qiuma's detector. What if those zombies are also sensitive to signal sources? Wang Peng froze on the spot when he heard that. The way he looked at Lu Meng was full of shock and uncertainty, with a very obvious how the hell did this kid grow a brain vibe mixed in. That look of yours is kind of rude, you know? Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He didn't even need to ask to know what Wang Peng was thinking. Sure, he was a bit reckless. Sometimes, if he could use super strength, he wouldn't bother using super intelligence and wasting his precious brain cells. But this was the apocalypse. As long as you were human, you grow, okay? Besides, the little town in front of them belonged to a low-level mechanical civilization, and it had still been wiped out by zombies. No matter how you looked at it, there had to be more to this zombie civilization. Being careful was absolutely necessary. With a wave of his hand, Lu Meng ignored the other man's stare, pulled out a sealed bag, and walked over to the dead zombie. Enduring the rotten stench coming off the corpse, he used tweezers to pick up the zombie core that was giving off a faint glow and put it into the bag. He had taken a rough glance at it earlier. The system description said this thing was a special kind of energy source. As for what it could do, he didn't know yet. Better to collect it first. Maybe it would come in handy later. With that done, Lu Meng and Wang Peng didn't hurry back. Instead, they quietly took down a few more zombies, planning to make a combined analysis of these zombies' strength and gauge the threat level of different types. In the end, they came to the conclusion that these zombies varied in strength. The stronger ones were less severely decayed, and the zombie cores in their heads were larger. As for the weaker zombies, the crystal cores inside them were smaller. But after checking the nearby zombies one by one, even the strongest zombie still hadn't gone beyond the range of an ordinary bizarre creature to reach first rank. Of course, it was also possible they had just gotten lucky and hadn't run into one that strong yet. However, after that round of fighting, he and Wang Peng discovered some bad news. These zombies seemed to be in some kind of awakening state. The most direct evidence was that while they were checking zombie composition on the next street over, the two of them found a few lying on the ground that were obviously the type that had run out of energy. But after Lu Meng and Wang Peng got close, those things actually struggled back to their feet in a bizarre way and bared their teeth at them. After taking them out, they found energy sources about the same size as the first zombie on the verge of dissipating. That confirmed it. It wasn't that their energy was about to run out. It was that they were slowly absorbing some kind of power and gradually growing stronger. As time passed, no one knew whether they could return to the level they once had when they destroyed that mechanical civilization, then launch a wave of restore the glory of zombie civilization. Didn't the captain mention before that once these extra-dimensional wastelands fully stabilize, the stuff inside might rush out? Wang Peng's eyes were filled with worry. Why think so much? Shouldn't the ones who should be worried be these zombies instead? Just take a look outside at what kind of monsters are everywhere. No matter how badass zombies are, once they get out there, they still have to kneel. Lu Meng shrugged. Compared to those bizarre creatures with mysterious and unpredictable methods, he still felt zombie bros were humanity's best friends. At least these things could be seen and touched, which made them relatively easier to deal with. Shaking his head, Lu Meng couldn't be bothered to think too much. The native world had already entered the apocalypse anyway. Having one more species called zombies wasn't anything strange. Besides, these things seemed to be reviving at a pretty average speed. Maybe by the time those extra-dimensional wastelands made their way out, the ones struggling to survive would end up being the zombies instead. Who knew? In the end, there were nothing more than leftovers from the old era. The intel gathering was done. Time to get to work. After returning to the entrance of the town, the two of them briefly shared the zombie intel. Zhang Chong immediately made a decision and started deploying everyone. They would quickly look for a place where they could add fuel. Once the route was confirmed, Lu Meng and Wang Peng would clear the way while Li Qiuma would assist in opening up a safe passage. During the meetup, Captain Zhang Chong repeatedly emphasized that staying quiet was the top priority, while Wang Peng and Lu Meng added a few points of their own. Once everything had been arranged, the convoy started moving. Everything proceeded in an orderly way. They were pretty lucky, or maybe Lord Star God backing Zhang Chong had actually come through, because the next part of the operation went smoothly, and they quickly confirmed the place they needed to go. Lu Meng didn't hold back either. Carrying glory of the fierce man, he started hacking left and slashing right. He even ended up taking over the area that was originally supposed to be Wang Peng's responsibility to clear. Looking at him, it was like the guy was enjoying himself way too much. The moment he saw zombies, he got downright enthusiastic, swinging his blade straight at their heads. The scene left several of his teammates completely baffled. They had no idea what kind of crazy episode Lu Meng was having. Had those zombies dug up Lu Meng's ancestral graves in a previous life or something? The guy was chopping with such excitement, he didn't even blink. Zhang Chong was extremely puzzled by his behavior and looked over at Li Qiuma in confusion. Why are you looking at me? Li Qiuma pushed up her glasses. The way she looked at Lu Meng carried a trace of pride. As expected of the man, she had her eye on. His character was absolutely top-notch. Whenever he did something, he always charged to the front and pressed forward without fear. Then look at their captain, just standing there with his hands tucked in, pointing and commenting. All talk and no help. With that comparison, the difference was obvious at a glance. He couldn't even compare to a single leg hair of her Meng-ji. Aren't you two a couple? If I don't ask you, who else am I supposed to ask? The transport team was already in position. There was plenty of fuel at the gas station, and because these zombies seemed to be sensitive to electrical signals, Miss Mechanic had even optimized the fuel extraction equipment a bit too. You could say everything was foolproof. Now that everything was on track, there was naturally time to joke around a little. Haha, but I don't know where Meng-ji's ancestral graves are. Who knows if there's zombies over there or not? Is that seriously the point? The corner of Zhang Chang's mouth twitched. Going by your usual style, shouldn't you have said something emotionally tone-deaf like you are you, he is he? But after thinking about it more carefully, he relaxed. She was already calling him Meng-ji. Sure enough, hero saves beauty, cliché, but effective. Their noble Miss Mechanic had fallen in love. TSK. That damn sour stink of love. Seeing that the zombies along the safe route had mostly been cleared out, Li Qiuma directly ditched the convoy's captain and went over to Lu Meng's side. Tired? Taking the initiative, Miss Mechanic handed over some protein powder and asked softly. Lu Meng took the bottle and gulped down a mouthful. He shook his head comfortably, then said no. This was nothing. These are basically all small-scale fights, easy to handle in no time at all. They were nowhere near the intensity of pushing his body to its limits. Li Qiuma pushed up her glasses, glanced around, and saw that the safe route had pretty much been cleared. Wang Peng could handle the rest. After thinking about it, she lifted Lu Meng's bicycle and crooked a finger at him. Come with me. I'll show you something really big. Oh, Lu Meng's entire body shook. Since when had the cold Miss Mechanic gotten this smooth? So what was there to hesitate about? Let us go. On the town streets that combined a futuristic feel with ruin and decay, wrecked aircraft and battle robot remains were scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, the shop door on one side of the street opened, and a hideous zombie stepped out. A full 1/3 of its face had been sliced off. Time was like a sharp blade, leaving indelible marks on its body, but it still vaguely remembered certain scenes. Gunfire and flames, roars and shrieks. That had been a war to the death, but obviously, the camp it belonged to had been the true victor. Its broken memories no longer let it remember the cause of everything, but the victory of zombie civilization still left a trace of something called pride in its brain. It stepped onto the street and looked at the battered mechanical being. Its clearly rotten eyeballs bulged and flickered inside its sunken sockets with an inexplicable emotion. Step by step, it dragged itself in front of the ruined machine, lifted its foot, and was about to stomp down hard. This was the obsession that remained in it as a zombie. Those blurry memories told it that using flesh and blood to block the edge of this thing was its mission. It raised its foot and pressed down with force. The next second, the shattering sound it expected never came. The zombie tilted its head, seeming a little confused, but a thin line had already spread from the top of its head, extremely straight from top to bottom. Slowly, its body split into left and right halves and fell to the ground with a muffled thud, landing right in front of the mechanical wreckage it had wanted to bully. As its consciousness faded, it seemed to see mockery from that mechanical life form, but the next moment, the mechanical fragment didn't get off easy either. Dots of white light began to shine, and some unknown force slowly broke it down, turning it into precious mechanical scrap that was pulled and floated toward the rear. And over there, a shameless pair of lovers were riding a bike and leisurely moving forward. This blade is really damn useful. The bicycle came closer from afar. Lu Meng used one hand and pulled back Mangnan's glory, restoring it to its original length. A weapon that could freely extend and retract really was this unreasonable in battle. He really had to thank Miss Mechanic for her blessing. Lu Meng sighed with emotion, and the other hand pressed a little harder. Miss Mechanic, who was sitting on a crossbar, let out a soft cry and hurriedly pressed down her skirt, stopping him from going any further. Blushing, she put away the dismantled mechanical scrap, then glanced at the blade she had given Lu Meng before speaking in a low voice. The closer we get to the center of the town, the denser the zombies will be. Let us get down and walk from here. In a bit, I'll show you something even better. Lu Meng understood at once. He readily picked up Miss Mechanic and jumped off the bicycle. After handing the bike to her, he carried the blade and started pushing forward, his movements becoming especially careful and cautious. Judging from the town's layout, he and Li Qiuma had already gone pretty deep inside. More and more zombies were appearing on the streets. There was no longer any need to deliberately search dark corners. He could basically spot them just by lifting his eyes. But Lu Meng refused no one, even if it was a crippled zombie with only its upper body left. If he passed by it, he would still give a slash with absolutely no intention of letting it go. Li Qiuma had no idea what kind of problem Lu Meng had, nor did she know he had a special self-discipline cleanup mission. But she still let him do as he pleased. This man definitely had his own thoughts. If it wasn't T something she should ask about, then she wouldn't T ask. She just pushed the bicycle and silently followed behind Lu Meng, accompanying him in his madness. That was pretty good. They advanced all the way, and along with Lu Meng's slaughter, the two of them successfully pushed up to the designated location. Unlike the unobstructed road from before, the ground here was full of pits and craters. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here, and the location was right beside that building suspected to be a research center. So the big treasure you were talking about is this? Lu Meng stopped, pointed at the huge thing on the ground, and looked at Li Qiuma in confusion. It was some kind of large-caliber launcher he had never seen before. At the moment, its muzzle, barrel, and base were all in a broken state, lying there quietly on the ground. It originally shouldn't have been here. Lu Meng looked up and spotted the turret at the very top of the research center. Was it forcibly destroyed by some kind of power and then dropped here? The more he thought about it, the creepier it felt. Even this thing had been deployed, yet this mechanical civilization had still lost to the zombies. How the hell is that scientific? Give me the blade. Li Qiuma reached out her small hand and pointed at Mangnan's glory. Lu Meng didn't doubt her and handed the blade over. What a miraculous creation, holding Mangnan's glory in her hands. Li Qiuma inspected it and let out a sigh of amazement. She hadn't had the chance before, but now that she was in close contact with it, she could very clearly sense an incomparable power of sublimation from both this blade and the bicycle. Very obviously, Lu Meng had completed an upgrade on top of her design. That was a power unique to Lu Meng. Li Himopartet Hardips. She really wanted to ask how exactly Lu Meng had done it, but in the end, she wisely kept quiet. When a man wanted to talk, he would naturally talk. Why ask so much? Besides, she and T brought Lu Meng here to dig into the details. She had brought him here to test whether an item that had been sublimated by Lu Meng could become a vessel for the pinnacle product of this mechanical civilization. Taking a deep breath, Miss Mechanic placed Mangnan's glory on the ground. One hand touched the long blade, and the other touched the launcher wreckage. Immediately after, both hands emitted halos of light, and some sort of power began to quietly merge. Mechanical scrap started being consumed at high speed, and sweat began seeping out on her forehead. But joy was written all over Li Qiuma's pretty face. It worked. Ordinary tools really couldn't withstand the power of a pinnacle product from mechanical civilization, but items that had been sublimated by Lu Meng could. Originally, she had planned to use this harvest to reforge a new Mangnan's glory for Lu Meng, but now there was no need to waste that time at all. She could fuse it directly by force. After a while, when the light faded, a brand new Mangnan's glory was freshly forged. Miss Mechanic wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed the long blade to Lu Meng with a face full of delight. Try it. There's a surprise. But Lu Meng didn't take the blade. Instead, under Li Qiuma's puzzled gaze, he pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back. He didn't need to say much. Just the fact that this silly girl had gone through all the trouble of bringing him here just to upgrade his equipment meant he had to treat her better from now on. After a moment, Lu Meng let go of Li Qiuma and picked up Mangnan's glory version 2.0 again. The item S attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. He ignored the basic stat increases for now because he didn't have time to care. All of Lu Meng's attention was on the back. The moment he saw the newly added entry, his eyes widened instantly. With a thought, Lu Meng chose to activate the new function. The next moment, the blade was wrapped in energy with a true halo flowing through it. In an instant, the originally sturdy blade began to break apart and reassemble. The transformation process was overflowing with a futuristic mechanical feel, making Lu Meng's scalp tingle as he watched. Finally, when the reconstruction was complete, a giant laser cannon brimming with technological style suddenly appeared, just like that, resting on Lu Meng's shoulder. Feeling the heavy weight on his shoulder, Lu Meng couldn't help blurting out in shock. Holy shit, that's awesome. The new version of Mangnan's glory hadn't upgraded in one breath and advanced to level 3. But after being tempered with special materials, its overall sharpness, as well as its maximum weight and maximum length, had all been enhanced. On top of that, the biggest surprise was that what had originally been a cold weapon had now gained a range attack method. Charged laser cannon, fused with the laser cannon core of mechanical civilization, can transform into laser cannon form. The laser cannon can charge up. The longer the charge time, the greater the power, with a maximum charge time of 30 seconds. Recharge time, 1 shot every 8 hours. Storage limit, 3 shots. The new entry directly made up for Lu Meng's lack of ranged options, making his combat strength much more well-rounded. Lu Meng's face was full of joy. He leaned over and gave Miss Mechanic a kiss on the cheek. This was a pure bonus gain. Li Qiuma had seriously pulled off something wild with the mechanic sequence. At level 1, she could already do this much. She was basically the ultimate mechanic battery. Okay, how did you do it? How much mechanical scrap did it take? Faced with Lu Meng's question, Li Qiuma only smiled and didn't dwell on the issue of material loss. As for how she did it, she already had relevant experience before. For example, she had modified a psionic handgun into a close combat blade. This was nothing more than a bigger engineering project and a much bolder leap, and the materials were already made. The upgraded blade Lu Meng was also a perfect carrier, so the difficulty wasn't too high. Let us go, Meng-ji. Captain and the others have probably gathered enough fuel by now. It's time to head back. Seeing that Lu Meng was very satisfied with the new weapon, Li Qiuma was happy too. They had already wasted quite a bit of time here. This small town didn't look too threatening on the surface, but there was no telling what weird stuff might be hidden inside. Staying in one area too long would attract attention. That was common sense in the apocalypse, so they shouldn't waste any more time. Lifting the bicycle from the ground, Li Qiuma glanced at the nearby building that seemed to be some kind of research center. A trace of regret flashed through her eyes. Somewhere deep down, she had a feeling that there was something inside that she needed, but she didn't ask Lu Meng to take her in, and she didn't mention it all. It wasn't because she was afraid of troubling Lu Meng. It was because, at her core, she simply didn't want him taking risks for her. Miss Mechanic was sensible to a terrifying degree, but Lu Meng was a sharp one. Even though Li Qiuma hit it well, he saw through it at a glance. Without another word, he restored the laser cannon back into its long blade form and strode straight toward the research center. The girl had been giving him everything from the heart. As a grown man, he couldn't just keep freeloading forever, could he? Just think about it. How much care had he already received from her by now? She gave him the blade, she gave him the bike, and the laser cannon too. If he still didn't do something for Miss Mechanic, Lu Meng would feel like he wasn't even human. He had to return the favor somehow. Of course, there was also a tiny possibility. For example, maybe all of this was intentional on Miss Mechanic's part. Maybe she had disguised herself as prey and was trying to hook Lu Meng into becoming the perfect fish with the most high-end baiting method possible. But Lu Meng wasn't bothered by that. If she really could hook him like that, then that was her skill. Besides, he simply didn't believe a girl would throw herself into just a fish for a man, willingly using herself as the bait. If that were really the case, then he'd just accept it. She'd already given so much. As an upright gentleman, he couldn't very well refuse, right? Seeing Lu Meng leading her toward the research center, Li Qiuma opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she honestly followed behind the man. Stepping into the ruined lobby, a cold and sinister aura rushed straight at them, and Lu Meng was very familiar with that aura. That was the presence only a genuine eerie creature would have. Lu Meng raised a brow and instantly entered combat readiness. Miss Mechanic also took out her psionic handgun, switching it into melee form as she stood on guard. The atmosphere inside was completely at odds with the outside, especially with the rotting corpses all over the floor wearing white lab coats. The smell alone was enough to make someone want to puke. This was a true disaster zone. Looks like he had to go all out here. Lu Meng took a deep breath, then without another word, fastened his protective mask onto Li Qiuma's head. He straightened his back, and the blood in his entire body began to boil in an instant. His chi and blood surged like a rainbow. Activate. When dealing with real eerie creatures, you had to use proper methods. With a thought, Lu Meng held manly glory across his chest and gently brushed the blade with his other hand. Boom! In an instant, his boiling blood aura began to spread, eerily coating the blade itself. This was the new effect gained when chi and blood like a rainbow reached level 2. He could now release the power of his chi and blood outside his body. Since manly glory had been upgraded by him and Miss Mechanic together, it naturally didn't reject that power. His whole body was wrapped in blood aura. His protection was completely in place, and that blazing heat was a natural bane to eerie creatures. Ready. Lu Meng looked toward Miss Mechanic, whose eyes were shining with wonder. Li Qiuma quickly held up 3 fingers. The meaning was obvious. What she wanted was on the 3rd floor. Lu Meng understood. He looked around the ruined lobby, found the stairs, and took the lead toward them. Roar! A low growl came from the shadow beneath the staircase. A swift figure suddenly shot out and lunged straight for Lu Meng's face. Whether in speed or strength, it was far beyond the ordinary zombies out on the street. Without a doubt, this was a true first-tier eerie creature powerhouse. It had probably already been waiting in ambush the moment Lu Meng and the others entered. Its sudden appearance now was clearly meant to kill in one strike. Lu Meng's expression didn't change. The scorching power of his blood aura suddenly erupted and concentrated onto manly glory. Bang! A muffled impact rang out. Lu Meng's body of steel and iron took effect, and he stood there like a boulder without moving an inch. Instead, the first-tier zombie smashed into him so hard that it left itself dizzy and disoriented, standing stiffly in place for a moment in a daze. Lu Meng was not the kind of person who gave enemies chances. Seizing the moment while the zombie was still stunned, he kicked out like lightning and drove a savage kick into its lower abdomen. The terrifying force sent the zombie flying backward, but Lu Meng refused to let up. He raised manly glory and hacked viciously at the first-tier zombie's head. Crack! The sound of a skull breaking was enough to make one's teeth ache, But what shocked Lu Meng was that after taking such a slash, the first tier zombie's head hadn't actually split open. The blade had only sunk in about 1/3 of the way. Damn it, still not enough weight added. Lu Meng's mouth twitched. Manly Glory had just been upgraded, and he still wasn't very familiar with it. He and controlled the weight properly for a moment. But was a big problem? He gripped the hilt with both hands and yanked hard. Foul blood mixed with white brain matter sprayed wildly from the blade. Lu Meng dodged to the side, then followed up with another kick that knocked the first-tier zombie onto the ground. Five-fold power, activate. This time, Lu Meng didn't hold back. At the instant of the slash, the blade's weight shot up to a terrifying 1,000+ pounds. Crack! The result of the strike was outstanding. The first-tier zombie's skull instantly split open, and Lu Meng smoothly plucked out the glowing zombie core as well. Huh! With the first-tier zombie powerhouse killed, the familiar eerie aura in the air began to dissipate. Lu Meng accurately captured that wisp of blood aura, replenished the energy he had spent in the fight just now, and returned to peak condition. After observing for a while, he discovered something strange. The commotion just now had not drawn the zombies from the street over at all. Instead, the eerie aura that had erupted moments ago made those zombies instinctively back away even farther. A very bizarre scene. But Lu Meng didn't want to waste the power of his super brain on this matter. As long as the zombies didn't come surround them, that was enough. Their route of retreat was still open. Shaking Manly Glory once, Lu Meng waved his hand grandly. Upstairs, the second floor was unexpectedly quiet, and there were no ambushing zombies either. But whether it was Lu Meng or Li Qiumao, both of them could feel that the eerie aura filled with ominous energy had grown even heavier now. Anyone could guess with their ass that whatever was on the third floor wouldn't be easy to take. Meng Yi. The mechanic girl took a deep breath and grabbed the corner of Lu Meng's clothes. Even though she really wanted that thing that felt deeply important to her, she still didn't want Lu Meng to face danger. Leave it to me. Lu Meng shook his head, stopping Li Qiumao from saying anything else, then simply patted her hand to reassure her. Damn it, they were already here. How could he turn into some cowardly lizard now? Besides, with his chi and blood released outward, his senses had become especially sharp. He could feel that whatever was up there might be troublesome. But it wasn't something he couldn't handle. Charging ahead when you knew it couldn't be done was certainly admirable, but wasn't staying alive better? If he really couldn't deal with it, he'd definitely grab the mechanic girl and turn around on the spot. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng tightened his grip on Manly Glory in his hand. Just from the name he gave this blade, it was obvious what kind of person he was. When it was time to face things head on, he wouldn't chicken out. Well, at most, he'd follow his heart. He stepped onto the stairs leading to the third floor, 1 step, 2 steps. When the scene on the third floor came into view, Lu Meng's brows rose slightly as well. Behind him, Li Qiumao's gaze sharpened even more, locking tightly onto the center of the main hall, onto the glowing Rubik's cube sitting inside the groove there. That was the thing she wanted. But right now, directly in front of it, 3 tall figures stood there in a straight line, giving off a heavy sense of oppression as they stared at the 2 of them coming up the stairs. They were a completely different type from all the zombies they had encountered before. Or rather, after being strengthened by that bizarre power, they had already surpassed the category of ordinary zombies and stepped onto an advancement path that belonged to them alone. The zombie on the far left had solid, bulging muscles stretched taut all over its body. Just one of its thighs looked big enough to fit the entire mechanic girl inside. At a glance, it was clearly the same power-type macho build as Lu Meng. The zombie in the middle looked a bit more normal. Aside from being larger in proportion than an ordinary zombie, arcs of electricity occasionally flashed in its eyes. It was obvious at a glance that this was a special zombie with special methods. As for the zombie on the far right, the evolution path it had chosen was just as extreme as the muscle zombie-s. It was crouched on the ground, a pair of scarlet eyes fixed tightly on Lu Meng, like it was poised to spring at any moment. Speed type? Or something else? Lu Meng couldn't tell, but he knew these 3 things were real hard targets. Judging from their aura, they probably hadn't reached the second tier yet, but they weren't far from it. If he analyzed it like a Xuanhuan novel, then these 3 were genuine first-tier peak perfection, half-step second-tier zombie old monsters. But Lu Meng wasn't panicking. No other reason. Because, judging from attribute points, he was on the same level as these monsters. He was also at half-step second-tier perfection. In fact, because of the self-discipline cycling mission, his constitution attribute had already broken through the first tier and reached the second tier. He was the real half-step second-tier great perfection contestant here. I'll draw their attention. Find a chance to take the thing you need. Lu Meng took a deep breath and tightly gripped Manly Glory in his hand, dense battle intent bursting from his eyes. At this moment, he wasn't just helping the mechanic girl get a mystical item anymore. He genuinely wanted to kill these 3 half-step second-tier old monsters. He had a feeling that as long as he took them down, the reward for his self-discipline cleaner mission would definitely skyrocket by a huge margin. Did they really think he liked zombies? Or like the captain said, had this thing dug up his family grave or something? What a joke. Everything he did was only for one thing: higher rewards, greater strength, and a better chance of surviving in this apocalypse. Come fight. Battle feels damn good. Lu Meng let out a furious roar, and the power of qi and blood throughout his body erupted. For a moment, he actually managed to stun the 3 half-step second-tier-old monsters. The 3 zombies looked at each other. In the end, the zombie in the middle gave the crawling zombie a look. The crawling zombie understood immediately, pushed off hard with both feet, and moved in an instant. It was so fast that after images appeared, Lu Meng's analysis had been right. The extreme path this zombie had taken was ultimate speed and powerful explosive force. The afterimage in front of him darted back and forth. After a few rapid feints and shifts, it instantly appeared before Lu Meng, its sharp claws slashing straight for his throat. Lu Meng's expression didn't change. With the increase in his spirit attribute, how fast were his reactions? Just as those claws were about to sweep over, he raised his blade and blocked directly. At the same time, his legs began gathering strength. The moment the sharp ring of metal clashing sounded out, his leg had already finished charging, and he sent a flying kick straight into the crawling zombie's body. Clang! Bang! The crawling zombie had come in fast, but when it got kicked flying, it looked just as miserable. Unlike these bizarre creatures that took extreme paths, Lu Meng's advancement condition was to become an all-attribute warrior. So his half-step second tier was completely different from everyone else's. Did they think just because he was big they could sneak attack, kite him around, and beat him with agility? Keep dreaming. No chance. Boom! The crawling zombie slammed into the wall. After dropping to the ground in a free fall, it trembled as it climbed back up, and there was now a trace of fear in the way it looked at Lu Meng. And it quickly let out a low growl toward the muscle zombie. Even though he didn't understand zombie language, Lu Meng still understood what it meant. This human is body tempering. You go head on against him. Roar. The muscle zombie beat its chest and roared in response, which also confirmed Lu Meng's guess. But this time, Lu Meng had no intention of sitting still and waiting. While the muscle zombie was still striking a pose, he had already rushed forward, stomping in heavily with blade in hand, slashing straight at its head. The muscle zombie reacted quickly and immediately raised both arms to block. But the blade that had been swinging toward its head suddenly changed direction in midair. As it passed the muscle zombie, the blade body rapidly shortened, then shot toward the ability zombie and extended again at high speed. Tenfold amplification. Lu Meng hardened his resolve and instantly pushed the output to the maximum. In that moment, manly glory nearly flew out of his hand. The weight of 2,000 pounds almost yanked his arm out of its socket. Fortunately, his body was strong, all steel sinews and iron bones. He adjusted to that discomfort immediately, and his limitless giant strength stabilized completely, smashing viciously into the ability zombie's head. Splat! The sound of something shattering made anyone listening feel their scalp go numb. The zombie leader, who had been watching calmly as its subordinates fought Lu Meng with all kinds of tactics, the ability zombie with the strangest powers of them all, didn't he even have time to use a single move before its head was smashed apart on the spot? A sneak attack? No honor? Who the hell talks about honor with zombies? Besides, among the 3 on the field, that ability zombie was obviously the hardest to deal with. Going head-on with the muscle zombie had been a feint from start. Sneak attacking the most threatening ability zombie was Lu Meng's real strategy. And now, the strategy had worked. The despicable, shameless outsider had used his dishonorable manly glory in a move shameful enough to disgrace manly glory itself, instantly resolving the 1 versus 3 predicament. The situation on the field instantly became 1 versus 2. When the muscle zombie and crawling zombie came back to their senses, they were completely enraged. In an instant, both of them charged Lu Meng at once, recklessly trying to fight him to the death. The real life-and-death struggle had begun, and Lu Meng had completed his task, completely drawing the bizarre creature's attention. The mechanic girl didn't drop the ball either. She quickly and stealthily made her way to the spot in the main hall where the mechanical Rubik's Cube was placed and reached out her hand. Li Qiuma was a sensible and clever mechanic. She knew that when a man was fighting, she absolutely couldn't add to his trouble. As long as she did her own part well and helped from the side a little, that was enough. So when she reached out and began analyzing and stripping apart the strange cube in front of her, she didn't check its attributes right away. Instead, she used mechanical scrap and hand-built a mechanical arm. Full of caution, she carefully used the mechanical arm to extract the zombie core from the brain of the powered zombie Lu Meng had killed. Then she sealed it in an airtight bag and used the arm again to drag the powered zombie's body farther into the corner, keeping the corpse away from the battlefield. To survive in the apocalypse, caution was the top priority. Anyone who wasn't cautious had long since been killed. Smart as she was, she had read plenty of novels even before the apocalypse. And after it began, she had heard of no shortage of sudden incidents. One of those was a rumor that strange creatures seemed able to devour their own kind to evolve. She didn't expect to help much in the fight itself, but at the very least, she had to help Lu Ming eliminate any worries from behind. These few zombies were already quite strong, practically on the verge of second tier. If they devoured the powered zombie, who knew what would happen? Killing the problem in the cradle was definitely the right move. Everything was taken care of. The mechanic girl let out a breath of relief. Only then did she strip apart the cube on the platform while checking its attributes. Strange object, mechanical spark. Level, low grade, can evolve. Description, the remnant spark of a mechanical civilization. The foundation of civilization, the key to technology, and also the fire of inheritance. Effect, can gradually comprehend the mechanical civilization. Special effect. Mechanical spark. The mechanic girl had never heard that name before, but her eyes locked tightly onto the 3 words can evolve. This was a strange object that could evolve. It might only be the lowest level right now, but even the weakest spark was still a spark. This was the foundation of an entire civilization, and this strange object was an extremely perfect match for her mechanic sequence. This was far too precious. Li Qiuma patted her full chest and looked at Lu Ming with a certain special emotion in her eyes. She knew that what she owed Lu Ming was probably something she could never repay in this lifetime. But that was a big problem. At worst, she could just give herself to him. Once everything settled down, she could even bear him a few children for him to play with. Settled then. She just didn't know whether that college girl Brother Ming had found before would be easy to get along with. She had never thought about monopolizing him or anything. This was the apocalypse. Order had long since collapsed. Here, only strength was worshipped above all else. For the strong, whether man or woman. As long as your fist was hard enough, order was whatever you said it was. Brother Ming was powerful. All she needed to do was handle her duties properly and do everything she could to help Brother Ming accomplish what he wanted. The mechanic girl started letting her thoughts run wild. While stripping apart the mechanical spark, she was already thinking about what to name their future children. Meanwhile, the battle on Lu Ming's side against the 2 half-step second-tier zombies was also entering its final stage. Strange creatures that took extreme evolutionary paths often had all kinds of flaws. The reason these 3 monsters had likely stayed together was because their abilities complemented one another. For example, the muscle zombie moved slowly, the crawler zombie wasn't tough enough, and the powered zombie was mediocre in close combat. Together, they were much more powerful. But now, that balance had been broken by Lu Ming. He had shamelessly launched a sneak attack and directly killed the strongest one, the powered zombie. The 2 remaining ones were nothing more than chickens and dogs, not worth a blow. Right in front of the muscle zombie, Lu Ming brought his blade down and chopped the crawler zombie's head over in a single strike. The muscle zombie was so enraged it let out loud, chaotic roars. But while roaring, it anxiously rushed to where the crawler zombie's head had fallen, opened its bloody maw, and bit down viciously. Maybe it thought its brother smelled delicious? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Good thing the mechanic girl had been so farsighted. This thing really could devour its own kind. At this point, the muscle zombie had already gone completely mad. It was planning to forcefully devour the crystal core and advance to second tier, completely becoming an old second-tier strange monster. But Lu Ming obviously didn't give it that chance. While it was busy eating its brother, he directly activated Fierce Man's Glory, Spinning Blade, then aimed at the right spot and struck upward with savage force from below. Your head is hard? Then I'll use 1 slash to cut you apart from your weakest point. When Wang Peng and the others had fought strange creatures before, they had reminded Lu Ming that if he wanted to kill them efficiently, he had to find their weak points. And now, after a long stretch of fighting, he had finally found the muscle zombie's fatal weakness. The blade spun at high speed, and the muscle zombie let out a mournful cry before collapsing heavily to the ground. The battle was over. A strange aura rushed at him, and Lu Ming's chi blood power replenished itself rapidly, instantly restoring more than half his condition. That felt good. Putting away Fierce Man's Glory, Lu Ming let out a breath of turbid air. Although some of the physical fatigue in his body had been replenished, fighting 3 of those things was still mentally exhausting. He had to keep himself under intense focus the whole time. Fortunately, everything had been resolved. Wait a second, I'll be done soon. When she saw the man put away the zombie crystal core and walk over, the mechanic girl smiled gently. She didn't mind the lingering rotten stench of zombies on him at all. Standing on tiptoe, she gave him a kiss. That was as clear as it could get. A tiny little mechanic, easily wrapped around his finger. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If the situation were different, it would have been as simple as just a kiss. After catching his breath, and while the mechanic girl was still working, Lu Ming walked to the window in the main hall on the 3rd floor of the research center. He was very satisfied with this operation. This high-tech little town, contributed by the zombies, was pretty nice. The zombie brothers were kind and approachable. The zombie boss was adorably foolish, and the residents of the town were all extremely friendly. With all these brothers making contributions, his self-discipline cleaner would probably reap a huge wave of rewards. He planned to extract them all in one go before advancing to self-disciplined 1 sequence level 2. So the system wouldn't skim his rewards after he leveled up to level 2. Helping the mechanic girl obtain the strange object had also gone very smoothly. At the very least, they hadn't fallen into danger, they hadn't caused too much commotion, and they hadn't delayed the convoy as progress either. All in all, it had been absolutely perfect. As expected, I really am a fierce man blessed with both wisdom and courage. Using the glass as a mirror, Lu Meng casually straightened his gear and cleaned himself up a bit. He nodded in satisfaction. But just as he was about to head back and flirt with the mechanic girl some more, his ears suddenly twitched. Right after that, his brows furrowed as he looked at the shattered glass scattered across the floor. His eyesight was excellent, and he could clearly see that the glass fragments were trembling slightly. In an instant, his expression changed drastically. He stopped and looked into the distance toward the far-off street. Holy shit! The moment he saw it, he couldn't help but shout in alarm. At the end of that street, a motorcycle was roaring as it sped forward at full speed, and behind it, what looked like an endless number of zombies were crazily chasing after it like wild dogs let out of a cage. That pursuing horde was getting closer and closer. It was obvious they'd reached the research center's location before long. Survivors from the convoy? No, that wasn't right. The Liao Yuan convoy was under strict management, and its overall quality was relatively high. Besides, they had long since been told not to make too much noise in the town. But the person riding that bike was very obviously doing it on purpose, going all sparks and thunder the whole way, even honking the horn. All right. So this was the so-called flash of inspiration from an idiot that was worse than stupidity? These were people from another convoy. That made sense. The town was this big. It was perfectly normal for it to attract survivors from other convoys too. They had probably entered from somewhere else. There wasn't time to think that much. Getting out of here with Miss Mechanic shouldn't be a big problem. With the bicycle and glory of the fierce man, ordinary zombies wouldn't be able to get close. But the situation on the Blaze Convoy-S transport team side was still unclear. If they didn't retreat in time. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng made a snap decision and directly turned on the radio in his backpack. Fierce man calling Xingho, retreat. Retreat now. After saying that, he directly switched the radio to maximum power, then hurled it hard toward another street, just in case the thing's signal could get locked onto by the zombies. After doing all that, Lu Meng picked up his blade and stood once more at the stairwell entrance. Li Qiuma was almost done. She absolutely could not be disturbed before that. None shall pass. Research Center, 3rd floor, serving window. Lu Meng had long since adjusted glory of the fierce man to a length more suited for fighting in tight spaces. Feeling the changing intensity of the tremors shaking the ground, he estimated that this wave of zombies was definitely not small. He had no idea what kind of crazy thing that idiot drawing aggro might have lured out. He refused to believe that in a town this big, the final boss was just those 3 he had already killed. Those had been existences capable of destroying mechanical civilization. Zombie civilization definitely had its own hidden foundation. Brother Meng, catch. Miss Mechanic's voice sounded from behind. Li Qiuma tossed a package over. Lu Meng caught it and looked inside. 5 spirit energy grenades were lying there quietly. Just how much did this girl trust him? If he hadn't caught it, wouldn't it have exploded on the spot? Lu Meng's mouth twitched. Don't worry, Brother Meng. As long as you don't pull the pin, the upgraded spirit energy grenades have a stability rate above 99%. Fine, you're the mechanic. I'll take your word for it. Lu Meng tossed the package aside and hung the grenades at his waist. With the commotion outside this loud, there was no point caring about any silence rules anymore. If the zombies got too densely packed, using grenades was no big deal. They were here. The vibrations caused by countless running zombies came crashing in. Lu Meng took a deep breath and tightened his grip on a long blade in his hand. The disturbance caused by that idiot on the motorcycle was huge, and there were far too many zombies chasing behind him. It was unavoidable that some would get forced into the buildings lining both sides of the street. For ordinary buildings, that was fine. The situation inside wouldn't attract the zombies' attention. But not here. The gatekeeping boss of the research center had already been killed by Lu Meng. The deterrence it had over ordinary zombies was gone. And while Miss Mechanic was stripping away the mechanical fire seed, there would still be some movement. So when several zombies curiously came up to the 3rd floor, Lu Meng showed no surprise at all. He simply swung his blade calmly and cut off their heads. Brother Meng, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Sweat seeped from Li Qiuma's forehead as her hands moved rapidly. At the end of the day, even the lowest level mechanical civilization had craftsmanship far beyond what a native planet could compare to in complexity. And during the stripping process, the origin of the wonder item couldn't be damaged. This was delicate work. She was only a level 1 mechanic, after all. The fact that she could analyze the components and get to work already proved she was an out-and-out genius. Lu Meng didn't understand her line of work, and he wasn't curious about it either. He only remembered that countdown, then met the newly charging zombies with merciless swings of his blade. His super wisdom told him that right now, all he needed to do was focus and use his super strength. Lu Meng said nothing and simply kept killing zombies. As he kept chopping, Lu Meng suddenly felt like he had entered some kind of state. It was as if he had returned to those mornings of endless chopping. No matter what object was in his hands it became a plain and simple blade. Downward slash, sweeping cut. Every move was centered around one thing. Plain, simple, and practical. So that is how it is. I'm beginning to understand everything about the blade. All at once, a trace of enlightenment appeared on Lu Meng's face. The glory of the fierce man in his hand unleashed another utterly ordinary sweep at the zombie in front of him. He had used this move countless times before, but this time the effect was completely different. On that plain and simple blade, a faint glow had appeared at some unknown moment. When it struck the zombie's body, the momentum didn't weaken at all. Invisible blade, chi spread eerily through the air. The blade, which should only have been able to attack the area right in front of him, under this single strike actually cleared out every enemy within 10 meters in an instant. Bang, 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 bang. Countless zombie bodies dropped. In the blink of an eye, the 10-meter area in front of him became a vacuum zone. Ding. Of all things in this world, only hard work and sweat must never be betrayed. Your persistent self-disciplined actions are highly compatible with the self-discipliner sequence. Your hard work has received the reward it deserves. Ding. Congratulations, you have comprehended the universal non-sequence ability, blade technique. The pleasant system notification sounded by his ear. At the same time, on Lu Meng's mission panel, a new skill appeared in the ability section. It was only level 1, and its name was Plain and Simple Blade Technique. Blade Technique Level 1. You have gained a preliminary understanding of how to use bladed weapons. Without question, you have walked a path of understanding the blade that belongs solely to you. This blade technique may differ somewhat from traditional blade techniques. Please contemplate and comprehend it on your own. Even the description was plain and simple. But Lu Meng wasn't the type who didn't know how to be satisfied. He only knew that with the enhancement of blade technique, he could use the glory of the fierce man in his hand even more smoothly now. And every now and then, when inspiration struck, he could even fling out invisible blade chi to kill enemies. This was an entirely new kind of power, different from the blessings granted to sequence users. This was something he had trained himself. As expected, the strength I have today is inseparable from my hard work and sweat. Lu Meng grinned and swung another slash in front of him. The zombies dropped in clusters. He flicked his blade in a flourish and curled his mouth slightly. Come on, self-discipliner. Let me see your limit. Just as he was about to measure the strength of those ordinary zombies a bit more, light yet urgent footsteps came from behind him. Brother Meng, I got it. Let us retreat. Li Qiumao grabbed one of the grenades hanging from Lu Meng's waist and casually threw it into the zombie horde. With a thunderous boom, after stealing countless of Lu Meng's kills, she said with a trace of worry, after I took that thing, I kept getting a really bad feeling, like I'm being watched. It was a kind of premonition from somewhere unseen, like the brief silence after stabbing a hornet's nest. What was coming next was probably, Lu Meng's expression turned serious. As expected, how could the foundation and fire seed of a civilization be so easy to obtain? For Li Qiumao to get her hands on it, aside from luck. It was also because she had a cheat freak like him by her side, plus this zombie town had appeared too early, and these zombies still hadn't fully recovered their strength. If it didn't run now, something big would probably come out next. In that case, with a look of regret, Lu Meng glanced at the second-floor hall and the zombies squeezing up from downstairs. He had originally wanted to take this chance to cosplay as the Stairway God of War and go on a proper slaughter spree, stacking up a wave of rewards from the cleaner. But time was tight now. He couldn't exactly throw his life away just for rewards, right? Lu Meng knew his own level well. He was a genuine half-step second-tier existence. He could probably even trade a few moves with an ordinary second-tier weird creature. But a monster that could give Li Qiumao such a bad feeling was probably not something as simple as second-tier. Retreat. After instantly analyzing the situation, Lu Meng directly yanked the mechanic miss over and hung her onto himself. Once she had tightened her hold, he pulled out another 2 grenades from his waist and hurled them at the stairwell. Then, with one arm around the mechanic miss, he rushed straight to the third-floor window. Quickly locating where his bicycle was below, at the very instant the grenades exploded, Lu Meng made a huge leap. In midair, with one arm holding Li Qiumao and the other swinging glory of the tough guy, he slashed out an invisible blade chi at that area. The zombies were cleared out in an instant. At this point, he had no time to collect zombie cores. Before the zombies could close in again, he jumped onto the bicycle and slammed one foot onto the pedal. His terrifying strength directly drove the bike's momentum, and the two of them with the bicycle shot out like a cannonball. Hyena, hyena, respond when received. What is your situation over there? Hyena received. Situation? Situation. The motorcycle let out burst after burst of roaring noise. He habitually wanted to honk twice, But the scene in the rearview mirror reminded him that there was probably no need to keep drawing monsters anymore. I've already done my best, boss. Hyena swallowed hard. He had already twisted the motorcycle's throttle all the way, but the zombies behind him still chased relentlessly. There was no telling what was wrong with these zombies. When there had only been a few, he had needed to stop and go to lure them over, and their speed had been completely ordinary. But once more of those things gathered, something bizarre happened. Damn it, each and every one of them started running faster than Bolt. Since when could those damn things evolve to? Haha, push a little harder. Hold on a bit longer. Hamster S side is already wrapping things up. When the time comes, we'll give you a share of the stuff we collect. The voice came through the walkie-talkie, carrying a certain kind of temptation and encouragement. But there was not the slightest smile on Hyena's face. Give him a share? He needed to make it back alive first. He only hoped the information those beasts in the convoy had provided was accurate. If he couldn't get out of the town by following the route they gave him, then he was dead for sure. Thank you, boss. In his heart, he had already cursed his boss out so badly his ancestors would feel it. But Hyena didn't dare go against the man's wishes in the slightest. He lowered his head and glanced at the shackle-like thing fastened around his left ankle. And couldn't help shivering. If he had a choice, he wouldn't have wanted to be bait. He wouldn't even have wanted to stay in that convoy. That damn place was hell. Just like Lu Meng had guessed, there were clearly other people eyeing this town too. And the convoy Hyena belonged to was obviously far bolder than the Liao Yuan convoy. After sacrificing a few ordinary survivors and getting the intelligence they wanted, they had started this pattern of pulling mobs while searching for supplies at the same time. The first few times had only been small-scale operations. At most, they made some ordinary noise, drew the zombies out of a few shops, then had the others go in and loot them. That counted as fairly normal behavior. But today, the perception sequence member in their team had given intelligence saying the convoy couldn't stay here much longer, so they were planning to go big. And he was that incredibly lucky guy, the one who had volunteered to be the bait that drew the monsters. But he didn't dare disobey. If he disobeyed, he would die on the spot. If he obeyed, he still had a chance to live. He had no choice. Don't worry, Hyena. I've already brought the brothers to the road exit on the other side to receive you. Based on the earlier analysis, those things won't chase you out of town. You're safe. The captain's mocking voice came through again. This time you've rendered great merit. Haven't you always wanted Hamster S woman? Once you make it out safely this time, I'll make the call directly and let you play with her right in front of him. Do whatever you want, however you want. We'll all watch your heroic bearing together and cheer you on. HM, why aren't you talking? Not satisfied with Hamster S woman? Then how about I add Earth Dragon S woman too? TSK, still not enough? Don't tell me you want Pathogen S woman? That one is a bit difficult. If you don't die, you can give it a try. Still not enough? You know my patience is limited. Forget it. Just name one yourself. There was still only silence. The boss of the convoy on the other end of the walkie-talkie frowned. While ordering his men to drive toward the town's other exit, he was just about to scold a few words when, all of a sudden, Hyena's voice burst from the walkie-talkie, filled with shock. Holy shit, boss. The convoy boss froze for a moment, then unconsciously pressed his legs together, and a strange gleam actually flashed through his eyes. Well now, Hyena. Never would V guessed you had that kind of hobby. Then what else is there to say? You should VE told me earlier you were from Chengdu. Haha, really couldn't tell. You brat really do please me. No, boss, I just got passed by bicycle. Silence filled the walkie-talkie. For that instant, the convoy captain's brain short-circuited a little. What do you mean? Hyena, you bastard. You want to even spare a bicycle? You didn't sneak in from India and then pretend to be from Chengdu, did you? Truly crafty. The captain sank into thought. But Hyena had no time to answer him anymore. On the road, leading out of the town, thanks to the path Lu Meng and the mechanic miss had cleared on the way in, the scattered robots and aircraft had already been dismantled. The motorcycle could speed forward very freely now. But that wasn't what had shocked Hyena. Just now, in the zombie horde behind him, a massive explosion had suddenly gone off, and one entire area had been blasted into a vacuum zone. And that still wasn't the end of it. Right after the shockwave, a burly man pedaling a bicycle like mad, holding in his arms a woman whose back was all that could be seen, but whose figure alone was enough to be incredibly alluring, shot straight out of the zombie swarm. Then, within a few breaths, he overtook Hyena's motorcycle. Even more excessive. That kid didn't just overtake him. After passing him, he actually turned back and glanced at him. How should that look be described? Disdain? Indifference? Anger? And a bit of contempt, plus showing off. The emotions were a little too mixed. That was an extremely rude look. Even more outrageous, after that bastard looked at him. He turned back and kissed that stunningly beautiful woman, making her cheeks flush red instantly. Anyway, Hyena felt utterly humiliated. Why? He had worked so hard to build up this tense atmosphere, only for this dogman and dogwoman to shatter it completely. And, right at that moment, as if on purpose, some kind of shattering noise came from inside his motorcycle engine. Clatter, clatter. It actually sounded pretty nice. Listening carefully, Hyena revealed a look of sudden understanding. So that was it. The cylinder had blown. The cylinder had blown? Fuck, the cylinder blew. He looked at the bicycle ahead, beginning to widen the gap from him, then turned to look at the relentlessly pursuing zombie horde behind him, as well as his own ride with its blown engine. At that moment, under the powerful will to survive, his brain made what he believed to be the most correct judgment. Just like Lu Meng, he clearly knew one law as well. In an apocalyptic convoy, you can be not the fastest, but you absolutely cannot be the slowest. He had to steal that bicycle. Only by using that dogman and dogwoman as bait could he survive. Thinking that, evil rose in his courage and fury surged from his heart. He directly pulled a throwing knife from his waist, aimed at Lu Meng's broadback from afar, charged up, and hurled it. Unfortunately, every single one of his movements had been carried out right under the mechanic Miss S' nose. As mentioned before, she was straddling Lu Meng's waist, hugging him like an octopus, so when Lu Meng was behind Hyena, all he could see was Miss Mechanic's back. But now that they had overtaken him, Miss Mechanic's face, facing the opposite direction of Lu Meng's line of sight, could see the rear perfectly. The moment she saw that dumbass trying to pull something, Miss Mechanic's hands flicked, and 2 psionic pistols appeared directly in her grasp. She fired 2 shots at the back with 2 bangs. One shot hit the flying knife and knocked it down. The other hit the motorcycle's front wheel with perfect accuracy. Along with the sound of some object hitting the ground, a clatter of scattered parts followed, and the clash ended in an instant. Handled? Lu Meng used one hand to pull Miss Mechanic tighter into his arms, then asked. His original plan had been to kill that dumbass who lured the monsters over. But he hadn't expected Miss Mechanic to do it for him. Handled. Li Chima put away the psionic pistols and nodded while leaning against Lu Meng's chest. All right, then I'm speeding up. Hold tight. Lu Meng pushed hard with both legs. The bicycle, already moving at a terrifying speed, accelerated again and shot toward the town's exit like an arrow loosed from a bow. Behind him, Hyena and his motorcycle had long since been swallowed by the zombie horde. Their figures could no longer be seen. All that remained visible was the endless army of zombies. But if those zombies had brains, they'd probably be cursing that man on the bicycle at the top of their lungs. Can't catch him. Seriously can't catch him. Brothers, I turned into a zombie in the apocalypse survival game, but ran into a stat monster during the chase. And no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't catch up. Lu Meng said nothing to that. He just occasionally stole a kiss, then pedaled the bike like mad. No matter who saw that scene, they'd have to say one thing. Holy shit, that's insane. At the same time, at the town entrance filled with an ominous aura, which was also the exit Lu Meng and Li Qioma were aiming for, Zhang Chang and Wang Peng stood on opposite sides of the road. From time to time, the former muttered some incoherent words, seemingly communicating with his star god about something. Sometimes his brows were tightly furrowed, sometimes his expression relaxed. He looked exactly like a lunatic. Wang Peng stood quietly off to the side, with the ordinary survivors from the transport team behind him, all of them still visibly shaken. Even from some distance away, they could still hear part of the commotion from the zombie horde. Just from the trembling ground alone, it was obvious the scale was no small matter. They had received the captain's emergency order and retreated, so they had not suffered a large-scale zombie attack. Fortunately, the work was basically already finished. All the fuel that needed transporting had been moved back. Even if there had been more, they had nowhere to store it anyway. The operation could be considered a success. Captain, after a long while, Wang Peng slowly opened his mouth. He had already taken out his gauntlets, and it wasn't hard to tell he was planning to go in and support Lu Meng and the others. But Zhang Chang raised a hand and cut him off. With a deep gaze, he shook his head, then turned to look toward the side of the road, behind a huge rock. Friend, you've been watching for quite a while. Not coming out for a chat? Zhang Chang's voice was very calm, carrying an aura as if he could see through everything. Normally, once he said something like that, if the people hiding in the dark still refused to come out, that would be rather rude. They could even be treated as enemies. Someone lying in ambush. Wang Peng's expression turned serious. He immediately put on his gauntlets and followed Zhang Chang's gaze. Your Excellency is truly sharp. The people behind the rock did not keep Zhang Chang waiting long. Once they confirmed Zhang Chang wasn't just bluffing them, they came out openly. There were 3 of them in total. One skinny stick of a man, one pockmarked man with a lecherous face, and a leader who looked relatively normal. He first sized up Wang Peng, Zhang Chang, and the survivor porters, then revealed a meaningful smile. Then he raised a hand slightly and, with a smile on his face, signaled that he meant no harm. Friends, don't misunderstand. My brothers and I are only here to receive a companion. According to the route we set before, he'll come out from this side. That was decided early on. His intention was obvious. He was plainly telling Zhang Chang and Wang Peng, you are the outsiders here. But neither Zhang Chang nor Wang Peng let down their guard. They remained fully alert. The moment the other side made any move over the line, they would strike. The other side didn't care either. They just stood there, occasionally looking up toward the inside of the town. For a time, the atmosphere turned silent. Neither side said a word. This was the apocalypse. It was only bizarre creatures that were dangerous. Humans were too. It was somewhat ironic. After the apocalypse descended, all kinds of monsters and demons came crawling out. Instead of thinking about fighting the bizarre and surviving properly, while carrying those seemingly inspirational thoughts of just getting by and living one extra day, being one extra day earned, what they actually did was stuff that outraged both gods and men. Thinking about it, it was a little tragic. Fighting bizarre creatures was already terrifying enough. Yet you also had to guard against knives being shoved into your back. What a damned apocalypse. So silence was instead a kind of protection for themselves and their convoy. You could never imagine the abilities those sequence holders possessed. They were unfathomable, like gods and ghosts. If they wanted to scheme against you, there was no way to guard against everything. The more you said, the more mistakes you made. If you didn't give the other side a chance to talk. They wouldn't get the information they wanted from your mouth. Under that silent atmosphere, time seemed to pass especially slowly. But the macho man of the Liao Yuan convoy did not make his captain and companions wait too long. When a speeding bicycle appeared on the distant street inside the town, Wang Peng and Zhang Chong both let out a sigh of relief without realizing it. Especially Zhang Chong. The stone in his heart finally dropped, and the guilt he felt lessened somewhat. Though it wasn't a flaw in his plan, and it could even be said this operation had already been nearly perfect. An accident outside the plan had still happened, placing his own team members in danger. That was the captain's dereliction of duty. He should have realized it earlier. A town this large could never have been watched by only them. The plan should have been more thorough. If he had considered more possibilities, things could have been even more perfect. Shaking his head, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Whether it was Lu Meng or Li Qiumo, or Wang Peng and Lin Yao, if the Liao Yuan convoy lost any one of its sequence holders, it would be an enormous loss. Luckily, they were still fortunate this time. Star God bless us, old man, you actually did something decent for once. The people we were waiting for are back. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chong regained his calm and spoke lightly. In just a few breaths, Lu Meng, who had originally been far away, had already rushed out of the town while holding Miss Mechanic. Judging from his steady breathing, this level of cycling intensity was nothing to him at all. Inside, Zhang Chong stepped forward, wanting to say something, but Lu Meng waved a hand. After glancing at the few unfamiliar people nearby, he frowned and spoke. Captain, don't talk. Fall back first. Be ready to move out at any time. They had never encountered this kind of extra-dimensional wasteland before. No one knew whether the information Zhang Chong had gotten from the other convoys was true or false. What if they had been fed fake intel and got screwed over? Lu Meng was riding very fast, and the zombie horde still hadn't caught up yet. If the other side had given false information, and the zombies could rush out of the town, then right now was the most precious time to retreat. Understood. Zhang Chong instantly understood. He nodded and pulled out the walkie-talkie. Lin Yao, prepare the retreat formation. Await orders. Be ready to provide support at any time. After saying that, he gave Wang Peng a hand signal. Wang Peng understood immediately and directly led the ordinary survivors from the transport team in an orderly advance toward the convoy's position. TCH, what is there to panic about? If it really comes down to it, just toss the normal people back there to feed the zombies. Wouldn't that solve it? The skinny man among the three who had been watching from the side showed a look of disdain. He seemed like he still wanted to sneer a few more times. But their boss stopped him. That boss's gaze had been fixed on Lu Meng the whole time, full of scrutiny. After watching for quite a while, he signaled to the other sleazy-looking man. The sleazy man immediately understood and spoke up. Hey kid, seen our guy? He was riding a motorcycle. You should run into him. Oh, so he was one of yours. A cold light flashed through Lu Meng's eyes. He glanced at those idiots and spat out two words. Dead. Dead? The three of them froze, then frowned and wanted to ask more. The skinny man even showed a regretful expression. That was a motorcycle. At worst, the person on it could have been emergency rations. If he died that cleanly and left nothing behind, wasn't that a total waste? They wanted to keep questioning him. But the people from the Liao Yuan convoy gave them no chance. Lin Yao had already brought the convoy's vehicles over to provide support. Those who needed to got in, those who needed to stand guard stood guard. Everything was orderly. She had probably been using her sequence power to calm people down this whole time, which was why nothing had gone wrong. Damn, not giving us face? The sleazy man still wanted to say something, but the skinny man behind him suddenly let out a cry of alarm. Right after that, he didn't even care about his own boss anymore. His legs started moving on their own, and he turned around and began retreating. The convoy boss and the sleazy man, realizing something was wrong, also glanced behind them. And when they saw the densely packed zombie horde, they reacted exactly the same way as the skinny man. The ground began to tremble. An ominous aura churned and rose. As the zombie army drew near, it seemed that some terrifying thing was also slowly approaching. As time passed, countless zombies began pouring out from inside the town. The streets were not where they were gathering. They emerged from every part of the town, then rushed without hesitation from the nearest positions toward the edge of town. Closer, even closer, when the first incredibly swift zombie, howling with all its strength, slammed toward the outside world. An invisible barrier, like a magical ward, instantly blocked it. And what its action brought, aside from a dull thud, was only an extremely faint ripple on that barrier. But that was obviously only the beginning. To certain existences, some idiot-esque act of pulling aggro was no different from provoking their authority. When the first zombie failed, even larger groups of zombies began fiercely crashing into the barrier one after another. They wanted to smash open a crack with their own bodies, then rush out and destroy every living thing they could see. The terrifying oppressive force brought by that enormous zombie horde silenced every survivor who witnessed the scene. Fear filled their faces, despair was written across their expressions, and in their hearts they silently prayed for that barrier that blocked the way. It was the line of defense for life. It also seemed to be Mother Earth's final act of protection for these tiny native creatures in order to preserve civilization. She seemed unwilling to allow these creatures from dimensional rifts to appear, even if it meant exhausting all her strength. Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies charged forward without fear. Every impact sent another ripple through the barrier. A sorrowful emotion spread through the air. Even someone like Lu Meng, a transmigrator, felt a little moved. So this was probably the native planet's protective power? But how long could this protection last? When the time came, the strange creatures they would have to face would probably increase several-fold in both quality and quantity, and the environment for survival would only get worse and worse. She seemed to have already done her best, but it also seemed like there was nothing she could really do except delay the arrival of destruction. A protection mechanism? Then were sequence users also a kind of protection mechanism? Lu Meng didn't know. He also wasn't smart enough to analyze the true state of the entire apocalypse from just one corner of the world. He only knew that when the time came, his super wisdom would let him use super strength, and these precious protection mechanisms would buy him time to grow stronger. Brother Meng, what is that? On the pickup truck, the college girl Isiki suddenly cried out in alarm, interrupting Lu Meng's super wisdom. He followed her gaze, and his pupils instantly shrank. His line of sight slowly lifted toward the sky above the town. It was simple. A hill, no, a huge and absurdly massive figure, was slowly rising higher. The entire town began to shake violently, and a figure was rapidly rising upward. It wasn't growing bigger. It had always been that size. It just hadn't been visible before because it had been lying on the ground. No, or rather, it had been buried here all along. It had merely been awakened now. It broke through the Earth's restraint, revealing its outrageous body and slowly standing up. As it rose, people's gazes were forced upward as well. Then, that figure completely straightened, and with just a casual movement of its hand, the high-rises beside it were smashed to pieces on impact. Now it made sense. Everything made sense. A low-level mechanical civilization, even if it could use hot weapons, was still only a town in scale by the standards of mechanical civilizations. How could it possibly deal with something this outrageous? That thing had probably already gone beyond the category of zombies and evolved into an entirely new level. When it finally stood upright, people were able to see its full appearance. A bloated yet solid body, thick arms brimming with power, and a blood-filled, gaping mouth equipped with feeding mandibles. If he had to describe it, it looked almost exactly like a certain undead creature from a game Lu Meng had played before transmigrating. It was a pure war machine, a thorough destroyer that could keep moving as a zombie even after dying. Except this model was even bigger than the one in the game's lore. Fall back. Move farther back. Zhang Chang's voice snapped Lu Meng out of his shock. The college girl beside him hurriedly followed the convoy in retreat, and the people from the other convoy had long since vanished who knew where. Damn, brother, if you just said you were resting under this town. There's no way I would dared act so wild. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help swallowing. Just like he said, the zombie civilization capable of destroying a mechanical civilization really wasn't simple. This was basically the boss. He had no idea whether the dimensional barrier built by Mother Earth could stop this thing. If it failed, the consequences were almost too terrifying to imagine. Sure enough, not a single one of these extra-dimensional wastelands was simple. And who knew whether the convoy captain who gave Zhang Chang that information had just been insanely lucky or what to not run into the Goblin King. If they had, wouldn't everyone have gotten the full express package? Roar. A massive roar rang out, even from this far away. The terrifying sound made Lu Meng's head buzz the moment it reached his ears. Then he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. That giant zombie casually grabbed a high-rise from the ground, then threw it outside the town like it was tossing a toy. Rumble. Along with the violent crash, a shockwave even stronger than all the ripples caused by the earlier zombies swept outward. But then a reassuring scene appeared. Mother Earth seemed to still be exerting her power. some kind of rule-level restriction appeared, and that high rise in the air simply could not break through the barrier. It smashed apart in midair and fell to the ground in fragments. Roar! The giant zombie seemed furious when it saw that. It bent down and crouched, gathered strength for a moment, then slammed over like a mountain. Bang! Another even more violent ripple spread outward. Lu Meng even saw that half of the zombie's arm had already pierced through the barrier, but in the next moment, Mother Earth exerted her power. The barrier instantly solidified, and a recoil force even more terrifying than the giant zombie appeared on it, directly bouncing the giant zombie's body back and slamming it heavily onto the ground. Oh, people's eyes were filled with excitement, ignoring the terrifying tremors. They all cheered. It blocked it. Mother Earth is badass. But before they could celebrate for long, the giant zombie stood up again. This time, it had completely gone mad. It charged over, raised both fists, and began brutally venting its rage against the barrier. Wave after wave of violent ripples spread out, and the sight was so terrifying it made people's hearts pound. Don't panic. Xing Shen told me it's not time yet. It can't come out. Zhang Chang's voice steadied everyone's emotions, and the fact were pretty much just as he said. After the zombie vented for a while, it gave up on attacking. It just didn't return underground into the town. After calming down, it simply stood there inside the town with its zombie horde, staring fixedly at the survivors in the convoy. But even just standing there, the giant zombie's sense of oppression was still astonishing, making people feel like they didn't even dare look at it directly. Damn, so this is the real left fist deals massive damage. Right fist deals high damage. Lu Meng's eyes were shining. A tough guy's train of thought was always a little different from everyone else's. At this moment, while everyone else was feeling relieved, what he was thinking was that one day he also wanted to be as badass as the zombie in there. Thinking back on the charge-up motions behind the giant zombie's furious double fist assault, Lu Meng licked his lips and let out a weird chuckle. Damn, I gotta learn that move. Those two punches just now were stylish as hell. As the giant zombie gave up on attacking, the entire zombie town quieted down as well. The Liao Yuan convoy rested in place. Since the zombies weren't continuing their attack, there was no need to hurry off. This place was rather special. Ordinary bizarre creatures really didn't dare come close, so using it as a temporary camp wasn't much of a problem. Zhang Chang had already selected the people for the night watch, and everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. But in Lu Meng's mind, he was still replaying those few punches from the giant zombie just now. He always felt there was some kind of trick to it. It wasn't pure brute force, but brute force mixed with some sort of technique. The exact effect was unclear, but just from the results those few hits from the zombie had produced, he knew it wasn't that simple. He really had to train this, especially after Lu Meng had already gotten a taste of the benefits of the ability called blade technique from the self-discipline sequence. He was even more determined to make deep use of this power and forge himself into a well-rounded warrior. Brother Meng, the captain wants you over for a meeting. Li Siki had just gone to help Lu Meng bring back supplies. When she saw Lu Meng leaning against the pickup, gesturing with both hands, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. What was going on with Brother Meng? Did that monster scare him? He absolutely couldn't be crushed by this. Brother Meng was her support. She was different from the kind of person who casually switched to a stronger backer. Deep in her heart, she held on to the kind of thinking where once she chose someone, she stayed with him to the end. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until now to find Lu Meng. In the little girl's head, there were still some traces of that pre-apocalypse romantic brain rot. Thinking about building a romantic legend in the apocalypse with Lu Meng. Usually, once a girl like this reached this step, she would also become very reliable. She would think from Lu Meng's perspective and consider his interest from his point of view. So what she was thinking now was that tonight, she definitely had to properly comfort Brother Meng's wounded emotions and help him regain his confidence. Even though Brother Meng was already very fierce, she still had to praise Lu Meng desperately and let him enjoy that sense of conquest. All right, I'll head over now. Lu Meng wasn't that delicate in thought. He didn't understand what girls were thinking inside, and he had no idea that his behavior of studying the zombie's moves would be misunderstood. But what's the big problem? Anyway, the one enjoying things would still be Little Meng. Just go with the flow. The convoy was currently resting and refueling. Naturally, sequence users didn't need to do that kind of work. It was enough to have trusted subordinates keep an eye on it. So by the time Lu Meng found Zhang Chang, the few sequence users were already all there, and everyone was waiting for him. As soon as Lu Meng sat in his seat, before he could speak, Miss Mechanic had already come into his arms. Then she raised a finger to Lu Meng's lips and shook her head, then pointed at the ground. There were several lines of words written there in the dirt with a branch. Lu Meng wasn't some apocalypse newbie either, and he immediately understood what the brothers were thinking. This was to guard against the sensory-type sequence user in that other convoy. Even if they didn't know whether it would be effective, being careful was never a mistake. You're here? Have you thought about what to eat today? Zhang Chang asked with a cheerful smile, saying the most ordinary and useless words, while under his feet was the clearest and most concise intelligence. The captain of that convoy contacted me just now. They're camped on the other side. There are a total of over 20 people. The number of sequence users is unknown. They want to exchange some information with us. Not much appetite. I'll just eat whatever. That thing in there scared me already. Wang Peng picked up the thread and casually replied. This kind of conversation was a bit deliberate. After all, a bunch of people gathering together to bullshit about food and drink looked abnormal no matter how you saw it. This was the apocalypse, after all. But deliberate as it was, it worked. They only needed to make sure that anyone who might be monitoring them wouldn't know what they were actually talking about. Enemies. Pure evil. Lin Yao silently picked up the branch and wrote a few words on the ground. In an instant, everyone's expressions changed. As the only one in the team who could detect the mind, Lin Yao could judge the quality of the other party from the essence of their soul. As long as the other party's sequence rank wasn't higher than hers, she could use this power reliably. I saw it on those 3 people just now. Lin Yao added another line and casually looked toward Li Qiuma. Congrats, sister. I'm so jealous you found where you belong. These two were freaking cuddled up together. Anyone who wasn't blind knew what was going on. These dogman and dogwoman really were shamelessly showing off their affection everywhere. And Li Qiuma, wasn't this little lady in a mechanic sequence? Wasn't she supposed to have her emotions gradually transformed, gradually become weak flesh, and ascend through machinery? So why was she still indulging in desire? You're not being honest here. But they have information we can't refuse. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chang continued writing on the ground. Abyss Weird Realm. The moment those 4 big words were written, everyone except Lu Meng held their breath, and a trace of burning excitement appeared in their eyes. The scene made Lu Meng itch all over with curiosity, and he quickly snatched the branch from Li Qiuma's hand and started writing. What is that? Zhang Chang put down several dots on the ground and looked at Lu Meng with eyes full of confusion. You don't know? Then how are you this strong? I feel like you're almost level 2 already. That shouldn't be a false impression, right? I thought you'd obtained sequence essence before, which is why you were this strong. Lu Meng remained silent. He really was strong. After the self-discipline sequence was upgraded, it had become a little unreasonable. But Abyss Weird Realm, sequence essence, and things like that, he really didn't know about them because he never stayed with a proper convoy before. Then maybe it's another gift from Mother Earth. Zhang Chang patiently began explaining, while also casually chatting nonsense out loud. So when are you 2 getting married? And that college girl too? You can't just play around and dump her. I know that little girl. It wasn't easy for her to make up her mind. And she is following you with all her heart. Treat her better. Damn, do I look like that kind of person? The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched as he looked at what Zhang Chang had written behind him. Abyssal Weird Realm. It is an extremely peculiar region that can appear anywhere. You can think of it as a randomly appearing instance. As long as you meet its requirements and clear it, you can obtain rewards. Those rewards include, but are not limited to, sequence essence that can enhance sequence power, as well as other miraculous items. So that was it. Lu Meng suddenly understood. He had been saying it all along. There was no way sequence users could rely entirely on their own cultivation to advance. Otherwise, how the hell could they ever catch up to the strength of the weird creatures? Sooner or later, humanity would be completely wiped out. But the existence of the Abyssal Weird Realm made everything make sense. Sequence users could grow by relying on certain items. No wonder Zhang Chang had called it a gift from Mother Earth. They have information about an Abyssal Weird Realm in their hands. They want to use that intelligence as a bargaining chip to trade with us for supplies and other information. My opinion is that we should make contact with them first and let Lin Yao see whether what they're saying is true. Holy shit, Lin Yao's sequence ability could even detect lies? Lu Meng's opinion of Lin Yao rose another notch. Before, he had only thought her sequence ability was awesome and practical. But now, it seemed even more awesome than he had imagined. What do you all think? By the end, Zhang Chang began seeking the opinions of the team's decision-making core. Although he was tempted by the Abyssal Weird Realm and wanted to go take a look, he still had to consider public opinion. He was a qualified captain. The sequence users looked at each other, then all nodded. It wasn't that they absolutely had to investigate the Abyssal Weird Realm. But there was no harm in making contact with the other side first. They were just checking the situation. There shouldn't be any problem. The situation of the other party's sequence users was still unclear. It was a bit risky, sure, but in the apocalypse, what wasn't risky? At worst, they just had to make a few more preparations. The Liao Yuan convoy was powerful, so they weren't afraid of the other side either. And if things broke down and a conflict broke out then, who gave a damn? They just fight. Afternoons in the apocalypse always gave people a drowsy, hazy feeling. That lazy afternoon atmosphere from before the apocalypse had long since vanished. Once the sun completely set, the ominous aura in the air would keep everyone's nerves taut at all times. The danger everywhere constantly reminded people that the world had already changed completely. After eating a simple meal, the group gathered once more and headed for the agreed meeting place. This time, all the sequence users from the Liao Yuan convoy were mobilized. Convoy Captain Zhang Chong of the Stargazer sequence was the guide of the entire convoy. He walked at the very front, serving as the main negotiator for this meeting. Wang Peng of the fighter sequence and Lu Meng were the absolute main force of the convoy. They followed behind him, one on the left and one on the right, lagging a single step behind. Lin Yao and Li Qiuma followed at the rear, keeping pace closely with the team as they advanced. A total of 5 sequence users. This was a powerful force that absolutely could not be ignored. Lu Meng believed that among the many convoys in the apocalypse, the Liao Yuan convoy definitely counted as a solid mid-tier force. If they developed a little more, catching up to the first tier and even surpassing it wasn't impossible. After all, their team had a cheat like him. At that moment, they stepped onto the highway and looked ahead. Their group of people was slowly approaching. Besides the 3 people they had seen during the day, there was one more unfamiliar figure. He was of average build, wore a hood that hid his face, and gave off a mysterious, unfathomable feeling. Stop. When the other Party S group stepped to a position 10 meters in front of a Liao Yuan convoy, Zhang Chong calmly raised a hand and stopped them from approaching any further. You're as cautious as ever, sir. The leader of the other side didn't mind. After stopping, he revealed a friendly smile. However, the 2 protectors at his left and right curled their lips in disdain. That lanky man even muttered something under his breath, something about how only the weak were this timid, while true strong people feared no threat or challenge, and so on. The Triuni energy was off the charts. After a pause, seeing that Zhang Chong still remained silent, the leader of the other side finally couldn't hold back and spoke first. Right, I almost forgot. I haven't introduced myself yet. He scratched his head first, then pointed his thumb at himself. Captain of the Fuyun convoy, Zhao Long. After saying that, he pointed at the lanky man and the sleazy-looking man. Mahou, Bunfink. Finally, he looked toward the hooded man beside him, who was still maintaining an air of mystery. As for him, he's not important. He's just one of my proud creations. I've always called him Big Dummy. Proud creation? Lu Meng narrowed his eyes. No wonder he had kept feeling that hooded thing was somehow off. When surging vitality reached level 2, he had developed an extremely sharp instinct toward living beings with chi and blood. He could even analyze, through the strength of the other party's chi and blood, how much of a threat they posed to him. This skill, self-discipline solidification, was absurdly powerful. He even suspected that if it became a little stronger, he might be able to manipulate other people's chi and blood from a distance. If it really reached that step, then with just a single glance, he could probably kill someone. But now that Zhao Long had said this, it confirmed the thought in his heart. That mysterious hooded man probably wasn't any kind of proper living being. Yehua convoy, Lu Huaqiang. Just as Lu Meng's thoughts were running wild, Zhang Chong also spoke. And upon hearing his self-introduction, Lu Meng almost failed to hold back his laughter. This guy was seriously shrewd. His self-introduction was only 7 characters total, and of those, only the convoy name and the Chong in his name were real. Everything else was fake. Cautious to this extent, it was no wonder Zhang Chong could be the captain. And aside from himself, he clearly had no intention of introducing Lu Meng and the others either. While the people from Fuyun convoy were still processing the name Lu Huaqiang, he spoke again. Let us talk business. We want to know about the abyssal weird realm. Without wasting time on introductions, Zhang Chong chose to go straight to the point. As he spoke, he made a hand signal toward Lin Yao behind him. You really are impatient, but I truly wasn't lying. Zhao Long spread his hands helplessly. Don't worry, I really do have relevant information. The reason I came looking for you this time is also because our convoy's current situation isn't enough to support us exploring that abyssal weird realm alone. My idea is that our 2 convoys can work together. When we obtain the spoils, we only want 30%. After a pause, he revealed a friendly smile. After all, our convoy is weaker than yours. The help we can provide during the exploration of the abyssal weird realm will be limited. It's only right that you take the larger share, especially since you have 5 sequence users. Of course, if you think that is still too much, then at worst we can just take 20%. We can discuss it depending on the situation when the time comes. Anyway, it's a mutually beneficial cooperation. We can build trust little by little. After all, with our convoy as strength alone, it's impossible for us to succeed in exploring it. So we don't mind taking a smaller share. Those words, his attitude was sincere, his tone humble, and the terms reasonable. No matter how one looked at it, there was nothing to criticize. Even Lu Meng had to admit that the other side's sincerity seemed completely maxed out. But he glanced to the side. Lin Yao had already opened her eyes again, and the look of disgust on her face flashed by. After thinking for a moment, she raised one finger on her left hand, making the number 1. Her right hand also raised one finger, another 1. But then the number on her left hand began to change from 2 onward, until in the end, every number indicated on the right hand was 2. This was the simplest communication gesture they had set up before coming. Even with Lu Meng's super intelligence, he could understand it. The number on the left hand represented which sentence of the other party's speech it was. The one on the right hand meant truth, while 2 meant deception. So, following the order of Zhao Long's words, the result was already obvious. Damn it, other than the first sentence. Everything that kid spat out was just bullshit made up to fool people. Lu Meng cursed inwardly, then looked up at Zhang Chong, who was going back and forth with Zhao Long over terms and bargaining in a pretty convincing way. He couldn't help but let out a macho sigh. He only felt that these convoy captains really had too many tricks up their sleeves. Ordinary people really couldn't do this job. Oof. Just as Lu Meng's thoughts were running wild, he suddenly heard the mechanic lady snort coldly. At first, he thought the mechanic lady was jealous because she saw him looking at Lin Yao. He turned his head over, about to comfort her, only to find that her expression was very wrong. She had even taken out her psionic pistol and was gripping it tightly, as if she might snap at any moment. Lu Meng's expression froze instantly. Then he followed the mechanic lady's gaze, and the next moment, anger surged in his heart. There was no other reason. That sleazy man they had seen during the day was now staring from afar at Lin Yao and Li Qiuma. His eyes were filled with those nauseating thoughts and emotions. Any girl who saw that kind of lecherous gaze would react the same way Li Qiuma did. Lu Meng took a deep breath and clenched his fist. His other hand had already reached for Masho's glory, and he looked at that sleazy man with the gaze of someone looking at a dead man. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure made the sleazy man, named Pan Feng's hair, stand on end. Cold sweat seeped out from his back at once, and with terror filling his eyes, he stumbled back 2 steps. But even so, Lu Meng still wanted to explode and beat him up. However, at this critical moment, Lin Yao grabbed his arm and shook her head. She wanted Lu Meng to endure it for now. After all, they still needed to get more information out of that side. But was Lu Meng the kind of person who would hold back? Definitely not. Just look at the blade in his hand. It was called Masho's glory. Could he let Masho's glory be disgraced? Of course not. Especially when that brat saw Lu Meng being held back and instantly revealed an expression like, "So that's all you are." Then he even fucking stuck his tongue out at Lu Meng. This time, it looked like he had even changed the target of his fantasy and aimed it directly at Lu Meng himself. Damn it, seeing him red-faced and thick-necked, sticking out his tongue while thrusting his hips forward, Lu Meng really couldn't hold it in anymore. The fuck you swing both ways too? Well damn, just damn. He yanked his arm free from Lin Yao's grip, pushed off hard with his feet, and in the next second, his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The 10-meter sprint was over in the blink of an eye. Pan Feng only felt his vision blur. The man he had just been thrusting his hips at had actually appeared right in front of him. A fist the size of a sandbag came smashing over with terrifying force. What the fuck are you looking at? Bang! As Pan Feng's body was blasted over a dozen meters away, the atmosphere on the field changed with it. Zhang Chong, who had just been haggling with Zhao Long over resource distribution, instantly shut up. At the same time, he retreated several steps and pulled the fighter Wang Peng in front of him. And Wang Peng was clearly used to the captain's caution. Without a word, he took out his gauntlets and put them on, then stepped forward a few paces and stood on guard. If anyone on the other side tried to make things difficult for Lu Meng, he would immediately rush up to help share the pressure. The mechanic lady had already been holding herself back for quite a while. Seeing her man charging forward without hesitation, she naturally refused to be outdone. She raised her psionic pistol high and aimed it at Zhao Long's and Ma Hu's heads. If either of them made a move, she would pull the trigger immediately. Lin Yao also seized the chance to report what had just happened to Zhang Chong. At the same time, she spread out a mental barrier in case the other side had some method that could affect the soul. Everyone did their own job, and their combat discipline was terrifyingly high. In the distance, Zhao Long narrowed his eyes and quickly analyzed the situation in front of him, engraving all of Lu Meng's group's circumstances into his mind. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even for him, dealing with the convoy in front of him and taking everything they had in one go would not be an easy matter. Having his subordinate make an offensive move as a provocation. Wasn't that also a kind of test? But Lu Meng obviously didn't care about so many twists and turns. He only knew that man had offended him, and that meant he had to answer it. He was good with words, and he definitely didn't know how to talk people down. He only knew how to use his fists to tell his own truth. The tension on the field was explosive, but it had no real effect on him. The moment Pan Feng's body was sent flying, Lu Meng had already closed in and chased after him. He grabbed Pan Feng by the ankle and lifted him into the air. His tall, sturdy build gave him a huge advantage. He swung Pan Feng around and smashed him against the ground again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Several loud crashes rang out, along with the sound of bones breaking and blood splattering everywhere. After just a few moves, that brat was obviously breathing out more than he was breathing in. And by this point, Zhao Long was no longer silent. He turned his head, took a deep breath, and looked at Lu Meng, who wanted to kill the man to silence him. "Friend, that's enough, isn't it?" He has already paid the price for what he did. With that one sentence, he had already exposed that he knew about Pan Feng's earlier provocation toward Lu Meng, but had not stopped it. Lu Meng wasn't stupid, and he understood what that meant. So he looked at the other man with an expression that said, "Then you deserve to die too." There are many ways to test people, but what Lu Meng hated most was when people used the women around him as part of the plan. So he usually chose to strangle that kind of thing in the cradle, so he wouldn't get disgusted by it later. All right, 91. 91 points. That should do, right? I'm willing to pay the price for his actions. Seeing that Lu Meng said nothing, Zhao Long shrugged and put forward his offer, showing his sincerity in making amends. Seeing that it was about enough, Zhang Chong also waved at Lu Meng from over there. "Come back, Shanji. Give me some face." The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. Shanye? So this guy really knew how to improvise on the spot. He had just casually locked in Lu Meng's fake name like that. You know, his name is Shanji, G as in chicken. Personality-wise, he's the lustful type. When it comes to his women, he gets narrow-minded, so you should be able to understand what he did, right? Zhang Chong also spread his hands at Zhao Long and very kindly explained Lu Meng's earlier actions. He even looked a little frustrated on his behalf, as if Pan Feng had been beaten half to death only because he had crossed Lu Meng's taboo. Haha, understood. A beauty makes a man rage, right? Zhao Long's mouth twitched. Cold light hid in the depths of his eyes, but he still kept a smile on his face. Now that both convoy captains had spoken, Lu Meng went along with it and tossed Pan Feng aside. He really did have to give the captain face. After all, they were outside, so he had to take more things into consideration. But face could be given. The man still had to die, especially since he had already made a move. Once that happened, he couldn't leave future trouble behind. Damn it, just wait till tonight. When the time comes, I'll chop you up, mince you to pieces, and feed you to the dogs. Before that, I'll collect a little interest first. Just when everyone thought the conflict was already over, a flash of blade light swept past. Along with a shrill scream, Pan Feng was directly unmanned by Lu Meng in that instant. Everyone was stunned dumb, staring at Lu Meng in shock. Lu Meng only blinked innocently. I didn't make a move. The knife did. Is there a problem with that? Of course not, right? Zhao Long was silent for a moment. He withdrew his gaze from Lu Meng, then turned to Zhang Chong. Looks like there's no way to keep talking today. Shall we continue tomorrow? This time, his tone had changed slightly. Before, when Lu Meng made a move, it was because his subordinate had provoked him. There was a reason for the attack. His subordinate had it coming. But this time, Lu Meng used a blade after he had already spoken up and said Lu Meng had gone too far. That was a real, undeniable refusal to give him face. It made him, a man who had always played petty king in his convoy and whose word was law, extremely furious. But for the sake of his later plans, he still had no choice but to negotiate with the other side calmly. This feeling was suffocating. Damn it, just you all wait. Your time to cry will come. Of course, the Yehua convoy had already felt the sincerity of the Fuyin convoy. Zhang Chong's expression didn't change. He still had that smile on his face. The brief probing and exchange ended in a clash. Both sides withdrew one after another, and Lu Meng's group tacitly returned to the campsite where they had held their meeting before. Well done. Zhang Chong picked up a tree branch. While smiling and nodding at Lu Meng, he wrote 4 words on the ground, leaving Lu Meng completely baffled. What did that mean? What did he mean by well done? The Fuyin convoy has a problem. A big problem. This was written by Lin Yao. On the way back, she had already given Zhang Chong a detailed account of the situation. What parts of the other side's words could be trusted, what parts were complete lies, every little detail. All handed over to Zhang Chong for analysis. Not only is there a problem, but whatever they're after is huge. Zhang Chong narrowed his eyes and kept writing. Mengnan and I each played different roles, one the good cop and one the bad cop. Mengnan's behavior hit hard enough to crush morale, but they still endured it. On top of that, they showed far too much sincerity when it came to exploring the abyssal weird realm, so much that it felt fake. It was obvious they were trying too hard. When someone gives up too much profit, it only makes others think they have a guilty conscience. There's definitely a trap here. I don't believe they willingly hand over 90% of spoils, and I believe their kindness even less. Lin Yao has already given us the answer on that point. We just still don't know what exactly they want. Yeah, what exactly do they want? Everyone frowned deeply. In short, I don't think they honestly share information about the abyssal weird realm with us, and their attitude is obviously hostile. Wang Peng gave the summary. Got it. So we need more information. For now, let us leave it at that. Once we get back, Peng Zi, make the arrangements. We must strengthen our guard. We sequence users also need to take turns on night watch. We can't give them even the slightest chance. After settling their next course of action, Zhang Chong dismissed the meeting. Everyone went off to their own tasks, while he looked at Lu Meng's departing back with a thoughtful expression, then let out a helpless sigh. That brute. Back at the meeting, Lu Meng hadn't said a single word, but Zhang Chong's star god had told him that tonight's sky carried the smell of blood. At that moment, He had already known what was going to happen, and the truth was pretty much what Zhang Chang had guessed. After returning to his own camp, Lu Meng told the college girl not to disturb him for now, then went to a secluded spot. Tonight, he had decided to do something big. If he didn't do this big thing, his thoughts wouldn't settle. But before doing something big, Lu Meng needed to make some preparations. He never minded using his strongest state to measure an opponent. That was responsibility toward himself, and also the greatest respect he could give his enemy. So, the time had come. A sharp light flashed in Lu Meng's eyes. System, claim my cleaner mission reward. Ding. Reward for the special mission, self-discipline cleaner, successfully claimed. Current reward pool reset to 0. Ding. Scanning. Current level of the self-discipliner is LV1. Analyzing your combat environment, self-discipline style, and enemy quality. Distributing rewards. Ding. Your strength is 3, spirit is 4, constitution is 4. You have additionally obtained 8 free attribute points and 3,000 self-discipline points. A refreshing sensation washed over him. A warm current surged into every limb and every part of Lu Meng's body. Unlike the previous few times his attributes had increased, this time, after the warm current flowed through his whole body, it ultimately transformed into a cool sensation that poured into his mind, making his thoughts instantly clear. Ding. Detected that your spirit attribute has broken through 10 points. Please choose a trait for solidification as soon as possible. It was pretty much what Lu Meng had guessed. This time, the cleaner reward distribution had still taken into account the complex and varied combat environment, along with his self-discipline performance. On top of that, his own sequence level had also been one of the judging standards. This only further proved that Lu Meng's decision to wait until all his attributes were on the verge of breaking through the LV2 threshold before claiming the cleaner reward had been the right one. If he had claimed it at LV2, the attribute points and self-discipline points definitely wouldn't have been as generous as they were now. Before he even had time to feel the changes in his body, the pleasant system notification sounded again. Ding. Detected that your various basic attributes have broken through 11 points. Your self-discipliner sequence has completed sublimation. Your level has risen to LV2. Ding. Congratulations on raising your self-discipline level. Your various foundational sequence abilities have received a slight increase. Ding. Your sequence level has reached LV2. You have unlocked a new sequence ability. Ding. Congratulations. You have mastered sequence linkage. Suddenly, a force of sublimation, a sensation of gradually becoming transcendent, as if he had completed a metamorphosis, exploded from within Lu Meng's body. Lu Meng still had his eyes closed, but it was as if he could sense everything. The noise within the camp, the hidden eyes watching in the dark, the blood moon that was about to rise. It all felt under control. The surging power gave him the illusion that he was pretty damn amazing, but fortunately, the feeling of this transcendent evolution came fast and left fast. It didn't take long before Lu Meng recognized reality again. And the reality was that even though he had now evolved into an LV2 old monster of the sequence, and from now on could call LV1 sequence mighty figures ants to their faces, when facing a truly transcendent LV3 old ancestor of the sequence, he still needed to respond with caution. In summary, he still couldn't get cocky. He still had to stay disciplined. And the bicycle definitely couldn't stop either. Clenching one fist, Lu Meng let out a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the explosive power inside his body, he happily opened his sequence panel. Sequence, self-discipliner, under continuous forced evolution. Sequence holder, Lu Meng. Sequence level, 2. Strength, 14. Spirit, 13. Constitution, 17. Free attribute points, 8. Self-discipline points, 3,100. Solidified skills, amazing endurance LV1, steel sinews and iron bones LV1. Surging Chi and Blood LV2. Blade Technique LV1. Sequence Ability 1. You can complete daily sequence missions to obtain attribute points and self-discipline points. At present, you may solidify 1 self-discipline mission. Raising your sequence level can increase the number of solidified missions. Sequence Ability 2. Of all things in the world, only effort must never be betrayed. You witness your own growth through sweat, and a self-discipliner's efforts will always be rewarded. Sequence Ability 3. A self-discipliner's will cannot be shaken. Your persistent faith will surely let you press forward without hesitation. The longer a self-discipliner's unwavering self-discipline continues, the stronger the sequence abilities become. Sequence Ability 4. All of a self-discipliner's acts of self-discipline are connected by countless subtle threads in the dark. Once the self-discipliner finds the pattern, the effects of self-discipline will greatly increase. The same applies to the self-discipliner's solidified skills. Sequence Ability 5. Seal. Sequence. A massive harvest. Lu Meng didn't rush to spend his free attribute points. Instead, he carefully pondered and felt the changes in his body. First, his level had broken through to LV2, the effects of his sequence abilities had been enhanced, and he had also obtained a new sequence power. Linkage? Did that mean that from now on, whether he was independently developing self-discipline training or choosing traits to solidify, he couldn't just do whatever he wanted anymore? Skills could be linked together, and after linking, they would undergo a qualitative change? Lu Meng stroked his chin. He began activating his super wisdom, looked over his various skill traits, and then found the anchor point. Steel bones and astonishing endurance seemed to have some connection, but the linked effect seemed pretty limited. Shaking his head, Lu Meng didn't dwell on it. To put it bluntly, he only had a few skills right now. If he wanted synergy, he first needed to stack up a number of them. No rush for now. Next came the stat allocation. This time, he had slaughtered his way through Zombie Town, and the rewards from the cleaner mission had been reliably generous as always. All his basic attributes had gone up, plus 8 free attribute points and 3,000 self-discipline points. Without a doubt, it was a huge harvest. It was also more or less in line with what he had expected. Previously, in the Eerie Village, he had killed one first-tier Eerie creature and more than a dozen ordinary Eerie beings, and that had only given him 1 point to all attributes and 2 free attribute points. But this time, the 3 zombies he had dealt with were obviously much stronger, and he had also killed plenty of ordinary zombies, so getting these rewards was perfectly reasonable. He glanced at his basic attributes. Strength was 14, Spirit was 13, and Constitution had reached a terrifying 17 points. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Meng had an idea. What did he need right now? Skill traits. He was only 3 points away from pushing Constitution to 20. No need to hesitate. He dumped the points straight in. Constitution 17 to 20. Ding. Detected that the self-disciplined 1's Constitution has reached 20. Please select a skill trait for fixation as soon as possible. Lu Meng ignored the prompt. There was no rush in picking a trait. He could choose it together with the Spirit attribute trait in a bit. He still had 5 free attribute points left. Lu Meng looked at Strength and Spirit, then without another word shoved all of them straight into Strength. His super intelligence told him it was time to use super strength. Strength 14 to 19. This was the result of careful consideration. He only needed to get 1 more free attribute point, and he would be able to unlock a new strength trait choice again. That said, he had no intention of going too lopsided with his build. After unlocking the trait, he would raise Spirit as well. What a joke. With a cheat on him, of course he had to develop evenly. Strength, Constitution, and Spirit all had to be trained, and all 3 had to be solid. This all-in move was only because putting in the points right now would immediately unlock a new trait selection, maximizing his profits. With the attributes done, next came skills. Lu Meng looked at the cost, rubbed his chin, and fell into thought. A level 1 skill cost 1,000 self-discipline points, but at second tier, the cost doubled to 2,000, while he only had 3,100 self-discipline points total. After thinking it over a bit, Lu Meng made up his mind. Chi and blood like a rainbow was his foundation when facing eerie creatures. The higher he could raise it, the better. 2,000 self-discipline points. Chi and blood like a rainbow LV2 to LV3. 1,000 self-discipline points. Steel bones LV1 to LV2. Tough, hard-hitting, and perfectly in line with how Lu Meng saw himself. He left himself 100 self-discipline points. Later, he'd have Miss Mechanic help modify his pickup truck a bit, then upgrade it with self-discipline points. Perfect. Last step, choosing trait skills. Lu Meng took a deep breath and looked toward the new traits. Both Constitution and Spirit had broken their limits, giving him a total of 6 traits to choose from. Spirit Attribute, Spiritual Roar, Soul Totem, Split Mutate, and then Gaze into the Darkness. Lu Meng fell silent. That thing again, same type as aberrant flesh, full of incomprehensible nonsense. So system, when the hell are you going to clean this crap out? Another damn wasted option. After sensing it a little, Lu Meng understood. Spiritual Roar was probably some kind of control skill aimed at the mental side of things. In actual combat, it would likely be extremely useful, but he still chose Soul Totem without the slightest hesitation. There was no other reason. The moment a cool sensation appeared in his mind, and a jade pillar that seemed to support the heavens rose within it. Lu Meng's entire aura changed. As long as Soul Totem continued to exist, Lu Meng would not be affected by any eerie creature. The more soul power he poured into it, the stronger its output, and the more it could ignore tier-based effects, until it could completely nullify negative effects. And if he wanted, he could consume mental power to unfold a totem domain, creating a pure land completely free from eerie corruption. In an eerie apocalypse, what was the scariest thing? Obviously, those unseeable eerie creatures. Their methods were unpredictable, and sometimes you wouldn't even know how you died. But with Soul Totem, Lu Meng could charge forward boldly and without fear. Freaking awesome. Lu Meng gave a thumbs up. This trait was absurdly strong. Then he looked at the skill traits for Constitution, breaking the limit at 20. Vitality field, highly active, hot-blooded, 3 traits. One of them was an old friend, highly active. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then looked at the other 2. Vitality field seemed to fit very well with soul totem. It looked like they might have some linked effect, one targeting the soul, the other targeting the body. As for hot-blooded, it was about opening the body's limits and entering a certain state. It had a duration, and while active it would grant him various buffs. What to do? He wanted them both. Lu Meng clicked his tongue, but from the way highly active had appeared again, it seemed trait skills did not vanish forever after appearing once. The same entries could show up again later. Then those things like aberrant flesh. Lu Meng frowned. In the future, was there a chance he'd end up with no choice and be forced to pick those creepy-looking traits? Shaking his head, he didn't want to waste brain power on that problem. At worst, he just wouldn't choose them. He had no interest in getting polluted by some Cthulhu-style existence. After thinking for a while, in the end, Lu Meng chose the hot-blooded trait. No other reason. This thing had synergy with chi and blood like a rainbow. And even more importantly, it was exactly the kind of burst skill he lacked, making up for his weakness in finishing moves. After feeling out the effects of the trait, he nodded repeatedly in satisfaction. In the hot-blooded state, the effect of chi and blood like a rainbow could, as expected, be amplified. And during its duration, he could make the hot blood inside his body surge and steam, resisting the aftereffects caused by injuries inflicted by eerie creatures. That included but was not limited to toxins, energy, and assimilation effects. This counted as pulling gold, right? Lu Meng smiled faintly and stood up. Now he lacked nothing, feeling the surging power inside his body. Lu Meng really wanted to let out a roar on the spot and enjoy himself for a moment. But after looking from afar at the gigantic zombie towering within Zombie Town, he gave a dry cough and gave up the idea. The road of the extraordinary was long and arduous. This was only LV2 old monster territory. He absolutely couldn't act arrogant in front of some zombie ancestor of unknown level. What if that thing got pissed seeing an ant showing off in front of it? Who? Preparations were complete. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng's expression returned to calm, and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. When he did things, he never left future trouble for himself. He had already made a move this afternoon. Out of consideration for Zhang Chang's face, he had not erupted on the spot, so he hadn't attacked directly. Of course, it was also because the other side hadn't revealed any information about their sequence, and he didn't know what backup plan Zhao Long and the others had, so it wasn't suitable to rashly risk his life. That was why he had given up on acting then and there. But now, Lu Meng clenched his fist. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme or trick would seem powerless. Judging from how Zhao Long and the others behaved, there was no way they were sequence users at level 2. And even if they were level 2, Lu Meng still wouldn't be afraid. Boiling blood, surging vitality, soul totem, those gave him enough confidence. When facing low-level sequence users, he no longer needed to keep probing and testing over and over before making a move after figuring out all their cards. Besides, based on the intelligence gathered after another round of meetings following the negotiations, the other side had never intended to cooperate or communicate with them properly. Sooner or later, they were bound to clash, and it was obvious the other side was brewing some kind of plot against the Liao Yuan convoy. Strike first and gain the advantage. Strike late and suffer. Lu Meng had never been the kind of person who passively waited to react. He liked taking control of everything himself. He raised his head and looked at the night sky. The blood moon hung high above. It was the perfect night for killing and mayhem. After soothing the university girl and telling her to rest first, Lu Meng changed into black clothes, picked up Glory of the Fierce Man, and slipped out of camp under the cover of night. Boss, save me. Inside Zhao Long's tent at the Fuyun convoy's encampment. All the sequence users from their convoy were gathered there. The hooded man who had been called a masterpiece during the day was still standing behind Zhao Long, like a loyal guard carrying out his duty. The skinny man, Ma Hu, sat below him, smacking his lips as he stared at Pan Feng lying on the ground groaning. His face carried both schadenfreude and a hint of regret. How come you didn't just die outright? It's been a long damn time since I got to eat a sequence user meat. You motherfucker. Faced with a mockery, the sleazy man Pan Feng had just started to snap back, but the pain from his injuries got pulled along with it. After only a few words, he broke into miserable screams. All right, Ma Hu, say less. And besides, you dare eat Pan Feng's meat? He is not like the big dumb brute standing next to me. That whole body of his is full of plague. If you eat him, aren't you afraid you'll drop dead on the spot? Zhao Long rolled his neck, stood up, then flexed his hands before walking over to Pan Feng. And you, stop screaming. In a bit, I'll help reconnect the root you got castrated from. I'll use the one from that dumb brute over there. His equipment is way better than your own. You're getting a bargain, you know that? It's a good thing I've replaced quite a few parts on you already. Otherwise, after those few punches from that kid, You would VE fallen apart long ago. Use someone else's? Pan Feng's expression changed. Is it me using it, or me helping someone else use it? No way, boss. I still want the factory original one. I'm not used to using someone else's. The hell with you. You think this is a wet market where you bargain over prices? Your thing was already chopped off a long damn time ago. Even if I reconnect it, it'll just be even less durable. Fuck, I haven't even complained that it's disgusting. If you keep babbling, I'll cut you off from the root completely. The moment he heard that, Pan Feng hurriedly shut his mouth. He lay there in lifeless despair, enduring the pain racking his body. But vicious resentment and hatred surfaced on his face. Damn, boss, your controller sequence really is badass. You can swap hearts whenever you want. Mahu watched for a while and clicked his tongue in amazement. But that kid really is fierce. I didn't even see it clearly. He just shot over in an instant. Honestly, if I DB in his target, I'd DB the one lying there too. As he spoke, he licked his lips. I wonder what a fierce man like that tastes like. Would eating him be nourishing? Clearly, everyone in this tent was a freak. So what if he asked fierce? Once our plan is done, every last one of them will have to kneel before me. Especially that idiot who beat me up. Let us see if I don't play him to death. Pan Feng said through gritted teeth. Don't get careless. That group 1TB easy to fool, and the captain of their convoy is especially sharp. Zhao Long narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. How are the preparations going? In your current state, can you still do it? Don't delay my real business, or you know the consequences. The atmosphere in the tent instantly changed. Pan Feng and Ma Hu both trembled, then hurriedly nodded. Pan Feng spoke first. Almost done, boss. I've already planted the plague in those survivors from our convoy. This time, the plague also has the zombie virus from the town mixed into it. It's strong as hell. After it breaks out, the side effects are obvious too. They'll easily lose their minds. But that shouldn't affect you much, right, boss? Zhao Long nodded. What he wanted was for them to lose their minds. If their will was too strong, he wouldn't have confidence in controlling 5 sequence users all at once. That was right. His true goal was to control the sequence users of the Liao Yuan convoy and turn them into slaves just like the dumb brute standing beside him. It had to be said, his ambition was enormous. But if handled properly, it wasn't impossible. Don't talk so big. Make sure nothing goes wrong on the survivor side. Don't ruin Boss S' big plan. Don't pick the restless ones. You have to choose clever, easy-to-control types to make contact with their survivors. Damn it. What if some idiot suddenly gets a bleeding heart Saint Complex when the time comes? Mahu emphasized. The hell do I need you to tell me that for? A Saint Complex? Does our convoy even have that kind of thing left? It's been over a month in this damn apocalypse. Who among us doesn't have blood on their hands? Who has gone a little crazy? Pan Feng curled his mouth into a sinister grin. Believe it or not, those beasts in our convoy can't wait to spread the plague to other people. Human nature. Sometimes it just can't stand seeing others live better than themselves. What they're thinking is, why the hell did I suffer so much in the apocalypse while you people get to live just fine? Once the plan succeeds, toss them a few women as a reward. After they're done playing with them, they can even use them as rations. They'll definitely accept happily. That's well said. Zhao Long and Ma, who both gave slight nods. This was how they had lived all along. They had never treated people as human beings. They stood high above others, called themselves the new humans, and believed that the strong should ruthlessly exploit the weak and use every single thing they could. And after a month of tempering, their convoy truly had become a gathering of complete villains. Now, whenever they saw survivors from a normal convoy, every one of them had red eyes, desperate to drag others down into hell with them. To be fair, their plan was very well crafted. If it were an ordinary convoy that ran into them, they really might spend a day or two in cautious contact because of the information about the abyssal weird realm. And in just that day or two, they would fall victim to these people's scheme. The bait was strong enough. Someone would definitely take the risk because the information about the abyssal weird realm was real. 3 sequence users. The boss was a controller. One of the others was clearly related to plague and disease. The third was still unknown, but seemed strangely obsessed with human flesh. Put together, this group was terrifyingly destructive. Spread plague and infection, then when the timing was right, use the controller's ability to turn everyone into puppets. One link chained into the next. It was underhanded and disgusting to the extreme. Lu Meng stood in the corner outside the tent, listening to them openly discuss a plan that toyed with human nature without the slightest restraint. He only felt like this world had gone mad, sick in the head. What kind of life experience did it take to produce this sort of humanoid creature? What the fuck kind of species were these people? Lu Meng's superintelligence was limited. He wasn't a philosopher, and he didn't want to think about that question. He only knew one thing. Right now, his chest was full of rage, and he needed to vent it hard. He took a deep breath and walked toward the tent step by step. Blood and vitality surged through his body, and the hot blood inside him gradually began to boil. Facing the puzzled and shocked gazes from inside the tent, Lu Meng bared a row of ghastly white teeth, his face twisted ferociously. I'm really going to beat the hell out of you bastards. In the apocalypse, if someone wanted to survive, they were bound to discard a part of what made them human. Take the Fuyun convoy using ordinary people as bait to draw zombies, for example. Even though both Lu Ming and Li Qiuma had seen it, they had tacitly chosen to stay silent and not bring the matter up. Even that ordinary guy on the motorcycle who tried to ambush them just to stay alive, they only killed him. They didn't stand on some moral high ground and judge him. There was no other reason. In the apocalypse, things like this happened far too often. Even a good person could be driven mad and end up falling into the abyss. No one's hands were truly clean. Lu Ming didn't care much about that, nor did he have the ability or spare energy to change anything. At least, not for now. But the premise for everything was this: don't scheme against him. Obviously, at this moment, the schemes of the Fuyun convoy had already crossed Lu Ming's bottom line. They weren't just evil, they were pure malice, and they enjoyed it. Every single one of them had become twisted monsters. Shanji? The moment Lu Ming suddenly appeared inside the tent, Zhao Long's pupil shrank, and he shot to his feet. Why are you here? Where are the people outside? After his burst of fury, he turned to Ma Hu, who had already moved to shield him. Didn't you put up the barrier? An outsider slipped in, and you didn't even notice? Obviously, they had dared to openly discuss how to deal with the Liao Yuan convoy, because they had taken precautions beforehand. As the convoy's perception sequence user, Ma Hu had always been responsible for maintaining secrecy whenever they were plotting something. But now, Captain, the barrier was up the whole time. I don't know how this happened. Either sweat seeped out across Ma Hu's forehead. The enraged captain was overwhelmingly oppressive, and Ma Hu definitely didn't want to be turned into a walking corpse that could only obey orders. He knew just how brutal their captain was. If not for the fact that the captain still wanted someone to talk to from time to time, he, in Pan Feng, would have ended up like that brainless big guy long ago. He wanted to defend himself a little, but after glancing at the shackles on his own hands, he wisely shut his mouth. The controller sequence simply didn't play fair. Even if they were both level 1 sequence users, once he put on the captain's shackles, he could only be a slave for life. Forget it. We'll talk about this later. Zhao Long withdrew his gaze and turned back to Lu Ming, a savage grin spreading across his face. I was planning to have a nice little cooperation game with you, but who knew you'd deliver yourself right to my door? Fine. Saves me the trouble. In a bit, I'll turn you into a puppet and make you personally kill all your companions. Lu Ming showing up here clearly meant he had already heard most of the plan. No matter what, they couldn't let him leave alive. Kid, you'll regret. He still wanted to spit out a few more threats and boost his own momentum. But Lu Ming had never been the type to waste words before a fight. So before Zhao Long could finish, Lu Ming lunged forward in a single stride, and his massive fist suddenly expanded in Zhao Long's vision. This bastard didn't play fair. Zhao Long was both shocked and furious. Just from the terrifying wind pressure coming off that fist, he knew he absolutely could not take it head on. Unlike Pan Feng, he and modified his body with mechanical parts. The power of the controller sequence surged out. With a low roar from Zhao Long, his figure vanished in an instant, and in his place stood the brainless big guy he called his proud creation. You fell into my trap. Zhao Long's excited voice came from where the big guy had originally been standing. At the same time, he crooked a finger, and the puppet that had been standing still suddenly spread its arms and opened its chest toward Lu Ming's fist, as if going in for a hug. This was one of Zhao Long's usual tricks. Use the puppet to restrain the enemy, then let Ma Hu and the others swarm in. They were villains, but their combat instincts were clearly sharp. The moment Lu Ming threw his punch, and Zhao Long switched places with the puppet, Ma Hu and Pan Feng had already flanked in from behind. A faint glow gathered in Ma Hu's hand, where clusters of unstable energy began to spill out. Pan Feng was even more ruthless. He directly snapped off one of his own arms and was about to throw it at Lu Ming. Everything happened in a flash. The three reacted quickly and worked together with perfect coordination. Lu Ming believed that if an ordinary sequence user got hit by this combo, even if he didn't die, he would be severely wounded. But who was Lu Ming? He was a cheating powerhouse. Just 3 pathetic level 1 sequence ants. How could their combo possibly work on him? Not to mention the current level 2 Lu Ming. Even when he had still been level 1, this kind of teamwork wouldn't have posed much of a threat to him. Facing the puppet's embrace, Lu Ming's blood and chi surged explosively. Not only did he have no intention of dodging, he gathered even more blood and chi into his fist. In an instant, the might of that punch became even greater than before. His boiling hot blood made his fighting spirit soar. He craved a head-on clash. Serious punch. Bang. Crack. Snap. Along with a dull explosion, the sound of bones shattering, and the sound of something being pierced through, the puppet in front of him was wrecked by Lu Ming like it was made of tofu. And it wasn't over yet. After the attack, the dense power of blood and chi still remained inside the puppet's body, rampaging wildly through its structure. In the next moment, Lu Ming's mind moved slightly, and he directly connected to the blood and chi left behind. Burst. Bang. A bloody stench rushed out. Splatter mixed with flesh and formed a violently exploding cloud of blood mist. That puppet Zhao Long had been so proud of, the one refined from a sequence user who cultivated the physical body, had actually been blown apart by Lu Meng with a single punch, then turned into a flesh bomb by some unknown force. The terrifying shockwave of blood and chi directly forced Ma, Hu, and Pan Feng, who had tried to sneak attack Lu Meng from behind, to fail completely. Just like Zhao Long, their bodies flew backward out of control. The flimsy tent couldn't withstand such a violent blood and chi impact. After letting out one final wail, it collapsed outright, under the force of the impact. A vacuum zone formed within more than 10 meters around Lu Meng. Aside from the thick aura of blood and chi, nothing else remained. Zhao Long and the other two only felt agonizing pain all over their bodies. The blood and chi power that had invaded them was affecting their every movement without pause. It felt like even the blood inside their bodies had stopped obeying them. It took a long while before they regained their senses. And then all three looked toward Lu Meng at the same time, their eyes filled with terror. Beneath the cover of the blood moon, the man's tall figure wrapped in blood, and chi looked hideous and bizarre. At this moment, he looked even more like a strange creature than the strange creatures themselves. Second tier. He is a second-tier sequence user. Mao shouted in despair. That was it. Only a second-tier sequence user could enter his barrier without making sound. And only a second-tier sequence user could shatter their dream of becoming emperors of the apocalypse with a single punch. One punch. They couldn't even withstand one fucking punch from him. Psy kid, did you really have to make such a huge commotion? Footsteps suddenly approached from a distance, and Zhang Chang's somewhat helpless voice came over. Don't you know nights under the blood moon are dangerous? Making this much noise. Aren't you afraid you'll draw strange creatures over? Lu Meng fell silent. With his senses, he naturally knew that after he left camp, the captain and the others had followed him. He wasn't good with words, and at this moment, he didn't know what kind of expression to make or what emotion to show. Fortunately, Zhang Chang only smiled and patted him on the shoulder. All right, this time we'll let you steal the spotlight. But next time something like this happens, don't hide it from us. We're pretty good at cleaning up beasts too, you know? So that was it. Lu Meng nodded slightly. I understand now, Captain. We're a gang. Bullshit. Can't you talk properly? What gang? It's a team. All right. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Hey, you there, Wang Peng. Come over and help him clean up the mess. Get these idiots under control first. Where's Li Qiuma? Take out your handgun. You and Lin Yao go identify the ordinary people in the Fuyin convoy. If they're beyond saving, shoot them on the spot. And have Lin Yao put up a barrier too, block off the aura a bit. Be careful and thorough, all of you. I'm going to see what supplies they have. Under the blood moon, everything proceeded in an orderly way under Zhang Chang's command. When Lu Meng saw this scene, he suddenly laughed, and he laughed very happily. All of a sudden, he felt much more at ease inside. But after laughing, a cold glint flashed through his eyes again. He turned around and walked step by step toward the half-dead captain of the Fuyun convoy who had been blasted nearly to death. Are you talking or not? Alo. Still being fucking stubborn? Are you talking or not? Alo. Damn it, you got some backbone, huh? Eat your grandpa's punch. Alo. Under the night sky, the blood moon hung high. A translucent barrier sealed off the screams, while a tall figure carried out utterly inhuman torture and interrogation on the writhing maggot on the ground. Not far away, Li Qiuma sat on a small stool with great interest, propping up her cheek as she watched the scene with relish. Footsteps approached, and Lin Yao appeared by her side. Couldn't tell before, but your man-'s got quite a sense of justice. His methods are a little brutal, sure, but just thinking that he's one of our own makes me feel a lot more at ease. Your man, Li Qiuma's pretty face flushed slightly. She tilted her head away awkwardly, but in less than a second, a trace of pride appeared on her face. No problem there. Her man, whereas the captain and the others. A moment later, she asked. They're still taking stock of the supplies. Gotta say, this bunch was still somewhat useful. They started looting from the other side of town earlier, so they actually got quite a lot of supplies. Some of that stuff is probably useful for your sequence. You can go take a look later. Lin Yao also found a small stool and sat down, blinking her big eyes as she admired Lu Meng's savage methods. It's just a pity the convoy's numbers didn't get replenished. Li Qiuma sighed and took out her spirit energy handgun to start wiping it down. Just now, she had personally shot every ordinary survivor in the Fuyin convoy. Yes, every single survivor. Lin Yao had already reached a conclusion. The people in this convoy were beyond saving. Their souls had sunk into darkness long ago. Not only had they stopped seeking redemption, they actually reveled in it, and their minds had become abnormal, more monstrous than the strange creatures themselves. Nothing to pity. Bringing unstable factors into the convoy would only cause trouble. Lin Yao said calmly, not everyone is Lu Meng. His soul is pure to an absurd degree. He is only interested in women and getting stronger. Yet somehow a person like that is also absurdly self-disciplined. It's contradictory. Normally, people like that would have fallen a long time ago. I've never seen anyone like Lu Meng. And this is also a good thing. Lin Yao spoke again. She cast a distant glance at the Liao Yuan convoy not far away. Our convoy's daily life has been too comfortable. Those ordinary survivors don't live especially well. But at least they're not being squeezed dry, starved to death, or used as ingredients. And when danger comes, unless there's absolutely no other choice, we don't abandon part of the group just to survive. So this long-term comfort has given them a certain illusion. They're starting to get restless. She sighed and shook her head with a bitter smile. This is the apocalypse. Most of the people surviving under the convoy's protection still know their place. But it only takes some instigation. Then people start talking about human rights and things like that. There are always some idiots who can't see the situation clearly. They're still too full. Li Qiuma let out a cold laugh and gave her evaluation. She also understood what Lin Yao meant by this being a good thing. Once those people learned what had happened to the Fuyan convoy, they would definitely behave a lot more. After all, the treatment of survivors in other convoys and the treatment of survivors in the Liao Yuan convoy were worlds apart. And all they had to do in return was make themselves useful and do what they could. As long as they behaved themselves, they could get basic living supplies and a relatively safe environment. In the apocalypse, that was basically heaven. If it weren't for the fact that those people might awaken sequences in the future and become the convoy's future potential, I do really want to make them trail behind us like tails. They should all go learn from Lu Meng and pedal bicycles. As if thinking of something, Lin Yao suddenly burst into laughter. Lu Meng really lives up to his name. Even when he pedals a bicycle, he does it fiercely. All right, he should be advanced to second rank by now, right? She asked. He should have. After all, the other side wasn't too weak. 3 level 1 sequence users, plus a puppet refined from sequence user. If he still wasn't second rank after that, that'd be a little ridiculous. Likiu Munuda. Thinking of Lu Meng's strength, she suddenly felt a bit ashamed of herself. But a moment later, she regained her spirit. I'm almost there too. When the time comes, I'll be able to catch up to him. Lin Yao fell silent for a moment. She really wanted to ask when exactly her best friend had gotten hit by Baishening. When Lu Meng was still first rank. Dealing with strange creatures of the same level was as easy as playing around. His first rank was completely different from everyone else's first rank. He was fierce to an outrageous degree. By the same logic, Lu Meng's second rank would probably also crush ordinary second ranks. Her sister here really still wasn't awake. But was a big problem. Maybe this kind of chasing game was part of the young couple's little romance. Bang! Another loud explosion rang out. Zhao Long, who was lying on the ground, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Struggling, he shakily raised a finger and used all his strength to speak in a trembling voice. Bro, at least ask the question first. If you don't ask, how am I supposed to answer? You still need me to ask? Do you think you've got some other information on you that I want to know? Something worth me going to all this trouble and playing house with you here? Lu Meng narrowed his eyes and clenched hard at the air in Zhao Long's direction. The next instant, Zhao Long's face began turning from red to purple. It was as if his heart had been seized in a death grip by an invisible hand. As though the other party could kill him with a single thought. This was a new ability Lu Meng had comprehended after his surging qi and blood reached level 3. The reason his earlier punch had carried such terrifying force was also because of this new ability. At level 2, Lu Meng had been able to release his qi and blood outward. But after reaching level 3, he could use the qi and blood he had driven into an enemy's body to manipulate and guide that person's own qi and blood into resonance. The more qi and blood he injected, the stronger his resonance with the other person's qi and blood became, and the easier it was to control. The principle behind the earlier qi and blood bomb was a little different. That big idiot had been a puppet, and a flesh-modified puppet at that. His own blood had long since been drained. What survived was merely a walking corpse, and his shell was extremely convenient for qi and blood to manipulate. So when the qi and blood was detonated, the result was astonishing. Normally, Lu Meng would have needed to attack continuously many times to trigger that level of qi and blood resonance. I'll talk. Fear covered Zhao Long's face. Don't talk yet. Lu Meng curled his lip, turned around, and glanced at Lin Yao in the distance before waving to her. Lin Yao understood immediately. She got up and came to Lu Meng's side. First she gave Zhao Long a look, then she nodded at Lu Meng. A sequence user related to the mind really was convenient. She could easily expose the other party's lies. As long as the other party's level was higher than hers, this ability was very effective. Of course, it also had some limitations. If someone could deceive his own mind, like lying until he himself believed it, then she wouldn't have much of a way to deal with that. But Zhao Long clearly didn't meet that condition. The item related to the Abyss Strange Realm. It's inside that big idiot's body. But that big idiot got blown apart by him. If you search carefully, you should still be able to find it. Zhao Long finished speaking in a trembling voice. then looked at Lu Ming with a pleading face. He didn't want to get beaten anymore. Getting beaten actually wasn't that bad. As long as it wasn't that feeling of his blood and chi flowing in reverse and his heart being controlled. He could accept anything. But what answered him was still Lu Ming's fist. The hell? Was that what I asked? Lu Ming naturally didn't know how to interrogate people, but he knew how to fake it, and he knew how to beat people. His superintelligence told him that as long as he beat someone half to death and made him feel extreme pain, that person would definitely talk. As long as he himself never said exactly what he wanted to ask, then in order to reduce the suffering, the other side would definitely spill everything he was supposed to say. Don't hit me anymore. I'll talk. There's also high temperature. I don't know how high, but definitely the really high kind. I really don't know anything else. Holy shit, there really was an unexpected gain? Lu Ming froze for a moment, then quickly looked at Lin Yao, wanting to know whether those words were true. But when he turned his head, all he saw was the gravity in Lin Yao's eyes. The blood moon hung high overhead. After Lu Ming crushed Zhao Long's heart, cut off Ma Hu and Pan Feng's heads, then piled their corpses together with the bodies of those ordinary people and burned everything clean with a single fire, the Fuyan convoy had completely become a thing of the past. In the apocalypse, corpses couldn't be dealt with too casually. You never knew when they might be contaminated by eerie aura and become dangerous horrors that were hard to deal with. They handled this cleanup work very thoroughly. The supplies from the Fuyan convoy were also smoothly taken over by the Liao Yuan convoy. This group had scavenged quite a lot of things from the town, products far beyond local technology. There were many items even Lu Ming found novel. But obviously, this wasn't the time to bother with any of that. They had something more important to analyze and deal with. Did you find a fragment? After finishing the inventory and storage of the supplies, Wang Peng gathered up the transport team, sent them back to rest, then came over to Lu Ming and asked, "Yeah, it should be this thing." Lu Ming held out his hand. Resting quietly in his palm was a broken emblem with only half of it left. Under the blood moon's light, it occasionally flashed with a strange halo. According to what Zhao Long had said, as long as the two broken emblems were put together, they could find the road to the Abyss Eerie realm. The two fragments would also react to each other, so they would run into each other sooner or later. The only issue was that they had no idea whether the other half of the emblem was in the hands of eerie creatures or in the hands of Survivor Convoy. Without any information, rashly following the guidance to search for it was not a good idea. Zhao Long and the others obviously knew that too. So he planned to refine all of us into puppets. After his strength increased greatly, he'd try searching for the other emblem, and only then head to the Abyss Eerie realm. Lu Ming briefly shared the information they had obtained. Zhao Long couldn't withstand the feeling of having his heart gripped in someone else's hand, so he confessed everything he knew, from entering the apocalypse, all the way to everything he had done over the past month. As long as he could remember it, he spilled it all clean. And the truthfulness of that information had also been confirmed through Lin Yao's mind exploration. The key is the other piece of information he mentioned, high temperature. Lin Yao picked up the thread, her pretty brows tightly furrowed. He got this information by accident from a one-time use mystical item. The exact situation is unclear. After that item spit out the words high temperature, it was burned straight into ashes. There was no follow-up information. And the time corresponding to that high temperature should be very soon. High temperature. Very high temperature. The brief piece of information seemed to contain a lot. Was it the next wave of extreme weather? Or some other kind of disaster? No one could tell. We can only rely on the captain. Have him ask what the star god says. Wang Peng also found it thorny. He was just about to go get Zhang Chong when he discovered that old guy was already strolling over at an unhurried pace. Ahem, all here? How were the gains? Mengzi S here too. Kid, I really gotta say a couple things to you. Next time, you absolutely can't act alone again, alright? We brothers aren't outsiders. If you bring us along, at least we can watch your back. But you haven't been with the convoy that long, so being cautious is normal too. Not a big problem though. To use your words, we'll see it in action from now on. He said it in a joking tone, but there was seriousness mixed into it. Lu Ming also knew he was in the wrong. This time, he really hadn't treated them as his own people. As for Miss Mechanic, he simply didn't want to drag her into danger. As for the others, his level of trust in them truly hadn't reached full. But in the apocalypse, everyone could understand that. So the matter passed just like that. Next time before Lu Ming made a move, he would definitely give them a heads up. But that wasn't what they were discussing now. After briefly sharing the information with Zhang Chong also understood the seriousness of the issue. I'll try. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chong took a deep breath, and his expression instantly turned devout. He stood up, found an open space, faced the blood moon, and closed his eyes toward the night sky. Waves of sequence energy fluctuations surged from his body. Then he planted one foot on the ground, slightly raised the other, and bent the knee, while moving his arms into a strange pose, one up and one down. Now he was getting serious. This concerned extreme weather. There was no room for carelessness. Before this, when the captain communicated with the star god, he had never asked in that direction. Any bit of power he had was used on how to avoid eerie creatures. But Zhao Long's information this time had reminded him of something. The disasters of the apocalypse didn't seem to be just the revival of the eerie. Climate had to be added to the list too. What magical power. Lu Meng stood far away with Miss Mechanic. Seeing this scene, he sighed and wrapped an arm around her waist. There was one time before too, at night, when the captain used this posture to communicate with the star god. Back then we ran into what seemed to be an eerie creature above the 5th rank. I don't know what it was doing, but anyway, it completely blocked our route. What the captain asked the star god was how to survive. Worry showed in Li Qiuma's eyes. She nestled a little deeper into Lu Meng's arms as she spoke. That time, the captain paid a huge price. After telling us the route, he passed out for a full 3 days. After he woke up, blood started flowing from all 7 orifices again. He had to recover for quite a while before he got better. Then his star god treats him pretty well. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. At the very least, it had given the correct route. It really had let the Liao Yuan convoy survive. The stargazing sequence was pretty reliable. Rain. Finally, it seemed the star god had started exerting itself. The muttering in Zhang Chang's mouth stopped, and he suddenly spat out a single word that could actually be understood. His body trembled along with it, and he nearly failed to maintain that strange posture, but he still steadied himself and continued murmuring. Night? Eternal night? Endless darkness. A moment later, Zhang Chang spoke several more words. This time they were even clearer to hear, but his body also began trembling violently. Crimson blood flowed from his ears down his cheeks, then into his neck, dyeing his shirt red. But he still held on. He swayed for a long while, forcefully stabilizing his body, then continued muttering through a mouth full of delirious whispers. His face grew paler and paler, and from time to time, pain showed on it. Wang Peng and Lin Yao's faces flashed with concern, but neither of them dared interrupt him. Who knew whether breaking off the ritual of communicating with the star god would cause Zhang Chang to suffer sequence backlash? As the captain of the Liao Yuan convoy, Zhang Chang had always been qualified. Whenever it was time for him to act, he never dropped the ball. With him steadying morale and serving as the convoy's guide, everyone felt extremely reassured. That was also why, even though he never participated in battle and still took a good share of supplies, no one had any objections. Without him leading the way, the convoy probably would have ceased to exist long ago. Huh. Bang. He spat out another word, and then Zhang Chang's face went pale. His eyes rolled back, and he fell stiffly to the ground. Right after that, his head tilted to the side, and he passed out. Captain, the others hurried over. Only after a quick check did they finally relax. The price he had paid this time to communicate with the star god was clearly not as severe as last time, but he still needed to rest for a while before waking up. But before he fainted, he had spat out a few key pieces of information. Zen, night, and hot. The captain was carried off to rest. No one knew when he would wake up, but based on past experience, one night should be about enough. But even though Zhang Chang was temporarily offline, the problems that needed dealing with still had to be dealt with. Back at the Liao Yuan convoy's camp, Lu Meng and the others gathered together, frowning as they began analyzing the current situation. Judging from the result of the captain's communication with the star god, the information Zhao Long had coughed up could now be confirmed as true. Lin Yao rubbed her brow and said, "Everyone, tell me what you think. What exactly are rain, night, and hot supposed to mean?" The group looked at each other. After thinking for a moment, Li Qiuma voiced her opinion. As a mechanic, her comprehension ability was obviously top tier. The opinion she gave was also very fair. The captain mentioned eternal night, but then changed his wording to limited darkness. The general meaning should be that we're about to encounter darkness, but the darkness has a time limit. If we endure it for a while, it'll pass. Of course, there is also the possibility that this so-called darkness specifically refers to those eerie creatures that represent darkness. If it's the latter, then there is a high chance we've been targeted by eerie creatures and will be hunted down. Hearing that, Lu Meng and Wang Peng both nodded in agreement. But Lin Yao had a different idea. We need to analyze all the information together. We can't just link darkness to the eerie. The captain also mentioned rain and hot. Combined with the high temperature information, my understanding is that it'll be limited darkness under a high temperature climate, and it'll also be accompanied by rainfall. After saying it, even Lin Yao herself felt it sounded ridiculous. During the day, she had looked at the sky, and it had still been clear for miles without even the slightest sign of an incoming storm. But this was the apocalypse. The apocalypse simply didn't make sense, especially that word the captain had said, hot. Their local geography and climate clearly had nothing to do with heat. On the contrary, it was quite cool. It was hard to imagine anything here being associated with hot. Cough, don't tell me that after it gets dark, it's going to start raining boiling water on us? Seeing the atmosphere turn a little heavy, Wang Peng coughed and put forward a not-so-mature idea in a joking tone. Under normal circumstances, everyone would probably laugh it off and say something like, "You old bastard really know how to joke. If you can talk then, keep talking." But this time, the atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone looked grim, and no one picked up the thread. Li Qioma even pressed herself a little closer into Lu Meng's arms, her eyes full of worry. "Damn, you guys can't really think that that's true, right? I was just joking." Wang Peng's whole body shook as he stared wide-eyed, his face full of disbelief. "There's no helping it. We have to prepare for the worst." Lin Yao wore a bitter expression. In fact, the moment the captain finished saying those few words, that was already what she had been thinking. Rain. And fucking hot. And then some kind of limited darkness blackout on top of that. As long as anyone thought a little deeper about it, they'd probably reach the same conclusion, right? We need to start preparing in advance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao spoke again. She turned to look at Li Qioma. "Momo, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you next. For now, the convoy S supplies will be under your allocation. As for the vehicles we got from the Fuyin convoy, take them apart as you see fit." The Liao Yuan convoy was lucky. Right from the start, they had a powerful sequence holder like a mechanic, so when facing extreme environments, they wouldn't be completely helpless. On top of that, because of Li Qiuma's existence, the convoy S vehicles were anything but ordinary. No one even knew how many times they had been modified. Along the way, those vehicles had raced on without a single accident, each one sturdy as hell and built to endure. Got it. This was the duty of a mechanic. So Li Qiuma naturally had no reason to refuse. If anything, she wanted to use her sequence abilities more often. After obtaining the wonder called mechanical tinder, she had already found a clear path for advancing her sequence. As her strength increased, sooner or later she would be able to fully analyze everything inside mechanical tinder. When that time came, hand-building an apocalyptic fortress would be no problem at all. After that, everyone at the meeting offered their own thoughts and filled in various details. For example, where they should set up camp next in order to get through that so-called limited darkness. There were also waterproofing and heat-proofing preparations. The key point was that the vehicles needed air conditioners installed, and the food also had to be properly preserved to ensure the convoy supply line. Priorities mattered. Although the time they had for discussion was limited, they still managed to cover everything fairly thoroughly. Even though the captain had passed out, the Liao Yuan convoy was still operating in an orderly manner. Even if Zhang Chang were here, he probably wouldn't have had much more to add. No one here was stupid. They all had their own understanding of the apocalypse. After everyone had shared their views, the brief meeting ended, and they all began making preparations to deal with the possible disaster ahead. After the meeting ended, Li Qiuma directly carried her toolbox over to find Lu Meng. The meaning was obvious. She planned to modify her man's vehicle first. Everyone else's, including her own, could be pushed back. But just as she was about to get started, Lu Meng stopped her and gave his own suggestion. How about you combine this pickup truck with your Jeep and modify them together?" This wasn't because Lu Meng wanted to take advantage of the situation or anything. Looking at the mechanic miss, if he really wanted to, she wouldn't refuse. So this was purely for convenience. He only had 100 self-discipline points left, which was only enough to upgrade one basic piece of equipment. He didn't have any extra self-discipline points to upgrade the mechanic miss vehicle. So instead of doing things separately, it would be better to do it in one step. Have the mechanic miss combine his pickup and her Jeep first. Then use the self-discipline points to upgrade them. Not only would that save costs, the upgraded vehicle would probably be even more ferocious and badass. Under normal circumstances, there would have been no need to rush this much or insist on upgrading them together just to save trouble. After all, every day he could get the most basic 100 self-discipline point reward from the cycling self-discipline mission. If he waited another day and saved up 200 points, upgrading Li Qiuma's vehicle as well would have been perfectly reasonable. But wasn't this situation abnormal? Who the hell knew when that endless darkness and scalding rain would descend? Lu Meng was a selfish person. With limited resources, the only people he could think of were the ones who were truly his own. He understood closeness and distance very clearly. He didn't want the mechanic miss to run into any danger just because he wasn't by her side. And he also wanted to give her a relatively comfortable environment. If 100 self-discipline points could settle everything without wasting anything, why not? After Lu Meng said that, the mechanic miss's face reddened slightly. She thought about it and didn't refuse, but she still turned to glance at the college girl, Li Siki, standing behind Lu Meng. Li Siki obviously had no objections. She had a very clear understanding of her own position, and she was even eager for Li Qiuma to join them. There was no other reason. In a spar, she had run into a gifted monster by chance. Even after using all her strength, she still couldn't win. She couldn't hold on any more and urgently needed reinforcements. What was more, Li Qiuma was a powerful sequence holder. Living together would provide much better safety as well. She had never had any intention of playing some kind of harem infighting game. What a joke. This was the apocalypse. Lu Meng was already exhausted from risking his life at the edge of death every day. How could he possibly have the spare energy to deal with problems between them? There was no way she would create trouble for Lu Meng. I'll drive the car over. Faced with the man's proposal, Miss Mechanic, who was forcing herself to stay calm, couldn't bring herself to say no. Her face flushed red, and she quickly turned around and left. Not long after, her modified Jeep drove over. Coming with it was her younger sister, Li Qiuxiang, wearing a look of complete despair. At this moment, she only had one thought. It's over. Totally over. Her sister was beyond saving already, but clearly, she had no intention of refusing. Having one more brother-in-law wasn't exactly impossible to accept. With her watching, that man would at least hold back a little and bully her sister a bit less, right? The vehicles were ready, as white light surged from Li Qiuma's hands. The previously quiet, mechanical spark actually floated out as well. Li Qiuma's expression stayed calm as she skillfully began controlling the mechanical scrap, shaping it into what she wanted. The vehicle modification began. Clack, clack. At this moment, the two vehicles were like transformers going through a transformation. Under the control of that sequence power, they were flattened, kneaded, rounded, and reshaped without the slightest resistance. Lu Meng watched carefully. Damn it. The car bodies that had originally been separate started fusing together under the wrapping of that pure white light. The four-wheel chassis instantly became 8 wheels. The interior space of the two vehicles merged into one, and the overall body expanded into something like a giant beast, more than twice its original size. Above the vehicle, besides a platform for temporarily stacking supplies, 3 small solar panels were added as well. Those had originally been on Miss Mechanic's own car, and now they had been fused together in one place. The spacious truck bed of the pickup and the interior space of the Jeep merged together. The original seats were laid flat, and the rear section was turned into a large bed. On both sides of the large bed were foldable small beds, and at the very back was a roomy storage compartment. And that still wasn't the end. With the main structure finished, next came the external armor. Li Qiuma looked relaxed, and the white light in her hands showed no sign of weakening at all. These two vehicles had originally been modified by her using her mechanic abilities, so now that she was merging them again, she handled it with complete ease. And in order to make her man live a little more comfortably, she could be said to have thought of everything. She even spent a huge amount of mechanical scrap to build a simple washroom. Of course, the most important air conditioning setup wasn't left out either. The space formed by the fusion of the two vehicles was relatively wide, and the standard vehicle AC probably wouldn't be enough. After all, they were about to face high temperatures, and once extreme heat appeared, there was no telling if extreme cold might follow later. Having a few more air conditioners was definitely necessary. What a magical power. Beside them, Li Siqi's eyes were full of shock and envy. So this was a sequence user. Even the most ordinary sequence user was still not someone ordinary people like them could compare to. When we get the chance later, I'll see if I can help you awaken a sequence too. Lu Meng patted the college girl on the shoulder. Earlier, when talking with the captain about the abyssal weird realm, it had come up that some abyssal weird realms could produce certain strange items, including wondrous objects that could increase the chances of an ordinary person awakening. He didn't mind the girls around him becoming stronger. They were all his people. Them getting stronger would help him too. Of course, with how fast his own strength was increasing, raising a few flower vases wouldn't be a big deal either. But it was still best not to let the girls following him stay too idle. Otherwise, once they found a safe area and built a safe zone in the future, too much free time would make them overthink things, and overthinking would lead to problems. That wasn't a long-term solution. Thank you, Brother Meng. You're so good to me. Li Siqi didn't think as much as Lu Meng. She just felt that Lu Meng was comforting her, because something that precious would be a waste if used on someone unimportant. Obviously, she had no idea Lu Meng was serious, but just being comforted by him made her mood improve a lot. At the very least, she was lucky. Being able to stay by Lu Meng's side in this apocalypse was already something worth thanking heaven for. What happened to the floating cloud convoy had basically spread throughout the Liao Yuan convoy already. Only then did the survivors fully understand the cruelty of the apocalypse and what kind of twisted state this world had forced people into. If they hadn't started out inside the Liao Yuan convoy, then what would have been waiting for them? Becoming food would probably have been the lucky outcome. The really terrifying part was that even staying alive might have been an impossible dream. Li Siqi Shivadat. Just that image alone was something she didn't even dare imagine. Done. At that moment, Li Qiuma let out a long breath and finally dispersed the white light covering the two vehicles. She raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead, joy shining in her eyes as she spoke. Lu Meng hurriedly looked over. The overall body looked about the same as what he had seen before, but its size was more than twice as large as the two previous vehicles combined. Since high-tech scrap Li Qiuma had gotten from the technology town had been added into it. The whole vehicle was pitch black, with 8 wheels. The external armor gleamed with a dark luster, if not for the solar panels on top. It looked incredibly similar to the armored vehicles Lu Meng had seen before transmigrating, just an enlarged version. Want to get in and try it? Li Qiumo looked at Lu Meng with full anticipation. This was the work she had poured her heart and soul into, and it was also the place where she would be living together with Lu Meng from now on. It carried a very special meaning, so she wanted praise from her man. But Lu Meng didn't hurry to test drive it. Instead, he rubbed his chin, walked to the front of the armored RV, and then stretched out his hand. Spend 100 self-discipline points to upgrade. As expected, even though it was a pickup, and even though it had already gone through Miss Mechanic-S modifications twice, the first self-discipline upgrade still only required 100 self-discipline points. But the second time was a bit much. It needed a full 500 points, just like his bicycle. The points needed for another upgrade directly multiplied several times over. According to Lu Meng's super wisdom, the rough pattern for using self-discipline points to upgrade seemed to be like this. Mundane item, including modified items. Level 2 self-discipline upgrade, 100. Product already upgraded by self-discipline, level 3, 500. Something like that, probably. There were too few samples. So for now he could only figure out the rough idea, but it was enough. Still, even knowing that a second upgrade would need 500 points, Lu Meng wouldn't choose to spend 500 self-discipline points upgrading the armor vehicle or weapons. Compared to those, he wanted to save more points to upgrade his skills. After all, being personally awesome was what really mattered. Otherwise, if someone disarmed him one day, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Yeah, that was just how real men were. They only believed in their own muscles. Upgrade. After making slight use of his super wisdom, Lu Meng stopped hesitating and directly used his extraordinary power right in front of the three girls. Nothing else to it. Everyone was going to be living together from now on, so there was no need to keep hiding things. Their relationship was already the kind where yours was mine and mine was yours. If he couldn't even trust them at that point, then this world was truly hopeless. Besides, Zhang Chang had made a good point today. They were one gang, comrades who could entrust their backs to each other. Revealing a bit of a secret was no big deal. After all, he was a level 2 old sequence monster. Buzz. An even more dazzling white light than before burst forth, and along with it came a roar from the engine of this apocalyptic beast. It seemed to be craving something. This pickup was always this mischievous. Back when Miss Mechanic had fixed it the first time, it had started itself and honked on its own, bringing over the Dog King. Even now, it still couldn't settle down. Lu Meng seemed to sense something. After a moment of thought, he took out Drowned Wraith's cry from his arms and directly threw it into that dazzling white light. The next moment, the white light swallowed that wondrous object whole. What shocked Lu Meng was that the previously crude washroom now had an extra shower head. Lu Meng even seemed to hear the wail of the drowned wraith he had killed before, as if its soul had been completely annihilated. Was it absorbed? And the commotion wasn't right. Was there something wrong with the wonder? Had it been purified? Lu Meng's super wisdom suddenly sparked. He looked at Li Qiumo beside him, whose face was full of confusion. Want to try it? Li Qiumo froze for a moment, then instantly understood. Without any hesitation, she directly took out the mechanical spark that had previously contributed its modified power. She trusted Lu Meng unconditionally. After all, she had only gotten this mechanical spark with his help. Even though this thing was a huge help to her, if Lu Meng wanted it, then she would give it. And she could tell that Lu Meng had discovered something, or he wouldn't be acting like this. Lu Meng took it, drew a deep breath, and threw the Rubik's Cube, carrying the mechanical spark into the white light as well. Ayaha! Suddenly, an even more miserable scream than before burst out from the cube. That voice was mixed with the static-like noise unique to machinery, along with intense unwillingness. In contrast, the next moment, the light wrapping around the Doomsday Monster armored vehicle became even more dazzling. In the apocalypse, especially in a world like this one that had been polluted by the bizarre, if you wanted to control a certain kind of power, you would inevitably have to pay a price somewhere in the dark. Wonders. These things that appeared in the apocalypse were indeed not heaven's blessing to help humanity survive better. As the scream vanished, fine beads of cold sweat appeared on the mechanic young lady's forehead. There was no other reason. Just now, she had vaguely sensed something. She didn't know what it was. She only knew that something here had been affecting her patterns of behavior and logic of thought. And now, that feeling was gone. So that was it. No wonder it had been so easy to obtain the foundation and spark of a civilization. There was probably some unknown scheme hidden inside. She didn't know what kind of influence long-term use of mechanical spark would brought her. She only knew that Lu Meng seemed to have saved her once again. Can't add any more? Lu Meng, on the other hand, didn't think that much about it. He just felt it was a bit of a pity. He knew that when upgrading items, you could add bizarre objects. That was how the forging sequence did things. But he hadn't expected that while upgrading, he could also add wonders. Those were clearly things from two different tracks. As for why, when upgrading Glory of the Tough Guy earlier, it hadn't triggered the condition to add the Drowned Bizarre-esque cry. According to his analysis, it was probably because the two weren't compatible. After all, if you added a sprained nozzle onto a knife, no matter how you looked at it, it would feel weird. But whether it was the Drown Bazaar-esque cry or mechanical spark, both of them had something in common with the freshly forged Doomsday monster armor. They could both fuse into it smoothly. Also, after swallowing 2 wonders, this armored vehicle gave Lu Meng a feeling of being full, as if there was no way to keep adding materials. Thinking about it, that was normal too. After all, it had only gone up 1 level. As for that purification-like feeling just now, Lu Meng directly categorized it as the system putting in work. Otherwise, ED really never heard of any sequence that could purify wonders. When he had extra self-discipline points next time, he could try evolving a weapon and see if it could trigger this effect too. What a weird setup. The forging sequence needed bizarre objects to upgrade equipment, but he fucking needed wonders. A sequence that had been forcibly upgraded by the system really was a cracked version. It was insanely overpowered. Finally, the light faded. Lu Meng and the others impatiently began checking the attributes of the giant thing before them. To be named, Level, LV2. Description, a doomsday armored vehicle that has undergone basic modification using the products of mechanical civilization by a mechanic, then been endowed with brand new power by a self-discipliner. A groundbreaking creation that balances comfort and spaciousness. Trait 1, sturdy armor. 360-degree protection with no blind spots, no matter where a collision occurs. Its tough armor and durable, hard-wearing nature will perform perfectly. Trait 2, multifunctional kinetic unit. Fused with an unknown energy core, the vehicle's endurance has been massively increased. While consuming fuel, it can also reduce mechanical scrap into electrical energy to lower consumption. When facing rough roads, it can adjust the chassis force distribution according to different terrain, greatly reducing vehicle vibration. Trait 3, prototype mechanical civilization mobile base. If the sequence matches, controlling this vehicle becomes far easier. Under the same condition, it can also improve one's mastery over mechanical civilization each day by analyzing the purified mechanical spark. Trait 4, multifunctional modification. Because its core is formed from a purified mechanical spark, it can absorb various materials not exceeding that civilization's level for modification design. Trait 5, owned object. Anyone other than the self-discipliner and those acknowledged by the self-discipliner cannot operate it. Upgrade requirement, 1,000 points. After reading this vehicle's traits, Lu Meng could only blur out, holy shit, awesome. A full 5 traits. Its size had grown, it had more wheels, and its fuel consumption could even go down. Was this shit even scientific? And for its next upgrade, wasn't the required number of points a little off? The second upgrade for Glory of the Tough Guy had only cost 500 points, but this thing actually needed 1,000? Your upgrade requirements are pretty flexible. Lu Meng rubbed his chin. It was probably because this upgrade had added a wonder, so the base had become stronger. Or maybe the base materials were different, which was why it turned out like this. Thinking about it, that made sense. After all, the commotion from this upgrade had been so huge, and it had so many traits. If it still only cost 500 points, that would be a little unreasonable. No big problem. Self-discipline points would come, and a Doomsday Fortress would come too. At this stage, this vehicle was already more than enough. No need to rush the next upgrade. You look more like a mechanic than I do. After checking the attributes of this monster armored vehicle, the mechanic young lady felt a little numb. She had already known before that Lu Meng could upgrade items, like that bicycle that wouldn't break no matter how hard you pedaled, and that long blade. But now that she had seen it with her own eyes, even as a mechanic, she was astonished by Lu Meng's power. This seemed to be a force completely different from a mechanic's, more mysterious, and even more powerful. It's because your foundation work was solid. For it to become this, your contribution can't be ignored. Lu Meng rubbed Li Qiuma's head. That was the truth. If the mechanic young lady hadn't modified it so well, it probably wouldn't have gained so many extra traits. Let me try that. With her effort acknowledged, a smile flashed through Li Qiuma's eyes. After opening the car door, she headed straight for the cockpit, which was overflowing with a sci-fi feel. Waves of sequence fluctuations poured out from her body. At this moment, she could clearly sense the mechanical spark inside this monster. It still existed, and it still retained its previous functions, but that vague sense of being controlled had already vanished. Instead, she, the one driving this beast, was now the controller. This was the true effect of this wonder. She was gradually beginning to understand everything about mechanical civilization. This can shower? Li Qiuxiang, who had followed behind, suddenly cried out in shock and rushed straight to the washroom, staring fixedly at the showerhead. Don't rush. Lu Meng grabbed his red-eyed little sister-in-law, pulled her behind him, then turned on the showerhead and reached out to check it. The water flow was normal. Turning his head, Lu Meng also saw a display panel and a temperature regulator. After testing it a little, this thing had actually changed from only being able to last 10 minutes before to 30 minutes. My good brother, Drown Bazaar, is truly dead for good this time. Lu Meng let out a faint sigh, as if mourning an old friend. Damn it, if this thing had become this smart, how was he supposed to trick girls into bathing with him now? It's fine, Brother Ming. I'll just pretend I don't know this thing works normally now. Li Siki was good at comforting people, with her little face slightly red. She said to Lu Ming that she still remembered the time he had investigated her academic credentials while she was taking a bath. Back then, the showerhead had been acting weird. The man had to purify himself first before the water flowed onto her. What do you mean weird? The water my sister used when she came here to bathe before was weird? Li Qiuxiang asked suspiciously. She remembered that her sister had come back smelling nice after washing, yet refused to tell her where she had bathed. Could there have been some hidden story behind it? The moment those words were spoken, Li Qiumo in the front driver's cabin instantly blushed all the way through. The mechanic girl had rather thin skin, especially with both her little sister and Li Siki here. Things like using the back door and a stick, better not let her little sister know about that. This topic absolutely could not be discussed any further, so she hurriedly changed the subject. I'm going to install air, conditioning, and insulation layers for the other vehicles. She had already wasted quite a bit of time on Lu Ming's side. The mechanic girl still had work to do, so she quickly got out to handle proper business while she had the chance. No one knew when the legendary scorching rain would fall, so they had to hurry. And while she was doing that, Lu Ming took the opportunity to give this apocalypse armored vehicle a loud and mighty name. Apocalypse Beast. That was what he would call it. Simple, crisp, and direct. Buzz. Clearly, the vehicle liked the name too. The engine let out a series of hums, as if it had received a new life and was rejoicing. Night fell over the land. Today's blood moon was especially crimson. This wasn't Lu Ming's illusion. Almost everyone had noticed it. That sense of an impending storm made the atmosphere in the Liao Yuan convoy extremely heavy. But those changes didn't affect Lu Ming for the time being. The vehicle had completed its upgrade. Apocalypse Beast, now possessing a purified mechanical fire seed, provided him with a comfortable living environment and also gave his transmigrator a bit of a sense of belonging in this world. Although it couldn't compare to a proper residence or those big flats and villas, the sense of security Apocalypse Beast provided was something an ordinary house simply couldn't match. In the apocalypse, this was already warm enough, especially since inside Apocalypse Beast, there were people with him. Today counted as the mechanic girl S and the little sister-in-law as housewarming celebration. So when Li Qiumo returned after upgrading and modifying the other vehicles in the convoy, the dinner she saw was exceptionally lavish. 1 plate of eggs, 1 plate of stir-fried chili with meat, a can of beef that was still fairly fresh, and 1 plate of vegetables. In the apocalypse, this was already considered very extravagant. The eggs hadn't gone bad. The meat was preserved packaged chicken. The chilies hadn't completely lost their moisture, and though the vegetables were a little wilted, having food at all was already quite good. That was only because both Lu Ming and Li Qiumo were sequence users, so the fresh ingredients were prioritized for them. Otherwise, everyone would just be waiting to eat bread and instant noodles. It wasn't that instant noodles were bad, but anyone would get sick of them if they ate them all the time. Make do for now. Once those seeds we got last time sprout, we'll have fresh ones. They had collected quite a few seeds in that village before. Later, they could make a greenhouse vehicle. Enough for the few sequence users among them to enjoy. As for everyone else, they would still have to endure it until they found a truly livable environment. Since he was in a good mood today, Lu Ming deliberately had a little to drink. Not much, not little, just 4 ounces. This guy had already been craving the mechanic girl, so after drinking a bit of horse piss, and with the little sister-in-law and Li Siki sensibly going to the various levels of the front driver's cabin, he directly proposed to the mechanic girl that he wanted to investigate her academic credentials. He firmly claimed that her credentials were inflated, and he flat out didn't believe she had graduated from a prestigious school. The mechanic girl directly refuted him, saying her credentials could stand up to investigation. It was just that no one had ever investigated them before. If Lu Ming tried, he'd know whether there was any water in them. Then tried he would. Naturally, Lu Ming didn't believe her and immediately transformed into an investigator. Apocalypse Beast as shock absorption was very good. So Li Qiuxiang and Li Siki in front didn't feel much shaking or vibration. But this was still an internal environment, and it wasn't soundproof. The little sister-in-law covered her face. She wanted to listen, but was too embarrassed. Though Li Siki felt bitterness in her heart, she was open-minded about it and didn't get irrationally jealous. She was sensible to a terrifying degree, but she didn't remain unmoved the whole time either. Not long after, when the mechanic girl was defeated and cried out for help, she finally moved. There was no helping it. Lu Ming had just given himself a self-discipline task before this. Nighttime push UPS for 2 hours, using it to train his endurance and strength. It was only the first day, so he couldn't exactly fail at being disciplined already, could he? After all, this was the mechanic girl's first time being investigated by the investigator. It didn't take long before the taxes she had avoided got uncovered, so she could only surrender and stop struggling. As a seasoned senior, Li Siki once again entered the battlefield. The night grew deeper, and the blood moon hung high. If one looked carefully at the moon in the sky, it seemed to be covered by a layer of gloomy clouds, making the blood moon appear even stranger and more mysterious. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Lu Ming's biological clock woke him automatically. He glanced at his watch, and a trace of confusion flashed across his face. Long-term self-discipline training had made him wake up every day right when the sun was about to rise. And he wasn't the type to force himself to suffer for no reason. He had never been the sort to get up in complete darkness. So every day when he rose, he could see a strand of gentle sunlight that had already become a habit. But today was different. Gently pushing the mechanic girl aside, Lu Ming pulled himself free, got fully dressed, then opened the door of Apocalypse Beast and walked outside. Sure enough, something was wrong, and it was very wrong. Lu Ming raised his head to look at the sky and held up his hand. The faintly visible outline of his fingers reminded him that this was absolutely not right. Day had broken. The sun was gone. Heavy darkness wrapped around everything. Not only was the sun gone, even the blood moon in the sky was nowhere to be seen. There was only endless darkness. Dim, silent. He could even hear only his own breathing. So this was the limited darkness the captain had mentioned? More than that, this was more night than night itself. Lu Ming took a deep breath, and the power of blood and chi instantly wrapped around his whole body. Everything around him was pitch black. He couldn't see anything else at all. The darkness covered everything. Even if there weren't those watching eyes hidden in the dark, he still felt deeply uneasy. Only by activating his surging chi and blood could he gain even a trace of security. His beating heart reminded Lu Ming that he was still alive, that he still existed. It was just that the world had become different. Because Zhang Chang had warned him in advance, Lu Ming wasn't too panicked. But there was a conflicted look on his face at this moment. He clearly remembered why he had gotten up so early. To cultivate and train. Facts had proven that the sequence ability of a self-disciplinarian was very effective. He could make use of that effect similar to heaven rewarding diligence to obtain powerful skills through training. His blade technique was one example. And before, when he meditated facing the sun, he had already felt like he was just about to comprehend something. If that got cut off now, wouldn't all his previous self-discipline have been for nothing? No, only self-discipline could make him stronger, could let him protect himself and the entire vehicle full of people behind him in the apocalypse. Dark night or not, it shouldn't make much difference, right? Under the curtain of night, the fierce man scratched his head. His super wisdom told him that if he thought of something, he should go do it. After all, as the old saying goes, a lone yang does not grow. So, maybe try meditating on the darkness? Pressing down with his feet, Lu Ming jumped onto Apocalypse Beast, then sat down cross-legged. Waves of blood and chi surged across the surface of his body. Following the feeling of how he meditated during the day, Lu Ming sank his consciousness inward. It felt completely different from his usual meditation. All he saw was boundless darkness. A cold, gloomy chill seemed to invade his brain, and he uncontrollably began to associate it with certain indescribable things. His brows furrowed, and Lu Ming immediately wanted to give up on meditation. There were some things he truly couldn't afford to mess with. If he really visualized something outrageous, he might not even know how he died. But just as he was about to give up, a scorching aura suddenly surged out from his heart. The blazing energy that had been building up for who knew how long instantly wrapped around that dark, chilling force, then slowly formed a vortex inside his body. He could even clearly see that one white and one black were entwining together, developing toward a pattern he recognized. A Taiji diagram? Lu Ming didn't understand. But at this moment, the power of the blazing sun was clearly overwhelming the cold power. He needed more. Fortunately, all around him right now was nothing but endless darkness. In the end, he would definitely be able to fuse the two forces together. Time passed second by second. Finally, Lu Ming opened his eyes. He couldn't keep absorbing it. Absorbing too much dark energy at once seemed like it would cause something truly terrifying to happen. He had to take it step by step, and he had just drawn out far more power from the blazing sun than from the darkness. The side effect was extremely obvious too. Damn it, he was hard again. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had been meditating facing the sun for many days already, while today was only his first time staring into darkness. With Yang deep and Yin shallow, the consequences spoke for themselves. But he didn't hurry back into the doomsday beast to torment his women. Instead, he suppressed the power inside his body and started practicing his blade arts and fist techniques. Damn it, he already tormented them for an entire night. They hadn't even rested properly yet, and now he was going again? Lu Ming wasn't that kind of man. If he was hard, then he was hard. He was already used to staying firm anyway. The training continued. Time passed second by second. No one knew how much time had gone by when a drop of rain giving off heat suddenly fell onto his body. Something strange happened. The rain was obviously hot, but after landing on him, a cold, prying sensation suddenly surged into his heart, instantly interrupting Lu Ming's training. He snapped his eyes open and, without hesitation, activated hot-blooded boiling. The next moment, the raindrop evaporated, and only then did that discomfort fade away. Jumping down from the doomsday beast, Lu Meng shoved his sister-in-law, who had been thinking of stepping outside for some fresh air, back in, then said sternly, "The weather has changed. Contact the captain and see if he is awake yet." Crash. The moment he finished speaking, the drifting hot rain suddenly came pouring down in sheets. Whoosh, so refreshing. And just as Lu Meng ducked back into the doomsday beast, in a hidden corner of the camp, a man with a face full of beard was shivering his little tool and wearing a satisfied smile. The first piss, after holding it in all night, always felt especially good. Of course, still half asleep, he hadn't paid much attention to the pitch-black surroundings. He just thought his body clock had gone wrong and that he'd gotten up a little early today. In his groggy state, he hadn't even noticed that the sky lacked the blood moon he was familiar with. After all, he was just an ordinary survivor being protected by the Liao Yuan convoy in this apocalypse. Since he wasn't a sequence holder, his sharpness was very limited. Just then, with a soft pat, a drop of scorching rain landed on his clothes. First came a wave of heat, then the heat turned into a chill. His muddled brain was forcibly booted up, and in the middle of reconnecting from his mental blankness, he sensed the changes in his body in confusion. Before he could keep analyzing what exactly had happened, scorching, dense raindrops started falling from the sky like they were free. Under the assault of heat and cold, he became completely awake. He hurriedly put his tool away and tried to run back to the bus. But after only a few breaths, his body suddenly stiffened for a moment, and an extremely strange sensation surged into his heart. A burning yet warm feeling started spreading from behind him and from the exposed parts of his skin. In just a little over 10 seconds, his eyes began to grow dazed. The feeling was very strange. It was as if someone behind him was embracing him with a warm hug. That gentle aura seemed to want to melt him into the marrow of his bones, making him want to sink into it and dissolve there. No. Suddenly, the bearded man's eyes widened. The gentle feeling was gradually replaced by scorching heat. The one hugging him from behind wasn't trying to give him warmth at all, but to literally melt him with its blazing chest. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of something being scorched and burned was especially creepy in the night, and a nauseating smell of flesh being roasted followed as it began to spread. At this moment, this survivor who had gotten up in the morning to take a leak became someone everyone truly knew well. Aya! The shrill scream shattered the calm of the night, and mixed with the torrential rain, it sounded even more horrifying. Something happened. Inside the bus closest to the bearded man, Wang Peng's ears twitched, and he instantly opened his eyes. As a sequence holder, his senses were far stronger than those of normal people. The torrential rain hadn't stopped him from hearing that scream. He got up and quickly swept his gaze across the inside of the bus. Most people were still asleep, while a small number had been awakened by the sudden downpour. After carefully checking the number of people, his heart sank. One was missing. Zhang Shui, where is your man? Sundashan? His memory was astonishing. He immediately found the missing man-woman and asked, "You want to take a leak?" "He can't hold it at this time, every day." Zhang Nukui looked nervous. Seeing Wang Peng's serious expression, she quickly pressed for an answer. "What is wrong? Brother Wang? What happened?" She and Sundashan hadn't only gotten together after the apocalypse to make do as a pair. They had already been husband and wife before the apocalypse, and after entering the apocalypse, they had supported each other all the way until now. The apocalypse was merciless, but people still had feelings. They hadn't scattered like other couples when disaster struck. After being tempered by the end times, their feelings had only become purer. They were one of the rare couples with true love. That was why she was so nervous now. She didn't want to hear from Wang Peng that something had happened to her man, but despair had already begun to fill her heart. He had only gone out to take a leak. Under normal circumstances, he should have come back by now, especially with such heavy rain outside. Sundashan wasn't he an idiot? There was no way he'd just stay out there forever showering in the rain for fun. "I'm going out to find him." Wang Peng's silence was the clearest answer. Zhang Shui instantly broke into tears, stood up, and was about to get off the bus. But a large hand was already pressing down on her shoulder. The situation outside is still unclear. Going out now is just courting death. As a member of the Liao Yuan convoy, I don't want to see you die meaninglessly. Wang Peng spoke calmly. It has nothing to do with being soft-hearted. To put it bluntly, these survivors are all property of the convoy. The convoy protects their safety, not so they can casually throw their lives away. Think about it. If Sundashan is still alive, would he want you to go out and risk yourself? Wang Peng didn't know how to comfort people. After pressing her back in her seat, he turned on the walkie-talkie and switched it to the sequence holder's channel. But the moment he switched over, he heard Lu Meng's voice. "Is the captain awake yet?" The situation was urgent, so Lu Meng didn't even use a code name. He got straight to the point the moment he spoke. "I'm here." A tired and hoarse voice came through the walkie-talkie. It was Zhang Chong. It looked like he had woken up, but he wasn't in very good condition. "I've already heard your arrangements from the driver. You did very well. The situation is also pretty much what you analyzed." "Nicely done. My dear companions. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He glanced at the scorching rain outside the vehicle and shook his head. Zhang Chong had already given them a lot of information before. If they still couldn't analyze the situation they were about to face, then wouldn't that mean they were all useless? Captain, that is not what I wanted to ask. Did your star god tell you any other information? Other than eternal night and the scalding rain. He had heard that scream just now too. He didn't think the rain alone could directly scald someone to death. As someone who had personally felt that stuff, Lu Meng had plenty of authority to speak on it. I'm saying, what do you think a god is? If a god's words were that easy to understand, then it wouldn't be a god anymore. There was helplessness in Zhang Chong's tone. With his sequence level, being able to get this much information already meant he had done his best. Anything more, and he couldn't understand it either. This sure as hell wasn't like asking for directions normally. This was taking the initiative to question a great god. I don't know the rest. At most, I can infer that what we're running into this time is actually a very powerful existence waking up. We've only been hit by the aftershock of its awakening. This was information Zhang Chong hadn't wanted to say in the first place. No other reason. It was too despairing. Boundless darkness, scalding rain, high temperatures. These are only the prelude to its awakening. So what level of bizarre creature was the real thing exactly? Just thinking that they might run into something like this in the future was enough to make anyone feel despair, right? There's something wrong with the rain. Someone's already dead. Right then, Wang Peng's voice suddenly came through. Zhang Chui's man went out to take a leak and never came back, and just now. His words were heavy. Any sequence user probably would heard at least some of that scream, just now. Sun Dashin's fate wasn't hard to guess. This was the first time the Liao Yuan convoy had lost someone in a non-combat situation, and at the same time, it sounded an alarm for all of them. Calm the other survivors. No one is allowed to get off the vehicle without permission. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chong spoke in a grave tone. The situation was worse than he had expected. What they had encountered this time was probably more than just scalding rain. In the darkness, within that pitch-black environment, an even more terrifying enemy was hidden. Zhang Chong had his suspicions in his heart. That thing seemed to possess something other bizarre entities didn't have, a certain powerful killing rule. Getting caught in the rain and running into danger was probably only the obvious condition. So were there other hidden killing conditions as well? Before they figured out the situation, everyone would be in danger. That included sequence users too. Of course, these were all Zhang Chong's guesses. What exactly was going on still remained unknown. But one thing was certain. Somewhere in the unknown, something had definitely marked the Liao Yuan convoy as prey. After sharing his thoughts with the sequence users, Zhang Chong fell silent. And at that moment, Lin Yao also joined the channel. I can't put the barrier up, even if I barely managed to raise a small part of it. There's no way to block the rain. Another piece of bad news. Lin Yao's sequence ability had some effect in partially isolating aura, but now, under the influence of this bizarre climate, it had completely failed as well. Maybe there's no need to be too pessimistic. Lu Meng suddenly spoke up. When I was doing my morning training, rain landed on me, so I felt it directly. If it's only a small amount of rainwater, it won't affect us too much. My analysis is that for ordinary people, as long as it doesn't directly touch the skin, they should still be able to hold out for a while. What happened on Brother Ping's side should be a special case. After he finished speaking, the channel first fell silent, and then came Zhang Chong's sigh. It's got some reference value, but Brother Meng Nan, you're a level 2 sequence user. Can your physique be compared to ours? I'll say it again. Unless absolutely necessary, no one is allowed to get off the vehicle. Eating, drinking, pissing, and shitting all get handled in the vehicle. Especially on your side, Pengzi, you have to keep a close eye on those ordinary people. Split the bus down the middle. Half men and half women. Don't let anything go wrong. With things like this right now, it won't be easy for us to support you. This was clearly going to be strict management now. The situation outside was unclear, so absolutely nothing could be allowed to go wrong inside the convoy. Understood. Wang Peng responded, then turned off the comms and started making arrangements. By the way, how come I haven't heard from our noble mechanic? From the walkie-talkie, Zhang Chong's voice sounded somewhat puzzled. He was probably only just awake and still didn't know what had happened last night. Even less did he know that the Liao Yuan convoy's only mechanic had already been snatched away by Lu Meng, and that on top of that, she had built a spacious and comfortable apocalypse beast. She's sleeping, Lu Meng replied. The walkie-talkie went silent for a moment, and in the end, one after another, they all cursed Lu Meng for being a beast. How long had this damn kid even joined the convoy? And he'd already gone and ruined their mechanic just like that? After cursing him out, they all said goodbye in perfect unison and switched communications back to the previous public channel. No other reason. They just didn't want to eat dog food. The inside of the vehicle returned to peace. Lu Meng set the walkie-talkie aside and looked out the window. All he could see was darkness. In this kind of environment, visibility was already terrifyingly low to begin with. But on top of that, boiling hot rain was falling from the sky. The hot rain hit the ground and gave off heat. Strands of warm mist began to rise, and even with Lu Meng's eyesight, anything beyond about 2 meters was probably impossible to distinguish between man and beast. Most unsettling of all, within that black hot fog, there seemed to be invisible bizarre creatures hiding. Still underestimated this apocalypse. Lu Meng let out a faint sigh. He thought that after reaching level 2, he was already invincible under heaven. But whose general was this now? Zhang Chong said this was only the spectacle of some bizarre creature waking up. Just the aftershock alone could create scalding rain and boundless darkness. If it actually went all out, wouldn't it destroy heaven and earth? Beast, turn on the air circulation and stabilize the temperature inside the vehicle. A jade-like arm reached over and wrapped around Lu Meng's neck. As Miss Mechanic leaned in against him, she connected with the Apocalypse Beast's energy core. Buzz. Along with the engine's humming, the temperature inside the Apocalypse Beast dropped, instantly becoming much more comfortable. Li Qiumao, who had just gotten up, looked a little languid. She clung to Lu Meng and refused to move. Time to eat breakfast, Lu Meng said with a grin. Quiche, li qiumu mutarat. Right now. She was clingy to a frightening degree. You're talking like a kid. I can't bring myself to do it. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched slightly. In the apocalypse, people always got a little wilder, but he still didn't dare make a child, so Miss Mechanicus' morning method was already pretty familiar to him. Li Qiumao froze for a moment when she heard that, then seemed to realize something. Her face turned red in an instant, and she threw Lu Meng a flirtatious glance before getting up on her own to wash up. Outside the vehicle was boundless darkness, with eerie mist rising in waves. But inside the vehicle was endless warmth. Lu Meng smiled as he watched her back. He understood that Miss Mechanic had seen he was feeling a little down and had deliberately come over to comfort him. Li Qiumao wasn't he good with words, so she could only use this kind of action to help him forget his worries. Lu Meng understood all of it. So, you bastard bizarre thing. If you got the guts, wait until I'm done with my self-discipline. Then, the two of us can go a few rounds. At this moment, Lu Meng was exactly like that dog-headed champion from a game in his previous life, enduring humiliation while slowly stacking Q. His fighting spirit instantly came back. Self-discipline. Still fucking self-discipline. After having a warm breakfast with the girls, Lu Meng directly went to the storage room in the back and hauled out his bicycle. Fortunately, the space inside the vehicle was big enough. He just had Miss Mechanic make a suspended platform at will, and it didn't interfere with him completing his cycling self-discipline task at all. Very clearly, even if the environment outside didn't allow it, he still insisted on self-discipline. Lu Meng wasn't an idiot who insisted on suffering for no reason, or on riding in that deadly scalding rain just because he had to, knowing there was danger and still doing that. That wouldn't be self-discipline. That would be self-abuse. Anyway, riding a bike was riding a bike no matter where he did it. Brother Chong, when's this rain gonna stop? At the same time, inside Zhang Chong's off-road vehicle, he and his driver, Xiao Lu, had already finished today's breakfast. The fragrant scent of instant noodles still faintly lingered in the air, but Zhang Chong hadn't eaten them. Xiao Lu had. The water had been heated with a multi-functional kettle designed by Miss Mechanic. As for Zhang Chong, he had his own weird little habit. When he ate instant noodles, he liked to crush them dry and chew on them directly, munching on sausage at the same time. If he had a bottle of cola, that would be even better, but there wasn't any in the car. It was all in the trunk, and he definitely didn't dare get out into the rain so casually. After cleaning up, his driver-cum-assistant glanced at the environment outside and asked Zhang Chong with a shiver. It couldn't be helped. With how things were outside, anyone would feel an instinctive physical discomfort. If a normal person stayed here too long, they'd definitely be driven insane. Turn on the AC first. In the back seat, Zhang Chong picked a comfortable position and lay down, casually grabbing the fan beside him to wave at himself. After getting the order, Xiao Lu quickly did as told. The cool air immediately refreshed both him and Zhang Chong quite a bit. Damn, this AC Li Qiumao made is seriously powerful. Lu Meng really lucked out, that brat. He found himself such a treasure. From now on, he gets to freeload off her without paying any supplies. Just thinking about it is enough to make people jealous. The moment that topic came up, Xiao Lu got fired up. Seriously, we're both surnamed Lu, so how come that guy is so damn fierce? Fine, he's awesome. Whatever. But even the woman he hooked up with is that incredible. As soon as that thought hit him, Xiao Lu casually grabbed a bottle of mineral water and chugged several big gulps before starting to talk about what had happened last night. Captain, you were asleep yesterday, so you don't know. This AC is nothing. The truly insane thing is their vehicle. Damn, when I looked at it, it was like a freaking mobile fortress. Cool as hell, and overbearing too. Zhang Chong had passed out yesterday, but driver Xiao Lu had gone to sneak a look when he had the chance. That armored vehicle of theirs was seriously imposing. TCH, no point envying it. Zhang Chong shook his head and didn't think further about it. Lu Meng and Li Qiumao were deeply tied together now, and for the Liao Yuan convoy, that was actually a good thing. Neither of them was the ungrateful type. The Liao Yuan convoy was the place where their paths had crossed, so there would definitely be benefits in the future. Besides, what right did he have to interfere in someone else's private life? What really bothered him was this weather. Zhang Chong frowned slightly and tried to communicate with the star god. The next moment, another wave of dizziness slammed into him. Within the endless darkness, that faint, intangible guidance had become even more mysterious and elusive. Receiving the star god's guidance had become unbelievably difficult, so he could only use some basic methods now, meaning he had to rely solely on himself. Then what used was this star god of his. Zhang Chong rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say something to his driver, he noticed the guy seemed off. He focused and sensed him carefully, and in an instant, his scalp went numb. Xiao Lu, sitting in front, had suddenly become damp all over. Waves of heat and mist were rising from his body. His breathing had turned rapid. The sound of his heartbeat was abnormally obvious, and his facial features had twisted into something savage. Something wrong. There's a problem. Zhang Chong's brain started racing. Just a moment ago, Xiao Lu had still been normal. It seemed like the mutation had only started in a single instant. Water. It was the water. The only difference between him and Xiao Lu was that one had drunk noodle soup and water, and the other had tea. In an instant, cold sweat broke out across his forehead. Xiao Lu looked like he was about to freaking mutate. But Zhang Chong was still a sequence user after all. At the critical moment, his mind forced control back over his body. He shoved himself forward from the back seat toward the passenger seat, opened the driver's side door while he was at it, and then kicked Xiao Lu straight out of the vehicle. His hands didn't stop moving either. While throwing away the shoes that had touched Xiao Lu, he grabbed the walkie-talkie beside him, switched it to the public channel, and roared with all his strength, "Don't drink water." The sudden change had come far too fast. When Zhang Chong's voice rang through every vehicle in the convoy, almost everyone stopped what they were doing and trembled. They were clearly frightened. Today's situation was special. Almost everyone's nerves were stretched tight, especially inside the bus. Someone had already died that morning, and no one wanted to be the next one killed by some bizarre creature. That thing's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. Even now, they still didn't know what had happened. No one wanted to die so unclearly. That's the captain's voice. What did the captain just say? Drink water? What about drinking water? He said don't drink water, but I already drank some. The public channel was connected to the radios in every vehicle, and even the loudspeaker on Zhang Chong's vehicle. That shout had definitely reached everyone. In the next moment, the atmosphere inside the bus became incomparably tense. The survivors' fear spread rapidly. Those who had already drunk water had no idea what they would be facing, and despair appeared on their faces one after another. At the critical moment, Wang Peng stepped up. He knew that if this emotion was allowed to spread, the consequences would be extremely serious. Most likely, before the bizarre creature even made a move, they would fall into chaos on their own first. That was exactly what made bizarre creatures so hard to deal with. Even sequence users found those mysterious, unpredictable methods a headache, let alone ordinary people. What made it even worse was that, based on the timing, it was currently morning. The starving survivors had basically all just finished breakfast, and a great many of them had drunk water. Those who drank water, and those who drank noodle soup. Come stand over here. Wang Peng's expression was cold as he pulled out his gauntlets. At a critical moment like this, he had to use thunderous measures. If anyone was blind enough to cause trouble, he would mind killing one to warn the rest. Don't hide it. You want to be able to hide it. Think about the family and friend around you. Even if not for yourselves, think for them. Also, anyone is welcome to report people hiding their situation. If the report is confirmed, there'll be a supply reward. Now, there was no hiding it at all. Those who had come into contact with water after getting up, who had drunk water or eaten instant noodles, had no choice but to step forward. There was no point in hiding. The survivors short on supplies would mind trading them in for a reward. Not long after, the survivors inside the bus were split into two groups again. Those who drunk water stayed at the back of the vehicle. Those who had were placed under Wang Peng's unified control. Only at that point did Wang Peng finally have time to reply to Zhang Chong's message. Captain, the situation doesn't look good. Quite a few people drank water. There was no helping it. It had happened right at breakfast time. Most survivors had eaten the same breakfast as Zhang Chong, instant noodles. Many of them couldn't even afford to add sausage. A smaller number had chosen bread and chased it down with bottled water just to fill their stomachs. Got it. Keep observing. Once mutation starts, inside the off-road vehicle, Zhang Chong was still shaken. After calming down a little, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. He understood that after this wave, quite a few survivors in the convoy would probably die. It had been a long time since the Liao Yuan convoy had suffered losses this heavy. Those were all sequence seeds, the foundation of the convoy. Unfortunately, facing the current predicament, he had no solution at all. If the survivors underwent some irreversible bizarre transformation, all he could do was abandon them. Captain, what happens if you drank water? Suddenly, Li Qiuma's voice came from the walkie-talkie, carrying tension and worry. You drank too? Zhang Chang's expression froze, but he still quickly explained the situation. Xiao Lu drank water and directly started turning bizarre. Before he completely turned into one, I threw him out of the car. After that, he fell silent for a moment, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. I watched with my own eyes as he changed from a person into part of the rain, merging with the rain itself. He became a new species, but definitely not human. Luckily, after he turned into a rainman, he didn't attack me or my vehicle. As for the exact situation, I don't know either. Raymond, drinking the water would turn you into an aberration, a completely new kind of Raymond aberration no one had ever seen before. This time, the panic could no longer be held back. Inside the bus, the surviving passengers all looked at those who had drunk the water as if they were looking at monsters. Even though they were trying their best to keep their emotions under control, showing the quality the Liao Yuan convoy should have had. But ordinary people were still ordinary people. As long as they were human, they were selfish. So when the first person looked at them with eyes that clearly said, "Hurry up and make them get off the bus," the same thought instantly rose in countless hearts. As for the ones who had drunk the water, they wore terrified expressions and collapsed onto the ground in unease, having no idea what they were supposed to do. Not me. It was Meng Ji, and right at that moment, Li Qiuma's voice came through, but her tone no longer carried the tension from before. But he asked fine. He even said the water gives you strength. Li Qiuma let out a long breath, but before her tense emotions could ease in the slightest, Lin Yao's voice came again. It's naturally good news that guy's fine, but right now, we need to think about a very real problem. Lin Yao sighed. It's getting hotter and hotter outside. The upgraded air conditioning system you helped us install last night can naturally hold out for a while, but we'll eventually have to go down and add fuel. Sooner or later, we'll come into contact with that scalding rain, even if everything goes smoothly. If the temperature keeps rising and the mist gets thicker and thicker, it's only a matter of time before the air conditioning fails. But that brings up another problem. When it's hot, people want to drink water. In a normal environment, a normal person can't last long without drinking water, let alone in this kind of high temperature. The worst case scenario has appeared. In a high temperature environment, when people want to cool down, they naturally want to drink water. But now drinking this water carries the risk of aberration, and there are rainmen outside too. How are we supposed to deal with a deadlock like this? Someone S starting to aberrate. I'll deal with it first. The moment Lin Yao finished speaking, Wang Peng picked up right after her. Clearly, something had gone wrong on the bus. Everyone was waiting for the final result. After a while, his voice came through again. It's handled. The good news is, not everyone turns into an aberration. The bad news is, even so, no one dares gamble on probability. And the people who didn't drink water are already starting to look at the ones who did, but didn't aberrate yet, in a very wrong way. Fear and suspicion were spreading. Their nerves were stretched so tight they could shatter everything. That was what Wang Peng really meant. The outside world was scorching hot. Water could quench thirst and cool the body. But drinking it came with a chance of turning into an aberration, turning directly into a rainman. If they didn't drink, they would die of thirst. The situation in front of them had turned into a dead loop. No one spoke. Inside the doomsday beast, Lu Ming tossed aside the protein powder bottle and finally relaxed after sensing his body for a moment. He really had drunk the water. After all, he had been working out just now. Working out meant sweating, and sweating meant he naturally needed to replenish water. He had also felt the aberrant energy in the water. That thing had indeed tried to invade his consciousness and body, but the moment hot-blooded boiling activated, that clump of aberrant energy was purified on the spot. All in all, it had been a close call without real danger. He looked at the water in his hand, then at the steaming heat outside, his brows slowly knitting together. Just now, when he was purifying the protein powder, superintelligence had suddenly flashed with inspiration, but he hadn't caught it. He had a vague guess. The deadlock in front of them might not actually be unsolvable. The heavy darkness was like a giant hand, covering the sun that should have been bringing warmth to the earth. The pouring, scalding rain raged without reason, and together with the rising mist, it slowly gathered into a sense of despair that began to spread. In a dark environment, people always couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild. Humans needed light. Nearly every vehicle in the Liao Yuan convoy had its lights turned on, but in this rainy night, that bright glow looked more like torches in an eternal night, attracting not only people, but seemingly other things as well. On the bus, Wang Peng leaned tiredly against the side of the carriage. After going so long without replenishing water, and with the temperature continuing to rise, his body had already started warning him. Without realizing it, his hand reached toward the bottle of mineral water beside him. But the moment he moved, the earlier scene appeared in his mind again, and he hurriedly pulled his hand back. Reaching for water was a completely subconscious reaction from his body. His cracked lips and bloodshot eyes were both reminding him to hydrate. But he didn't dare. He glanced at the few survivors huddled in the middle of the bus. Among them were people who had drunk water during breakfast, and others who had been unable to endure their thirst midway and drank some. Without exception, every single one of them had aberrated. This directly contradicted the previous intelligence. The mutation after drinking water was not a matter of probability, but a matter of time. The more you drank, the faster you aberrated. The less you drank, the later it would happen. He had already shared this information with the Convoy S sequence users. It was news enough to drive a person into collapse and despair. And it was only after watching again and again those people transform from normal humans into aberrations that Wang Peng had started to fear water itself, the thing that should have been the source of life. Ho! Ho! Right then, among the group who had drunk water, another person began giving off rising mist. His expression turned savage, and the sound of his heart pounding was so loud that everyone on the entire bus could hear it. Wang Peng took a deep breath, dragged his exhausted body to his feet, put on his isolation gloves and mask, then walked over to the survivor who was about to turn into a Raymond. With one hand, he lifted him up, then skillfully opened the bus door and threw him outside. Obviously, this was not the first time he had done this. And the survivors in the back of the bus who hadn't drunk water were also not seeing someone be abandoned for the first time. Bro, why not just throw all of them off? His younger brother, the bus driver, swallowed to ease the feeling of dryness in his throat and looked fearfully at those numb-faced survivors who had drunk water. In his view, they should just directly abandon these people who were guaranteed to aberrate sooner or later. And inside the entire bus, that thought occupied the majority. Quite a few people heard his words and also raised their heads to look at Wang Peng. As long as they're not aberrations yet, we can't give up on them. Wang Peng replied hoarsely, then leaned back against the bus wall again. In his mind, he recalled a scene from before the apocalypse. A person who had once pulled him back from a desperate situation, and his gaze became even firmer. He wasn't some saint. Rather, if he gave absolutely no hope to these people who might die, then something huge would definitely go wrong. And he also believed that once the temperature kept rising, the ordinary people on the bus would all start losing their minds. At that point, even if he forcibly stopped them from drinking water, some people would still secretly drink it, and the result of that would be total annihilation for everyone. Could he throw everyone off the bus? So what would be the point of throwing these people off now? When things truly reached the end, it would only be a matter of sooner or later. Rather than making these people who had drunk water get off the bus right away and face slaughter by whatever was out there, it was better to let them live a little longer. The captain will definitely have a way, so don't give up hope either. Hang on a little longer. Wang Peng's gaze was firm, and though his voice was hoarse, it rang with force, making a trace of hope appear in the eyes of those water drinkers who had been despairing and numb. Achoo! Damn it, which bastard is talking about me again? As the holder of the Stargazer sequence, Zhang Chang was the sensitive type, especially when people were talking behind his back and saying bad stuff about him. Inside the off-road vehicle, after wiping his nose, he picked up the fan beside him and kept fanning himself. Sweat kept streaming down his forehead, clearly showing he was being roasted by the heat. Zhang Chang was a pretty sharp guy. He and T kept the air conditioner running the whole time. After all, the Jeep's fuel was limited, and nobody knew how long this high-temperature eternal night would last. With the situation unclear, he didn't dare get out of the vehicle on his own to add fuel, so rationing energy properly would let him hold out longer. But he knew, if this kept going, it would just be a slow death. Yet he still couldn't find a way to break the situation. He could only keep trying to contact the star god again and again, but the signals he sent were obviously being affected by this damn environment. All he could receive were a few scattered words, nowhere near enough to solve the problem. His brain spun at high speed, repeatedly simulating one solution after another in his head, only to reject them all over and over. The temperature kept rising, and left with no choice. Zhang Chang turned the air conditioner back on, but this time, that cool feeling only lasted a short while. Before long, even the cold air blowing from the AC had begun to carry traces of heat mixed into it. The temperature had risen again. A bitter look appeared on Zhang Chang's face. After letting out a long sigh, he looked at the water beside him. In truth, although it was already terribly hot, as long as he kept replenishing water, it wasn't impossible to endure it. But he shook his head and, while there was still a little cool air left, sank back into thought. The temperature rose again. At the same time, Lin Yao had noticed the same problem. After wiping the sweat from her forehead, she hesitated for a moment before finally removing her last layer of protection. Her figure, once a point of pride, had now become a burden of heat, forcing her to support it with both hands to help cool off. She had to hold it up, otherwise it was just too hot. Fortunately, she had always been driving alone, so this was at least convenient right now. Sigh, she really didn't know if she could survive this one. She looked at the heat waves rising outside the window, and a trace of bitterness flashed through her eyes. She wasn't someone who gave up easily, especially when she still hadn't found her family. Dying like this, for no clear reason, was something she absolutely couldn't accept, but this situation in front of her. Men Yi. Inside the Doomsday Beast, the temperature was still comfortable. with the fire seed of mechanical civilization as its core. This level of heat naturally wasn't a problem. Mechanical scrap could also greatly reduce energy consumption, so Lu Meng and the others were doing fairly well. But water loss was still a problem. Li Siki looked at the pitch-black world outside, then at her watch, and couldn't help licking her somewhat cracked lips. If she hadn't looked at the watch, she would have thought it was still the middle of the night, but in reality, it was only the afternoon. After being thirsty for one whole night and an entire day, Li Siki was obviously feeling miserable. She was just an ordinary person without an awakened sequence. And her physical condition was relatively average too, so she had just proposed a bold idea to replenish water. Meng Yi, em tushed. She spoke again, her burning gaze fixed on Lu Meng's thing, her tone full of coquettish sweetness. I heard that stuff isn't just good for beauty. It should be pretty good in terms of protein and water too. If it really comes down to it, don't even think about it. Lu Meng's sturdy body trembled, and he directly cut off her terrible idea. It wasn't tea that he was lacking. With his powerful physique and reserves practically on the level of an anime character, he really wouldn't mind that little bit. But did that sound reasonable? Ever since this college girl had been investigated by him, she had become more and more outrageous. Of course, all that outrageousness was directed at him, and he was honestly enjoying it. But was this the right situation to do something like that? Definitely not. His sister-in-law was still here. Still, water really was a problem. He couldn't just let his woman die of thirst like this. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He directly picked up the bottle of mineral water beside him, unscrewed it, and took a big gulp. Sizzle, sizzle. The cold, eerie aura began to boil. But Lu Meng skillfully activated hot-blooded boiling. The next moment, the eerie aura was directly purified clean, while that mouthful of water was retained by Lu Meng. It should be fine now, right? After sensing it for a moment, Lu Meng nodded at Li Siki. The meaning was obvious. There was no imported water. But there was imported water. If you got the guts, come over and drink it. The college girl was clearly not one to back down. She was practically dying of thirst already, and seeing that Meng Ji had come up with a solution, she didn't waste a single word and pounced over directly. Inside the Doomsday Beast, Lu Meng had already activated both chi and blood, like a rainbow and hot-blooded boiling. Even his soul totem was on standby at all times. With all his states stacked, even if he discovered that the water mutated again after leaving him, he could still step in at any moment to save Li Siki. This was the most critical step. As long as Li Siki was fine, then their crisis would no longer exist. Of course, there was no way Lu Meng would use his own girl's life as an experiment. Before feeding Li Siki the water, he had already drunk it himself many times and had used his abilities to verify over and over. Only then did he feed her a round of imported water. Based on the conclusions he got from experimenting on himself, this kind of water that had been enhanced by his hot-blooded boiling was drinkable. But his hot-blooded boiling was only level 1, so he couldn't remotely control it like chi and blood like a rainbow. Naturally, that also meant he couldn't purify contaminated water from a distance. So the order couldn't be changed either. Drink water, activate hot-blooded boiling, feed the other person clean water. That was basically the process. The facts proved that Lu Meng really had done it. His steps were correct. After Li Siki drank the water, she was observed for a while and showed no signs of turning eerie. This was exciting news. The girls inside the Doomsday Beast began looking at Lu Meng with burning eyes. Meng Ji, I'm thirsty too. Miss Mechanic was the second to move over. She had already had deep-level exchanges with Lu Meng before, so there was no need to keep acting reserved. They had already done things far more excessive than this. Imported water was no big deal. Lu Meng didn't waste words either, and he also helped Li Qiuoma solve her lack of water problem. As for the last one, Lu Meng looked toward his sister-in-law, Li Qiuxiang. This girl was also thirsty beyond belief. After all, she hadn't had any water since morning, so she wanted to replenish fluids too. But what was her status? She was the little sister-in-law. Something like sharing mouth-to-mouth water with her brother-in-law was obviously not something she could do. Facing Lu Meng's probing gaze, the little sister-in-law gave a soft huff and turned her head away, silently expressing her refusal. Lu Meng wasn't in a hurry, nor did he say anything. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. Once she got so thirsty, she couldn't take it anymore. She would come over on her own. Besides, as her older sister, Li Qiuoma would also go persuade her younger sister. He believed that in the end, she would compromise. Come on. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, what did boundaries between men and women even matter? Shaking his head and no longer dwelling on it, Lu Meng stroked his chin, walked to the car door, and opened it. A wave of heat instantly rushed into the Doomsday Beast. That feeling was like being shut inside a steamer, incredibly uncomfortable. But Li Qiuoma and the others didn't disturb Lu Meng, nor did they tell him to shut the door. They knew he was investigating the environment of this scalding rain and trying to find a way to solve the problem. Although the issue of drinking water had been solved for now, the temperature was still rising, the hidden threats were still there, and no one knew how long this endless darkness would continue. Learning more about the situation was definitely the right move. Besides, even if their own water problem had been solved, there were so many people in the convoy. They couldn't possibly have Lu Meng go around feeding everyone imported water one by one, right? What do they think their man was? People were selfish, and Lu Meng had never intended to do that. What he wanted was to solve the problem at the root. After thinking in silence for a moment, the power of qi and blood began to emerge from Lu Meng's body, then wrapped around his right hand and arm. Taking a deep breath, he reached his hand out. The next second, scorching raindrops landed on it. First came a heat, then a cold. Sinister chill, completely opposite to that blazing aura, tried to burrow into his skin. Lu Meng frowned. He increased the output of qi blood like a rainbow, and the surging qi and blood instantly formed a solid barrier, completely cutting off that strange discomfort. It works. A sharp gleam flashed through Lu Meng's eyes. Then he pulled his hand back and fell into thought again. Qi blood like a rainbow could resist the threat of that scalding rain. But the trade-off was that if he wanted to remain completely unaffected, he had to run it at very high output. And in an environment like this, where it was impossible to casually kill strange creatures, replenishing the power of qi and blood would be extremely difficult. That meant the drain on him would be huge. In other words, even someone like him couldn't move around freely in this scalding rain. He had to return to a safe place to recover before his stamina ran out. More importantly, the situation outside was unclear. It was impossible for Lu Meng to keep only qi blood like a rainbow active. Boiling blood and soul totem also had to stay on at all times for full protection. That meant the amount of time he could move around in the scalding rain would be cut down even further. He closed the door, and the wave of heat was blocked out once more. The apocalyptic beast's air circulation system activated, and a cool sensation washed over him, making him feel a burst of comfort. All he could say was that this vehicle had been modified at just the right time. Otherwise, Lu Meng would really be suffering right now. Without even looking, Lu Meng could guess how the others were doing. Lack of water and extreme heat. There was no way they were having an easy time. Time passed second by second as Lu Meng sat there with his eyes closed in thought. Every now and then, updates came through the walkie-talkie. Everyone was gritting their teeth and holding on. HM? Li Qiuma's voice suddenly rang out, breaking the calm inside the vehicle. She reached out and tugged at Lu Meng's sleeve, then pointed toward the night sky outside the window. It was already evening. At this point, what was outside could indeed be called a night sky. But the night sky was still the same night sky. What was up there was gone. The blood moon is gone. The mechanic girl's startled cry made Lu Meng freeze for a moment before he hurriedly looked over too. Outside was pitch black. The blood moon that had always accompanied them. The blood moon that had brought the apocalypse to this world was indeed gone. No wonder he and Li Qiuma were so shocked. That blood moon had always been bizarre. Even on ordinary rainy or cloudy days, its outline was still visible, hanging there full of ominous presence like some kind of monitor watching over the planet. But today, it had vanished. That also indirectly confirmed one thing. Everything the Liao Yuan convoy was experiencing right now was not some simple climate change. Zhang Chong had been telling the truth. Everything, every last bit of it, was a sign that some powerful, ghostly, strange creature had awakened. And that thing was in the sky right now. It had even covered the entire heavens, to the point that even the blood moon's light could no longer pierce through. This was true sky-covering darkness. And those so-called rain men, that bizarre scalding rain, that endless darkness, they were nothing more than aftershocks caused by its passing. It merely existed. It merely awakened. It merely passed by. It wasn't targeting anyone. Yet just the aftershocks alone were enough to make people mutate and fall into desperate ruin. What a despair-inducing truth this was. No wonder the Captain S and Star God S signals had become intermittent. No wonder the barrier on Lin Yao's side could only barely hold and couldn't block out the aura at all. No one knew what that thing actually was. After all, they were already exhausting themselves just trying to survive within the aftershocks it left behind. Lu Meng rubbed his brow and let out a sigh. Just now, he had still been thinking that if the blood moon appeared at night and brought at least a little light, he might go out at full power to check the situation. But now, he had a vague premonition. The thing above them, under the blood moon's shine, it seemed even more violent. This wasn't an illusion. You could tell, just from even more savage, scalding rain and the night sky that was even darker than it had been during the day. If he went out under these conditions, he would probably run into something truly terrifying. Since that was the case, he couldn't act rashly. The safest plan was to rest well, gather his strength, and wait until daytime tomorrow. Once the blood moon was gone and that thing was no longer so violent, then he could go explore the situation. Thinking of that, Lu Meng didn't waste any time. He directly grabbed a few girls and fed them water one by one. He even didn't spare his grumbling, haughty, and spoiled little sister-in-law, force-feeding her a big mouthful. Then, ignoring her ashamed and furious glare, he wrapped one arm around the mechanic girl and the other around the college girl, headed to the rear compartment of the apocalyptic beast, and began today's late-night push-up self-discipline task. What a joke. What was self-discipline? Perseverance, of course. Resting and gathering strength was one thing. But he couldn't forget self-discipline either. After all, only self-discipline could make him stronger. The next morning, Lu Meng's biological clock successfully booted up. Even though there was no real distinction between day and night anymore, his body had long since gotten used to waking up at a fixed time every day. So was it a problem? Pulling himself away from the land of tenderness, Lu Meng thought for a moment, then found a spot inside the vehicle and sat down cross-legged. He still had no intention of making himself suffer for no reason by going outside to meditate in the darkness, mainly because with the situation out there, you really never knew what you might end up thinking into existence while meditating. If that happened, it would be easy for problems to arise. At his current level of meditation, he still couldn't completely empty himself of all outside distractions and sink fully into his mind. So if he went out, endured the scalding rain, and kept chi blood like a rainbow and boiling blood active at the same time, he'd only get half the result for twice the effort. Not to mention that he had a major move planned for today, so storing up more stamina was a must. Fortunately, even inside the apocalyptic beast, he could still sense that energy. And using the impression of the blazing sun he had stored from before to neutralize that darkness, his meditation was still effective. Yesterday's riding reward had already been issued, and his physique had increased by another 1 point. His self-discipline behavior had also been recorded by the special mission Self-Discipline Cleaner, and the reward pool was still building up. A new day meant a new round of self-discipline had begun. Seated meditation. He shrank, glory of the fierce man, down to its shortest length and calmly slashed and swept at the air. His movements were very light, so light that they didn't produce even the slightest sound. After all, the 3 girls were still resting, and he didn't want his training to disturb them. But strangely enough, after getting used to those wide, forceful sweeping and chopping strikes, now that he was holding back his strength and maintaining the motions of chopping and sweeping in slow slashes, he had gained a new kind of insight. It was a completely different feeling from how he had controlled the blade before. Lu Meng's superbrain told him that this change was a good thing, so there was no need to mind it. He just had to follow his own thoughts. And Lu Meng's super strength fully agreed. A different kind of self-disciplined cultivation began. As time passed second by second, he sheathed the blade, changed his stance, and started practicing fist techniques. This was what he had learned from the giant zombie. It wasn't purely a fist technique, more like a method of exerting force. At the moment, his understanding was still very limited, and he couldn't grasp the key yet. But he was a powerhouse of self-discipline. Sooner or later, he would understand everything. For now, all he needed was persistence. Come to think of it, with the scalding rain descending and the darkness cutting off visibility of that small town, who knew what things were like over there? Was the giant zombie still there? Did the scalding rain affect the interdimensional wasteland too? No one knew the answers to those questions. But judging from the giant zombie's size, if it had made any move, the people in the Liao Yuan convoy would have noticed, so there was no need to worry. Besides, that thing capable of covering the sky clearly wasn't something a zombie could even compare to. It was probably playing the role of a well-behaved little baby right now too, wasn't it? Time passed, and the training came to an end. Lu Meng went into the washroom and took a quick shower. Now that the scalding rain had arrived, the drowned wraith's whale could still be used as before, but no one could guarantee whether the water inside had been contaminated, so nobody dared to drink it. Even when showering, Lu Meng had insisted on going in with them under the noble excuse of purifying the water source. Of course, the only targets he accompanied were the mechanic girl and the college girl. His little sister-in-law had already gone and enjoyed a thorough wash before the rain started, so she hadn't given Lu Meng any chance. "You're awake?" When Lu Meng came out of the washroom, he found that the 3 girls were already up, waiting for him in the small lounge in the middle section of the vehicle. The college girl had even thoughtfully prepared breakfast. Because of the water issue, breakfast had instead gone back to how it was before, just some instant food products. Still, Lu Meng and the others had no complaints. They had all made it through the early days of the apocalypse. Any hardship worth suffering had already been suffered. There was nothing they couldn't accept now. After a simple breakfast, Lu Meng fed water to Li Siki and the others one by one again. This time, when it was his little sister-in-law's turn, she wasn't nearly as awkward about it. Sometimes, habit just became second nature. In the apocalypse, where are you supposed to find that many precious people? Still, his little sister-in-law's face was as red as ever, especially with her sister watching while she was being that intimate with her brother-in-law. It gave her the strange feeling of cuckolding her sister right in front of her. After breakfast, Lu Meng checked his equipment. Aside from the usual glory of the tough guy, he also put on a raincoat this time. He didn't know whether the thing would be useful, but as long as it could reduce some consumption, that was good. "Be careful. We'll wait for you to come back." Li Siki Uja Liu Meng, worry written all over her face. They had already learned last night what Lu Ming planned to do today, but in truth, she didn't want him going out and taking risks. When it came to this, she was selfish, almost cold-blooded. She felt that compared to Lu Ming, other people simply weren't worth mentioning. So what if all those people died? She only wanted Lu Ming to stay safe. She only hoped he would come back in one piece. But at the same time, she was a sensible woman. She knew that once Lu Ming made up his mind, trying to persuade him was useless. He was a man who refused to stay passive. He had always taken the initiative. So all she could do was pray for his safe return. Don't worry. Lu Ming nodded and rubbed Li Siqi's beautiful hair. Li Qiuma also came over and slipped into Lu Ming's arms. Don't risk yourself for other people. There's no need to force the matter with Lin Yao either. As long as you come back safe, that's enough. She had brought up Lin Yao last night, and Lu Ming understood that she was worried about her best friend. So he had comforted her earlier and said he would go take a look over there. But now that Li Qiuma kept emphasizing that he shouldn't take risks, the meaning was obvious. Her best friend wasn't more important than her man. Lu Ming patted her back to comfort her, then let go of Li Qiuma. Just as he was about to turn and get off the vehicle, he felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned his head in confusion, only to see his little sister-in-law tilting her head with a look that said she had been treated differently. This damned Sundara. Didn't she know Sundaras were already off the market these days? Speechless, Lu Ming pulled her over and gave her a hug too. You have to come back. Otherwise, my sister and I are going to find another man. This dead Sundara clearly had no idea how to talk. She couldn't bring herself to say anything soft and ambiguous like be careful or I'll wait for you. In the end, she actually started threatening him. The hell? The corner of Lu Ming's mouth twitched. He smacked her on the butt, then turned and got off the vehicle before she could blow up. You're not allowed to say that again. Your sister only has widowhood in this life. There's no divorce and no remarriage. Inside the vehicle, Li Qiuma looked seriously at Li Qiuxiang. Li Qiuxiang also knew she was in the wrong. She stuck out her tongue and hurriedly admitted fault. Wasn't that just a slip of the tongue? Besides, wasn't it only because brother-in-law kissed her that her mouth slipped? He had obviously already finished feeding her. But he still went inside. Just thinking about it made her blush. She felt like her sister was beyond saving. Her own little sister was being bullied, and she still had no idea. At this rate, before long, your little sister might just cuckold you, believe it or not. You sure know how to talk. If you know how to talk so well, why do you even bring up widowhood? You can't wait for brother-in-law to die, or what? However, Li Qiuma clearly had no idea what wild thoughts her younger sister was thinking. After Lu Ming got out of the vehicle, she immediately went to the control console of the Apocalypse Beast. Beast maximum output. Turn on all the spotlights. Light up Brother Ming's road home for me. Bang. After shutting the Apocalypse Beast's door, Lu Ming took a deep breath and stared at his surroundings. This area was still shrouded in dense darkness. The scalding rain fell in a steady patter, and the evaporated gas gathered into fog, making everything under the cover of darkness look especially eerie. The good news was that, just like Lu Ming had guessed last night, once true night had passed and the blood moon had disappeared, even though everything was still pitch black, that feeling of violent wind and torrential rain had indeed vanished. Everything had returned to the same level as it had been during the daytime yesterday. The scalding rain was still the same familiar scalding rain, turning from blazing hot to chilling cold when it landed on the body. No more words needed. Blood and chi like a rainbow. Hot blood boiling. Soul totem. In an instant, all three states activated at the same time. The power of blood chi surged forth, completely covering Lu Ming's body. His fiercely pounding heart began steaming his blood, and the power of blood chi swelled again as if it had been pumped full of stimulants. The soul totem continued exerting its effect. That comfortable, cool sensation made Lu Ming's mind become incomparably calm. He could even feel that the moment he activated his states, the eerie aura around him had dispersed quite a bit. The soul totem really was authoritative, under immunity to all evils. Those strange rain men probably couldn't do anything to him at all. It was time to explore what exactly was hiding inside that darkness. His sharp gaze swept the surroundings, just as Lu Ming had taken a few steps into the distance and was about to make a move. A familiar notification sound suddenly rang in his ear. Ding! It has been detected that the self-discipliner has basically mastered the sequence ability of level 2. The prerequisite for enhancing your sequence ability has been met. Your number of daily self-discipline tasks that can be solidified has now changed to 2. Ding! Based on your self-discipline behavior during the period after advancing to level 2, 3 solidifiable daily self-discipline tasks have been provided for you. You may choose one according to your preference. 1. Daily combat training. Details as follows. Fist technique practice, blade technique practice. After maintaining self-discipline, your sense for fist and blade techniques will be improved, combat technique experience will be slightly increased, base attribute strength +1. 2. Daily mental training. Details as follows. Comprehend heaven and earth. Comprehend yin and yang. After daily self-discipline, you will become more proficient in mental power and soul power, your meditative insight will deepen. Base attribute spirit +1. 3. Daily night training. Details as follows. Late night push UPS, a pleasant self-discipline activity. After maintaining self-discipline through late night push-ups each night, your understanding of push-ups will deepen. You'll be able to coordinate your body better. Your entertainment skills will increase. Base attribute constitution +1. Ding. Please choose your second daily self-discipline task as soon as possible. After choosing, the rewards of your solidified self-discipline tasks will be increased simultaneously. It was finally here. Joy surged in Lu Meng's heart. Damn it. It had already been one whole day since he advanced to level 2. He had been wondering before why the second self-discipline task that could be solidified still hadn't appeared. He had even thought the self-discipliner sequence had been trained stupid by the system and gotten stuck. Now, from the prompt, he finally understood. It wasn't that the sequence had gotten stuck. It was that the sequence ability was using his self-discipline behavior to generate multiple solidifiable tasks for him to choose from. For example, say he wanted to add squats for leg training as an option the next time the fixed daily self-discipline task came up. He would only need to squeeze in one session after the upgrade, and then that task could be fixed as a selectable option. Of course, it didn't have to be leg training. Other things worked too. It all depended on what he wanted. This kind of treatment was something his LV1 self had never had. Back then, he had only just obtained the self-discipline sequence. And every day, he was either riding a bicycle or riding a bicycle. That was the only thing he could choose. But now it was different. He could pick one out of 3, and the task choices could even change according to his self-discipline behavior. It had instantly become a lot more user-friendly. Nice. Now that actually matched the words forced upgrade. Lu Meng swept his gaze over the 3 tasks. 3 tasks, 3 different leanings. They were simple and clear, and not too different from what he trained every day anyway. But what the hell was this third one? Did it seriously count those late-night push-ups too? He shook his head and skipped over it directly. His skills were already very advanced. If they got any higher, Mechanic Miss and the college girl wouldn't be able to take it. This was the apocalypse. It really wouldn't be worth it if he literally did push-ups until someone got stupid. The second option, meditation training, was also tempting. Things related to mental power were all mysterious and profound, and increasing his meditation insights was definitely a good thing too. So, I choose the first one. Lu Meng smiled faintly and confirmed it directly. No other reason. On the surface, this looked like a self-discipline task, but in reality, it improved 2 things at once. Fist technique and blade technique, plus combat skill experience. Those were exactly what he was truly lacking. Don't be fooled by how fierce he seemed. When it came to actual combat technique and the like, he really couldn't compare to Wang Peng, who was a real fighter. This would make up for one of his weak points. Meditation could wait until next time. Ding. Selection complete. New self-discipline task, daily combat training successfully added. The effect of your daily self-discipline task, cycling, have been enhanced. Each time you complete a cycling self-discipline session, your insights into cycling will improve, your cycling skill will increase, and you'll be able to control your bicycle better. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. That's it. So this damn thing really just couldn't let go of the bicycle, huh? Forget it. It was still better than never changing at all. Shaking his head, Lu Meng stopped overthinking it. The number of self-discipline tasks had increased by 1, and that was a good thing. He couldn't let certain self-discipline tasks affect his mood. So-called self-discipline tasks were different from daily self-discipline cultivation and training. To put it simply, one gave rewards directly upon completion, while the other only showed results through long-term training, letting him comprehend all kinds of miscellaneous things, like blade technique. It was hard to say which one was stronger, but what Lu Meng wanted was to grab both with both hands and make both hands strong. The task was only a small interlude, so he didn't think much about it. At this moment, with his state fully activated, Lu Meng had already cast his senses into the darkness in the distance. But, just now, a nearly imperceptible footstep suddenly came through, one that sounded extremely wet. Lu Meng's ears twitched, and then, without the slightest hesitation, he swung Manly Man's glory and viciously slashed toward the direction the sound had come from. The long blade instantly extended mid-swing. The power of blood chi covered it from all directions, and a dense blood-red blade light came crashing down at high speed. The blade flash swept past. Something bizarre happened. The surroundings were still filled with nothing but the distinct sound of drizzle falling. But Lu Meng clearly heard an incomparably shrill scream. Aya! The sound seemed to travel along the rain and pour straight into his brain, as if trying to contaminate his soul. But Lu Meng had clearly felt it in that previous slash. He had definitely cut some kind of thing in 2 with 1 strike. That feeling from the slash was like cutting through water, only for the 2 separated parts to melt back into the surrounding scalding rain. Buzz! Inside his mind, the soul totem shone brilliantly. In the next moment, that sense of erosion instantly vanished. His smart IQ seized the high ground once more, and Lu Meng's superintelligence also finished analyzing the result of that earlier slash. After suffering heavy damage, it would interfere with the target that had injured it. Then take the chance to flee and blend into the rainwater? Troublesome. This thing was completely different from the Dog King and zombies he had encountered before. Damn it. It was the type that would run if it couldn't win. The surroundings remained pitch black. Other than the lights from the Liao Yuan convoy, there wasn't a single other trace of light. And this darkness was different from normal. The searchlights that should have been able to shine very far now had extremely limited brightness, not to mention how the scorching rain also blocked vision. After suffering one bizarre attack from the Rainman, Lu Meng's concentration sharpened even further. He gripped Manly Man's glory tightly and slowly patrolled around the Liao Yuan convoy, investigating the situation. The convoy's current condition was not optimistic. He needed more intelligence to get through this crisis. No one knew how long the endless darkness the captain had mentioned would last, but based on everything he had observed over the course of yesterday, along with the fact that the blood moon couldn't be seen at night, it wasn't hard to conclude that that thing in the sky was moving. The sooner it left, the greater the Liao Yuan convoy's chances of surviving. Here it comes. Suddenly, as if he had grown eyes on the back of his head, Lu Meng gripped the hilt of Manly Man's glory with both hands and raised it over his head, then turned and slashed out with all his strength. It was still the same simple, crude Mount Hua cleaving strike. The wildly extending blade was covered in Lu Meng's blood chi power, shining blood red in the darkness as it swept out with a fierce gale. Ah, that familiar feeling struck again, along with another soul-piercing scream. The soul totem performed steadily as always. The feeling of the falling blade was as if it had struck something and split it into two. But that eerie aura once again slipped into the surrounding scalding rain like a loach. He withdrew the blade. Lu Meng narrowed his eyes. That thing had escaped again, but he wasn't discouraged. After 2 slashes and repeated probing, he had discovered that it wasn't that he couldn't hurt that thing. Judging from the intervals, every time it was struck by a blade imbued with his blood chi power, it needed a certain amount of time to recover. Otherwise, it couldn't turn solid again. That was a very useful piece of information. In contrast, Lu Meng's blood chi power was being consumed at a rapid rate. His boiling blood was placing a huge burden on his heart, which was now pounding violently in the rainy night. As for his mental state, the soul totem was indeed performing steadily, but keeping it active constantly also consumed a lot of mental power. Even so, the soul totem had to stay active at all times, and blood chi like a rainbow and hot-blooded boiling couldn't be stopped either. Under normal circumstances, the consumption definitely wouldn't be this great, but the current environment was obviously not normal. The fact that he could still do this much already proved how powerful the upgraded self-discipliner was. Under the influence of this bizarre environment, the effects other sequences could exert were extremely limited, yet he could still roam around killing monsters and leveling up. In the end, endurance was still a problem. Lu Meng frowned. He felt that keeping his states active here and wasting time wasn't a solution. After thinking it over, he used a faint light from the Doomsday Beast to get his bearings and began moving through the darkness around the Liao Yuan convoy. Finally, Lin Yao's conspicuous modified vehicle came into view. It had to be said that Li Qiumao really treated this best friend of hers well. Most of the mechanical scrap she had accumulated had been used up on Lu Meng's side, but Lin Yao's side had not been neglected either. Whether in sturdiness or scale, it was second only to the Doomsday Beast. To make things more comfortable for her best friend, she had even directly remodeled the rear compartment into a small bedroom, turning it into a compact RV that was very convenient for one person to live in. With his buffs active, Lu Meng came to the side of the RV and reached out to knock on the door. Knock, knock. The muffled thud in the rainy night always sounded abrupt, but after taking a look, he found the RV was still quiet as ever. The person inside gave him no response at all. Lu Meng raised a brow and knocked again. Knock, knock. Still no reaction. Now Lu Meng felt that something was off. He quickly moved to the RV window and peered inside, but he had clearly underestimated Li Qiumao's thoughtfulness. This kind of RV, with a living area in the back, was meant to ensure her best friend as privacy, so she had directly changed the windows into one-way glass. From outside, he couldn't see a thing. Getting nowhere, Lu Meng went to the front cab door and looked in through the window. Good lord, it even had a partition. The driver's seat area was empty, which meant Lin Yao was definitely in the RV's small bedroom. Did something happen? Having just fought the Rainman, Lu Meng was still in an extremely tense state. His nerves pulled tight to the limit. In plain terms, he was triggered, so with no response from inside. His first reaction was that something bad had probably happened to Lin Yao. Had something happened, or had she really just not drunk any water and died of thirst? Lu Meng's expression turned grave. He stared at the RV for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and reached out to grab the door handle. Then he exerted force with one hand. Bang! The newly modified door was ripped off by Lu Meng with one hand, without the slightest surprise. The sheer force made the whole RV shake. As a sequence user with a powerful body, even a modified vehicle obviously couldn't withstand his full strength. After all, Not every vehicle was an apocalypse beast. The materials used here had all come from the small town. This RV was sturdy, but still couldn't stop Lu Meng. So naturally, with one pull, everything inside came into view. The little room inside the RV was quite stylish, the kind of pink tone that made it obvious at a glance that it belonged to a girl. Just from that, a lot could be inferred about Lin Yao's personality. But at this moment, Lu Meng was clearly in no mood to analyze any of that. Why? Because compared to the pink tone of the room, there was something even pinker in front of him. From his low angle looking upward, Lu Meng's eyelids twitched. Really couldn't he tell? Lin Yao's figure was even more outrageous than Miss Mechanic's and the college girl's. What did it mean for slender branches to bear heavy fruit? This was it. But as his gaze moved upward, Lu Meng met a pair of eyes. At that moment, those eyes were filled with blankness, confusion, shock, bewilderment, and incomprehension. Slowly, all those emotions gathered into a complicated mix of shame and anger. Lin Yao herself finally reacted as well. Her face turned deeply red as she lifted a hand to cover the important parts and looked at Lu Meng with eyes full of accusation. Lu Meng was startled and immediately snapped back to himself. Without even waiting for Lin Yao to scold him, he turned around at once, and while he was at it, he even rehung the door he had torn off. He wasn't a mechanic, so he had no way to fix it. He could only make do with this, so Lin Yao could use it for now. Rustle, rustle. After a short silence, the sound of clothes being put on came from behind him. Then came Lin Yao's hoarse voice, carrying some complicated emotion. All right, you can come in now. Hearing that, Lu Meng coughed lightly, took the now scrapped door back off, leaned it against the side of the vehicle, then lifted his head and stepped into the RV. Not want to dirty up her RV, Lu Meng's blood and chi surfaced around his body. In just a few breaths, the clothes that had been soaked by the scalding rain were completely steam dry. But in exchange, the heart that had only just calmed down started pounding violently again. Finding a spot, Lu Meng sat down properly and was just about to say something when Lin Yao cut him off. Her face, originally hidden beneath the hood, turned toward Lu Meng. After frowning slightly, she extended her pale little hand and pressed it directly against his chest. The unique power fluctuation belonging to the Lingxin sequence appeared again, and a gentle force slowly seeped into Lu Meng's body. In just an instant, Lu Meng's wildly pounding heart, stirred up by hot-blooded surge, directly began to calm down. Even the fatigue from keeping his soul totem active the whole time vanished without a trace. What a damn amazing power. Lu Meng froze. Wanted to praise her on the spot, but when he thought back to what he had just seen, the words damn amazing just wouldn't come out. She wasn't damn amazing. If he really said it like that, wouldn't that basically be insulting her? Don't let your thoughts run wild. It seemed that at times like this, Lin Yao could sense some of Lu Meng's emotions. Her face instantly turned completely red, and she glared at him in embarrassed anger as she scolded him. Lu Meng quickly pulled his thoughts back and carefully felt this sequence power that could replenish his consumption. Then he suddenly jolted. Hadn't he come over because he wanted to find a place to rest and recover some energy? It was also because of Li Qiuma's instructions. But this, holy crap, isn't this basically a ready-made power bank? How much does this move consume? Lu Meng hurriedly asked after Lin Yao withdrew her hand. This was very important. After all, Lin Yao and the captain had both mentioned before that in this kind of weather, sequence energy would be affected. If it only works on you alone, the consumption isn't high. Lin Yao turned her head away. Her face was still red, and she didn't even look at Lu Meng. Luckily, after asking the question, Lu Meng sank into thought, and the atmosphere inside the RV quieted down. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. When she recalled what had just happened, she felt so ashamed and indignant she wanted to die. She didn't question why Lu Meng had to rip the door off, nor did she explain why she hadn't opened the door for him, because everything was actually very simple. Lin Yao had already been feeling drowsy from the lack of water and the rising temperature. She had only managed to fall asleep last night after a lot of effort, and this morning, while still groggy, she suddenly heard someone knocking. Considering the weather outside and the darkness, anyone would have felt that something was wrong. How could she dare just open the door for Lu Meng? What if what greeted her at the door was some eerie being instead? Although the Lingxin sequence would awaken combat abilities later on, in the early stage, it was purely a support sequence. If she faced an eerie being of the same level head-on, at most she could control it for a moment, then take the chance to run. Unless she had a suitable cursed item in hand, she shouldn't even think about fighting an eerie being head-on. Did she really think everyone was Lu Meng? With Lu Meng, when he was only a level 1 sequence user, being able to beat a level 1 eerie being of the same rank to death was normal. And after reaching the noble level 2, he could outright crush first-tier eerie beings and first-tier sequence users. For Lu Meng, that was how it should be. Level 2 was supposed to crush first-tier, but she couldn't do that. To survive in the apocalypse, she had to be cautious. Not opening the door had been the right choice. As for Lu Meng, His thinking had been even simpler. He thought she had met with some misfortune, so he panicked. The only awkward part was that because it was too hot, she had no choice but to toss even her silk nightgown aside before she could barely fall asleep. When she heard the noise, she had already wanted to put it back on, but who knew Lu Meng would move so fast? Before she could even speak, the door had already flown off. But what could she say? They were all adults. Some things didn't need to be said out loud, especially since Lu Meng was her best friend S-Man. She could only pretend that what had happened earlier had never happened. Only that way could the awkwardness be avoided. But what the hell was this atmosphere inside the RV right now? Lin Yao was sure that if there were some special effects added around them right now, it would definitely be pink bubbles. No, she had to say something to change the subject. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yao pretended to stay calm and shifted back a little. After putting some safe distance between herself and Lu Meng, she slowly spoke. Although I'm very surprised that you can move around outside so freely, thinking about your strength makes it easier to accept. But I still want to ask, you came to see me. Why did he come? Lin Yao was a little puzzled. Did something happen on Li Qiuma's side? Was it really worth taking the risk to come over to her vehicle to find her? After all, under normal circumstances, they could just communicate through the radio. Oh, right. Lu Meng suddenly came to a realization. He'd almost forgotten the important matter. After thinking for a moment, Lu Meng scratched his head, then casually picked up the bottle of mineral water beside him. From the still unopened packaging, it was obvious that Lin Yao really hadn't gone to drink any water. But this wasn't a long-term solution. If she kept forcing her body to endure it, something was definitely going to go wrong. He had come over to carry out Li Qiuma's instructions and offer Lin Yao a choice. Tilting his head, Lu Meng asked with concern on his face. Miss Lin Yao, you don't want to die of thirst, do you? What do you mean? Lin Yao's expression changed. Was this kind of question, full of that distinctly Little Japan flavor, serious? Thinking of Lu Meng's soul color, and how this guy had looked at her before. Ahem, sorry, force of habit. Let me ask in a different way. Lu Meng was also a little embarrassed. After all, this was Li Qiuma's best friend, wasn't he it? Even though he had already suppressed the mechanic young lady's little sister, one more best friend wouldn't make much difference, but he was still a proper man. He was handling serious business here. Who? She had thought this guy was really about to do something. Come to think of it, she was already dehydrated to this extent. Could she even really do that? In this kind of situation, it would definitely hurt, right? No, what am I even thinking? This damn price of the sequence ability. Lin Yao hurriedly steadied her thoughts and waited for Lu Meng to continue. Do you want to die of thirst? Or are you willing to give up a few things and cling to life like getting your mouth eaten? Lu Meng was a rough man, used to being direct. So he cut straight to it and asked in a very serious tone. Oh no, he really wants to. Lin Yao's delicate body trembled as she shakily raised a finger and pointed at Lu Meng. You're Momo's man. How can you do something like this? What did he mean by getting her mouth eaten so she could survive? Just how desperate was this man? Was he seeing that they probably weren't getting past this crisis, knowing everyone would be finished sooner or later, so he planned to enjoy himself before dying? This man was hopeless. No wonder even his soul was yellow. Lin Yao was embarrassed and angry and was just about to open her mouth and scold Lu Meng. But his next action made her feel ashamed all over again. He picked up the mineral water beside him, casually twisted open the cap, and gulped down a huge mouthful. Immediately after, a wave of ominous energy rapidly spread inside Lu Meng's mouth. Lu Meng didn't indulge that aura at all. He instantly activated boiling blood and soul totem. On one hand, it prevented the strange aura from contaminating his soul. On the other, he directly chewed up the weirdness itself. Under boiling blood, that ominous aura was suppressed and scattered completely. Lu Meng had already adapted to and gotten used to this whole process. Once the mineral water had been purified, he turned to look at Lin Yao, whose face was still as red as an apple. For some reason, this girl looked like she had been holding herself in quite badly. But Lu Meng didn't think much of it. He just lifted a hand, pointed at his own mouth, then nodded. The meaning was obvious. Combined with what he had said earlier, someone as clever as Lin Yao naturally understood. He was letting Lin Yao choose for herself. Whether it was what he had asked before, did she want to die of thirst, or whether she didn't mind this tiny bit of impropriety and wanted to drink water to stay alive. The choice was hers. There was no coercion whatsoever. His character, Lu Meng's character, was solid. It could stand up to scrutiny. She had overthought everything. Lin Yao was overwhelmed with shame, but right after that, her beautiful eyes turned incomparably burning hot at the sight of the water source, so close at hand. She was very thirsty. Or rather, everyone in the Liao Yuan convoy, aside from the girls inside the Doomsday Beast and Lu Meng, was very thirsty. So under such extreme water shortage, could she refuse this almost shameful method of being fed water? Of course she couldn't. Compared to staying alive, what did getting her mouth eaten even matter? It was just very embarrassing, that was all. After all, with her first kiss still intact, drinking water like this really was mortifying. But she truly didn't want to die. That wasn't an exaggeration. Anyone who truly didn't keep themselves clean and cherish themselves could never awaken the spiritual heart sequence. This sequence cultivated both body and mind. What it sought was the ascension of body and soul together. And in the course of cultivating both body and soul, she would become extremely sensitive. That was the price of her sequence. Thirsty, drink water. Lin Yao didn't make Lu Meng wait long. When Lu Meng felt the girl lean closer, he wasn't surprised. But after feeding her for only a short while, he suddenly felt that something was off. His closed eyes snapped open in shock. Wait, what the hell? How come Lin Yao was using the same trick he had used to bully his little sister-in-law? Back then, he had done it on purpose to bully his little sister-in-law. But what was with her? How was she deliberately taking advantage of him too? And why was she trembling now? Was she going crazy? Or was she just too thirsty? The fierce man was enraged and instantly launched a swimming dragon counterattack. But as soon as Lin Yao was struck by the counterattack, she suddenly woke up and hurriedly pushed Lu Meng away, shrinking back. As she retreated, she cursed the price of her sequence in her heart. Damn it, this cursed, sensitive constitution. How did I lose control like that? I really am a bad woman with impure thoughts. No, it must be because I hadn't had water in so long and wanted more. That definitely wasn't my true intention. So if she just drank more, it would be fine. Thus, she licked her lips and looked at the mineral water beside them again. One more mouthful. The heavy rain was still falling, but Lin Yao no longer felt afraid. At this moment, she was leaning against the single bed inside her RV, her whole body looking a little languid. Only the pink still lingering on her cheeks betrayed the fact that her mood was far from calm. Thinking back to what had just happened, how urgent and eager she had looked while trying to replenish water, Lin Yao felt unbearably embarrassed. After all, ever since the scalding rain had arrived, not a drop of water had touched her lips, and she had barely eaten anything either. Just now, after finding a way to replenish water, she had also taken care of breakfast along the way. During the process, she had even gone in for another sip from time to time. The scene had been extremely fragrant and alluring. Still, she wasn't a pretentious person. The shame was there, yes, but once it was over, it was over. What was more, she didn't dislike Lu Meng. If it had been someone else using this method to replenish water for her, unless she was about to die, it really would have been hard to say. She might actually have chosen to let herself die of thirst instead. But this person was Lu Meng, so that was fine. If she gave it, then she gave it. As for him being her best friend S-Man, so what? What was wrong with borrowing her best friend S-Man for a bit? Wasn't Lu Meng over there reporting the situation to Li Qiumo right now, while she herself could still remain perfectly calm and composed? Besides, all of this had been tacitly approved by the mechanic young lady in the first place. It's me. Beside me. Lu Meng held Lin Yao's radio and switched it to the private channel between this girl and Li Qiumo, then gave his report with a completely serious expression. She drank? There seemed to be a trace of anticipation in the mechanic young lady's voice, as if some scheme had succeeded. Lu Meng felt like something was a little off, but he still answered honestly. She drank. A lot? Li Qiumo asked curiously. Quite a lot. Lu Meng glanced at Lin Yao over there, who had finally failed to hold it together and lowered her head completely, then coughed and added an explanation. After all, she barely ate anything yesterday, and she is pretty hungry now too, right? Drinking some water while eating is normal. Okay, got it. Nothing sounded wrong in Li Qiumo's voice, but when it reached Lin Yao's ears, she could already picture her best friend's teasing face. Then that woman, who was like a robot, would ask her in that matter-of-fact tone whether her man was easy to use. That woman could definitely do something like that. Be careful. Keep the comms open and stay in contact at all times. After saying a couple more things, Li Qiumo's tone turned gentle, and she reminded him once again. She knew Lu Meng leaving Doomsday Beast this time was just to help her best friend solve the water source problem. He was also going to gather more intel, and there was no avoiding a clash with those bizarre creatures. Got it. Lu Meng didn't play dumb either. If help was needed, he wouldn't hold back. The call ended, and Lu Meng looked at Lin Yao. She had recovered by now. Her water and body heat had both been replenished. So it was time to talk business. What are your thoughts? Meeting Lu Meng's gaze, Lin Yao took a deep breath, returning to her usual expression, and asked. Lu Meng didn't waste time either. First, he told Lin Yao about the battle situation when he encountered the Raymond, then gave his own opinion. Sharing intel, right? Here's what I'm thinking. The convoy's water source problem definitely has to be solved. But there's no way I'm going around feeding everyone water one by one. Girls are one thing. I can grit my teeth and get through it. But those grown men? I seriously can't bring myself to do it. Lu Meng wore a serious expression, and his tone was full of righteous confidence, as if the one getting taken advantage of by feeding girls water wasn't TM. His character was solid. He was an honorable gentleman. I pick who I do it for. He emphasized it again. The corner of Lin Yao's mouth twitched, but she didn't argue with that. Just imagining the mouth that had fed her going up against a bunch of grown men was already enough to make her lose it a little. We look for a solution on the spot, gather more intel, And if that still doesn't work, then we can only force the convoy to start moving under this endless darkness and see if we can break out. Lu Meng's superintelligence had all been used to improve his strength, so the plan he came up with was simple and brutal. Damn it. Everybody already knows that thing in the sky is moving, so why not break out in the opposite direction? That's better than sitting here waiting to die. Even though I don't want to discourage you, breaking out is very difficult. After hearing Lu Meng finish his thoughts, Lin Yao thought for a moment, then let out a sigh. When we were discussing the situation earlier, the captain and I already brought up the idea of running. But after thinking it over again and again, we still rejected it. Unless we reach the point where staying still means certain death. Breaking out blindly in the dark has to be the very last option. Seeing the puzzled look on Lu Meng's face, Lin Yao patiently explained. First, with the Captain Star God unable to communicate, we'd basically just be running around blind. We can't determine direction or safety. If we run into some powerful bizarre creature that kills on sight, we'll die even faster than we would now. The Liao Yuan convoy has survived this long, basically because the Stargazer sequence has been carrying us. Now that the Captain gone silent, running around recklessly ISNT-wise. Second, Lin Yao paused, a trace of dejection flashing through her eyes, and pointed at the pitch-black sky. After many attempts from the captain, we came to one conclusion. Movement under the darkness is ineffective. It's above our heads, and it has already locked down space. You can think even more boldly, we might not actually still be in our original location anymore. Not in our original location anymore? What do you mean? The macho man scratched his head. At this moment, his brain really wasn't enough. If nothing else, at the very least, I can no longer sense that giant zombie that constantly radiated malice every second of every day. Lin Yao fell silent for a moment, then gave her answer. Honestly, ever since that thing appeared, I'd been able to clearly see the aura around it, one filled with death and destruction. But after the scalding rain started falling, that aura disappeared. I don't know the specifics either, but combined with what the captain mentioned before about spatial displacement, I suspect we're being carried along as this thing in the sky moves. That is good news, and it's also bad news. The good news is that since the thing in the sky is moving, it's obvious their speeds aren't the same. Sooner or later, it'll leave them behind. When the darkness fades, they'll survive. And from the point of view of spatial displacement, we can also conclude that the area this thing affects probably 1 TB too large, so its impact on all humanity should be limited. The bad news is that if they can't hold out until the darkness fades and die before that, they'll be assimilated into part of the darkness and turn into rain men one by one. Of course, all of this was only Lin Yao's speculation. No one knew what was actually going on. And in truth, after all that rambling, the amount Lu Meng actually understood was honestly pretty limited. He kept feeling like this girl was just talking nonsense. If it was really like that, then just what level would that thing overhead have to be? And even if he did understand, it didn't matter. Damn it, whatever that thing was, once he disciplined himself to invincibility, he'd see whether he could beat the hell out of it. Let me put it plainly. Lu Meng spread his hands and looked at Lin Yao with an innocent face. You said all that for nothing. After rambling for half the day, what you mean is just that the convoy can't run around for now, and we've got to go all in against the Raymen first, right? Yes, that much. At least, he had understood. Lin Yao nodded blankly, not knowing what Lu Meng wanted to do. Lu Meng didn't drag things out. Since he had already gotten the intel he wanted, what was there to hesitate about? Then we fight. I avoid its edge. The macho man let out a light laugh. The power of chi and blood instantly surged from his body. He jumped down from the RV, carrying glory of the macho man in his right hand, then snapped the fingers of his left hand with a crisp pop. The chi and blood power he had released slowly took shape in his left hand. Before long, it extended from his palm and gradually gathered above Lu Meng's head. A blood-red umbrella, carrying the power of blood chi, condensed into form. Let's go, power bank. Come with me and blast the Rayman hard. His sequence could be used like this too? And what kind of nickname was Power Bank? What did this guy think she was? Lin Yao first looked at the fully formed blood umbrella in shock, then shot Lu Meng an annoyed glare. But she obviously wouldn't be careless when it came to serious matters. After glaring at Lu Meng, she also jumped down from the RV, then reached out her fair little hand and grabbed the one Lu Meng was using to maintain the blood umbrella. The power of her sequence emerged, replenishing the mental energy he was rapidly consuming to resist the scalding rain, while also soothing his violently pounding heart. It really works. Feeling the changes in his body, delight appeared on Lu Meng's face. With Lin Yao supplementing him, his consumption had now balanced out, greatly improving his endurance. But why are you trembling? Following that small hand with a puzzled look, Lu Meng looked at Lin Yao. When this girl grabbed him just now, hadn't she let out a little hum? Shy? No way, right? I've already tasted your mouth, and now it's just holding hands. Why are you blushing? It just feels novel. Lin Yao forced herself to calm down, while inwardly cursing her shameless sequence for being way too sensitive. But at a time like this, she could only change the subject. She raised a hand and pointed at the blood umbrella overhead. Isn't it creepy? In a pitch-black night, a man and a woman walking under an umbrella made of condensed blood chi. If a normal person saw that, they'd definitely think they'd run into a bizarre creature. I see. Lu Meng suddenly understood. Thinking about it himself, he felt Lin Yao had a point, but there was no way for him to change this thing's color. So, this was what it was. And creepy? He didn't really think so, but I think it feels sacred, Lu Meng said with a cheerful grin. Seriously, I actually like this feeling of strolling through the rain with an umbrella. It's pretty romantic. I should try it with Miss Mechanic sometime. Romantic my ass lightning. And is this really the right time to bring up Momo? You're holding my hand like this while thinking about your own woman. That is kind of weird. Isn't it? Lin Yao was speechless and honestly kept silent. Anyway, the topic had already been successfully shifted. She had obviously protected her secret and hadn't let the man beside her discover her sensitive constitution. It's here. But right at that moment, the previously unserious man suddenly let out a low shout, and his entire aura underwent a heaven-shaking change in an instant. His originally somewhat frivolous expression turned serious. His gaze became so sharp that even Lin Yao felt it was a little dazzling. It was as if he had discovered prey. He went from casual to intensely aggressive, his edge fully revealed. He first looked toward a certain spot ahead on the right, then his right hand holding the blade lifted slightly. The next moment, it was as if Mengnian's glory had received some kind of command. Right in front of Lin Yao, it began rapidly reassembling. In no time, a gigantic, era-defining laser cannon that had to be braced on the shoulder to aim revealed its might. Beep beep beep. As Lu Meng's chi and blood power was rapidly consumed, a mass of energy carrying destructive force began gathering at the cannon's muzzle. The man's face was filled with excitement, like a child who had gotten the toy he wanted. Looking at that expression, Lin Yao felt that if the setting were different, Lu Meng would definitely shout something like, "Let's go, bazooka!" When he fired, aim, charge, boom. Ferocious chi and blood power fused with the energy of a high-tech creation and exploded violently. In an instant, a laser 3 meters thick sliced through the darkness, carrying blinding light and an aura of destruction through the night, and directly detonated 30 meters ahead. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The laser came fast and went fast. When the ground stopped trembling and the surroundings were once again swallowed by the night, all that remained ahead was the huge crater blasted out by the laser cannon. Damn it, it fucking ran again. A sigh interrupted Lin Yao's thoughts. Her expression recovered from shock, and she gave Lu Meng a complicated look. What a mysterious man. When he entered combat mode, it was like he had become a completely different person. Powerful, keenly perceptive, and that shot had been fired from a terrifyingly tricky angle. It had even sealed off the enemy's escape route. No wonder even a robot like Li Qiumo had been moved. This man really did possess a charm that couldn't be ignored. He was just a little reckless. Lin Yao tried to communicate with Lu Meng using his kind of thunder-style phrasing. Isn't fighting like this a little too Western? She asked while suppressing her embarrassment. HM? Western? No, no, no. Most of the time, I still lean more toward Japan and Korea. You know, I like fast-forwarding. Lu Meng had no idea what Lin Yao meant, but he still emphasized his tastes. Forget it. Lin Yao gave up on joining the thunder conversation, shook her head, and returned to normal. After thinking for a moment, she organized her thoughts while sending sequence power into Lu Meng to stabilize his chi, blood, and mind. After a while, she spoke again, a glint of intelligence flashing in her eyes. Let us sort this out from the beginning. Since the scalding rain descended and the rainmen appeared, their methods of killing people are nothing more than two kinds. First, those who get caught in the rain. Second, those who drink water. One from the outside and one from the inside, making them impossible to guard against. But they still escaped a certain rule. That rule is water. After saying that, Lin Yao stretched out her free hand and, right in front of Lu Meng, moved it beyond the blood umbrella. The scorching rain fell into her hand, then transformed into a cold, sinister aura. That aura seemed to have a will of its own, trying to burrow into Lin Yao's skin and invade her body. Lin Yao raised a brow, but still didn't pull her hand back. Instead, she continued enduring the invasion. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Since direct attacks had failed again and again, it was better to change methods. After feeling it for a bit, she spoke again. Just like you guessed earlier, for sequence users, getting caught in a little rain doesn't have much effect. And now that I'm directly experiencing this strange aura-s invasion, I'm even more certain of one thing. Ordinary people don't have sequence power. So after getting rain on, there's a very high chance they be invaded from the outside and become Raymond monsters, just like those who drank water. Getting rained on is external invasion, while drinking water is internal erosion. Both can turn a normal person into a Raymond. So, she paused. Having understood the two killing rules, Lin Yao took a deep breath, and a trace of resolve flashed in her eyes. The latter is too risky to test. Once mutated, it'll probably be very hard to recover. So while it's carrying out external invasion, we'll try to deal with it then. The moment she finished saying this, Lin Yao directly let go of Lu Meng's hand, then strode out of the blood umbrella's range, exposing herself completely to the scalding rain. The moment Lu Meng saw this, he hurriedly tried to stop her, but she shook her head at him and smiled. Don't stop me. We're the best test subjects, and I'm the most suitable one to act as bait. My sequence power is still very weak in terms of combat. I have no way of instantly killing at the moment the Raymond appears, so this is the best choice. Don't worry, I have life-saving means. This was Lin Yao. At certain times, rational to a frightening degree. At other times, unable to control her sensitive body because of certain situations. But at this moment, Lu Meng didn't care about any of that messy stuff. He genuinely felt the trust Lin Yao was placing in him. Just like Lin Yao had said, she was using herself as an experiment to obtain more information. And this kind of bait was something Lu Meng couldn't replace. He had combat experience against Rainmen that others didn't, and he was strong. And Lin Yao was creating a one-strike kill opportunity for him. It was a burden, but Lu Meng never dropped the ball at critical moments. He didn't say anything. He simply silently restored the Mengnan laser cannon into a length and weight suitable for one-handed slashing, then covered it with chi and blood power, as if it cost nothing. Ho ho, it's here. A moment later, a strange sound suddenly exploded from the darkness. Lu Meng didn't hesitate. He made a snap decision and instantly slashed toward the shadow behind Lin Yao that was reaching out to embrace her. Scorching hot, deathly cold. Two energies with completely opposite attributes gradually gathered together behind Lin Yao. As a Lingxin sequence user, this was practically her specialty. She quickly analyzed that energy. The cold targeted the soul, while the heat targeted the body. The two intertwined and contaminated each other, and countless distracting thoughts began invading her mind. Slowly, a sorrowful yet expectant emotion began rising in her heart. She even started longing for the ever-nearing embrace behind her, as if her mother were lifting her from behind when she was little. It was a familiar embrace. Do not resist. Do not deny it. Return to the beginning. Completely merge into the darkness and become a warm existence within it. She wanted to become one of them. All kinds of emotions surfaced in her heart. Lin Yao's eyes gradually turned conflicted, shifting from resistance little by little toward confusion. The sequence power around her body, the power that belonged to her, also began to weaken. From her current state, it wasn't hard to tell that if this continued, she too would become twisted and turn into a Raymond. But Lu Meng was clearly reliable. At the critical moment, when the Raymond fully formed, and in the instant it tried to embrace Lin Yao, the blade, carrying chi and blood power, arrived as well. Some kind of fear suddenly surfaced and was precisely captured, allowing the dazed Lin Yao to wake up in that very instant. She clearly sensed that the thing behind her, the thing approaching her and trying to drag her into the darkness, wanted to flee again like before. But this was the crucial moment of its invasion. It could no longer immediately merge back into the scalding rain like the previous Rainmen had. Trying to run? A flash of spiritual light burst from Lin Yao's eyes. Her recovered consciousness erupted with unprecedented willpower, like a tether pulling tight and locking onto that thing, trying to escape. It wasn't that she had no trump cards, but she had still underestimated that power. So the situation just now had indeed been dangerous. But now she had fully regained her clarity and successfully pulled off a perfect combo with Lu Meng. Swish! Aha! The slash of the blade passed through. Completely different from before, that scream truly erupted from space itself, making everyone's scalp go numb just from hearing it. With that single strike, cutting in two, the Raymond's body was also blown apart by the surging blood-like rainbow effect, exploding into pieces. In the end, it turned into tiny white motes of light and vanished completely, leaving behind only a crystal-clear shard that fell to the ground as if it had lost its carrier. They succeeded. Lu Meng took a deep breath, withdrew glory of the hunk, then quickly raised the blood umbrella and pulled the slightly swaying Lin Yao into his arms so she could lean against him. You okay? Seeing how weak the girl looked, Lu Meng hurriedly asked. This girl was kind of impressive. She could infer that much from just a bit of simple intel. And she could even help him kill a creepy creature. Was this basically a power bank, plus an external brain? She absolutely couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. I'm not just some vase that can only be protected. Lin Yao's small face was a little pale. Feeling herself being held by Lu Meng, she struggled once, but after realizing she wasn't as strong as him, she gave up. In my current state, the power I can give you is limited. Pick that thing up. Let's head back first. Pointing at the faintly glowing crystal on the ground, Lin Yao spoke. Lu Meng nodded at once. Then, with the power bank tucked in one arm and the crystal scooped up in the other, he condensed the power of chi and blood above his head and charged straight toward Lin Yao's RV. Inside the RV, The atmosphere was clearly much lighter than before. Lin Yao had definitely contributed greatly to this successful kill on the Raymond. The way Lu Meng looked at her was full of eager appreciation. As expected, sequence users in the apocalypse were no simple people. This one was way smarter than him. A person's energy was limited. Lu Meng had used all of his super intelligence on super strength, making him more of a martial general. And this one was a strategist. He planned to hear Lin Yao's opinion before taking action in the future. It would probably save him a lot of trouble. This thing, the RV, had lost its door, so the air conditioning had already stopped working. After all that activity, Lin Yao was drenched in sweat again. As she fanned herself, she looked at the transparent crystal placed in front of them. Wait a bit first. We'll deal with that later. Lu Meng scratched his head, got up, and moved over beside Lin Yao. Different from that pure blazing heat, the strong masculine presence made Lin Yao's expression tense. Especially when this damn man suddenly reached out and pressed a hand against her back. What are you trying to? Lin Yao was so shocked she tried to dodge. But Lu Meng shut her down with a look. Don't talk yet. Lu Meng frowned. He gathered the power of qi and blood into his palm, activated hot blood, boiling once more, and burst it out through his hand. At such close range, he could clearly sense the lingering, creepy aura on Lin Yao's back. Although a sequence user could slowly purify that creepy aura by using sequence power, that would take time and consume a lot. And no one knew whether the Raymond's lingering aura would leave any aftereffects on Lin Yao. The situation outside was still unclear, so it was best to eliminate hidden dangers in advance. The atmosphere fell silent again. Lin Yao's face turned even redder than before. This kind of direct physical contact was something someone as sensitive as her found hard to adapt to, especially Lu Meng's qi and blood power. It was completely different from the scorching, creepy weather outside. She only felt that with those hands resting on her back. A wave of comfort spread through her, and then, unable to help herself, Lin Yao suddenly let out a soft sound. It startled Lu Meng so badly his whole burly body shook. Damn it, was this really necessary? This was through clothes, okay? Through clothes, and she was already reacting like this. If it was direct contact, what then? And to be blunt, he really was trying to take advantage of her. Heaven and earth bear witness. Did she even understand how excited a martial general would be after suddenly finding a strategist? He was acting entirely on instinct. He just wanted to help her out and build a good relationship with his external brain, so that whenever he ran into something he couldn't judge in the future, he could ask Lin Yao about it. That was why he was helping. So if she made sounds like that, wasn't she just making people misunderstand? Was that appropriate? If Miss Mechanic saw them like this, wouldn't she definitely get the wrong idea? The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. His head was filled with random thoughts. And that only made things harder for Lin Yao. When this power bank made contact, she could see certain images, and that directly caused the girl's soft sounds to become even more obvious, as if she were on the verge of going limp and giving up resistance altogether. Fortunately, the qi and blood massage meant to eliminate hidden dangers didn't last long. Given Lin Yao's current condition, Lu Meng didn't even dare suggest using qi and blood to run through her entire body and purify all the aura. Damn, he was a little scared to touch her now. He was an upright gentleman. He was genuinely afraid something uncontrollable might happen. What a joke. This was Li Qiuma's best friend. Should he at least say something first before making a move? Just wait until he reports this to Miss Mechanic. If she still keeps making sounds like that, then let us see if he doesn't drill. After waiting for quite a while, the somewhat limp Lin Yao finally returned to normal. She gave a light cough and skillfully changed the subject. You don't mind if I use this to verify something, right? Pointing at the crystal that had dropped from killing the Raymond, Lin Yao asked in a deliberately calm tone. After all, Lu Meng had been the one to kill the creepy creature, so this was his loot. Using it without asking would be far too rude. Though between the two of them, there had already been no shortage of rude things. Prompted by her reminder, Lu Meng quickly looked toward the strange crystal too. Sequence power activated. Its description appeared before his eyes. Unknown energy crystal. Level unknown. Description can be used to guide and absorb a certain kind of power. Damn, the information was pitifully scarce, just as clean and direct as its name. Use it however you want. Killing the Raymond wasn't my achievement alone. Without much hesitation, Lu Meng handed over the right to use it to Lin Yao. By now, the two of them had already become comrades who had fought through life and death together. And ever since he killed those people from the floating cloud convoy and the captain had told him those things, he had already started trying to trust his companions. Lin Yao, meanwhile, had repaid that trust in the simplest and most direct way possible. In order to kill the Raymond, she hadn't hesitated to act as bait herself. That was no less meaningful than calling someone brother up in the northeastern region. They were brothers. Lin Yao's thoughts weren't that complicated. Since she could see the color of Lu Meng's soul, she had long known that if she truly connected with this type of burly man, then she could entrust her back to him. But even entrusting her back to him required caution. After all, this man was yellow. What if he took advantage of her vulnerable state and drilled her? If Li Qiumon knew what she was thinking, she'd probably shut down for a while. There was no helping it. That backdoor stick incident that day was probably something Miss Mechanic would never forget for the rest of her life. And it really had been done from behind. After thinking it over, Lin Yao first held the unknown energy crystal and carefully sensed it for a while. Then she had Lu Ming use the power of qi and blood to purify it once. And after making sure there was no problem, she took out a wash basin from the back of the RV. Then she opened the unopened bottles of mineral water one after another and poured them into the basin. Before long, the not-so-large basin was filled halfway. She pondered for a moment, stopped pouring more water, and instead picked up the unknown energy crystal and tossed it into the water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At first, everything stayed calm. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The previously still water began to steam in waves. Strange auras, invisible yet clearly perceptible, were drawn in by the unknown energy crystal and ultimately gathered inside the crystal. Lu Ming watched in amazement. Just as he was about to ask something, Lin Yao waved at him, her expression turning serious instead. Waves of sequence fluctuations rose from her body. She was sensing the changes in the energy crystal. A moment later, she withdrew her power, then picked up another bottle of mineral water from the side and poured it into the basin. 1 bottle, 2 bottles. Crack. After another 2 bottles went in, a crisp sound rang out, as if something had started to fracture. Fortunately, that fracturing only lasted for an instant. The crystal that had begun to crack ultimately held firm and completely absorbed all the strange aura. And, at this moment, changes had also occurred inside the crystal. Inauspicious, chilling, all kinds of unsettling sensations gathered once more. Lu Ming had no doubt that if this continued, the Raymond he had killed would definitely revive. Looking closely at the shadow inside the crystal, Lu Ming became even more certain that if it revived this time, more than one Raymond would come out. Just like outside the RV right now, there definitely wasn't only one Raymond out there. The one Lu Ming had killed was merely one of them. Some greedy, unlucky bastard who had passively triggered the Raymond's killing rule. It worked. Seeing Lin Yao use tweezers to fish the crystal back out and toss it into a seal jar, Lu Ming asked. Still not certain. Joy showed on Lin Yao's face, but being naturally cautious, she still shook her head. For now, let us treat this water as a purified water source. But right now, we still don't know whether this purified water will get contaminated again if it keeps being stored in this environment. After thinking for a moment, she continued with her conclusion. I'm inclined to think it will, but there should be a period of time when it's drinkable. This thing is really strange too. The human body itself is full of water, so why can it contaminate water but not directly contaminate people from a distance? After grumbling a bit, Lin Yao gave her conclusion. Maybe that's its final killing move? Lu Ming said nothing and only tilted his head slightly, waiting for her to continue. He had figured out by now, this girl always considered the worst possible outcome first in everything. What we can confirm now is that this kind of crystal can temporarily purify water, but the amount each one can purify is limited. If it absorbs too much, some kind of not-so-good thing will happen. That means we need to keep killing Raymond anomalies nonstop. But right now, we killed too few of them. So we can't guarantee that every time we kill a Raymond, this kind of crystal will drop. Lin Yao gave her analysis, then looked at Lu Ming, then lowered her head to look at the purified water. Though the Marshal General was a rough guy, he also understood what his external brain was thinking. He directly picked up the cup beside him, scooped up a cupful from the basin, then tilted his head back and poured it straight into his mouth. That esmai, Lin Yao had originally wanted to say that was her cup, and that this counted as an indirect kiss and all that. But when she thought about how earlier, because she was thirsty, she had eagerly gone up to kiss him, and had even kissed him that deeply, she just let him do as he pleased. What was an indirect kiss? She had already cough, no more thinking. This damn sequence. This water got no kick. It's normal water. As a macho man capable of chewing strange aura dry, Lu Ming definitely had the authority to speak on this. He could absolutely tell the difference between normal water and not normal water. Don't make such a hasty conclusion. Lin Yao shook her head and pointed at the basin again. Use that sequence power of yours and test it again. Lu Ming understood at once. His level 3 surging qi and blood burst out instantly, directly wrapping around the purified water. He carefully sensed it for a moment, then nodded at Lin Yao. Only then did she finally let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Then the last thing is feedback after an ordinary person drinks it. Lu Ming understood again. Then he scooped up another cup and took a gulp himself. With a stretch of his hand, he yanked over the dumbfounded Lin Yao beside him, and under her shocked gaze, fed her a big mouthful. The girl was so flustered from being forced to drink that she hurriedly swallowed while pointing at Lu Ming, almost choking herself. Would that even work? It already went into your mouth and got purified there. How could that count? This time, after being fed water, she was clearly much more natural about it. She didn't even accuse Lu Ming of acting like a hooligan and instead felt bad about wasting water. After shooting Lu Ming a glare, Afraid he might do something stupid again, she quickly snatched the cup from him and took a sip herself. It was time to verify the result. Next, they only needed to wait. Lin Yao sat there quietly with her legs together, like a proper lady, eyes closed as she carefully sensed whether there was any strange aura in the water. Lu Meng was feeling awkward right now, so how could he dare disturb her? He also sat off to the side and sulked in silence. Heaven and earth as witness. He really had just gotten used to feeding water to girls over the past 2 days. Just now had been a habitual action. It wasn't him trying to take advantage. Not long after, Lin Yao opened her eyes and excitedly waved her little fist. The movement was a bit too big, and seeing that swaying motion, Lu Meng couldn't help recalling the abundant fruit he had seen that morning. But Lin Yao's encouraging words pulled him straight back to reality. It worked. It's normal water. Our convoy is saved. That really was uplifting news. Learning that the water source problem could be solved, Lu Meng was happy too. The two of us are awesome. This was the first collaboration between the Marshal General and the strategist, and the results were obvious. The significance of this operation went beyond that. It also meant that in their battle against the apocalypse, they had won another small victory. That was something worth celebrating. After the excitement passed, the two began transferring the purified water back into clean containers. After resting a little longer in Lin Yao's RV, Lu Meng got out first and raised his blood umbrella again. Now that the water problem was solved, the next problems came one after another. Should they tough it out here and leave their fate to the unknown grade eerie creature above their heads, waiting to see when it would leave? Or should they actively seek a way to break the deadlock? All of that needed to be reconsidered. He and Lin Yao planned to first share the good news with the sequence users in the convoy, then gather together for a meeting to discuss things. As for why they weren't using the walkie-talkie, the reason was simple. The water had indeed been purified, but the amount was tiny. It was still a precious strategic resource, and there was no way it could be evenly distributed to everyone in the convoy. Ordinary people would still have to endure for now. To make sure nothing went wrong, and to avoid Wang Peng and the others getting too excited when they heard the news, only for the ordinary people to find out and trigger a riot, it was absolutely necessary to be cautious. Welcome home. Inside Doomsday Beast, as Lu Meng pulled open the vehicle door, the girls inside also let out a sigh of relief. Mechanic Miss stood firmly in the center position, with the little sister-in-law and Lisiki beside her. Everything went smoothly. Also, the water problem is temporarily solved. Lu Meng stood at the door without getting in and extended a hand toward Li Qiuma. Qiuma, you, Lin Yao, and I are making a trip. We're going to find a captain, then gather at the bus. They were going to hold a meet-up meeting. Li Qiuma nodded, then looked at her younger sister and Lisiki as she instructed them. Stay home and guard the place. Don't wander around. Keep the walkie-talkie with you and stay in contact. The two women also knew their big sis was going to help her man with serious business, so they quickly nodded in agreement. As Li Qiuma got out of the car, the three of them squeezed under a single blood umbrella, and the space became even more cramped. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then the power of qi and blood in his hands surged again. In the next instant, the blood umbrella above their heads directly expanded to more than twice its original size, making the space roomy at once. And Lin Yao also fully played the role a power bank should have, placing her hand on Lu Meng's back. Yes, his back. With her bestie right there beside them, Lin Yao was terrified Li Qiuma might misunderstand. So she directly left the spot beside Lu Meng open for her and stood behind him instead. But the mechanic girl clearly had no intention of letting her good bestie off that easily. She also chose to stand side by side with her, not going to Lu Meng's side to let him hold her while they walked. The three of them moved forward through the rainy night, but the atmosphere felt a little subtle. The mechanic girl's gaze carried a probing look, sweeping over Lin Yao and Lu Meng from time to time. She even had an expression on her face like, I already know everything, making Lin Yao grit her teeth so hard she wanted to bite Li Qiuma. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, then let out a cold sneer and shot a provocative look at her bestie. You know, Momo, your man is really useful. She was trying to seize the initiative. If you didn't want to get caught cheating, then the first thing to do was make the rightful owner go red with rage. As expected of me, I'm so smart. Her train of thought had clearly gone a little abnormal from being too nervous. She actually fantasized about defeating her bestie this way. Unfortunately, the mechanic girl did not take the bait. Faced with the mistress's provocation, no, strictly speaking, she herself was the mistress, so her bestie was the fourth wheel. Faced with the fourth wheel's provocation, Li Qiuma merely raised a brow and replied with a single, oh. That calm look made Lin Yao go crazy. Do you know how stupidly dense you are? Clearly, not only had Lin Yao failed to tease her bestie, she had instead gotten so embarrassed that she turned angry. You even took the initiative to send him over to me. Aren't you afraid I'll steal him away? Sometimes the truth comes out in jokes. Wasn't this also a different kind of probing? Unfortunately, faced with her bestie's utterly non-threatening threat, the mechanic girl only smiled disdainfully. Then she swept her eyes up and down Lin Yao's petite figure and looked again at her own man's burly body. Hith. She clearly hadn't said anything, but somehow it also felt like she had said everything. Sometimes, those two words really carried some weight. To Lin Yao's ears, it was as if Li Qiumo was saying, "You, with that body that starts leaking the moment you're touched, and you still want to fight me for a man? If you want to die, just say it." Especially since Li Qiumo was going heh while also poking her bestie in the waist with a finger, which only proved the point even more. Lin Yao exploded. Even in desperate situations, she could keep her reason, but when facing the immovable mechanic girl, she had no way to deal with her. Sometimes that was just how things were. A dumbass could counter an expert. That was often the truth. Lu Meng listened to the clash between the two women behind him without reacting in the slightest. The righteous gentleman with justice written all over his face still diligently kept watch, on guard at all times against a possible Raymond attack. But his shifting eyes had already betrayed his mood. It seemed the mechanic girl had a default acceptance attitude toward this kind of thing. Looks like there was no need to keep pretending to be dense in the future. Next time there was a chance, he could directly screw Lin Yao over. "You two wait here. I'll go open the door." Not long after, the group arrived in front of Captain Zhang Chang's SUV. Lu Meng stepped forward and, without hesitation, shielded the two women behind him to block their line of sight before going to knock on the door. There was already a precedent for this kind of thing. What if their captain was also the bold type and didn't wear clothes in his own car either? Wouldn't that mean Lin Yao and Li Qiumo would get an eyeful for free? If there was a good thing like that, he should be the one to observe first. "Captain, open up." Lu Meng knocked politely. "All right, don't forget to put your clothes on first." It would have been fine if he hadn't emphasized that, but the moment he did, he directly exposed just how deeply impressed he had been when he opened Lin Yao's car door before. It also exposed that he had already seen some unidentified substance he shouldn't have seen. At that moment, the unidentified substance behind him heated up and went red again. While Li Qiumo looked at her bestie with an expression that said, "So, that is how it is." She understood everything now. "Damn it. Do you think I've got that little class?" The car door opened, and Zhang Chang's hoarse voice came from inside. As the convoy's sensory sequence holder and the captain in charge of leading the way, he had already noticed Lu Meng and the others when they arrived at the car door. So by now, he was already fully dressed. And the scene Lu Meng had worried about did not happen. What is this about? Seeing Lu Meng arrive together with the team as only two female sequence holders. Confusion flashed across Zhang Chang's face. Then, without wasting words, Lu Meng directly pulled a bottle of mineral water from his coat and tossed it to him. Zhang Chang caught the bottle, looked at Lu Meng first, then gave a carefree smile and directly twisted it open and took a gulp. He had said before that he trusted Lu Meng, so he hoped Lu Meng would trust him too. Since Lu Meng was the one giving it to him, then there definitely wouldn't be a problem. When dealing with an upright macho man, there was no need for too many twists and turns. All you had to do was trade sincerity for sincerity. That was exactly what Li Qiumo had done, and then she had damn well thrown herself right in. By now, Lu Meng had probably already dyed her yellow too, right? Awesome. So damn awesome. Fuck, I've never had water this good in my whole life. The reality was exactly as he had expected. The water had no problem. After drinking his fill, Zhang Chang clearly also understood why the group had come together to find him. So he immediately got up and followed them toward the bus. Under the pitch-black night sky, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the scalding rain poured onto the bus. And the continuously rising temperature made the inside of the vehicle hotter and hotter as well. After a full day and night of torment, the survivors inside the bus now all looked listless. Because they couldn't drink water. They also didn't dare eat too much of the instant food that would normally fill their stomachs. Sometimes that stuff only made you thirstier the more you ate. And the thirstier you got, the worse it felt. So many people chose to eat nothing at all, and all kinds of problems followed one after another. Sigh. No idea when this is ever going to end. I really want to go back to before the apocalypse. I'd even be willing to work 9 to 9, 6 days a week. I can go back to paying my mortgage, okay? You're pretty hardcore. If I could go back to before the apocalypse, I'd even be willing to eat McDonald's and drink Coke. Damn, you're really dreaming big. This feels awful. I think my hypoglycemia is acting up. Any bros here have diabetes? Hook me up with a little. You little bastard are pretty clever. You can even make up hypoglycemia just to scam a mouthful of piss. It was pure finding fun in suffering. The survivors listlessly talked shit. They had no doubt that if they kept forcing themselves to hold on for a few more days, they would die. So in order to survive, of course they could resort to anything. It was only because sequence holder Wang Peng was watching from the front that blood and piss hadn't already become precious resources by now. Never test human nature in the apocalypse. That thing couldn't withstand testing. Visible to the naked eye, people's gazes were beginning to turn numb. The madness was only being suppressed for the moment. All it needed was a vent, and it would explode on the spot. And even Wang Peng had no way to solve this hidden danger. What they were building up was a hope to keep living. At the front of the bus, Wang Peng's expression was calm. In his right hand, he held a compressed biscuit and brought it to his mouth. After being ravaged by those cracked lips and that dry mouth cavity, The compressed biscuit became incredibly hard to swallow, but he still forced himself to take one bite after another. Right now, he was completely holding on through sheer willpower. For now, the water was undrinkable, but food had to be eaten. Otherwise, there would be no strength. And having no strength meant that when the captain and the others needed his power, he wouldn't be able to play his role and would fail at a critical moment. That was something he would never allow. And as the holder of the fighter sequence, he was using this method to temper his will. This was also a kind of cultivation. A young man had joined the convoy a few days ago. The guy was freakishly fierce. As someone from a combat sequence as well, he could feel an extremely powerful sense of pressure from him. Although he was glad the convoy's strength had increased, that feeling of no longer being relied on made him feel both relieved and deeply disappointed. Get stronger. He had to become stronger. At the very least, not fall too far behind. Only then could he protect more people. He had willingly given up the rights as sequencer, should have had to find a car for himself, and instead chose to hold down the fort on the bus. He was a man with firm faith, and he trusted the people around him unconditionally. They would definitely survive. Soon, after swallowing the last compressed biscuit, Wang Peng took a few deep breaths, and a sharp glint flashed through his eyes. Under such harsh conditions, his mind could be tempered even more. He could already feel that layer of barrier. As long as he broke through it, he could advance to level 2. At that point, he would be able to help the convoy even more. Pengzi opened the door. Just then, Zhang Chang's voice came from outside the bus. Wang Peng froze for a moment, almost thinking he was hallucinating, and only after seeing the man himself through the window did he let out a breath of relief. He hurriedly got up, pulled open the bus door, and let Zhang Chang and the others board. Looks like the situation isn't looking good. The atmosphere inside the bus was visibly bad. The moment he came in, Zhang Chang noticed it. I did my best. Wang Peng gave a bitter smile. Under these circumstances, being able to maintain order had already taken a great deal of effort. Zhang Chang nodded and reached out to pat Wang Peng on the shoulder. He naturally knew that. The fact that the survivors hadn't fallen into chaos was enough to show Wang Peng's ability. He believed in his brother. He looked at the survivors, their faces numb, but with a flicker of hope flashing through their eyes when they saw them. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chang waved at Wang Peng. Wang Peng understood. He stood up and gave his younger brother a signal. The kid was a clever little thing too, and immediately got the message. He quickly walked over and urged the survivors to gather toward the back of the bus, then lowered the hanging partition from the roof, while he himself stayed over there to maintain order. He knew the captain and these sequencers had something to discuss, and this wasn't the time to disturb them. Wang Peng pulled out a few stools, and the group sat down one after another. Miss Mechanic and her best friend sat to Lu Meng's left and right, while Wang Peng and the captain sat on one side. Drink. Earlier, Lu Meng had already given all the purified water to Zhang Chang, so there was no need to worry about his own share. As the captain, he would only distribute it more reasonably than Lu Meng would. No one could possibly find fault with that. Seeing Wang Peng looking a little stunned, Zhang Chang pointed at Lu Meng and Lin Yao. The two of them made it happen. Don't spread it around yet. Rehydrate yourselves. We're going to be very busy next. Wang Peng took the water, his eyes full of excitement. Damn it. Only someone who'd been thirsty would know how precious this stuff was. Now things were good. The problem had finally been solved. He shot Lu Meng and Lin Yao a grateful look, then raised the water and took a few gulps. He didn't finish it all in one go. He planned to save the rest for his younger brother. He would use up public resources for that. Only what he personally saved would go to his brother. There was no need to make a point of it. He had always been clear-headed about things like this. Let us start with the conclusion. After Wang Peng caught his breath, Zhang Chang pondered for a moment, then set the tone for the meeting. I've been communicating with the star god this whole time, and it wasn't useless effort. From a few scattered words, I've roughly confirmed one thing. At this very moment, the place we're in has a name. Zhang Chang pointed at the sky, then wore a bitter expression. Domain. As for what exactly this word represents, there's no way to learn that from the star god. Just obtaining this word was already the result of my cultivation improving and me being on the verge of breaking through to level 2. My personal guess is that this is some kind of barrier brought about by a terrifyingly powerful eerie creature. We are inside its domain, and space itself has also become displaced. He allowed a sigh. Zhang Chang looked around, then his gaze turned firm. Then what we need to do becomes simple. Break through the blockade of this so-called domain and leave this place, or there'll be a major problem. That is the most direct feedback from the star god. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Yao and noticed that she seemed like she wanted to say something but stopped herself. I know. Back when we discussed moving the convoy, I rejected that proposal. But back then was back then, and now is now. Zhang Chang smiled confidently. The sequence fluctuations around his body flickered in and out of sight, and that power was breaking through a barrier and starting to become unstable. This was a fluctuation that only appeared when a sequencer was about to advance. Of course, Lu Meng didn't have this problem. After all, his power came from self-discipline and then adding points, advancing naturally. There were no barriers or bottlenecks at all, and his foundation was solid as hell. So he didn't know much about this. But Lin Yao and the others were extremely excited by it. The team was about to gain its second level 2 old ancestor. I'm confident that after breaking through to level 2, I'll be able to deepen my connection with the star god again. At that point, I can avoid dangerous zones and head for the edge of the domain, or even leave this place. So before that, everything, Zhang Chong looked at his teammates. His gaze was sincere, and his tone was full of earnestness and encouragement. Will depend on all of you. This so-called domain was actually an eerie domain. The endless darkness, the scorching temperature, and the rain man. These were all effects of the domain, signs that absurdly powerful eerie creature was waking up. The Liao Yuan convoy had simply been unlucky. They were only one of the groups that had been swept into the domain by chance and were being forced to endure all kinds of effects within it. As for how exactly they had been dragged in, it was probably the result of multiple conditions coming together. Whether it was because they had once entered the interdimensional wasteland and gotten tainted with some kind of spatial aura, or because they had accidentally come into contact with members of the floating cloud convoy and were then marked, none of that could be known. The strategy Zhang Chong proposed was simple and easy to understand. Before, they hadn't been able to move the convoy under the cover of night because of practical limitations. They had no way of confirming whether there were eerie beings other than the Rain Men in this domain, and they also had no idea what was waiting for them ahead. So moving the convoy had been treated as a last resort. But now, things were different. Their guide, after this life and death trial, had brought his relationship with the star god one step further. No longer cursing the star god for being useless. He had started licking his god again. He was about to level up. As long as he reached level 2, this so-called domain wasn't necessarily impossible to break through. Of course, there was one more crucial point. That was Zhang Chong's strong premonition that although they could struggle to survive for a while in the Rain Man-S area, the longer they dragged things out, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. The water problem could be solved, but what about the high temperature? If they stayed put, they would definitely die. That was his most direct feeling. The domain was constantly moving. Who knew where they would be carried off to? So before that happened, they had to break through to level 2 as fast as possible and find a way out. What we need to do now is protect the convoy before you level up, Captain, and stockpile enough energy crystals to purify the water source. Lin Yao briefly and clearly laid out her thoughts. Before they could move the convoy, their enemies were still those Rain Men aberrations. They had to kill as many Rain Men as possible, obtain more energy crystals, and secure the convoy as supplies. I'll keep an eye on ordinary people here and make sure nothing happens to them. Wang Peng quickly stated his position as well. Right now, Lin Yao couldn't put up her barrier, so the job of calming people down had to fall to him and his younger brother. As for the Rain Men, I'll make a move. Lu Meng licked his lips. It wasn't purely for protecting the convoy, and even less because fighting felt good. The main reason was self-discipline. His special mission, Self-Discipline Cleaner, would record his Rain Men kills. The more he killed, the richer the reward. Those energy crystals that are already full and can't keep purifying water anymore can be given to me. I studied them just now and found that the energy inside is extremely unstable. Li Qiuma also licked her lips like Lu Meng, her eyes full of eagerness. I've been learning quite a bit of black tech from mechanical civilization lately. I feel like I can make something incredible with energy crystals. The science maniac was online. Miss Mechanic had never disappointed anyone when it came to combat tools. Speaking of which, she was almost level 2 as well. When that happened, she should awaken new powers, right? After discussing for a while, they confirmed the direction of their next actions. Everyone was playing their own role, and they all shared the same goal, to survive. If the occasion had been right, the few of them definitely would have raised a glass together and celebrated like before. A moment later, everyone calmed down. The rational Lin Yao came back online. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Lu Meng and Li Qiuma. Looks like I'll have to borrow your man again. You said that backward, didn't you? Lu Meng raised a brow. Shouldn't it be him borrowing Lin Yao, this human battery pack again? Tell him yourself. You don't need my permission. If he wants you to use him, then use him. Miss Mechanic was as calm as ever. That expression of hers basically said, we're all sisters here, so why the hell are you being polite with me? It left Lin Yao speechless for a moment. Are we going to kill Rain Men? Seeing that the atmosphere was getting a little strange, Zhang Chong hurriedly spoke up to interrupt. With the successful experience from before, it'll be easier next time. I want to be bewitched by that thing again. Lin Yao spoke in a firm tone. Last time, when the Rain Man was just about to hug her and turn her into a cooked person, she had suffered a slight loss and nearly failed to react in time. But this time will be different. She still wanted to hit the Rain Man with a big move in revenge. This girl held grudges badly. Don't rush yet. Zhang Chong waved a hand. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lu Meng. Brother Mengnan, tell me in detail about the process of your fight with the Rain Men. He seemed to have his own considerations, but he had clearly asked the wrong person. Lu Meng thought seriously for a moment. then picked up Mangnan-esque glory beside him and waved it. The meaning was obvious. One slash, and it was over. The rain men he had encountered so far had not yet broken into the second-tier category, so killing them was like killing chickens. All right, my bad. Just treat my question as a fart with no smell. Scratching his head helplessly, Zhang Chong looked at Lin Yao again. Clearly for this sort of thing, he still had to trouble this holder of the spiritual heart sequence. As expected, Lin Yao didn't disappoint him. She carefully described the scene back then, and, after listening, Zhang Chong slowly nodded. In other words, the bait doesn't necessarily have to be you. The value of a sequence holder is the foundation of the convoy. Unless it's a life-or-death crisis, we absolutely can't take that risk. Captain, you mean? Wang Peng suddenly thought of something, and his pupils contracted sharply. Zhang Chong gave a slight nod. After letting out a sigh, he cast a dark, unreadable look toward the rear of the separated bus. There were the ordinary people desperate for water, the survivors who had lived under the protection of the Liao Yuan convoy all this time. And now, it was time for them to contribute their own strength. None of you are saints, Wang Peng. You aren't either. Zhang Chong took a deep breath, a trace of bitterness on his face. When Wang Peng heard that, he opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only let out a defeated sigh. Yeah, none of them were saints. But speaking of that, I actually did receive a signal before from where the Holy Mother sequence was located. They really do have a Holy Mother over there, a genuine one, and they even set up a defensive line. Unfortunately, we are not saints, and none of us has a Holy Mother. Shaking his head, Zhang Chong's expression returned to normal. They'll be the bait, and we'll cover them. It's just a different way of contributing. If you're worried, you can bring rain gear and go hunt rain men too. The faster you kill them, the greater the chance those ordinary people have of surviving. After a pause, he looked at Lin Yao. We can't just let you and Lu Meng take all the risks. And we're also giving them a chance to survive, aren't we? There was nothing wrong with that. Lin Yao had already explained the process of killing rain men very clearly. Get soaked in the rain, get targeted by a rainman, get hugged, get burned into a cooked person, and be assimilated into a rainman. During that process, right when the hug was about to happen, the rainman seemed to be restricted by something and couldn't flee directly. It could only slowly retreat, and that was the best chance to kill it. Someone with a strong enough will, like Lin Yao, could even seize the rainman in return and pin it in place so it couldn't move an inch. Pengzi, I'm leaving it to you. A moment later, Zhang Chong hardened his heart and gave the final order. Tell them this. If they want to survive, and if they want water, then they have to risk their lives and fight for it. This is the apocalypse. It's time for them to truly become part of the Liao Yuan convoy. As for those who can't tell what and can't see the situation clearly, handle them yourself. The convoy doesn't need saints. How should they choose? There wasn't even any need to hesitate. Wang Peng fell silent for a few seconds after hearing that. In the end, he slowly straightened his body and calmly turned his head toward the rear of the bus. Understood. The plan was set. As the absolute main force for killing rain men, Lu Meng would stay in the closest position to the bait. And Lin Yao, as Lu Meng's human battery pack for dealing with aberrant creatures, naturally went with him. Miss Mechanic was responsible for long-range suppression and could provide support at any time if something went wrong. Wang Peng had equipped himself with the new rain gear forged by Li Qiumao and was ready to move. If Lu Meng failed to kill the target quickly, he would need to go over and add damage. After Li Qiumao's research into the unknown energy crystal, she was already able to make rain gear that could isolate the bizarre aura of the rain for a short time. Although it couldn't last as long as Lu Meng's powered-up state, it was definitely enough for short-term support. In addition, those saturated energy crystals that had absorbed the bizarre aura had also been turned by her into a new generation of spiritual energy grenades. Now that thing was called a Raymond Grenade. Its exact effect hadn't been tested yet, but Miss Mechanic felt its power definitely wouldn't be small. Everything was ready. Now all that remained was for Wang Peng and his younger brother to choose, from among the survivors, someone willing to act as bait. Unexpectedly, Lu Meng and the others had thought they would have to wait a while. Wait until those survivors finally realized that if they didn't risk their lives, they would never get any water, and only when thirst drove them to desperation would someone step forward. But they hadn't expected that the survivor who understood the greater good would not make them wait too long. It's you? Looking at the person his younger brother had brought over, Wang Peng opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Bro, this was her own decision. I didn't even need to persuade her much. Wang Zheng let out a bitter laugh and gave up his spot to the person who was about to become the bait. He had actually already thought it through. If no one was willing to take the risk, then he would step up himself, set an example for all the survivors, and prove to his brother that he wasn't coward. He hadn't expected that the moment he finished explaining the situation to the survivors, this woman would step forward. She only asked him one question. We can definitely kill that thing, right? At this moment, Zhang Shui asked the same question again. Yes. The one willing to act as bait was Zhang Shui, the widow whose man had died earlier. It was as if some kind of belief had suddenly erupted inside her. The numb grief that had filled her eyes was now mixed with a morbid obsession. Beneath her originally thin frame, an emotion called madness seemed to be hidden. Killing the weird creature isn't the goal. The goal is to obtain the energy crystal inside it and use that to purify the water source. Convoy Captain Zhang Chong explained patiently. No, for me, killing that thing is the goal. Her delicate face was twisted with madness and savagery, and Zhang Chui's whole body began to tremble. To outsiders, it looked like fear, but Lu Ming, standing nearby, could see clearly that something seemed wrong with her mind. Fear? No, it was intense hatred, an overwhelming desire for revenge. Her world seemed to have already begun collapsing. Before she completely destroyed herself, she wanted to finish the revenge that belonged to her. Lu Ming caught that emotion with absolute clarity, especially when combined with what she had gone through before. Her family had all died at the hands of weird creatures, and the one person she had relied on had also been turned into an acquaintance by the Raymond. Her mind was on the verge of collapse. At a time like this, it was best not to deny her. That's right, we're going to kill that thing. Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. He shook the glory of a real man in his hand and pointed it toward the darkness outside. I guarantee it. I'll kill those bastards. A faint light flashed through the woman's eyes. She nodded gratefully at Lu Ming, and the obsession in her heart deepened even further. Okay, tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Good news. The bait was obedient and highly cooperative with the sequence user's actions, which greatly lowered the risk of the operation. Bad news. Faced with a situation like this, almost no one could feel happy about it. Lu Ming reached out and patted Zhang Chui on the shoulder, then turned away and sighed. Fuck, what kind of hell has this damned apocalypse turned decent people into? Here, drink some water first. Lin Yao also came over and handed Zhang Chui a bottle of water. But after thanking her and taking it, Zhang Chui didn't drink it. Her numb nerves had long since made her forget her body's thirst. To her, whether she drank or not no longer mattered. The surging adrenaline had made her forget everything. Right now, all she wanted was to kill the weird creature or be killed by it. Drink some, for the sake of not dragging us down. I don't want your body giving out and causing problems once the plan starts. Seeing the state this woman was in, Lin Yao steeled herself and spoke harshly, even though it hurt. What she said was only half true. After all, Lu Ming and the others didn't actually need the bait to do anything. They only needed her to stand there in the rain. But Lin Yao just didn't want her to be so consumed by the will to die. She simply didn't know how else to persuade her. Zhang Chui was very obedient, or rather, for the sake of killing weird creatures, she was willing to pay any price. The moment she heard she might hold them back, she immediately forced down several gulps of water and gritted her teeth as she ate a few pieces of compressed biscuits. Once she had recovered a bit of strength, Lin Yao told her the entire plan in detail. But she didn't see panic in Zhang Chui's eyes, nor the calm acceptance of someone who had seen through life and death. Instead, that morbid flame of hatred appeared again. Lin Yao shook her head and didn't try to persuade her further. She only told her to hold fast to what was in her heart when the time came. She and Lu Ming would rush over immediately to kill the weird creature and protect her life. Once they got back on the bus, they would also help purify her body of the weird aura's contamination, so she could relax a little. Zhang Chui listened very seriously, especially after learning that the Raymond weird creature, the one that had turned her man into an acquaintance, would try to do the same thing to her. Her eyes actually started shining. Lu Ming was speechless watching this. He had a bad feeling this woman might do something crazy. Honestly, Zhang Chui seemed even more unhinged than he was. But things had already reached this point. The plan had to be carried out. Finally, everything was ready. The bus doors opened. Lu Ming held up the blood umbrella and got off with Lin Yao, taking their positions. Miss Mechanic pulled out the upgraded psychic handgun and Raymond grenade, opened the front passenger window, and began aiming. Wang Peng put on his protective gear and gauntlets, then picked a spot convenient for charging in. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong was forcibly communicating with the Star God, while also using his own method to cultivate and coordinate everyone from the center. Everything seemed orderly. Finally, it was Zhang Chui's turn. Faced with the scalding rain, she showed not the slightest fear. She jumped off the bus and rushed straight to the designated position. As she felt the strange rain, a trace of tears and grief surfaced in her eyes. She remembered her man. His life had been taken away by this thing. The moment she thought of that, all her grief turned into an obsession with revenge. It's here. The operation started. At that moment, Zhang Chong, who was observing from a bus, gave a warning. As his voice rang out, a vague figure slowly emerged in the burning rain behind Zhang Chui. Just like the previous times, the figure gradually solidified, and the weird aura became thicker and thicker. A scorching yet icy embrace opened behind Zhang Chui. Under the impact of that weird aura, the same dazed expression that Lin Yao had shown before appeared in Zhang Chui's eyes. Such a warm embrace. No, Guodum. Did a word like that still exist in this world? You damn things. The vacant look in her eyes instantly cleared, replaced by a savage expression like an evil ghost made flesh. The next moment, right in front of everyone, a shocking scene unfolded. Her powerful will suppressed the weird creature's influence. While in a possessed state, she actually forced her own neck around and faced the weird creature that had taken her man head on. Then, without any warning, she opened her mouth. Oh, Godi! With a heart-rending roar, she bit down viciously at the Raymond weird creature. Holy shit, that girl's gone feral. The sight made Lu Meng panic instead. What the hell? How is someone trying to steal his kill now? Without hesitating any longer, he grabbed the power bank in one hand and charged to the Raymond side with it in tow, swinging the glory of a real man high overhead. He brought it down in a brutal slash. Shing! The blade tore through the air, followed immediately by a familiar scream. That first-rank peak Raymond weird creature was taken down on the spot, now that his strength had reached the late LV-2 stage, and even his strength and constitution stats were no weaker than a LV-3 prodigy's. Lu Meng was just that clean and decisive when killing a first-rank weird creature above his level. Probably only a second-rank Raymond could exchange a few moves with him now. Feeling his successful kill of the Raymond had been recorded by the special self-discipline mission, Lu Meng finally let out a breath of relief and released the power bank. Lin Yao also snapped back to her senses and looked at Zhang Shui with shock on her face. The Raymond had been killed, but this time, it hadn't dropped an unknown energy crystal. No one knew whether Zhang Shui had directly eaten it, or whether not every Raymond weird creature dropped that item. What shocked her was Zhang Shui's current state. The Raymond had already been taken down. Torn into pieces, it began to dissipate. But Zhang Shui had no intention of letting even its strange corpse go. With hatred written all over her face, she opened her mouth and, without caring about anything else, shoved one Raymond fragment after another into it, chewing viciously. Lin Yao opened her mouth, as if she wanted to warn her about something. But when she saw the crazed look on Zhang Shui's face, along with that vengeance-filled thrill, she ultimately said nothing. What she had actually wanted to say was, after your man died, he deemed most likely turned into one of the Raymond weird creatures too. So what you're eating? Forget it. Sometimes, staying silent was better. At last, the Raymond completely dissipated and Zhang Shui also stopped moving. She stood there in the rain as if she had lost her faith, like her soul had been ripped away, like a walking corpse. Not enough. Still wanted to kill. The emptiness inside her couldn't be filled by just one weird creature. She needed more. But just as she was about to make another move, her whole body suddenly seemed to lose all strength, and she toppled forward. Luckily, Lu Meng was right beside her and immediately caught her, slinging her over his shoulder. Her state isn't right. Let's get back to the bus first. After reaching out and sensing her condition for a moment, Lin Yao said that to Lu Meng. Lu Meng didn't waste words. He put away glory of the tough guy, hoisted Zhang Shui over one shoulder, grabbed Lin Yao, and returned to the bus. After briefly explaining the situation to Zhang Chong and the others, Zhang Chong frowned and thought for a moment. The battle plan is delayed. We observe for now. If she wakes up, give her a portion of water. That had been agreed on from the start. She had willingly become the bait, and she had successfully killed the Raymond. Aside from going mad and tearing into the Raymond with her teeth, nothing had gone wrong, and none of the sequence users had suffered casualties. The water they had promised her would definitely be given. If the energy crystal hadn't been eaten by her, then there was a drop rate issue. Like in games, it wasn't 100% guaranteed to drop. A bit troublesome, but not a major problem. Zhang Chong gave his conclusion. Judging from Zhang Shui's performance, our kill method is correct. So the plan to kill the Raymond won't have any problems. Once Zhang Shui wakes up, we'll see how things look. If it really doesn't work, we'll switch to another bait. This was the best plan, and no one objected. The long wait began. Everyone was waiting for Zhang Shui to wake up. It wasn't just the sequence users of the Liao Yuan convoy. Even the survivors were watching the situation over here. They were all thirsty, but if they wanted to drink water, they had to risk their lives like Zhang Shui did. And now Zhang Shui's condition was unclear. It was obvious there was risk in being bait, so they wanted to wait and see first. After a while, Zhang Shui's body suddenly moved, and Lin Yao's eyes lit up at once, as if she had noticed something, and she hurriedly looked over. A familiar fluctuation was coming off her body. Sequence power. She's about to awaken a sequence? Everyone present was a sequence user. After sensing carefully, they all revealed looks of understanding. She had really turned disaster into fortune. Wang Peng let out a sigh of relief, his eyes carrying a trace of comfort. Is it really fortune? Li Qiumao, who was usually cold and silent, suddenly spoke. She glanced at Zhang Shui, then withdrew her gaze. She had only said a few words, but they carried a lot. As aloof as she was, she had never liked talking much. But she stole a glance at her own man, worried that with his straightforward personality, he might not get it. So she quickly explained. It was obvious before. She turned her grief into the resolve to perish together with those weird creatures. She was holding on to the idea that even if she died, she would still bite a piece of flesh off a weird creature. going by her way of thinking. Dying like that should be been a kind of release and happiness. After all, everyone around her had died. But now she awakened a sequence. That means for the rest of her life, as long as she is still alive, she'll definitely fight weird creatures to the bitter end. That's madness. In a stable team, the appearance of an uncontrollable factor, a sequence user who would throw everything away and fight weird creatures with no regard for anything else, would be a potential risk. In her condition isn't too normal either. After sensing carefully again, Lin Yao added another sentence. It's strange. That weird thing she bit off earlier seems to have turned into some kind of power, and she is absorbing it. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. She could see into people's hearts, and she could also sense whether someone had been contaminated by weirdness. Right now, Zhang Shui seemed contaminated, but also seemed like she had digested the weird thing as nourishment. It was just too strange, leaving Lin Yao a little unsure. I think it's not a big problem. After understanding what they meant, Lu Meng gave a different opinion. He pointed at Zhang Shui, who looked like she was about to wake up, and chose to firmly support her. This sister South got insane drive, okay? She is a born warrior, isn't she? As for throwing everything away to fight weird creatures, that's easy. We just talk it out with her properly. Tell her clearly that killing weird creatures is fine, but it has to be done step by step with a plan. Kill the first to drive the next. Got off track. What I mean is, kill steadily. That way you can kill more and take revenge on those weird creatures better. We lay out the facts and reason it through, and there's no problem. Fight weird creatures of the tier you can handle. Hard-charging higher-tier fights has no meaning. Can she really understand reason? Li Qiumo looked at her man with a face full of suspicion. Don't tell me he had taken a liking to this widow. What a joke. She had already sent another bestie over to him, and later she planned to trick her younger sister over too. Those two were already lined up in the back, so why was he picking out another target? Don't get the wrong idea. Pure admiration. Seeing that Li Qiumo had misunderstood, Lu Meng hurriedly explained. He really didn't have that kind of thought. Her man had just died. If he started having those ideas now, could he still call himself human? Don't you think this style is awesome? Cool as hell? If you put your back in the hands of a teammate like this, you can be 100% at ease. As long as someone reins her in when she gets too heated, it's fine. Keeping a useful body alive means killing more weird creatures later. That's not cowardice. It's not fear of death. Wouldn't it be fine if we just made it clear to her? Let us first see if we can talk it out. If it really doesn't work, we'll deal with it then. Lu Meng spread his hands. What a fierce sister, seriously. That ruthless streak of hers was second only to his. Giving up on that would be such a waste. At least give her an observation period, right? Be very cool. Thanks. A hoarse voice came from behind Lu Meng. The tough guy raised a brow and turned his head slightly to look. The woman whose entire aura was completely different from before was thanking him with an absurdly cold gaze. She had woken up. Her presence was completely different, like a human, but even more like a weird creature. It was obvious. Zhang Shui from before seemed to have died a little. Then who was standing here now? Iame, Zhang Gukui. She was still using that name. She still remembered everything. A light-cold hatred flashed through her eyes as she looked out the window and gave the simplest, most direct self-introduction. A revenger, silent and taciturn, bad with words. She hid all her emotions away, sealed that heart of hers, which had already shattered completely, in ice and unless necessary. She would not communicate. She would only silently obey arrangements. That was the feeling Zhang Shui, the newly advanced vengeance sequence of the Liao Yuan convoy, gave people. At this moment, she had completely changed. In ordinary times, she hid herself in the darkness and stayed quiet. When it was time to tear into weird creatures, she would step forward without hesitation. The old Zhang Shui, the one who feared weird creatures and could only silently wait to be killed by them, was already dead. What lived on was a revenger. If it's to kill weird creatures, call her. After Lin Yao talked with her for a long while, they came to this conclusion. Lin Yao's expression was a little helpless. What she meant was that she didn't want any of the convoy-esque privileges for sequence users or anything like that. As long as they called her along when they went to kill aberrations, that was enough. She was completely locked in against those aberrant creatures now. The kind of grudge that wouldn't end until one side died. After a pause, Lin Yao looked at Lu Meng, her little mouth pouting unnaturally. Also, she heard everything we said before. She agrees with what you said about killing ghosts in a planned way and not throwing lives away blindly. She said she'll follow orders. But when she gets worked up, she specifically said you can go hold her back and drag her back. Huh? Me? Lu Meng's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to say something, Zhang Chang at the side waved a hand to stop him. Let us leave it at that for now. No matter what, Liao Yuan convoy has one more sequence user. That is a good thing. And just from the name, this sequence sounds fierce as hell. Good lord, she can even eat aberrations alive. That young lady is a combat sequence too. When the time comes, you and Wang Peng can look out for each other more. And let me stress this too, not just Zhang Shui. When you get worked up, Brother Ming Nan, someone needs to hold you back too. Have I ever gotten worked up? I'm very steady, okay? Lu Meng used his super wisdom to think it over, and in the end gave an answer he was very satisfied with. Pengzi, you can release the news now. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chong instructed Wang Peng. Got it. Wang Peng understood at once. Zhang Shui had already woken up, and she had awakened a sequence. The ordinary people would probably get very excited after hearing that, right? Things were pretty much the same as he had expected. When the news spread through the bus that Zhang Shui had returned alive and kicking and had even advanced into a sequence user, all the ordinary survivors were shocked. Envy, jealousy, greed, all kinds of emotions began to breed inside the bus. Why? Why could someone as ordinary as her awaken a sequence and gain that kind of power above everyone else, but they couldn't? Was it just because Zhang Shui was a woman with a bit of looks? No need to say more. If Zhang Shui could awaken, then so could they. There were quite a few confident people. After all, that was a sequence. Once awakened, they could enjoy treatment far beyond ordinary people. They could even find a pretty girl they liked and pair up to live together. From then on, they wouldn't have to keep eating that fast food stuff anymore. All resources would be supplied to them first. Even in the apocalypse, they could enjoy special treatment and become the kind of existence that controlled other people's fate. The scene of Lu Meng joining the convoy and directly taking one of the few pretty female college students in the bus into his room was still vivid in their minds. And now Zhang Shui had awakened too, going from being managed to becoming one of the managers. Just imagining that scene made their eyes turn red with jealousy. Damn it. If something this good existed, they should VE said so earlier. If they had been told earlier that acting as bait could awaken sequence abilities, what the hell were they still hesitating for? If they had known about something this good, how would it have been Zhang Shui's turn to show off? Some of these people might not have been harboring bad intentions, but when they saw someone who used to suffer and live a hard life suddenly gain an elevated status, they would always feel unbalanced. You can suffer, but you absolutely can't live better than me. That was the mindset of most people. They didn't care what price Zhang Shui had paid to obtain this power, and they knew even less about the danger she had faced. They only felt that if it were them, they could do it too. So naturally, the so-called job of bait suddenly became something everyone wanted. Of course it did. They could drink their fill before the operation, and they could awaken a sequence too. This was purely a good deal. Competing to be bait? Interesting. When Zhang Chong heard this news, he wasn't too surprised. He deliberately glanced at Zhang Shui sitting in the corner and found that she had no reaction at all. She didn't care that people looked down on what she had done before, and she calmly accepted their enthusiastic volunteering to be bait. Had this widow's emotions already faded to a certain extent, or was this the price of her sequence? Zhang Chong didn't know, but Zhang Shui acting like this was a good thing too. At the very least, she obeyed leadership and accepted command. Her only wish was to kill more aberrations. She was basically a natural-born, nuclear-powered workhorse, and she really did what she said. Lin Yao said she had only just awakened her sequence and wasn't suitable to act as bait. She should get more used to her sequence power first. And she accepted it just like that, silently covering from the side and waiting for orders at any moment. To kill aberrant creatures, she was willing to pay any price. The operation continued. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Chong waved to the core members of Liao Yuan convoy. Everything was the same as before. The few of them took their positions one after another, and Lu Meng stood ready with a power bank. The only difference from before was that the person acting as bait had changed. It was no longer Zhang Shui, but a male college student from the bus. One of the survivors who had boarded at the same time as Li Siki. At this moment, excitement filled his eyes, and he kept muttering something in his heart. If Zhang Shui could awaken, then so could he. His mind was full of the wonderful life he would have after awakening. He was even fantasizing that once he awakened, he would learn from Lu Meng and find himself a female college student to be his driver too. He had already been very unhappy with Lu Meng's actions before, because Li Siki's looks had been top tier even back at the university. He had wanted something to happen between him and her too. But before he could make a move, that female college student had already been shaped in a Mengnan-esque form. As an ordinary person, there was nothing he could do about it. But this time was different. This young master is awakening too. Filled with excitement, he got off the bus. Before getting off, he even glanced at another female college student at the back of the bus. Her name was Guo Wei, Li Siki's best friend, and her looks were on the same level as Li Siki's. All right, her then. When he came back, he would directly invite Guo Wei. He refused to believe she would dare say no. Damn it, they kept saying no coercion allowed. But the gap between a sequence user and an ordinary person was the difference between an ant and a god. If he invited her, would she dare refuse? TSK. This rain. The moment he got off the bus and that scalding rain fell on him, he instinctively shivered. What the hell is this? Hot and cold at the same time? But no big deal. It was only a bit of hardship. Everything was laying the groundwork for awakening a sequence. Yeah, that had to be it. Trembling, he went to the designated position and stood there. The male college student was already waiting for that sacred moment. Unfortunately, the idea was good, but not everyone had a strong will. When the Raymond's burning yet icy embrace appeared behind him, he wet himself on the spot. Then couldn't he even hold out for a single breath before passing out cold. Young really is great. Hit the ground, and you're asleep right away. Out of 10 people, 3 died, 2 stayed conscious, and the other 5 all passed out. The process of killing the Raymond went very smoothly. After fighting them many times, Lu Meng and the others had also figured out the patterns of these Raymond aberrations. With Lu Meng, this level 2 sequence powerhouse, holding the line, killing them had become much easier too. But among the survivors acting as bait, deaths still appeared unavoidably. It couldn't be helped. Not everyone was Zhang Chui. No one knew where a power like sequence came from, and the way each person awakened a sequence was bizarre and varied. Zhang Chui's awakening had been triggered by the intense desire of her unwillingness, which gave rise to fierce emotions of revenge. She hated all aberrant creatures and wanted to take revenge on them, so she awakened. The way she awakened was right there in front of them, but in reality, no one could replicate it. Those few survivors who had fainted had already been checked by Lin Yao, other than the lingering eerie aura inside their bodies. There were no sequence fluctuations at all. Even if they woke up later, they would still just be ordinary people. They might even be left with all kinds of after effects because of the contamination from that eerie aura. But they had chosen this road themselves, and they had been quite eager when signing up. Now, even if they wanted to complain, there was nowhere for them to complain to. In fact, after seeing that college boy pass out on the spot and still fail to awaken a sequence, those survivors who had previously signed up to be bait were already starting to back out. But there was no helping it. Wang Peng and the others were watching them like hawks. Even if they wanted to refuse, they had no way to say it out loud. After all, when they signed up, it had been made clear that once they decided, there was no backing out or the consequences would be on them. 10 Raymanieres had dropped a total of 3 energy crystals. The water purified by those 3 energy crystals was nowhere near enough for everyone. Inside the bus, after putting away the energy crystals, Lin Yao looked at Zhang Chong and said, "No one else signed up?" Zhang Chong, who had been resting with his eyes closed and still cultivating in his own way, opened his eyes. He first glanced at the survivors in the back of the bus, who would rather stay thirsty than continue being bait, then turned back and asked, "That's all of them?" "That's all. They're probably thinking of getting a share of the water from those bait volunteers," Lin Yao said calmly. The survivors who had the courage to act as bait had already gotten their share of the distributed water. Of course, it wasn't as if all the water purified by a whole energy crystal had been given to them. The convoy had limited resources, and supplies would always go to the sequence users first. As for whether those bait volunteers were willing to share the water in their hands, that was none of their concern. No ruse. They wanted to be able to hold out forever. Zhang Chong nodded, not caring much about it. Not willing to be bait. That just meant they weren't thirsty enough yet. When it came down to life and death, they wouldn't care about so-called eerie monsters anymore. Just like Zhang Chui, when hunger drove her far enough, she could treat even eerie monsters as food. Hand out her own supplies too. Also, you and Lu Meng contributed the most, so you get priority. That was what Lu Meng and Lin Yao deserved. Whether it was killing rainmen or purifying the water source, it had all been their contribution. Everyone understood that. "Oh right." After thinking for a moment, Zhang Chong spoke again. "Until I break through, I plan to keep living on a bus. As for my driver," he let out a sigh and didn't say more about that matter. Instead, he reminded her, "You shouldn't live alone either. It's not safe by yourself. If you don't want to stay on the bus, go stay with Li Qioma. When it's time to leave later, have her repair your RV. That big guy really is straightforward. If he wants to rip off a door, he just rips it off." They had killed quite a few Raymanieres during the day. No one knew whether those things had other methods. Maybe something had already snuck into Lin Yao's RV by now. In short, living alone was too dangerous. If something happened, no one would be there to help. Lin Yao naturally understood that too. Even if the RV's door hadn't been broken, she still wouldn't have wanted to stay alone anymore. But where should she move? The bus? Lin Yao rejected that immediately. She didn't want to squeeze in with so many people. It wasn't that she couldn't endure hardship. What she was afraid of was that if she fell asleep at night and accidentally touched a certain spot, causing her sensitive body to take effect, that would be humiliating beyond words. But going over to Lu Meng's side, the girl shivered. She somehow felt like going there would be like a lamb walking into a tigress den. But she had heard there was a place to bathe there, and these past few days her best friend had looked clean, soft, and even smelled nice. Turning her head, Lin Yao looked toward the sturdy figure at the back of the bus. At the moment, Lu Meng was talking to a delicate-looking girl. "Take it. Siki asked me to bring it over. Drink sparingly and it'll be enough." In the rear section of the bus, Lu Meng spoke as he handed the water bottle in his hand to the girl in front of him, whose face was full of surprise and joy. "Thank you, Brother Meng." The young girl was so excited she was already thanking her best friend's ancestors for 8 generations in her heart. This was great. This time, she had truly met a real best friend. She still remembered that time when she and Lisiki had relied on each other to survive. The two girls had supported each other and protected themselves together. Now that Lisiki was living a better life, she still hadn't forgotten about her. This was precious water. Lisiki had probably paid with quite a lot of poses for this, hadn't she? If she had known, then when Lisiki had said she wanted to find someone to rely on, she wouldn't have acted so reserved. She hadn't expected this sequence user who had newly joined the convoy to actually be such a decent guy. MHM, call out if you need anything. Lu Meng nodded. He really didn't have many thoughts about it. He was just here to help. Earlier, after talking with the people over at Doomsday Beast, the college girl had learned that Lu Meng's side had also gotten some water. She had hesitated for quite a while before carefully asking whether he could spare some for her best friend. For such a small matter, Lu Meng naturally agreed without hesitation. He was the type to chase the new and forget the old. He treasured Lisiki a lot. So what if she wanted to help her best friend? He didn't have to worry about water at all on his side. If he could help, then he would help. It couldn't be that Li Chioma's best friend could be helped, but the college girl's best friend had to be ignored, right? Though unfortunately, he'd still come a bit too late. If he had come earlier, maybe he could fed her personally like Lin Yao had. Not a big issue. He didn't come with any particular expectations this time, anyway. Still, to make sure this girl could keep the water safe, he had deliberately released the pressure of a level 2 powerhouse and fiercely suppressed all those covetous gazes. At the same time, he had also greeted Wang Peng, making his meaning very clear. This girl was under his protection, so no one should get any improper ideas. In this apocalypse, this girl could count as Lisiki's family from back home. Treating her a little better was nothing much. After doing all that, he waved his hand, planning to head back to Doomsday Beast. He had been plenty busy today and had killed quite a few Rainmen too. They had all been recorded into Scavenger. Once he got back and finished his midnight push-ups, the day would be over. But just as he was about to leave, from a corner of his eye he noticed a middle-aged woman leading her child over to Zhang Chui's side, longing for water in her eyes. Zhang Chui was already a genuine sequence user, so naturally she didn't need to worry about water. In fact, there were naturally people who had designs on what she had too, but the sequence she had awakened carried an unmistakable keep-away aura. Ordinary people would feel their scalps go numb from just one glance from her, afraid she might swallow them whole in one bite. And that middle-aged woman had clearly reached her limit, not just for herself, but for her child too. With their mother and child pairing, there was naturally no way they could serve as bait. She didn't know whether she could come back alive if she did that. And her husband had died long ago. If she died too, what would happen to her child? Fortunately, back when they were on the bus before, she and Zhang Chui's husband and wife had gotten along fairly well. They had often helped each other out. So at this moment she gathered her courage and asked. When Zhang Chui heard someone calling her, she lifted her head and glanced over. The lifeless look in her eyes made the middle-aged woman tremble in an instant. She wanted to run, yet for some reason couldn't take a single step. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and directly handed over the backpack she carried with her to Zhang Chui. Inside was the food she had saved up, nearly her entire family fortune. Miss, I'll trade with you. Just let the child drink a couple sips of water. She wasn't here to take advantage. Time passed second by second. Zhang Chui simply looked at her with those eyes. After staring for quite a while, she shifted her gaze to the child in the woman's arms. At last, a slight ripple appeared in that emotionless gaze. A moment later, she took out a bottle of the water that had been distributed to her and handed it over. Then, ignoring the woman's tearful, grateful look, she kept staring at her fixedly. The woman was smart too. She quickly opened the bottle and fed it to her child. Just from the way the people around her were staring at the water bottle, she knew she wouldn't be able to keep this water. If she didn't hurry and let the child drink now, while taking a few sips herself, who knew? Maybe the bottle would be gone by tomorrow. This was different from when Lu Meng handed out water. Lu Meng had given it openly and willingly, and after handing it over, he had fiercely glared back at all those covetous eyes. But on her side, she had begged for it herself, and Zhang Chui clearly had no intention of protecting her. It could only be said that anyone who had managed to survive until now in the apocalypse was a smart person. After the two drank some water, Zhang Chui withdrew her gaze and leaned back to the side again, closing her eyes to rest as if nothing had happened. Interesting. Lu Meng smiled. Wasn't this girl actually pretty understanding and reliable? Without staying any longer, Lu Meng waved at the mechanic girl, then turned and got off the bus, raising his blood umbrella. What are you doing? After getting off the bus, Lu Meng looked at Lin Yao, who had followed him out as well, with confusion. The captain said at ISNT safe to stay alone. I'll go stay with Momo for a few days. Lin Yao said this while pretending to stay calm. Makes sense. Lu Meng suddenly understood and nodded without saying anything else. The Apocalypse Beast had plenty of space. There was a folding double bed in the back, enough for him and two girls to sleep on. In the middle section was the little sister-in-law's small bed. The seats in the front control room could also be lowered and pushed together. Even with two more people, there would still be more than enough room. Of course, Girls only. After all, he still had to do his late-night push-up training. He definitely couldn't let outsiders hear that. Lin Yao didn't count. This girl also belonged to the wife's family category, and Lu Meng's intentions toward her weren't exactly pure. He was planning to use this external brain as regular equipment, and at this point, he was already starting to scheme up some bad ideas. After returning to the Apocalypse Beast, Li Siki and Li Qiuxiang, the two girls, were both fine. Nothing unexpected had happened after he left. They had gone through a lot today, and everyone had been in a state of high tension, but the gains had been huge as well. The water source problem had already been solved, and the whole family gathered together and had a wonderful dinner. After dinner, right in front of Lin Yao, Lu Meng led the college girl and the mechanic girl into the washroom. The showerhead, purified by the self-discipline sequence, could now release water for longer. But it still couldn't be drunk directly, and with the situation outside unclear, who knew whether the shower water had been contaminated. So Lu Meng went in and washed with them. That way, he could activate hot-blooded surge and qi and blood like a rainbow to help purify things a little too. This is the only way to wash? Lin Yao, who had been sitting in the vehicle drinking tea, was stunned. She looked at Li Qiuxiang in disbelief. From the way this girl looked, it was obvious she had bathed too. Could it be that this robot had even sold out her own little sister? It wasn't like this before, Li Qiuxiang said enviously. Watching her sister and the college girl shower had made her itchy too. But obviously she didn't really dare go in together with her brother-in-law. She was afraid his beastly nature would flare up, and he'd make a move on his little sister-in-law. But the situation outside different now? Brother-in-law said we have to use sequence powers to purify things while washing, in case something happens to us. That excuse only worked on robots and college girls. Still, the vehicle belonged to him. Whatever he said went. Lin Yao curled her lip. There was no way she could go in with her best friend, S-Man, right in front of her best friend. What would that even become? It's fine. Brother-in-law has plenty of water. If we save a little, wiping down is enough. Lu Meng wasn't lacking water, so the little sister-in-law's life was very luxurious too. She was already carrying over a basin of water, and the water inside had all been purified. As one of the main forces in killing the Rayman, Lu Meng had rightfully taken a whole energy crystal for himself, together with what he had left from before. It was enough for the girls on his side to splurge with. Lin Yao didn't stand on ceremony either. She immediately wiped herself down together with the little sister-in-law, and finally felt much better. But during the process, the little sister-in-law kept feeling like something was off. It was just the occasional accidental touch with her sister's best friend. So why was her reaction so big? Shaking her head, Li Qiuxiang didn't think much of it. She only assumed the other girl was tired after fighting outside all day. Full, satisfied, and freshly cleaned up, Lu Meng felt refreshed as he led the somewhat weak-kneed college girl and mechanic girl toward the rear compartment of the Apocalypse Beast. From the scorching rain falling rapidly outside, it was easy to tell that the thing overhead had entered a berserk state again. That meant night had fallen. In this state, even Lu Meng didn't dare go out carelessly. He could only honestly wait for a new day to come. Seeing that Lu Meng had no intention of carrying her off to help her bathe too, Lin Yao let out a sigh of relief. She lowered the seat flat to use as a small bed and lay down. After all the tossing around today, she was tired too, even though the environment had changed. She felt like she would be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. It had already been a long time since she had rested together with other people, and at this moment, she felt a strange sense of security. But, what are you doing? Seeing Li Qiuxiang not far away, skillfully stuffing earplugs into her own ears, Lin Yao asked in confusion. There aren't any extras. Once I fall asleep, you can take mine off and borrow them. Li Qiuxiang blinked her big eyes, gave Lin Yao a helpless look, then tilted her head and started speed-running herself into sleep. Before long, a faint, indistinct sound drifted into her ears. Lin Yao's expression changed sharply, and then she glared resentfully toward the rear of the Apocalypse Beast. You shameless couple, aren't you tired? She clamped her hands over her ears, but that sound simply couldn't be blocked out. Gradually, she couldn't hold on anymore. With her sensitive body, borrowing the momentum of those sounds, she tremblingly made a certain move that went against her ancestors. Just then, the little sister-in-law, who had been waiting for Lin Yao to take the earplugs, opened her eyes in confusion. Then her delicate body shook, and she looked at Lin Yao in shock. She's digging. The moment that thought came up, the little sister-in-law's face turned completely red. She hurriedly shut her eyes and started muttering quietly in her heart. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. That's my sister's best friend, and a noble sequence user too. Is this really okay? If you really can't hold it in, go find brother-in-law. Why are you digging in front of me? What kind of situation is this supposed to be? A long while later, the late-night push-up session finally ended. Lin Yao also shook her head, went limp from the stimulation, and passed out. The inside of the vehicle returned to peace once more. But after finishing a day of cultivation, Lu Meng found himself unable to sleep instead. There was no other reason. The pleasant system notification in his ear was broadcasting good news to him. Ding! You have completed the daily riding mission. Your physique attribute +1. Ding! You ignored the harsh environment and persisted in self-discipline, diligently completing your late-night push-ups. Your understanding of posture has deepened. Your sequence ability has taken effect. The sweat from your hard work has been rewarded. Your physique attribute +1. Ding! You diligently trained in blade techniques and fist techniques. Your strength +1. You reasonably applied your blade techniques multiple times in battle, and your understanding of the blade has become more thorough. Your style of combining practical combat and theory fits the conduct of a self-disciplined one. Your strength gains an additional +1. Ding! You controlled your chi and blood for a long time to resist a complex environment. During this process, your mind remained highly focused. Your proficiency in chi and blood, like a rainbow, has increased slightly. You ignored environmental interference and persisted in self-discipline, and your conduct has been rewarded. Your sequence ability activated successfully. Your spirit attribute +1. Congratulations. Your strength attribute has broken through above 20. Please choose a trait to solidify as soon as possible. Holy shit, there was even an unexpected harvest. Joy flashed through Lu Meng's eyes. His strength had gone up by 2 points in one go. His physique had also risen by 2 points, and even his spirit had increased by 1 point. Who said this weird domain was full of danger at every turn? This weird domain was freaking amazing. Under the suppression of a certain force, he resolutely carried out acts of self-discipline. The effort and sweat Lu Meng had put in did not betray his expectations. He directly added the point. After adding a point, Lu Meng looked at the 3 newly appeared power traits. Anger, absolute control, battle totem. The 3 trait entries that appeared this time clearly didn't have any weird stuff. There was nothing that was absolutely unpickable. Anger. After a brief look, Lu Meng felt this thing was pretty interesting. This trait would cause his emotions to change during battle. Roughly speaking, when he hit people, the more he hit, the angrier he got. And that wasn't all. Even the people he hit would also get very angry. One got angrier the more he fought. The other got angrier the more he got beaten. Both sides would get more and more heated. Aside from that, while in the anger state, he would gain enhanced attributes. The angrier he got, the harder and more effectively he struck. On the other hand, Lu Meng's enemies, while in the anger state, would instead be affected by some uncontrollable influence. All of their actions would become strange and bizarre, as if they had lost their minds. A mental effect brought on by emotion. Lu Meng rubbed his chin, not in a hurry to choose, and continued looking down. Absolute control. What it controlled was not external things, but himself. After obtaining this power trait, his understanding of his own body would rise to another level. The power he could originally bring out would multiply. He would precisely control every bit of strength, control himself, control others, and finally control everything. This trait sounded simple, but in reality, its potential was extremely high. Did you really understand yourself? Could you really precisely control every muscle group in your body and bring their power to the absolute limit? That was obviously impossible. But once he chose this trait, whether now or later, when Lu Meng's attributes exploded upward again, he would be able to bring out that power without holding anything back and perfectly control it. Awesome as hell. That was Lu Meng's only evaluation of it. Honestly, this trait was extremely suitable for him. As the owner of the self-discipliner sequence, with 2 self-discipline tasks activated, his strength and physique increased every day. But at this very moment, he clearly could not precisely bring out the potential of his body and skillfully use the effect of every single attribute point. After all, before this, Lu Meng had only been an ordinary person. He was a bit sturdier than most, sure, but this kind of delicate control was something that required long-term polishing. In the apocalypse, he simply didn't have the time to fully master this absurdly powerful body of his. For example, before, with just a casual move, he had ripped off Lin Yao as Cardor. He really hadn't done that on purpose. It was because after his attributes increased, his control over his body had declined, and he had also worked on this himself. For example, when doing late-night push-ups, he had to precisely measure his strength. He couldn't be too rough and end up hurting the college girl and Miss Mechanic. And now, the appearance of absolute control could perfectly make up for this shortcoming of his. After that came a 3rd trait, Battle Totem, a totem-type trait. Without even looking, Lu Meng knew this thing could create synergy with his soul totem. It might even trigger a new effect after the 2 stacked together. And this trait explicitly stated that after activating Battle Totem, whether it was strength, speed, reaction ability, or battle instinct, all of them would receive a huge boost. It was the kind of trait that directly increased immediate combat power. Kind of hard choice. These 3 traits were all really strong. If possible, Lu Meng truly wanted them all, but he had only just broken through 20 strength, so he could only choose 1 out of the 3. Forget it. There would be chances later. Traits he didn't choose would appear again afterward, that had already been proven. but also depended on luck. If those unseeable traits showed up again, they would still take up one of the options. After thinking for a moment, Lu Meng glanced at the two girls on his left and right. Looking at their exhausted appearances, he finally chose absolute control. The next moment, a feeling of enlightenment welled up from within. With his eyes closed, it was as if his soul had undergone some kind of sublimation. At this moment, he seemed to float up, viewing and sensing his body from a third-person perspective. So that is how it is. After a while, Lu Meng suddenly opened his eyes, pulled the hand buried on the college girl's body away, and clenched his fist toward the empty space above. A powerful strength that he could use as he pleased instantly gathered in his hand. His fist-clenching motion was not fast, but the feeling of being able to easily crush someone's neck and casually control another person's fate rose naturally within him. I'm starting to understand everything. Lu Meng loosened his hand and took a deep breath, then nodded in satisfaction. Controlling himself. Wasn't that also a form of immediate combat power? He swore that even with just one extra level 1 absolute control, the current him could instantly kill the him from just before. He was even certain that if he faced those sequence holders from the Fuyun convoy again, he wouldn't need to use his full strength at all, yet could still crush them to death with ease and greater efficiency. The new trait was very strong. Although it had produced a synergy effect with his other traits, it was still extremely strong, especially the increase in control over himself. It would save him the adjustment period after explosive attribute growth, which was incredibly convenient. After carefully experiencing the changes in his body, Lu Meng looked at his sequence panel. Sequence, self-discipliner, currently being forcibly evolved continuously. Sequence holder, Lu Meng. Sequence level, 2. Strength, 21. Spirit, 14. Physique, 24. Free attribute points, 0. Self-discipline points, 400. Fixed skills, amazing endurance level 1. Steel bones and iron flesh level 2. Surging vitality level 3. Blade art level 1. Soul totem level 1. Hot-blooded level 1. Absolute control level 1. Number of daily self-discipline tasks, 2. Sequence abilities expand. The free attributes and self-discipline points had basically not increased much. Those 400 self-discipline points had come from 3 days of cycling plus 1 day of blade practice. But his basic attributes had once again risen by another chunk, steadily increasing every day. His strength attribute and physique attribute had even already broken into the level of old monsters in sequence level 3, reaching the early stage of level 3. Next, as long as he raised his spirit attribute, he would naturally complete the advancement. So from here on, the main point of his self-discipline would be on the spirit attribute. There was no need to rush. Lu Meng had persisted in meditation these past few days and had already seen results. He believed that before long, he would comprehend a cultivation method for the spirit attribute that belonged solely to him, just like how he had comprehended blade art before. As long as he stayed disciplined, there was nothing he couldn't do. Keep up his discipline, work hard to complete cycling, blade practice, boxing, meditation, and push-ups, then kill as many eerie creatures as possible to accumulate scavenger rewards. Under safe conditions, do a few extreme tasks and see whether he could obtain free attribute points to raise his spirit attribute. He also needed to save up a wave of self-discipline points and level up all his traits. Lu Meng was clearly very clear about his future plans. He knew what he wanted, and even more, he knew what he should do. Get stronger. Stay alive. What he sought was nothing more than that. Tonight's scalding rain was especially violent, crackling loudly as it slammed against the apocalyptic beast, but it obviously couldn't affect Lu Meng right now. Thinking about the road he should walk afterward, his head tilted to the side, and in a hazy daze he closed his eyes and fell asleep. A new day. The scalding rain was falling a little more slowly, but the outside world was still pitch black. Clearly, the endless darkness was still ongoing. That was obviously not good news. It meant the strategy the Liao Yuan convoy had come up with before, waiting in place for whatever was overhead to leave, was not workable. Right now, they were inside a domain. Who knew what they would run into next? The temperature had risen again. Apocalyptic beast, Li Qiuma said heavily from the control console after checking the temperature outside. They had just finished breakfast and already coordinated with the captain's side. Today's work was still more or less the same. Kill as many rainmen as possible. Stockpile energy crystals and prepare for the eventual breakout. What did Captain say? Has he reached level 2 yet? In the middle section of the vehicle, Lu Meng asked while pedaling a bicycle with a considerate college girl beside him wiping his sweat. Not yet. The mechanic girl sighed. How could it be that fast? Even if he has touched the bottleneck, breaking through on his own without sequence essence, ISNT easy. Back when I got mechanical tinder, I could already feel the barrier. But Haven T, I still failed to break through even now. Lu Meng had heard Zhang Chong mention sequence essence before. It was a product of the Abyss Weird Realm. A secret realm completely different from a domain. In gaming terms, it was basically some kind of dungeon instance. All sorts of good stuff could drop there. But that kind of thing was hard to come by. Even the Liao Yuan convoy currently only had half of, no need to worry. The captain is from the Stargazer sequence. His cultivation method is different from ours. If he says it LL be soon, then it LL definitely be soon. Just hang in there a little longer. It probably won't take too much time. Seeing this, Lin Yao wanted to comfort him a little more. But when she looked at Lu Ming furiously pedaling the bicycle, the corner of her mouth twitched. I mean, is your energy really that overflowing? You spent all day yesterday fighting Rainmen. It's only been one night. Wouldn't it be better to rest properly and recover your strength? And this bastard had even tormented her best friend until midnight last night, making her lose sleep too and get dragged into it for a while. Recovering this fast, did that even make sense? Lu Ming said nothing. He just kept pedaling the bicycle like mad. Tired? It was nothing more than a bit of wear and tear. Go argue with my amazing endurance. Anyway, no one was allowed to interfere with his self-discipline. By the time she saw him finish pedaling and then immediately start practicing boxing and blade techniques, Lin Yao was already numb. Still vaguely, she seemed to understand why Lu Ming was so strong. He could kill a first-tier anomaly just like that. With that kind of drive alone, failure would be harder than success. Stop staring at my brother-in-law. Just looking at him makes you feel hot. Seeming to notice that her sister's best friend was looking at her brother-in-law in a strange way, the younger sister-in-law's eyes flickered, and she pulled Lin Yao aside to a cooler spot. The younger sister-in-law had thoughts of her own, just from looking at her sister. She already knew her sister was someone who could hold the line. She indulged her brother-in-law too much, especially when it came to his tendency to attract women. At this rate, who knew how many more sisters she'd end up with in the future? And as the younger sister-in-law, the kind whose mouth had already been tasted, she felt her own priority ought to be moved further up the line. Before her side got any, they really couldn't add more people. And Lin Yao, thinking about what she did yesterday, was absolutely someone who needed to be guarded against with all their might. Lin Yao, however, wasn't thinking that much, nor did she have any way to explain her physique problem to the younger sister-in-law, so she just let her do as she pleased. Fortunately, the strange atmosphere in the vehicle didn't last long. Once Lu Ming finished cultivating, Captain Zhang Chang's side also announced assembly. As the main fighting force, Lu Ming and the others didn't waste words and immediately got out of the vehicle and headed for the bus. But on the way there, Lin Yao glanced at the blood umbrella overhead a few more times, then carefully felt the drain on herself as a human battery. A look of surprise appeared on her face. He seemed to be handling it with even more ease. Today's operation is the same as yesterday. I'll have to trouble you all again. But you've all noticed it too. The outside temperature has risen again. We can't confirm whether this is some method of the anomalous creatures, so you must be careful. On the bus, Zhang Chang's tone was serious. Buy me a little more time. The sequence fluctuations around him were even stronger now. If someone had to give the current Zhang Chang a level, then he would definitely be at the great perfection stage of late half-step level 2, a mighty figure who could break through to level 2 at any moment. The sequence users of the Liao Yuan convoy had nothing to say about that. They were at a life-and-death juncture now, and everyone naturally twisted into a single rope. The atmosphere was extremely good, but while things were harmonious on their side, the survivors were suffering miserably. Another whole night had passed without even a drop of water, and many people were already starting to lose clarity of mind. At this point, there was no longer any need to urge them. Quite a few people stepped forward on their own, saying they were willing to act as bait. There was no helping it. Compared to dying of thirst alive, it was better to take a gamble. The few who had fainted yesterday had already woken up. Aside from looking weak, they didn't seem to have any other problems. As for the ones who died, that could only be called bad luck. At the moment the rain men approached, they had failed to keep their minds steady and ended up putting too much pressure on themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily have died. Not just anyone could act as bait. If their will wasn't firm enough, they would only let the anomalies exploit the opening. But just as the operation was about to begin, a trace of surprise flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. Looking puzzled, he walked over to the petite figure standing among the lineup of survivor bait. You ran out of water? That was right. This person was Li Siki's best friend, and also a newly enrolled college girl this year, Guowei. No, I still have some. Meeting Lu Ming's gaze, Guowei's eyes were full of determination. If I want to do something for the convoy, as long as you're happy. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, but in the end chose to respect someone else's fate and didn't try to persuade her further. Everyone had to pay for their own choices. He didn't know what Guowei was thinking, but he could guess part of it. She wanted to take a gamble. Thinking about it, that made sense. For a pretty college girl like her, surviving in the apocalypse was twice as hard. She needed the strength to protect herself, to dispel those covetous gazes. But Lu Ming clearly didn't understand this girl's true nature, so he had gotten it wrong from the very start. Before the apocalypse, this girl's greatest wish had been to find an ordinary, unremarkable job, become a self-sufficient bum who could coast through life, and do a few things she wanted to do. That alone would have been enough to make her happy. Heaven knew how much she had suffered after entering the apocalypse, to the point that now she was being forced to gamble on the chance of awakening sequence. But in truth, even if she really did awaken, she had no desire to go fight anomalous creatures or take risks. All she wanted was to have a little more confidence when going over to her best friend's side and lazing around together as a slightly more useful mascot. After all, there were already too many people around Lu Meng now. Who knew whether he even still wanted ordinary college girls anymore? What if he liked sequence college girls instead? In a bit, remember to steady your mind. The more afraid you are, the easier it is for something to go wrong. Since she was Li Siqi's best friend, after all, Lu Meng gave her a few extra reminders. Guowei quickly nodded to show she understood. Everything was ready. The operation to lure and kill the Rain Men began again. The operation went smoothly. At least, that was how it was at the start. With their previous experience, their coordination had become much more seamless. Even the survivors performed quite well now, after hearing the experiences recounted by the bait, who had regained consciousness. Finally, it was Guowei's turn to act as bait. The girl took a deep breath. Her pale little face was full of determination as she listened to the instructions and moved into the designated position. When that scorching yet icy presence drew near, her whole body started trembling along with it. Calm down. Being scared is normal. Come on, Guowei, you can definitely do this. Everything should have gone smoothly, especially after the little girl gritted her teeth and pumped herself up, muttering to herself that no one could stop her from awakening her sequence, and that after that she could just slack off. She became even more certain of her resolve and thoughts. She was even a lot less afraid of the thing approaching from behind. At this point in the hunt, according to the usual sequence, it should have been Lu Meng's turn to wrap things up. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A wave of heat even more intense than before abruptly spread out from behind Guowei in all directions. And following right after that spreading heat was an extreme chill cold enough to freeze one to the bone. An ominous, ghostly aura full of oppressive force instantly spread out. And even the urgent falling hot rain slowed down by a few degrees. Almost in an instant, every sequence user present had their expressions change drastically in perfect unison. A natural sense of fear began growing uncontrollably from deep inside them. At this moment, the suppression brought by rank itself nearly made them unable to breathe. Cold sweat ran down their backs and directly soaked through their clothes. As for those ordinary survivors, their brains throbbed with pain, and they looked like they could faint at any second. Second rank weirdness. It's a second rank Raymond. Enduring the intense discomfort, Zhang Chong directly shared the situation with everyone who was still gritting their teeth and holding on. That absolute suppression of rank made sequence users like them feel incomparably tiny. That was right. Even for sequence users, when facing weirdness of the same rank, all they could do was exchange blows. Only pure combat sequences could truly kill weird creatures of the same rank. And sequence users like them, who stood above ordinary humans, still felt that their sequence power was pitifully insignificant when facing weirdness stronger than themselves. I'm still too weak. A fierce unwillingness surged up inside Zhang Chong. He hated his own weakness. If he were second rank at this moment, he could at least buy everyone time to escape. Even if they couldn't get away, he himself could still run. But under this rank suppression, talking about trading a few moves was pure fantasy. If he tried to face it head on, the only result would be death. That was a second rank weirdness. And, judging from its aura, it probably was not merely in the early stage of second rank. It was very likely at the mid-stage of second rank. How were they supposed to deal with that? Zhang Chong, who had always cultivated bitterly in hopes of breaking through, found his brain no longer working fast enough. These past few days, he had been communicating with the Star God, although he could still make some basic judgments and give simple commands for the convoy's daily affairs. He had clearly lost some of his calm and forgotten one very important thing. That was that Lu Meng was also second rank. Maybe he had not forgotten. It was just that he did not think Lu Meng, also being second rank, could deal with a second rank Raymond. After all, this was common sense. Those of the same rank could only contend against each other. But in the current situation, merely contending was obviously nowhere near enough. Still, in that instant, Zhang Chong was clearly not the only one stunned. Wang Peng also had a resolute look on his face and was already prepared to risk his life. In front of his second rank weirdness, if he did not get serious, he would really die. Li Qiuma had already taken out an upgraded Raymond grenade, ready to drag the weirdness down with him at any moment. Zhang Shui, on the other hand, was acting completely unlike usual. A sickly smile appeared on her face as she giggled foolishly at the second-rank Raymond, as if she had just seen some unbelievably fun new toy. This widow was seriously insane. That said, it was not like there was no one calm on the field. Lin Yao was very calm right now. As Lu Meng's battery pack, she was together with him, and at this moment, he was already dragging her along as they charged toward the second-rank weirdness. If an outsider saw this scene, they would absolutely think Lin Yao had some grudge against Lu Meng, and that he was taking her along to feed her to the enemy. But the actual situation was obviously not like that. The instant the man beside her saw the second-rank Raymond, an exaggerated force instantly erupted from Lu Meng's body. The chi and blood he released directly wrapped around both her and himself, and then, like a red bolt of lightning, he shot over to the weirdness in the blink of an eye. The next moment, that powerfully built man had already raised his fist and smashed it straight at that second-rank weirdness overlord, which was still enjoying itself and feeding on human fear. Boom! One punch, and the ground split. It was as if the air itself had been blown apart. The surging shockwave mixed with the hot rain and swept outward. The terrifying vibration nearly sent Guo Wei, who was the closest, flying off her feet. But Lu Meng saw clearly that the girl had even found time to turn around and glare at the second-rank Raymond, as if it owed her $800 and had not paid it back. Not only did she bare her teeth at it, she even hissed at it. But right now, he obviously had no time to pay too much attention to that side. After that one punch, the second-rank Raymond was clearly dazed from the hit. Its body shook violently and nearly failed to hold together. Before it could recover from its dumbfounded shock, Lu Meng's follow-up combo was already arriving one after another. This time, Lu Meng had clearly learned his lesson. To avoid letting the Raymond run away, he directly let out a loud roar and then spread his palm toward it. The power of chi and blood around him moved in sync with his action, simultaneously forming a gigantic blood-red hand in midair that viciously grabbed toward the Raymond. The dazed weirdness obviously had not expected this move from Lu Meng. By the time it wanted to strike back in fury, its entire body had already been seized in one grip. The next moment, veins bulged all over Lu Meng's body as he poured out all of his strength and viciously clenched his hand shut. Bang! Blood chi exploded outward, and the area wrapped by the blood hand turned into a brief vacuum. That second-rank weirdness, a mighty being within the domain, was actually crushed apart alive by one hand. Everything was settled, from the appearance of the second-rank weirdness to the despair of the first-rank sequence users, to Lu Meng crushing it apart with one hand. The whole process flowed as smoothly as clouds and water. There was not the slightest difference from when he killed first-rank Rainman, and it did not even waste much more time. Oh, it dropped an energy crystal. With the hunt over, Lu Meng bent down with a grin, picked up the energy crystal that had fallen to the ground, and handed it to Lin Yao beside him. Only now had Lin Yao just snapped back to her senses. She blankly looked at the crystal in Lu Meng's hand, then at Lu Meng's relaxed expression, and fell silent. After a long while, she took the crystal and looked at this burly man with a complicated gaze, as if wanting to say something but stopping herself. In the end, she still could not hold it in and spoke. Don't you have anything to say? Big bro, do you even know what you just did? HM. The macho man scratched his head and gave Lin Yao a puzzled look. Then, when he casually noticed Guo Wei's excited expression not far away, he suddenly realized something. Oh, that girl has got guts. She even dared bare her teeth and hiss at a weird creature. That is seriously badass. Is that what I was asking? And listen to yourself. Does that even sound like something a human would say? What do you mean that girl has got guts? Lin Yao was on the verge of breaking down. That was a second-rank weirdness, and one punch from you made it disappear? Big bro, don't you think you're scarier than the weirdness? Lu Meng obviously had no idea what this girl was breaking down over, but even if he knew, he would not care. What a joke. It was just a mere second-rank weirdness. It was second-rank, and he was also second-rank, so why could he not kill it? Besides, he had just comprehended absolute control. If he still let the weirdness get away like before, then would that not mean he had comprehended it for nothing? On top of that, absolute control let him fully bring out all of his own power. The second-rank Raymond, however, did not have absolute control, so being able to use 80% of its strength would already be pretty good. He had 100% while the weirdness had 80%. And on top of that, he was already a half step in a third rank. Wasn't he this basically a challenge across ranks? As everyone knew, in traditional novels, fighting above 1S rank was standard protagonist stuff. And he was a transmigrator, so no matter what, that made him at least half a protagonist, right? So, Lu Meng spread his hands. There was no way they could lose this. On the bus, Lu Meng and the others took their seats one after another. The survivors who had served as bait also got on, still shaken, huddling into the corners. What had just happened had truly scared them badly. Wang Peng also understood that in their current state, it wasn't suitable to have them continue acting as bait. Fortunately, before they encountered the second-tier Rainmen, they had already killed some first-tier Rainmen and obtained a total of 6 energy crystals. If they used water sparingly, they could hold out for a while. At the front of the bus, just like before, Wang Peng had partitioned off a section with a barricade, and the sequence users were gathered together there. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were extremely colorful. Every single one of them looked at Lu Meng with a complicated gaze, like ordinary people looking at Superman. Everyone knew Lu Meng was fierce. After all, even his name sounded fierce. But none of them had imagined he would be this fierce. That was a second-tier weird. If an ordinary convoy ran into one, they would have to pay a heavy price no matter what. After all, this was still the early stage of the apocalypse, and the vast majority of sequence users were still almighty level 1 experts. They would feel extremely powerless when facing second-tier weirds. Only those sequence users who had encountered the Abyss Weird Realm in the early days of the apocalypse and successfully cleared it, obtaining sequence essence, had broken through to level 2 or even level 3. Under normal cultivation, anyone who could reach level 2 by now was already exceptionally gifted. So it really wasn't that they were making a fuss over nothing. Being shocked was the normal reaction. Whereas the captain, Lu Meng didn't think what he had done was all that earth-shattering. It was only a second-tier weird. If another one came, he could still kill it. Sitting in his seat, he looked around with a puzzled expression. All the sequence users were present. Even Zhang Chui, the newly awakened Avenger, had joined this meeting. Yet Zhang Chong was nowhere to be seen. The captain is in the middle of a breakthrough. Looking at him, I didn't disturb him. Wang Peng quickly explained. When he had gone to look for the captain earlier, he had already noticed something was wrong. That old guy's current state was extremely strange. One, I was looking up while the other was looking down, and his whole person seemed disconnected, like he had gone offline. The sequence fluctuations on his body were very unstable. If he had to describe it, it was exactly like the state of enlightenment often mentioned in novels. He'll probably break through to level 2 once he wakes up. After sensing for a moment, Lin Yao gave her conclusion, and there was joy on her face as well. They'd been trapped inside the weird domain the whole time, and everything they did had to be done on edge. There wasn't a single moment in the entire day that was truly safe. And now level 2 weirds had already started appearing. Who knew whether third-tier weirds would show up later? No matter how strong Lu Meng was, no matter how fierce he was, could he really be fiercer than a third-tier weird? So at this critical moment, Zhang Chong breaking through to level 2, reconnecting with the Star God, and leaving this place as soon as possible was what mattered most. Of course, Lu Meng didn't know what Lin Yao was thinking. If he did, he would really want to tell her that he actually could trade a few moves with a third-tier weird. He was probably stimulated by that second-tier weird. Li Qiuma sighed and said, actually, ever since we got dragged into the domain, that old guy Zhang Chong has probably been blaming himself. He thinks he failed as captain. If he hadn't chosen this zombie town to refuel back then, none of this would have happened. He is putting pressure on himself now. You could say he is using shame as motivation. In any case, this is a good thing. Once the captain wakes up, we can leave this damn place. The stone in Wang Peng's heart eased a little. This damn place felt terrible. Even if leaving the domain for the outside world didn't necessarily mean safety, it was still far better than having no control over anything. He would rather go back to the days of weirds chasing behind them while they ran in front, collecting supplies as they fled, than stay in this sunless domain. Not to mention that their supplies were limited and there was no way they could stay here for long. This environment alone wasn't suitable for their survival. If this continued for too long, even their minds would start developing problems, and mutation wouldn't be far off. After a brief meeting, they confirmed the next plan. All the sequence users unanimously decided to wait for Captain Zhang Chong to complete his breakthrough while also killing more rainmen to stockpile energy crystals. Lu Meng was more than happy with that. In fact, if supplies were sufficient and rainmen above the third tier never appeared, this domain was basically a blessed land for him. Now that he had absolute control, his reliance on bait had greatly decreased. As long as his stamina was full, he could completely ensure he killed rainmen on his own, sealing off the weird-ass retreat in advance before it could escape, then refining it in an instant. Moreover, under this kind of extreme environment, it would also become easier for him to push himself to his limits. So during the 3 days they spent waiting for the captain to wake up, besides the basic 3 points of constitution and 3 points of strength, Lu Meng also gained 2 free attribute points. His physical qualities surged once more, and his strength and constitution had truly reached the 3rd tier level, with only his spirit lagging behind. But that was a big problem. On the 4th morning, after they had settled on waiting for the captain to wake up, when Lu Meng opened his eyes and that deep look in them gradually became clear, an incomparably mysterious feeling suddenly welled up from his heart. In his mind, within that incomparably mysterious spiritual domain, 2 completely opposite masses of energy began intertwining with each other in a bizarre posture. One was cold and one was hot. One yin and one yang, one black and one white. They corresponded to the daylight and darkness Lu Meng had meditated on before. Their attributes were opposite, yet they coexisted with each other. In the end, a yin-yang taiji diagram radiating those 2 powers formed inside his mind. At the same time, that pleasant system notification rang out in Lu Meng's head. Ding! Among all things in this world, only effort and sweat must never be betrayed. Your persistent, self-disciplined behavior is highly compatible with the self-disciplinarian sequence, and your hard work has received the reward it deserves. Ding! You have persistently attempted to understand yin and yang, and have now achieved initial success. Congratulations on comprehending an extra sequence cultivation ability. Yin-yang creation art. Holy shit, did I pull gold? Lu Ming's heart shook, and he immediately glanced at his system panel. In the abilities section, there was already an extra entry. Yin-yang creation art level 1. Carefully calming his mind, Lu Ming began to feel the power of this method. Only after long while did he finally gain some understanding. It seemed to be the embryonic form of some incredible cultivation technique. As he cultivated, waves of profound and mysterious sensations flowed into his mind, and Lu Ming began to understand everything again. But the things that were too profound were still beyond his comprehension for now. All he knew was that as he cultivated, besides increasing his spirit attribute, he could also slowly try to control those two completely different powers, thereby entering different states. Of course, he had only just comprehended it. That power was still far too little, and what he could control was extremely limited. Aside from passively protecting his spiritual consciousness, at most it could. Snap! He flicked his fingers. A wisp of flame suddenly appeared at his fingertips, radiating waves of warmth. Of course, so-called yin and yang naturally Kuden simply represent water and fire. The profundity of that thing pointed straight at the Great Tao. There were even legends saying it could be used for dual cultivation, and that it could feed back into the physical body. But for now, he still couldn't do that. That bit of yin-yang power was pitifully small at the moment. If it didn't cultivate it properly, it might even go out. But that was a problem. He could be self-disciplined. Lu Ming extinguished the flame with one hand and smiled faintly. Leave that to his self-disciplinarian. Stay disciplined. And I'm invincible. Do whatever you want. Brother Ming, the captain awake. Right after Lu Ming took some time to get used to the new meditation method, then diligently finished his daily cycling, as well as his daily blade and boxing practice. Li Qiuma put down the walkie-talkie and came to his side in delight to share some good news with him. All right, let's go take a look. Lu Ming nodded. As the captain of the wildfire convoy, Zhang Chong was unquestionably competent and responsible. He was far better than the teams Lu Ming had been with before. He had never thought about fighting for the captain's position. There was no need. If your own strength was powerful enough, no one could ever ignore your presence. No matter what decision was being made, they would take the initiative to ask for your opinion. He would rather put all his thoughts into self-discipline. As long as he took care of the few people around him, that was enough. Besides, Zhang Chong already respected him and gave him enough face. So what more was there to ask for? Not long after, Lu Ming brought Lin Yao and Li Qiuma to the bus. Over the past few days, his attributes had skyrocketed. With absolute control, his use of qi and blood power had also become much more skillful. To be honest, he no longer needed Lin Yao to act as a battery pack for long stretches, unless he was completely exhausted and needed a recharge. His normal consumption was already something he could keep up with himself, but he still did not refuse the hand the battery pack reached out to him, and Lin Yao, who could clearly feel that Lu Ming's consumption had decreased, also did not refuse to keep reaching out her hand. That made things very subtle. Congratulations, Captain. From now on, you're also an LV2 sequence patriarch. As soon as the meeting started, Lu Ming grinned and joked with Zhang Chong. But calling him a patriarch was not really wrong. When the vast majority of sequence users were still at LV1, LV2 sequence user really could found a sect and become an ancestor. Stop teasing me. Zhang Chong gave a bitter smile. Before I advanced to LV2, the feeling you gave me was only that you were powerful. Now that our strength is closer, I actually feel your aura is even stronger instead. It feels like you could tear me apart at any moment. He was not flattering Lu Ming. He genuinely could not understand Lu Ming's strength at all. Logically speaking, they were both LV2. Even if there was a gap, it should not have been this obvious. But as a perception-type sequence user, the closer he got to Lu Ming, the more dangerous Lu Ming felt. What kind of joke was this? Your LV2 and my LV2 seem kind of different. Lu Ming did not explain. He really was fierce, and his advancement conditions were also a bit different from the other sequences. He walked a truly all-round development path. Being just a tiny bit stronger than other LV2 users was perfectly normal. Captain, don't compare yourself to Brother Tough Guy. Everyone knows he's a freak. Seeing that the captain had woken up, Wang Peng's mood improved quite a bit. He also started joking around like Lu Ming. He really is a freak. Lin Yao nodded in deep agreement. Just that energy overflowing from him with nowhere to go was terrifying enough. When he was awake, he fought the weird creatures. Before going to sleep, he had to do his late-night push-ups. She had listened to it for 3 straight days and been forced to dig along for 3 straight days. She even felt like she was getting a little weak, yet this damn man could still get up in the morning and temper his body. If that was not being a freak, then what was? With a tiny frame like hers, would she really be able to withstand him making a mess of her when the time came? HM? No, wait. Why would I be the one getting messed with by him? Lin Yao was startled and hurriedly cut off that dangerous thought. Sure enough. If you stayed around someone whose soul was filthy yellow for too long, you would definitely get contaminated. Captain, I'm more concerned about your advancement. Compared to the few who were joking around, Li Qiuma was the most serious. She held Lu Ming's arm and looked at Zhang Chong with an inquisitive gaze. can you talk about your breakthrough process? I feel like I'm also very close to LV2, but I just can't advance. It always feels like I'm missing a tiny bit. And does every advancement require staying in that state for a full 3 days like you did? That's important. If it really required staying completely still and meditating for 3 whole days, then they absolutely had to prepare in advance. Who knew what might happen during those 3 days? What if danger appeared in the middle of the breakthrough? Don't rush. Zhang Chong waved his hand, thought carefully for a moment, then spoke again. My case counts as a forced breakthrough, and every sequence is different. I can only roughly talk about what I felt. He had no intention of keeping anything secret. It was a good thing for the sequence users in the convoy to level up, so why would he stop them? With Lin Yao, a selected member of the spiritual heart sequence, there was no need to guard against everything. It was because my emotions fluctuated too violently and my mind reached its limit that I re-established contact with the star god. And just re-establishing that contact took a lot of time. Zhang Chong pointed at the sky. Based on my analysis, a normal breakthrough wouldn't be this troublesome. Of course, body technique sequences are an exception. The reason I needed so long was most likely because that thing was affecting me, blocking me from comprehending a new sequence ability. So that's how it is. Wang Peng and the others suddenly understood and finally let out a breath of relief. He, Li Qiuma, and even Lin Yao had already felt that breakthrough was imminent. If they had sequence essence, the breakthrough could probably be even faster. But according to Zhang Chong, breaking through inside the domain was extremely troublesome. You had to push yourself to the limit to break through some kind of barrier, making it a case of twice the effort for half the result. If reaching LV2 had not been necessary to find a safe route inside the domain, Zhang Chong would not have risked breaking through here either. I've already written down the relevant breakthrough experience. If you want it later, just come find me anytime. After briefly describing the feeling of breaking through, Zhang Chong's expression turned serious. Now isn't the time to talk about this. He stood up and looked solemnly into the darkness outside. We need to move. Something is approaching us. We need to move. Get out of this damn place. Now that he had broken through, his confidence was clearly harder, but the captain's tone was not relaxed at all after reconnecting with the star god. The road ahead won't be peaceful. I can clearly sense that there are several second-tier rainmen, the same as the ones from 3 days ago, watching us from far away. And some kind of power, even more outrageous than them, is gathering. More outrageous than second-tier rainmen? It's a third-tier weird creature. Everyone's expressions changed. They seem to be waiting for some kind of signal. There's no need to think about it. When the time comes, they'll definitely attack all at once. So they figured second-tier weird creatures weren't enough of a threat to us, so they've sent out the sect patriarchs? Lu Meng licked his lips. A trace of excitement suddenly flashed through his eyes, and then he instantly stood up. Point me in a direction. I'll go kill those second-tier ones. The corner of Zhang Chong's mouth twitched. Looking at this brother tough guy, he did not know what to say for a moment. His original intention had been to raise everyone's vigilance, make them realize how serious the situation was, and then hurry up and lead everyone away before that unknown thing. Very likely a third-tier weird creature launched its attack. But the fierce general under his command seemed to want to square up with that thing. Are you confident? Zhang Chong asked tentatively. There are a bit too many of them keeping watch, at least more than 5. Naturally, it would be a good thing if they could avoid being watched. After all, if they did not deal with the tails, escaping would probably be extremely difficult. This was the enemy's home field. If those things could follow them along with the scalding rain, then how the hell were they supposed to run? But at the same time, he truly did not want Lu Meng to take the risk. This brother was now the #1 combat power in the wildfire convoy. With him around, the convoy's chances of escaping the domain would also rise quite a bit. Lu Meng did not reply. He simply stood up and did a warm-up stretch. But that was the best answer. Zhang Chong fell silent for a moment. In the end, he gritted his teeth, clasped his hands together, tilted his head up, and glared viciously at the sky as he began communicating with the star god. Where the hell is that damn star god? Quick, get my brother a pair of eyes that can see through the dark. Along with the fluctuation of sequence power, specks of starlight suddenly fell from above Lu Meng's head and slowly merged into his eyes. The next moment, Lu Meng felt like the world in his eyes had changed. Especially when he looked outside the vehicle, that daylight-like vision made him marvel again and again. That is freaking awesome. Obviously, every sequence had its own unique strengths. This kind of supportability was exactly what Lu Meng was lacking right now. Quit bragging. This power is something I only just comprehended. I'm still not skilled with it, so it can only last for 1 hour. Zhang Chong waved his hand, looking a little exhausted. He had been breaking through non-stop for the past 3 days, so his mind had already been heavily drained. Now he had forcibly used sequence power again, which made him even weaker. Once they left the domain, his connection with the star god would deepen further. And when that happened, the backlash would probably be severe. But Zhang Chong didn't care. The thing gathering in the darkness had been staring at their convoy the whole time. They had to leave this place before that thing fully took shape. He felt it was absolutely worth paying a price for the convoy as safety. 1 hour is enough. Lu Ming calmly analyzed his own strength, then thought about how that level 2 Rainman had felt before, and said decisively, "Take this for self-defense." With a big battle approaching, Li Qiumao, who was only level 1, knew that if she went out to face second-tier weird creatures, she would only cause trouble for Lu Ming and distract him. So she simply took out one of her grenades and hung it from Lu Ming's waist. Based on my analysis, if this thing explodes, its power 1 be any weaker than a second-tier weird creature self-destructing. If you get surrounded, throw this thing out. There were 3 grenades in total. They were made from energy crystals dropped by the second-tier weird creatures Lu Ming had killed over the past few days, and specifically from the kind of fully saturated, extremely unstable crystals that had already absorbed all the weird aura. As for herself, she kept a few grenades made from first-tier weird crystals for self-defense. They were also her so-called glory bombs, something she could use to die together with weird creatures. She wasn't joking. If Lu Ming died, then Miss Mechanic wouldn't have room in her heart for anyone else. If she said she'd die together with them, then she really would. Sorry, brother. At my current strength, all I can do for now is support you from the rear. Wang Peng patted Lu Ming on the shoulder, his face full of self-blame and guilt. Damn it, if only he were a little stronger. But in the current situation, he had no way to break through to level 2 directly. He simply couldn't help. As a fellow marshal general of the convoy, that made him feel deeply ashamed. Zhang Shui opened her mouth, but in the end, she honestly said nothing. Just like she had said before, she would follow orders. Over the past few days, she had fought quite a few first-tier weird creatures too, and had come to understand what Lu Ming meant. Weirds had to be killed according to a plan. Throwing away your life wouldn't solve anything. If you died, you'd only kill fewer of them. Of course, when it came time to risk her life, there was no way she would shrink back. She was an Avenger. Even a 1-for-1 trade would be blood profit. Once everything was ready, Lu Ming jumped straight off the bus. But just as he dashed out, his back suddenly sank. That familiar sense of weight and the touch behind him made Lu Ming instantly recognize the model on his back. Oh no, that was wrong. He recognized the person on his back. You. Lu Ming froze, thinking to himself, is this girl really that bold? She actually wanted to commit a crime in front of wife? Don't talk. Carefully observe the surroundings. A wave of power came from behind him. 2 streams of power suddenly connected with each other. Lin Yao closed her eyes, and Lu Ming's field of vision immediately appeared in her mind. But correspondingly, every thought inside Lu Ming's pure yellow soul also poured straight into her head. I'm begging you, can you stop letting your mind run wild? I finally worked up the courage to use this move to connect our mental power. If you keep thinking nonsense and it breaks, what then? Lin Yao's body trembled anxiously. This move was fine outside, but this was the domain. If she wanted to use sequence power here, she had to make full body contact. If things in T already reached the point of risking their lives, she really wouldn't have wanted to use it. But Lu Ming felt innocent too. Did this girl even know how outrageous her model was? How incredible it felt. You jumped onto me like this without giving me any mental preparation at all. Still, Lu Ming was a professional after all. As soon as the yin-yang creation method circulated, his mind immediately became clear and following Lin Yao's thoughts. He began scanning the surrounding environment. 1, 2, 2. That matches the captain's count of 5. There's 1 lone second-tier Raymond to the southeast. 2 are gathered together to the east, and there are also 2 gathered together to the west. Take out the lone one first. But there are a few first-tier Rainmen on the way there. Follow the route I'm thinking of. When the time comes, whether you kill them or go around them is up to you. Also, be careful. The external brain was going to work. When Lin Yao closed her eyes and used Lu Ming's vision to see the surrounding environment, she immediately made a decision and gave the optimal route and solution. That was also why she had directly gotten off the bus together with Lu Ming. As a fixed power bank plus an external brain, she knew very clearly what kind of role she could play. Lu Ming called himself a martial general. If he had to do this on his own, he would probably just kill his way straight through. But this was the domain. What if they caused too much of a disturbance and attracted even more weird creatures? For some reason, she really didn't want Lu Ming to fall into danger. She had even endured and ignored the just as I thought look from her best friend before following him over. Business came first. Lu Ming also had no spare attention to appreciate Lin Yao's good figure anymore. He took a deep breath, his mind entering a state of intense focus. Holding Mengnan's glory in one hand, he began advancing along the route Lin Yao had planned. Lin Yao on his back didn't need him to drag her along. Her thighs were strong enough that she had his waist clamped and her hands around his neck, fixing herself firmly in place. That bit of weight didn't hinder Lu Ming's charge at all. The two of them looked unexpectedly well coordinated. Not long after, Lu Ming reached the area near the few first-tier Rainmen, blocking the way in front of that second-tier Rainman. Nothing to say here. Just do it. Since his strength allowed it, he had no intention of taking a detour at all. The moment he got close enough, he swung out with a sweeping slash. Shwa! Mangnan-esque glory carried a fierce blade, aura, and directly cut two first-tier rain men in half at the waist. But those crafty first-tier rain men refused to die obediently. They even tried to merge back into the scalding rain. How could that be allowed? The power of blood and chi erupted violently. A blood-colored giant hand directly wrapped around the severed rainman remains and instantly refined them. But that was only the beginning. The hunt continued, not wasting even a moment. Afraid that the second-tier rainman might run away and leave him unable to record the weird kill count, Lu Meng stomped down and shot forward like a wild dog pouncing on food. He rushed right in front of the second-tier rainman, which was still striking a pose, and kicked its body with a soaring boot. The power of blood and chi covered the strike at the same time. The moment its body shook and destabilized, he directly pinned the rainman to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. His fists wrapped in blood, and chi rained down on the second-tier weird creature like a storm. The weird wanted to run, but couldn't. That savage human was grinding it into the dirt in a way that was almost humiliating. Finally, when its weird aura began to dissipate, that familiar blood-red hand grabbed it once again. Bang! It exploded. Battle over. Skilled and efficient. Lu Meng picked up the energy crystal and rapidly retreated, moving toward the rain men on the other side. One down. For second-tier, rain men left. Lu Meng immediately decided to push deeper in, but Lin Yao, who was sharing his vision, tightened her thighs and squeezed his waist, stopping him. She first carefully observed the reactions of the other rain men, then came up with an even more thorough plan. She intended to create some disturbance and see if she could find another opportunity to pick them off one by one. That would reduce the risk too. I think you're overthinking it. Lu Meng rarely used his super wisdom, but after briefly analyzing the situation in front of him, he charged again while explaining it to Lin Yao. A second-order eerie creature clearly had the ability to think. They could no longer treat it like an ordinary monster, but as an intelligent life form, just like themselves. He thought back on the process of fighting this Raymond and realized that although he could still kill it easily, compared to the first time he killed a second-order Raymond, this one could obviously take a few more hits, especially after these past few days of combat and clashes. That feeling had become even more obvious. This thing was evolving, or rather, they had some way of communicating with each other. The fact that they had chosen to surround the Liao Yuan convoy without attacking, and were instead observing and waiting for something, was enough to show there was a problem. You mean? Lin Yao suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. Yeah, Lu Meng took a deep breath. The power of chi and blood in his body instantly surged, and boiling blood was activated to the limit. The thumping of his violently beating heart was so loud that Lin Yao on his back could hear it clearly. I'm already prepared to fight 1 against 4. There was no fear in his eyes. There was only excitement at being able to log another 4 second-order rain men into the scavenger mission. At this moment, he was a genuine LV2 sequencer. That meant the rewards accumulated from killing second-order rain men were very real. If he claimed them right when he was about to break through to LV3, it would probably trigger a huge burst. I see. After understanding Lu Meng's thinking, Lin Yao slowly nodded, and a flash of determination appeared in her eyes. In the face of absolute power, some optional schemes and calculations could not affect victory or defeat. When a general wanted to unleash super strength, then, as the power bank, all she could do was support him and go all out with him. The next moment, she wrapped her arms around Lu Meng's arm, even tighter. The gentle power of the Lingxin sequence flowed into Lu Meng's body, soothing his violently pounding heart. Since she was the power bank, then she had to have the awareness of being backup energy. At this moment, Lin Yao held nothing back. She gave everything she had, using the trump card of the Lingxin sequence only to bring the strongest boost to her teammate. This charging effect was extremely obvious. Lu Meng felt like he had been pumped full of stimulants. If the situation were different, he would have wanted to howl a couple times on the spot. Powerful strength filled his entire body, and his enemies clearly did not disappoint him either, just like he had analyzed. After he killed 1 second-order Rayman that had been responsible for scouting, the other 4 second-order Raymen all reacted at the same time. They began swimming like dragons through the scalding rain, and before long, quite a few first-order Rayman Eerie underlings had gathered behind them. Then they charged at Lu Meng with intense malice. They're planning to use the first-order Eerie creatures to wear you down first. Lin Yao, pressed tightly against Lu Meng's back, instantly gave him useful information. These Eerie creatures really were just as Lu Meng had analyzed. They were no longer relying only on Eerie methods to attack humans. They had even started using military tactics, but they had clearly overthought things. Faced with the swarming first-order Raymond Eerie creatures, the burly man let out a savage grin. After hitching Lin Yao higher onto his back, the soul totem in his mind suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The Eerie creatures had surrounded him? No. Clearly, he was the one who had surrounded the Eerie creatures. Totem domain. The next moment, a terrifying invisible domain carrying a certain suppressive power against evil spirits rapidly spread outward with Lu Meng at its center. Buzz. As Lin Yao and Lu Meng's mental power was consumed in sync, the domain gradually expanded until it covered a radius of 10 meters around him, reaching Lu Meng's limit. And those rain men who stepped into the soul totem domain seemed to feel a natural suppression. Their bodies, originally formed from scalding rain, began to collapse and disintegrate as they trembled unsteadily, as if they had been afflicted with some powerful weakening status. Even Lin Yao, her small face pale, was stunned. Good heavens, just what sequence was this fierce hunk beneath her? Was he a little too ridiculously strong? But Lu Meng was clearly somewhat surprised too. This move was something he had developed through stubborn experimentation, based on combining the yin-yang creation method with the airy release effect of the soul totem. After all, he was still rather lacking in crowd control methods. So after awakening the meditation method, he had spent some time thinking about it. He had not expected it to really work. The principle was simple too. Most eerie creatures belong to the yin attribute, so when opening the totem domain, he added the yang attribute of the yin-yang creation method to suppress the eerie creatures. As a general, although he was unwilling to spend too much thought on schemes when it came to battle, he was an absolute genius. And with this practical attempt, he had really succeeded. Soul totem yang had taken shape just like that. Of course, at this moment, the yang attribute suppression within the totem domain was not especially strong, but it was more than enough to indiscriminately target first-order rainmen. After all, he had only just comprehended the yin-yang creation method, and that yang attributed power was still very weak. But the scene before him had successfully proven that Lu Meng's idea was correct, so there was no big problem. He just had to use it. The rest could be left to the self-disciplinarian. But correspondingly, this move consumed a bit too much. With Lu Meng's current mental power, even when used together with Lin Yao, this was about the most he could do, and he probably could not maintain it for even 5 minutes. But that was already enough. Boom! Under absolute control, the power of qi and blood completely covered Fierce Man's glory in his hand. Sensing that it had been strengthened, Fierce Man's glory extended its blade, its top structure changing shape. The blood-colored blade began spinning at high speed, and a brand new crimson windmill, radiating terrifying killing intent, locked onto those weakened rainmen. Slash! The weapon enhancement brought by blade arts increased its power. At the moment of the slash, a terrifying blood-colored blade, qi cut through all enemies in front of him like a vacuum-drawing quick-draw strike. In an instant, every first-order Raymond eerie creature charging at Lu Meng froze neatly in place, and then split into two halves. The human wave tactic had failed. In the face of overwhelming power, they could only become nourishment for stacking scavenger rewards. But Lu Meng did not let up after gaining the advantage. With the soul totem active and the domain expanded, he carried the blood-colored great blade and launched an attack at those 4 second-order rainmen. The suppressive force was equally effective against second-order rainmen of the same rank, though the effect was not as obvious as it was on first-order rainmen. But Lu Meng's strength against these ordinary second-order eerie creatures had already been a challenge across ranks. With just a little suppression effect, it was enough to change the situation, sweep through 1,000 troops. Pli Mao Hua. Simple and unadorned moves became incomparably domineering in Lu Meng's hands. With absolute control and his state fully unleashed, Lu Meng killed 2 second-order rainmen in a single exchange. His momentum did not slow in the slightest. Taking advantage of his remaining force and relying on the weight of Fierce Man's glory, he directly charged in front of the 3rd second-order rainman, grabbed the monster's head with one hand, and slammed it into the ground with brute force, instantly smashing its body back into scalding rain. Boom! 3 kills in an instant. No, seriously, aren't you the eerie one here? The last remaining second-order Rainman eerie creature visibly froze for a moment, then without another word, its body began transforming into scalding rain. It was preparing to run for its life. This thing, even more eerie than an eerie creature, was someone it absolutely did not want to face no matter what. It had only just managed to snatch an energy crystal, and through its own effort and sweat, it had risen to second order. Under that Lord's protection, it had gained a bit of small status. It really did not want to die. But Lu Meng obviously had no intention of letting go of a reward that had already landed in his hands. That was a second-tier Raymond, after all. And inside a domain, once you found this thing's weakness, it was ridiculously easy to kill. How could he just watch it slip away like that? Facing the direction of the last second-tier Raymond, Lu Meng raised the Man's glory in his hand and let out a thunderous roar. Man's glory, let me see your limit. As if it had heard the call of a real man, Man's glory burst out with a wave of blade light. The blade instantly began to extend. If conditions had allowed it, it probably would have wanted to stab straight through this damn sky, inside the domain on the spot. Once it looked long enough, Lu Meng gathered his qi and blood power again, then brought it down head-on with splitting Mount Hua. and that still wasn't the end of it. The moment the blade slashed down, the gravity on the blade body shot up wildly until it reached its own limit. Boom! As the blade fell, even the earth shook by 3 parts. The second-tier Raymond S body was forced to collapse. Lu Meng's heart stirred, and the tip of the blade rapidly transformed. A high-tech laser cannon quickly took shape, then launched a vicious bombardment straight at the second-tier Raymond S head. Aya! The Raymond S scream tore across the night sky, exploding in the pitch-black dark and stabbing painfully at Lu Meng and Lin Yao's eardrums. And that scream seemed to trigger some kind of chain reaction in the scalding rain. The scalding rain, which should only have turned berserk at nighttime, suddenly began pouring down from the sky like it was trying to kill itself. One first-tier Raymond after another began to take shape, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Meng was completely surrounded. That scream seemed to be some kind of signal as it spread outward. And whatever thing had been gathering in the black of night also began reviving ahead of time. There's another expert. Lu Meng's eyes lit up. He immediately stopped hesitating and continued his slaughter, as a feast of killing kept blooming. But unfortunately, in the end, Lu Meng still couldn't enjoy himself to the fullest. As the totem domain remained active, his rapidly draining spirit body had already nearly bottomed out. Lin Yao, on his back, had no choice but to tighten her legs around his waist and breathe out a tired puff of air by his ear. I am almost at my limit. The Captain S buff on U1T lasts much longer either. That was a reminding Lu Meng that it was time to go back. The second-tier Raymond had already been cleaned out. The eyes watching the convoy were gone. Now it was the best time to retreat. If they got dragged down by these things any longer, sooner or later, they would run into that third-tier Raymond. If it had only been Lu Meng alone, trading a few moves with that thing wouldn't have been a big deal. But in the current environment, doing that really wasn't a wise choice. On one hand, the others in the convoy couldn't withstand that thing as pressure. On the other, nobody knew whether even more terrifying weirdness would appear. It's time. The power bank was already out of juice. Once the totem domain died out, killing Raymond would become a lot more difficult. Lu Meng was reckless, sure, but he listened to orders. He understood that this was the result of deep consideration from his external brain. He immediately glanced in the convoy's direction and launched his final charge. Lin Yao on his back also let out a sigh of relief when she saw this. She had really been afraid that Lu Meng would get too carried away fighting and become impossible to rein in. Thankfully, this absurdly fierce man was still willing to listen to reason. But she had still underestimated his strength. Lin Yao's face turned bitter. As the rational strategist, making a wrong and inefficient battle plan because she didn't properly understand her companion's strength really felt awful. Next time, I'll definitely understand things clearly before making the detailed plan. Otherwise, wouldn't I just be an idiot as stiff and dumb as a robot? Lin Yao thought to herself. After carefully observing Lu Meng's methods, she stored everything in her mind. She swore that next time, this definitely wouldn't happen again. Unfortunately, if Lu Meng knew that was what she was thinking, he'd probably laugh his head off. What kind of joke was that? He had never turned it off. His strength changed every single day. What Lin Yao understood was always only the him of the previous second. But even he himself didn't know how much stronger he would become the next second. That made this basically unsolvable. But the external brain was still useful, so there was no reason to give up on it. Fighting and slaughtering all the way, Lu Meng forcibly carved out a vacuum zone in front of him. At last, he broke through the encirclement of the Raymond weirdness. At this moment, the Liao Yuan convoy was already fully prepared to depart. Zhang Chang had always been a decisive man. After opening the door to let Lu Meng out, he had kept constant watch on that side. As early as when Lu Meng had killed all the second-tier Rainmen, he had already ordered Lin Yao's RV and his own off-road vehicle to be hitched behind the bus. Meanwhile, Lu Meng's Doomsday Beast was positioned at the very front of the convoy with its engine already started, just waiting for Lu Meng and Lin Yao to return before the convoy began moving. Just as the distance to the convoy was getting shorter and shorter, the first-tier Rainmen behind them seemed to have gone mad, as if they were determined to keep them there. Lu Meng didn't hold back either. He directly pulled out the grenade Li Qiumo had given him from his waist and, without another word, threw it behind him. Fire in the hole. Boom, boom, boom. A violent shockwave exploded behind him. The energy crystal containing violent, unstable, weird aura detonated with a thunderous blast, instantly clearing out an entire area in one shot. And that still wasn't all. After that terrifying shockwave exploded, it left behind an ominous weird aura at the original spot. That thing seemed to have a fatal attraction for those low-level Rainmen. One after another, all of them rushed toward that vacuum zone like mad, fighting desperately to snatch some kind of thing. They even started attacking each other over it. It was just like that bile jar you throw in Left 4 Dead. Holy shit, awesome. Lu Meng stared in a daze. This thing really packed a punch. Looks like later, I need to have Li Qiumo make a few more for self-defense. That was what he thought, but Lu Meng's feet never stopped moving. taking advantage of all the rain men being drawn away. He resisted the urge to throw the rest of his grenades and honestly dove into the vehicle instead. No helping it. These things were for saving his life. If he wanted to use them to farm monsters, that would have to wait until Miss Mechanic made a few more. Right now, they were trying to escape and leave the domain. This was the time to get entangled in battle. Still, before getting into the vehicle, he reluctantly fired one laser cannon shot at the gathered first-tier weird creatures before finally feeling at ease. They were only first-tier weird creatures, sure, but there were a lot of them. These were all scavenger rewards. No matter how small the mosquito, it was still meat. Captain, Brother Meng, and Lin Yao are back, ready to move at any time. With the situation urgent, Li Qiuma was at the control console in the Doomsday Beast. She would personally drive this beast built around a mechanical tinder core. She was a mechanic and could bring out this beast-esque performance perfectly. Follow the searchlights. Keep watching the bus S turns at all times. Whichever way I fire over there, that's the way you go. Don't deviate from the route by even a little. Zhang Chong personally drove the bus behind them. This vehicle had been modified extremely well by Li Qiuma. It had plenty of power, and as long as fuel was sufficient, hauling two vehicles while moving was no problem at all. Understood. Li Qiuma put down the walkie-talkie, switched to the rear view on the Doomsday Beast, then slammed the accelerator down. With a buzzing roar, the Doomsday Beast shot forward. After many days, the Liao Yuan convoy, heading toward life and facing the pitch-black night, began migrating once again. Feeling their way through the dark, the Liao Yuan convoy started moving forward. They weren't going fast, but they were steady. Looking at the completely unfamiliar road outside the window, Lu Meng finally fully believed what Lin Yao and Zhang Chong had said earlier. It really was different from before, and, judging by the direction, they were clearly heading toward where that zombie town had been before. But after driving for what felt like forever, they discovered that the town simply wasn't here at all. Inside the domain, space really was dislocated. No wonder Zhang Chong had been so cautious earlier. Even under the scalding rain, he had been unwilling to act rashly. Sister Yao Yao, are you okay? The Doomsday Beast was driving very steadily. After its upgrade, with a mechanical spark, its shock absorption had become insanely good. It could handle any road with ease. As the convoys started moving, everyone's hearts eased up quite a bit as well. After all, anyone would break down if they stayed in darkness for too long. Inside the vehicle, Li Qiuxiang looked at Lin Yao, who was lying limp on the small bed, her face full of worry. Did Sister S' best friend dig a little too much these past 2 days? She'd only been out for a short while, so how was she already this drained? Although Li Qiuxiang had her own little thoughts, overall, her relationship with Lin Yao was still very good. Right now, she was genuinely afraid Lin Yao might just die in the car. Ask your brother-in-law. He sucks way too hard, Lin Yao said weakly. This time, she had done a very competent job as a power bank. The one being charged was perfectly fine, but she herself was starting to fall behind on the consumption. It was still manageable outside. As long as her sequence ability wasn't being suppressed, she could recover after cultivating for a bit. But using sequence abilities inside a domain was already suppressed by default. She estimated she would need at least 1 or 2 days of rest to recover. The power bank was temporarily out of power, but Lu Meng himself wasn't in much trouble right now. He was sitting cross-legged on the chair, with 2 completely different kinds of power circling around him as he cultivated. The so-called yin-yang creation didn't just steadily raise spiritual power during cultivation. When exhausted, it could also restore dried-up spiritual power. Lu Meng guessed this thing's potential was absurdly huge. Its effects were definitely not limited to just that. For example, he was now certain that if Lin Yao wanted to recover quickly, all she had to do was do late-night push-ups with him. While staying disciplined and circulating that power at the same time, she would be lively and full of energy again. Dual cultivation. This was another new innovation, and also an old tradition of yin-yang cultivation techniques. But Lu Meng didn't bring it up. That girl probably wouldn't be willing for the time being anyway. And he honestly didn't care. It was only a matter of time. Since she wanted to keep holding it in, then she could just keep digging every day. That's right. He wasn't deaf. He could definitely hear that little bit of noise every night. He just pretended not to hear it. It had even become a required part of his own late-night push-up cultivation routine. If he didn't hear it, it felt like something was missing. It was damn weird. The rain-s getting lighter. Just then, Li Qiuma, who had been focused on driving, suddenly spoke. As the driver of the Doomsday Beast, and the one most familiar with a mechanical spark, she could easily tell the difference from how many raindrops and how heavy they were when they landed on the vehicle. That is a good thing. Lin Yao still sounded weak. With her eyes closed, she slumped in the chair and waved her hand. Most likely, we're leaving the area where the scalding rain is falling. Maybe after a while, even the temperature outside will drop quite a bit. But just to be safe, as for drinking water, we still need to test it with an energy crystal before we can drink it. Even though she was mentally exhausted, the girl still remained restrained and rational. But it could also be a bad thing. Li Qiuma gave a different opinion. She didn't explain the reason to her best friend, only pointed toward the situation ahead in response to Lin Yao's puzzled look. Then she stepped on the gas and picked up the walkie-talkie beside her. "BZZZ. Captain, did you see what is ahead?" At the same time, Lin Yao struggled to sit up and looked out through the front window. After seeing clearly what was there, her brows immediately knit tightly. There was no other reason. Although it was still pitch black outside, the doomsday beast had been strengthened in every direction. With the spotlight focused on one point ahead, they could at least make out a rough outline of what stood before them. It was an extremely dilapidated village-like area. Dilapidated, yet old-fashioned. It was called dilapidated because it was obviously the kind of place no one lived in. There was not the slightest trace of human presence. But it was called old-fashioned because of those ancient signboards hanging from the storefronts on both sides, half fallen off. Those were definitely not something for modern times. Instead, it gave off the feeling of entering the costume drama section of a film set. No matter how one looked at it, it absolutely should not exist here. The rain really had gotten lighter, but the road ahead didn't look easy to pass through. BZZT. Wait a moment. The captain is communicating with Xing Shan. The one who replied wasn't Zhang Chong, but Wang Peng. Both of them were on the bus right now, but it seemed the driver had changed. In fact, from the very moment the convoy began migrating, Zhang Chong had been using his sequence ability nonstop, trying his best to find the safest route. The sudden situation in front of them didn't mean they had taken the wrong road. On the contrary, it meant they had taken the right one. In the apocalypse, especially inside a domain like this, there was no such thing as a truly safe area. What Zhang Chong had to do was avoid those absolutely fatal places as much as possible, then pass through the lowest risk areas all the way out of the domain. It was a massive task and extremely draining on the mind, but that was Zhang Chong's duty. And this strange village inside the domain, in front of them, was precisely one of the relatively lower risk areas on the route he had planned. But relatively lower risk did not mean they could pass through smoothly. It only meant that, compared to other more dangerous areas, this one had a somewhat higher safety factor. "It's me." After a while, Zhang Chong's tired voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Captain, up ahead, listen to me first." Zhang Chong cut off Li Qiuma, then took a deep breath. Up ahead is some kind of area affected by rules. There's a very powerful existence inside, but as long as we follow the rules, it's not impossible to get through. Like a rules-based horror story? That was Lu Meng's first thought. Not a rules-based horror story. It's a taboo belonging to a type of eerie creature. You can understand it like this. Inside a domain, aside from that incredible thing in the sky, there are also some powerful eerie beings that survive by attaching themselves to it. They have their own territories, and this old-fashioned village is one of them. That's why the scalding rain around the village has gotten lighter. That's normal. We're borrowing the road, and if we're borrowing the road, we absolutely can't violate its taboos. Of course, even if we don't offend the other party, we may still be in danger. It's just that the odds will be very low. Zhang Chong said helplessly, but I've already discussed many routes with Xing Shan. Right now, this is already the route most likely to reach the edge of the domain. What do you all think? Zhang Chong's meaning was very clear. If they went forward, there was risk, but compared to the other routes, this was already the safest one. Otherwise, they could stay right here and not move, waiting for that thing in the sky to let them go. But the odds of that were practically zero. Sooner or later, they would fall into a state of dwindling supplies, being besieged by eerie creatures, and finally being assimilated. But the conclusion was obvious. If they didn't risk it, then they were just waiting to die. If they risked it, they might live. It was that simple, but there was no need to be too pessimistic either. Seeing that the mood had grown a little heavy, Zhang Chong stopped dragging things out and quickly shared all the information he had obtained. Based on Xing Shan's rough description, I managed to figure out a few clear forbidden rules from it. He paused, organized his words a bit, then spoke again. First, silence. Literal meaning. No sounds belonging to any life form may be made, especially any kind of human speech. That meant once they entered this absurdly old-fashioned village town, they could not communicate with words. At most, they could only use gestures simple enough to understand. What about the cars? Li Qiuma asked concisely. People can stay silent. But even if the engine noise is lowered as much as possible and the speed is reduced as much as possible, it will still make some noise. That can't be avoided. I specifically asked Xing Shan about that point. Vehicles don't seem to count as life forms. Virum. Before Zhang Chong could finish speaking, Lu Meng's doomsday beast suddenly let out a thunderous roar, as if it strongly disagreed with that statement. The captain was at a loss, and Lu Meng was just as dumbfounded. What was this supposed to be? The machine spirit was delighted? But thinking about it, it was understandable. From the very beginning, when the doomsday beast was upgraded by Li Qiuma in that village supplying food, it had already shown something different. The moment it was modified and able to move, it couldn't help roaring its engine to celebrate for itself. After that, Lu Meng had even forcefully used discipline points to devour and purify the mechanical tinder, and along the way also purified the two strange items, drowned Wraith's cry. Unlike manly glory, which was still in a hazy, budding state. These two beasts seemed to have truly given birth to an extremely special kind of consciousness. That consciousness was still very vague and simple right now, but even so, when Lu Meng sat in the vehicle, he could still feel the Doomsday Beast's sense of closeness. So did it count as life or not? Should he gamble on it? Lu Meng sank into thought for a moment, then shook his head. He didn't believe in luck. That kind of thing was far too vague and illusory. Driving the Doomsday Beast into this retro village town would be a gamble on whether the thing inside recognized it as life. That was handing his fate over to someone else. Then how could he avoid that situation? Destroy the Doomsday Beast directly? A thought flashed through Lu Meng's mind. And the Doomsday Beast beneath him seemed to sense something too, letting out a resolute roar. Did that mean it was ready to die at any time? But right after that, Lu Meng gave up on the idea. The Doomsday Beast was very important to him, especially now that there were several more passengers inside. To Lu Meng, it was no longer just a vehicle, but a home. Who would just destroy their own home? And what about the family inside? I still prefer keeping my fate in my own hands. Lu Meng took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Solid, taut muscles bulged, and that explosive power inside his body let out a silent roar. Without saying anything more, Lu Meng simply pulled open the Doomsday Beast's door, then walked step by step to the rear of the vehicle and placed both hands against it. Li Qiumao in the car obviously understood what Lu Meng was about to do. The Dogman and Dogwoman were perfectly in sync. She quickly shut off the Doomsday Beast's engine and released the brake, then rapidly worked the control panel and turned on the electric assist system to help push it forward. The Doomsday Beast had a multi-energy supply system. If it used pure electricity directly on the wheels, then with only slight modifications, it could help move forward without starting the engine at all. In this area, Li Qiumao was the absolute authority. She was a mechanic. The power in his arms erupted. The next moment, the vehicle moved. A trace of delight flashed across Lu Meng's face behind it. Was this basically resistance training? With the electric assist system added on, it would consume too much stamina either. It was within an acceptable range. He could even temper his strength at the same time. No big problem. I'll get down and help him too. Lin Yao shifted in her seat, planning to get out and help. Li Qiuxiang and Li Siki exchanged glances and also moved to get off the vehicle. But what answered them was Li Qiumao's calm voice. Don't do unnecessary things. Don't go down there and cause trouble for him. If he didn't ask you to get out, then just sit there properly. Compared to the Doomsday Beast's weight, the body weight of a few women was basically nothing. Go down and help. One human battery pack whose mind was already overdrawn, and two delicate girls who could only wave flags and cheer from the sidelines. What could that lineup even do down there? Wouldn't that just be pure dead weight? Besides, keeping silent was only one of the rules. Zhang Chong still had others he hadn't mentioned yet, who knew what was in the area ahead. If something happened then, someone would still have to spare energy to take care of them, so it was better to have them stay honestly in the car. But even so, whether it was Lin Yao or the others, none of them suggested getting off the Doomsday Beast and going over to the bus with the captain and the others. That was the choice everyone had silently accepted. Get on the bus and watch Lu Meng risk his life alone up front to clear the way. That was something they truly couldn't do. If they were going to die, they'd die together. At worst, they'd just go all out against the creepy creatures and be done with it. On the road to the underworld, they could still walk with Brother Meng for a while. Rather than live on in humiliation, they'd rather clutch a grenade and die together with the enemy. After stopping the girls, Li Qiumao didn't stop moving. She thought for a moment, took out the two first-tier Raymond crystals Lu Meng had given her earlier from the toolbox, and then started handcrafting something with mechanical scrap. Before long, two mechanical arms that looked extremely sturdy appeared in front of her. Carrying them, she got out of the car and came to Lu Meng's side. Finding a suitable spot, she fixed the two mechanical arms in place. The button is here. It's pretty simple to control. It should be able to help you somewhat. After briefly demonstrating how they worked for Lu Meng, Li Qiumao hugged her man, then ignored the look in his eyes that clearly said he still wanted a kiss and got back into the car. This man had no sense of propriety. Her younger sister was still watching over there. Weren't intimate things supposed to be done every night? Besides, without hearing any movement from her bestie right now, she also felt like something was missing and couldn't quite let herself go. Everything was ready. With the mechanical arms helping, Lu Meng pushed the Doomsday Beast with much less effort. After nodding in satisfaction, he waved at the bus behind him, signaling that the first rule was taken care of. Zhang Chong watched in constant amazement, endlessly marveling that Lu Meng's whole vehicle was full of talented people. But he didn't forget the important matter. The second rule is something I only managed to understand from the Star God after a huge amount of effort. He emptied his mind, then forcibly squeezed a smile onto his face. Keep smiling. That's right. You didn't hear wrong. Keep smiling. You'd better practice it a bit. I tried it just now and found it's actually pretty hard. Especially you, Brother Meng. You have to keep smiling while pushing the car, and you can't talk during the process. What kind of bizarre rules were these? The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched, but he was, after all, a powerhouse of discipline. No big problem. Lastly, don't look back. No matter who you hear calling you, no matter what you feel behind you, do not look back. Don't even look at the rearview mirror. You'd better just break the rearview mirror off right now. For now, there are only these three. I don't know if there are any others, but with my sequence level, these three are the most I can understand. So, be careful. After that final warning, Zhang Chong turned off the walkie-talkie. After a short rest, the Liao Yuan convoy finally began moving slowly toward that eerie village. The next moment, when they entered the new area, the strange scorching rain vanished as if by magic. But the silence prohibition began. Stay quiet. And when everyone entered it, a bone-chilling feeling instantly rose in their hearts. Right after that, a sound that made their scalps go numb suddenly rang out by their ears. Shoo! Silence. Keep smiling. Don't look back. The three rules were like three mountains, crashing down hard on everyone's shoulders. And that extremely eerie shushing sound sounded the alarm for everyone even more. It was obvious that the silence rule was laid out in the open. As for keeping smiling and not looking back, those were hidden pieces of information the captain, as a stargazer, had obtained from the star god. If the convoy hadn't had someone like him, then the moment they entered this place, they probably would have already broken a taboo. Pushing the doomsday beast. With a smile hanging on his face, Lu Meng's expression was taut, and his heartbeat was clearly audible. They had only just entered this strange area that looked just like an ancient village. Yet that hair-raising feeling of being stared at by something had already lingered in his heart and refused to fade. This place gave him a very bad feeling. The entire area felt like some parallel landmark inserted into the modern world. The surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, as if the whole world had frozen in place. Other than his own footsteps and the sound of wheels rolling over the ground, there was nothing else. But Lu Meng had an extremely terrifying thought. That was, ever since they stepped into this place and started walking through it, he could clearly feel that something around them seemed to have come alive. They were watching every single move they made with eyes that seemed to be everywhere. There was no way to turn back. No, Lu Meng did not even look around for information or clues. Just using the corner of his eye to glance at the ancient buildings around him was enough to make him absolutely certain that these were things that should not exist in the current time and space. Just what exactly was that thing in the sky formed from? It merely existed, and it could already create such a bizarre domain. So just how powerful would its true body be? Lu Meng took a deep breath and tried hard to cast aside his distracting thoughts. But those bad thoughts kept gathering in his heart like they wanted him dead. What exactly was behind him? And who was the one making that shushing sound by his ear? All kinds of thoughts were like tentacles stretching out from the darkness, trying to drag him into the abyss. An environment like this would force a person's nerves to stay stretched to the limit. If this kept going, something would go wrong sooner or later, not to mention the captain had specifically said not to look back. The more something was forbidden, the harder it was not to think about it. Lu Meng understood that very well. After thinking for a moment, his superintelligence suddenly flashed with inspiration, and he directly started pushing the cart while activating Yin-Yang creation art. The next moment, his taut nerves finally relaxed, and the smile on his face that had looked like he was about to cry became genuinely pleasant. It worked, and it was damn amazing. Lu Meng knew this profoundly mysterious technique with limitless potential would not let him down. But if even he was being affected by the surrounding environment after becoming like this, then what about the girls in the cart? Lu Meng frowned and looked ahead. After looking, he let out a sigh of relief and even wanted to laugh a little. There was no other reason. These girls had obviously improved quite a bit recently and become very clever. Li Siki and Lin Yao, Li Qiumo and Li Qiuxiang. The four of them were sitting in pairs. Each person had one hand on the other's face, pinching the other's facial muscles to forcibly keep up a smile, while also holding the other's chin. As soon as the other showed any sign of wanting to turn back, her head would be forcefully set straight again. This method was honestly pretty good. The people on the bus would probably also cooperate with each other to stay alive. That intense curiosity almost made Lu Meng turn around on the spot to look at the bus. But just as he was about to move, the cool sensation brought by Yin-Yang creation art directly branded the three rules into his mind and instantly gave him a warning. Fuck, he had almost fallen for it. A trace of cold sweat seeped out on Lu Meng's forehead. He was certain that even in normal times, he would never be this careless. Even in battle, he always stayed alert and cautious. If he could solve a problem with overwhelming power, he would never give the other side a chance. But now, he was obviously being affected by something. He just could not stop himself from wanting to look back. This place was no joke. Lu Meng began to focus his mind, desperately circulating Yin-Yang creation art as he walked toward the end of the road, one step at a time. Time passed second by second. The team, tense and on edge, was not moving quickly, but that damned road seemed to have no end. They still had not reached the other side. Where are we going? On the bus. The silence that had been so complete you could hear a pin drop was suddenly shattered. A familiar voice abruptly entered everyone's ears. Was the captain asking a question? Wang Peng, still forcing himself to smile, instinctively wanted to answer, but in the next instant, his younger brother Wang Zheng clamped a hand tightly over his mouth, then pointed at Zhang Chong beside them. Clearly, that man had not spoken at all. Then who was talking? But Wang Peng holding back did not mean everyone could hold back, especially since the convoy had always relied on Zhang Chong. Suddenly hearing him ask a question, there would always be some weak-willed, half-dazed person who responded. That wasn't he, the captain, talking. What the hell is that? Aya! A heart-rending scream echoed through the bus, making everyone's body tremble uncontrollably. Right after that came the sound of some joint being forcibly twisted apart. And then the bus returned to silence once more. No one dared look at what had happened. Everyone kept their eyes locked tightly ahead, desperately maintaining their smiles. But once they had been targeted, they clearly could not escape fate's arrangement. Sui, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Zhang Shui. Zhang Kui, who had been struggling to maintain her smile, instantly stiffened. That voice. Sui, I'm still alive. Save me. It was her dead husband. A trace of sorrow flashed through Zhang Shui's eyes, but was immediately replaced by a powerful urge to turn around and take a look. Yet in the very next moment, that urge turned into incomparable fury. These eerie creatures were toying with people's hearts, using people's longing for the dead as bait to force the living into their trap. Zhang Shui was enraged. As an awakened sequence user who had set killing the eerie as her goal of revenge, she was truly enraged right now. A phantom shadow floated up behind her, and the power of her sequence rippled from her body, as if in the next moment it would forcefully devour the thing behind her that was trying to lure her in. But just as she was about to act, another scream rang out inside the bus. Clearly, someone had failed to resist the temptation and turn around. No one knew what that person had seen, and no one knew what he had gone through, but he had obviously been killed. She could not make a move. Zhang Shui forcibly restrained her desire to attack. She could go all out against the eerie creatures, but what if she dragged other people down with her? Everyone here was good people. She had also said that she would absolutely not hold the convoy back. Sorry, husband. I have to listen to Brother Meng. Only by listening to Brother Meng can I kill more eerie. I promised Brother Meng. After silently saying sorry in her heart, Zhang Shui calmed down again, and the smile on her face became even firmer. The situation on the bus was not looking good. Inside the apocalypse beast up ahead, they were also being harassed by the eerie creatures. But compared to the bloody scene on the bus, something about the apocalypse beast's side felt completely off. It was like a totally different art style. Stop digging already. If it really wants to work, why don't you just join in? Inside the quiet apocalypse beast, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, and the emotion in it was extremely clear. There was some helplessness, and also a bit of amusement, and the moment you heard it, you could tell it was Li Qiuma's mature, older woman voice. Lin Yao, who had been trying her hardest to keep smiling, not turn around, and not speak, instantly overheated. She failed to hold it in for a moment. Her face turned as red as an apple. Her petite body trembled with it, and even her normally rational brain crashed along with it. Her emotions directly took over her mouth as she wanted to blurt something out. But the college girl beside her held her down with all her strength. She was really giving it everything she had. Lin Yao was a sequence user after all. Even in her weakened state, trying to restrain her was no easy task. Li Siki could tell that Brother Meng had already set his sights on this external brain, so he definitely would not bear to let her die just like this. As one of the people on Brother Meng's vehicle, she could not drop the ball at a critical moment. But even Li Siki was having trouble keeping it together. What exactly was this eerie creature trying to do? Wasn't he this just messing with people? For the past few days, everyone had basically come to accept one thing. Whenever Meng Ji was going at them, Lin Yao's sensitive constitution external brain would lose control and start entertaining itself. And now he just said that right in front of her face. How could she not turn red from embarrassment? To be fair, these weird creatures really did know how to grab on everyone's weak spot. Was it really that good? Couldn't you keep your voice down a little? And you called it a mechanical heart? More like just a heart. Seeing there wasn't too much chance on Lin Yao's side, that voice switched targets again and pointed its spear at Li Qiuma in the front. It was still using Lin Yao's voice. But who was Li Qiuma? The cold and aloof Miss Mechanic. After being thoroughly ruined by Lu Meng, she had become very open about things. After all, she had already given him her whole self. And she knew that at certain times he liked it when she followed his rhythm and did certain things with him. She was also willing to make her man happy. So this level of attack was way too weak. As for that voice-s seduction, Li Qiuma only had one thought. That's it? Does brother-in-law's mouth feel good? Want your big sister to invite you along next time? If you like brother-in-law, just say it. Your brother-in-law doesn't he go for the Thunder Act. As long as you open your mouth, he'll definitely be willing to drill you. This time, it was the little sister-in-law's turn. And after having her thoughts exposed, the little sister-in-law also went red with embarrassment. She really wanted to explain to her sister that she had no thoughts about her brother-in-law and tell her not to misunderstand. But Li Qioma suppressed her with just one hand and didn't give her the slightest chance to explain. Bestie, when are you going to introduce me to Mengji? Clearly, the weird thing was spreading the favor around equally. This time, it was a college girl's turn. That voice sounded a little unfamiliar in the ears of the other girls, but Li Siki recognized it immediately. It was Guo Wei's voice. That girl had been a little unlucky last time and directly ran into a second-rank Raymond, so Lu Ming had acted very quickly. He hadn't let the weird aura contaminate her at all, so she also hadn't had the luck to awaken a sequence. Bestie, it's not that I don't want to introduce you. It's just that there are already 2 people waiting in line ahead of you. Next time, for sure. Li Siki Isha Motuisha. She barely kept her smile in place and silently apologized to her best friend in her heart, thinking that if it really came down to it, she could bring it up to Mengji once they reached somewhere relatively safe. As for whether it would work or not, that was anyone's guess. Yao Yuanjia, does digging feel good? The rotating attacks came again, and this time it used Li Qiuxiang's voice, though it was still targeting Lin Yao. Lin Yao was on the verge of tears. What kind of people are you all? So you all knew already? Now she was done for. They were probably going to think she was some kind of nympho. Heaven and earth bore witness. If it weren't for how absurdly well all of them cooperated with Lu Ming and triggered her sensitive constitution, she really wouldn't have done that. Who knew if, without digging, she might have done something impulsive instead? Digging at least made things a little better. At the very least, it let her keep their relationship looking pure on the surface. Did they really think she wanted to dig? Every day, she even had to secretly save some water just to wipe herself down, and she couldn't even sleep properly. The mutual attacks and exposure inside the vehicle continued. But as that voice revealed more and more secrets, and increasingly explicit ones at that, even the cold mechanical mistress started blushing hard in the end. Still, with people all around watching, no one actually responded to those words. As for Lu Ming, his expression was calm to a frightening degree. Listening to the temptation in his ears, he even wanted to laugh a little. Little Ming, your second granduncle came to see you. Why won't you look at me? Huh, my second granduncle was buried back on Earth a long time ago. Who the hell are you supposed to be? Mengji, I regret it. Let us get back together. Oh, my ex-girlfriend's voice. Lu Ming raised a brow, his face full of disdain. His ex-girlfriend had broken up with him because she was afraid he'd drill her to death. Even after the breakup, she would never say she regretted it. Whenever she wanted to get dealt with again, she would just go straight to his house and wait for him. Get back together? Unless she wanted to die. Back then, the breakup had also happened because she couldn't take it anymore. So she let Lu Ming have a little more freedom to go find another ex-girlfriend. Breaking up was so she wouldn't have to wear a green hat. After all, once they broke up, him going to find another ex-girlfriend was normal behavior and didn't count as being cuckolded. By coincidence, his other ex-girlfriend had thought the same way. But the damn point was, both of them were still on Earth. There was no way they could appear here, okay? So it was obviously fake at a glance. That's it? And this is supposed to seduce your Mengji? Mengji smiled faintly, thinking this weird thing really needed to step up its game. But just as that thought crossed his mind, his shoulders suddenly sank. It felt like something had directly landed on him, and the weight increased all at once. Holy shit, you actually powered up? Lu Ming's pupil shrank. His first instinct was to attack, but the continuously circulating Yin-Yang Genesis art forcibly stopped his movement. No, wait. What if this is some kind of rule? Cold sweat seeped out across Lu Ming's forehead. He planted his feet firmly back on the ground and honestly resumed pushing the cart. An ethereal, cold voice, as if drifting out from hell itself, suddenly came from behind Lu Ming. That voice should not have contained any emotion at all, yet Lu Ming could somehow read a trace of confusion from it. The next moment, something moved close against Lu Ming's body. It was a touch full of chilling cold, utterly lacking any human warmth. Lu Ming said nothing. He only forced out a smile uglier than crying and diligently kept pushing the cart like an old ox, while Yin-Yang Genesis art circulated without stopping for even a moment, and the emotion behind him became clearer and clearer. At first, it had been full of indifference and killing intent. Then, after drawing near, it turned into doubt and uncertainty. Then it returned to complete, thorough stillness and simply remained pressed against his body without moving at all. What the hell is this thing trying to do? Lu Ming's scalp went numb. He had absolutely no idea what the current situation was. Could it be that everyone got attached to by some kind of thing? But he looked straight ahead through the window of the apocalyptic beast and toward the girls inside the bus. Aside from seeing that their earlobes had all turned completely red, he saw nothing else. Was he the only one who could feel it? Lu Ming didn't understand. He could only grit his teeth and desperately keep driving the art as he moved forward. What was that thing? In this rule-bound area where he could not turn back, Lu Ming naturally had no way to directly see what exactly was leaning against his back. But on the bus, Zhang Chong, as a perception-type sequence user, happened to glance at Lu Ming by accident and the horror that rose from the bottom of his heart instantly sent a chill down his spine. It was a massive shadow, a kind of shadowy figure the naked eye couldn't clearly make out, with just that fleeting glance. The hair-raising terror nearly made him cry out on the spot, and his back was drenched in sweat in an instant. It must not be looked at directly. He had only sensed it by accident for a moment, and the stabbing pain in his brain almost made him faint. Unlike Zhang Chong, Wang Peng, and the others, because their attention wasn't on Lu Meng, and they also weren't from perception-type sequences, couldn't see it at all. And because of that, they suffered a little less. But Zhang Chong was absolutely certain. At this very moment, that thing was quietly clinging to Lu Meng's body. What in the world was that? The intense fear made Zhang Chong's whole body start trembling. Several times he wanted to pick up the walkie-talkie and contact Lu Meng to tell him to be careful, because the terror of that thing had already gone beyond the limits of his perception. Third rank? No, even a third rank wouldn't make him feel this way. Fourth rank? Fifth rank? Zhang Chong didn't dare keep thinking. Was this damn domain trying to drive all of them insane? This was the blockade of the domain that the star god had called the safe road, most likely to get through and reach inverted mountain near the edge? What kind of joke was this? Silence forbidden. This meant he had no way to directly notify Lu Meng. He didn't know that Lu Meng had already noticed the existence of that thing behind him. But as the captain of the Liao Yuan convoy, protecting the real team members, the sequence users, was his duty. He didn't want to just watch Lu Meng. This fierce man who hadn't been with the convoy long, but had already left a deep impression on him with his overwhelming strength, die here just like that. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Chong ultimately didn't turn on the radio. Instead, he switched on the bus's headlights and flashed them toward the doomsday beast on Lu Meng's side. This was a warning signal they had agreed on beforehand. Though it didn't cover the situation Lu Meng was facing right now, he could only hope Lu Meng would understand what he meant. Of course, Lu Meng understood. But even if Zhang Chong warned him, what could he do? Who the hell knew what that thing behind him was? Ever since he started circulating his cultivation method, that thing had remained quiet the whole time. He even felt like pushing the cart was taking a lot less strength than before. And the weirdest damn part was that after that thing got close to him, he realized the speed of circulating Yin-Yang creation art had increased quite a bit too. It was like he de-swallowed an experience capsule. He was pumped as hell. Right now, he had no idea what was going on. He didn't even know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. But that didn't stop him from sending Zhang Chong a signal to stay calm for now. Freeing one hand, Lu Meng reached behind himself, wanting to gesture the number 2, but the moment he touched back there, his hand met an extremely strange sensation. Cold, soft, smooth. What is this? Lu Meng froze. Instinctively, he wanted to give it a squeeze and get a better feel for it. But a surge of furious emotion shot up his spine straight into his brain from behind him. The fierce man's whole body trembled, and he hurriedly pulled his hand back and focused on circulating Yin-Yang creation art. But this time, the thing behind him stayed unsoothed for a long while. A heavy killing intent mixed with some kind of hesitation locked onto him the entire time. After a long while, that cold snort made Lu Meng's scalp go numb and nearly knocked him off his feet. But in contrast, that killing intent finally dispersed, and the thing became quiet again. Damn, you've got quite the temper. He had figured it out. Lu Meng now knew what he had touched just now. Most likely, the thing had been riding on him just fine, and he accidentally grabbed its thigh. Could it be a female ghost? The fierce man scratched his head, then forcefully suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind and obediently went back to being a docile work ox, quietly pushing the cart. Still, he took a moment to stretch his hand out to the side and send Zhang Chong a signal. After getting Lu Meng's signal, Zhang Chong finally let out a breath of relief. That meant Lu Meng could hold on for now. That was a good thing. It really was a good thing. Because just now, Zhang Chong had discovered something that shocked him greatly, as that thing settled steadily onto Lu Meng's back. Whether it was him or the others inside the bus, the mutterings by their ears had bizarrely disappeared. Yes, they had truly disappeared. No one was dying to the dead's temptation anymore. Could this be the way out the star god had spoken of? Zhang Chong was stunned. In an instant, the importance he placed on Lu Meng rose yet again. For no other reason. That was his star god. Damn it. It was almost like his star god clearly knew that there was a fierce man in their convoy. Did that mean the star god had been paying extremely close attention to Lu Meng's existence, and had even pointed out this clearly dangerous ancient village as a safe passage route precisely because Lu Meng was in their convoy? Zhang Chong didn't understand the exact situation, but that didn't stop him from making this kind of guess. It was just like ever since Lu Meng joined the convoy, their days had been getting more and more exciting. Yet no matter how exciting things got, the convoy still always made it through safely. Interesting. Zhang Chong kept the same smile on his face, but his mood relaxed for no clear reason. He believed Lu Meng definitely had something special about him, and that was a good thing for the convoy. At the same time, the people on both the bus and the Doomsday Beast noticed this as well. Did the strange incident seem to be over? At last, They let out a breath in their hearts, though they still stayed on guard. No one knew whether this was a trick by some eerie creature, waiting for them to let their guard down before delivering a fatal blow. The convoy was safe. Only Brother Fierce Man still carried the burden and moved forward. Ever since he sensed something extra behind him, he hadn't dared relax for even a moment in circulating yin-yang creation art. His skyrocketing spirit power was practically about to overflow. Ding! Through your constant self-discipline, your hard work has been rewarded. Your understanding of yin-yang creation art has increased, and your spirit attribute has +1. Awesome. Lu Meng wanted to laugh, but he realized he had been maintaining a smile the whole time. So he couldn't laugh at all. In extreme conditions, practicing self-discipline had drastically improved effects. But this improvement was way too fast. Or was it because there was something extra behind him, and that was why this was happening? It had to be that thing's influence. When Lu Meng circulated the newly improved yin-yang creation art, again, now raised by another layer of proficiency, he could even clearly feel something like satisfaction coming from the thing behind him. It seemed this was effective for it too. What the hell does that mean? Did I become a power bank? The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He really wanted to tell the thing behind him that he was the plug. But in the end, he chose to follow his instincts and kept his head down, silently pushing the cart forward. Looking at the road ahead, Lu Meng felt a little helpless again. Damn it, from the outside, this road should be already passed through this ancient village long ago. So why had they been walking this long and still not gotten out? Was this the legendary ghost wall? Lu Meng was a little puzzled. But before he could think further, a sudden wave of emotion came from behind him. Do not leave. Crap. Lu Meng's whole body shook, and a trace of cold sweat seeped out on his forehead again. Damn it. The thing behind him could actually sense his thoughts. Didn't that mean he had absolutely no secrets in front of this thing? And what exactly was it even saying? Telling him not to leave? What kind of joke was that? If it didn't leave, he'd die here, boss. Who knew whether a normal person staying in this pitch-black domain until the end would go insane? Besides, even if he was naturally gifted and unaffected by the domain, what about supplies? He didn't have the ability to live without food. He still depended on ordinary grains and meals. And even setting all that aside, what about the people in his vehicle? How could they possibly not leave this place? If they didn't want to leave the domain, why would they risk entering this eerie village in the first place? As if it understood Lu Meng's thoughts, the existence behind him fell silent again. And this time, the silence was especially long. Time passed second by second. Lu Meng seemed to have forgotten how long they had been in this place. He only knew that based on his own physical condition, he should have pushed this cart for at least a full day and night. Yet strangely enough, even after so much time had passed, his self-disciplined, one daily self-discipline mission had bizarrely not refreshed. Was it sensory interference? Or time lock? Lu Meng felt the latter was more likely. After all, this village already looked ancient to begin with. The fact that it could exist and could be entered by people already said a lot. But at this point, thinking about the reason behind it wasn't important anymore. All Lu Meng could do was keep yin-yang Genesis art running, then move forward step by step, pushing the doomsday beast deeper through this eerie village. Finally, another fluctuation came from behind him, and with that wave of energy, the scene before Lu Meng's eyes, or rather, before everyone in the Liao Yuan convoy, suddenly changed, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun. The old-fashioned village was still there, but their position had undergone a complete, earth-shaking change. That village, which had seemed endless no matter how far they walked, impossible to escape no matter what they did, now had its exit right in front of them. They only needed to take one more step to leave smoothly, and that exit looked exactly the same as the entrance from before. It was as if all the time they had spent walking had just been going in circles in place. No matter how he looked at it, it felt terrifying. So this was the safest road the captain had mentioned, one of all the paths leading out of the domain. Lu Meng's mouth twitched. He truly couldn't make sense of it, but he no longer had time to think deeply about it. There was no other reason. As the scene before him changed, his back suddenly felt lighter, and that aura disappeared in an instant. At the same time, just before that aura vanished, another emotion drilled into his mind. Spare my life? And telling my hands to behave? Interesting. Lu Meng licked his cracked lips and pushed the doomsday beast out of this crisis-filled village step by step. Finally, everyone in the Liao Yuan convoy safely left the village. The scorching sensation descended again, and the familiar burning rain fell on them once more as they left. Feeling that familiar presence, Lu Meng actually felt a strange sense of closeness, as if it had been a lifetime. Damn, compared to that thing in the village, those Rainman brothers really were the ones who loved him the most, casually killing a curious Rainman who had come over and wanted to assimilate him. Lu Meng was so emotional he was almost in tears. Rainman brothers, I really fucking missed you. They had succeeded. This counted as breaking through the first line of the domain's blockade. They were now one step closer to escaping alive and getting out of this hellhole. After the excitement came the exhaustion. Time inside the village had seemed to be locked down, but the sweat Lu Meng had paid was 100% real. He had been pushing the vehicle for a very long time. Pulling open the door, Lu Meng unceremoniously squeezed in beside Lin Yao, then dropped back into his seat and panted like a man whose soul had left his body. "It's me. How are things on your side?" At that moment, Zhang Chang's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "We're okay. Brother Meng seems worn out. He needs to rest." Li Qiumo first gave her man a pained, worried look, then picked up the walkie-talkie and replied. "Received." After replying, Zhang Chang fell silent. A long while later, his voice came through the walkie-talkie again. "Head north. 5 kilometers away there, S.A. Valley. On the east side of the valley, there S.A. place suitable for regrouping." Now that he knew the convoy's strongest combatant was temporarily out of commission, he was planning to rest up first and continue forward afterward. He had probably just been calculating a relatively safe location. And it wasn't just Lu Meng who needed rest. Everyone in the convoy had been heavily shaken inside the village. There were even the corpses of those dead survivors still in the vehicles, and those had to be dealt with too. Inside a domain, the eerie and bizarre were beyond explanation. No one wanted to stay with corpses. What if those things could mutate? Understood. Li Qiumo ended the communication, glanced at Lu Meng, then returned to the console and directly started up the Doomsday Beast. Boom! The machine's spirit roared. There even seemed to be a trace of guilt in it, but in the end, it all turned into power. Its master had not abandoned it, so it would never fail him, even if it had to give everything it had. The Doomsday Beast started smoothly. The few girls inside the vehicle all looked at Lu Meng with worry, and when the sharp-eyed little sister-in-law's gaze swept over her brother-in-law's head, she suddenly froze. "Huh? What is that?" The others followed her gaze and finally noticed something off. Lu Meng, who had been leaning back in his seat to rest, also opened his tired eyes and reached up toward his hair. He hadn't had a haircut in a long time, but he basically tidied it every day. So although his hairstyle looked wild, it wasn't messy. But when Lu Meng reached into it, he actually pulled out something hard. Taking it out and looking at it in confusion, Lu Meng froze on the spot. It was a hairpin. Judging by the style, it was very antique. The whole thing was made from some kind of jade of unknown quality, crystal clear under the light, but at the front end of the hairpin, a streak of dry blood could clearly be seen. Blood-stained hairpin. Quality. Type. A personal belonging of a certain existence. And also a key that can lead to a certain area. Warning, she does not like her things being given to others. And she likes them even less being thrown away. Is this a wonder? It's so pretty. The little sister-in-law was not a sequencer, so she could not feel the intense, lingering, eerie aura on it. Instead, her eyes widened with longing, but she did not dare ask for it. After all, she was only the little sister-in-law, not the wife. If she really wanted it, her sister would have to be the one to ask. But her sister gave her a grave look and shook her head. The meaning was obvious. No one could touch this thing. Only Lu Meng could hold it. But Lu Meng wanted to cry without tears. The hell, he really didn't want it. Without question, this was the item that existence behind him had thrown to him. What did that mean? It meant he'd been marked. Who knew what the result of being marked would be? And if nothing unexpected happened, then this so-called certain area probably referred to that ancient village, right? What kind of fucking joke was this? How could he possibly want to go back? Outside, it was still pitch black, impossible to tell the time. Inside the Doomsday Beast, Lu Meng, who had slowly woken up, glanced at his wristwatch. The time on it pointed to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But after going through that time-frozen village, he did not know whether that number was accurate. Still, that was not the point. Sitting cross-legged on the seat, Lu Meng was deep in thought. The blood-stained hairpin spun back and forth in his hand, giving off a dense, eerie aura. It even carried some emotions within it, but the one thing it lacked was malice. That feeling really wasn't pleasant. After a long time, Lu Meng let out a sigh. After putting away the hairpin, he leaned back in his seat and frowned. Looks like I've still been too slack. That feeling of having his life and death completely in someone else's hands. Like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. He truly did not want to experience it a second time. Although his daily training intensity was already high, and he was disciplined enough, persisting in cultivation day after day through wind and rain, that still clearly was not enough for him to take control of his own fate. Damn it, I'm doubling my self-discipline from now on. Having learned his lesson through pain, Lu Meng's eyes turned fierce. He was the kind of person who could be ruthless to himself for the sake of getting stronger. He had never slacked off in the apocalypse. But this level of intensity was obviously still not enough. This trip through the ancient village had completely made him realize just how small and insignificant he was when facing truly powerful, eerie creatures. But at the same time, it also awakened that unyielding, desperate ferocity inside him. If his discipline wasn't enough, then he would work even harder. He swore that one day, he would trample every eerie creature beneath his feet. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng began to calm his emotions. Keeping your nerves wound tight all the time was asking for trouble. Swearing to grow stronger was one thing, but he absolutely couldn't put the cart before the horse. Staying alive was the top priority. But the good news was, this trip to the ancient village hadn't been without gains. Aside from his spirit attribute going up by another 1 point, his amazing endurance trait had actually upgraded itself to LV2 without consuming any self-discipline points. His strength had improved once again, and even his recovery speed had increased again along with it. So that was it, other than forcibly leveling traits up with self-discipline points. If he normally trained and used fixed traits, they could also level up on their own. A look of realization flashed through Lu Meng's eyes. Then he quickly felt that this was perfectly reasonable. It matched the nature of his sequence ability, put in effort, get rewarded. And amazing endurance had been fixed for a long time already. It was the first skill he had ever obtained, so it upgrading was normal too. Then from now on, when he disciplined himself every day, he'd have to add trait training into the mix. Active traits like vigorous chi and blood and hot-blooded surge could be trained. Sure, but what about the passive ones? What was he supposed to do with reinforced bones and steel and absolute control? Endurance overflowing was easy enough to deal with. It was basically active every day anyway, which counted as self-discipline. After carefully thinking through his traits, Lu Meng started planning out how he would handle self-discipline from now on his head. Just then, the door of the Doomsday Beast was pulled open, and Lin Yao's petite figure climbed in. Huh, you're awake? Seeing that Lu Meng had recovered, Lin Yao was clearly delighted. Earlier, after the convoy arrived at the mountain valley, the captain had pointed out, in order to make sure Lu Meng could get a proper sleep, Li Siki and Li Qiushan had both gone to the front cab, where there was enough space for them to move around. Lin Yao and Li Qiumo had gone over to the bus side and held a meeting with the captain and the others, mainly helping deal with the bodies of those dead survivors. Not sleeping a little longer? It hasn't been that long. Li Qiumo, who had followed Lin Yao in, asked with concern. It's enough. You know my physical condition. Lu Meng stretched lazily. It wasn't that he was forcing himself or anything. His amazing endurance had already been absurdly high to begin with, and now that it had risen to LV2, he was even more full of energy. By Lu Meng's estimate, if this ability reached max level, it wouldn't be amazing endurance anymore. It'd be godlike endurance. Seeing that Lu Meng was fine, Li Qiumo finally relaxed, and while she was at it, she told him about the meeting. The captain's idea is to rest and regroup for one night for now. Everyone needs rest, especially you. After a brief pause, Li Qiumo spoke again. Wang Peng and the captain will handle watch duty. If there's danger, they'll warn us in advance. Lu Meng understood. Zhang Chong was worried he had overdrawn his stamina and wouldn't be able to bring out his combat power at a critical moment. But he had clearly overthought it. Lu Meng had already recovered to his peak condition. After chatting a bit, the moment the little sister-in-law and the college girl in the front cab heard movement, they started working on dinner. Compared to before they had entered the domain, the standard of dinner had obviously dropped quite a bit now, making it seem rather plain. But there was no helping it. They had already been delayed inside the domain for a long time. The only reason they still had normal food supplies was because there were many sequence users in their vehicle. Over on the bus side, supplies had to be used even more sparingly now. After all, no one knew when they would be able to break through the domain's blockade and reach the outside world. If they could save, they had to save. They had a simple dinner. Outside, the scalding rain turned violent again. That meant night had fallen. But after living in the domain for so long already, they had adapted quite a bit to this kind of situation, so the atmosphere inside the vehicle remained steady. After a whole day of trouble and a whole day of stimulation, Lu Meng, who had just sworn that he would double his training volume in the future, was already looking forward to the late-night push-ups. People needed an outlet. Not just him, Li Siki, Li Qiumo, and the others were the same. Simple and rough late-night push-ups could ease the pressure on their nerves and help them fall asleep more easily. No need to say more. After dinner, he directly led Miss Mechanic and the college girl into the washroom. After taking a nice shower, Lu Meng had just come out when he ran into another girl blocking the door. Looking at Lin Yao in front of him, a huge question mark practically appeared over Lu Meng's head. What was this supposed to mean? Lin Yao's face was flushed red. She tilted her head and didn't dare look at Lu Meng, but her meaning seemed pretty obvious. She wanted to wash too. And it wasn't just washing up that she wanted. That's right. After being exposed by that bizarre creature in the ancient village, she had already decided to stop caring. Fine. If her soul got stained yellow, then so be it. Damn it. She had known from the start that she wouldn't be able to escape this. The moment she started digging after getting on the vehicle, she had already lost her chance to run. Her most secret matter had already been found out, so if she still acted reserved now, wouldn't that just be acting pure while wanting it anyway? So be it. Anyway, she didn't dislike Lu Meng. On the contrary, she had developed an intense curiosity about this man and wanted to explore everything about him, and there was definitely no escaping it. From now on, she might as well properly be his power bank. Since things had already come to this, she might as well shower first. She needed an emotional outlet too, okay? Anyway, She would never have to dig again in the future. After being stunned for a while, Lu Meng finally understood. This girl had figured out. Since Miss Mechanic didn't have any objections anyway, what was there left to say? He wasn't the kind of man who would refuse food delivered right to his door. The washroom door closed again. Fortunately, there was still some usage time left on Drowned Wraith's cry, so it wasn't a big problem. But right after that, a startled cry suddenly rang out from the washroom, making the girls outside instantly sit up straight. Holy shit, gone by one. That was Lu Meng's astonished exclamation. Are you trying to die? That was Miss Lin's embarrassed fury. Don't put your hand, give it here. But before long, the astonishment and embarrassment gradually shifted off course, replaced by a rhythm as torrential as the scalding rain outside. Lu Meng, who had just resolved to practice strict self-discipline, prove his oath with real action. Tonight's late-night push-ups lasted especially long and hit especially hard, and they were also exceptionally wonderful. Even though Lin Yao's hobbies were a bit unique, she was genuinely a complete beginner, and that extremely special physique of hers made Lu Meng cherish her all the more. Unfortunately, her durability really was a little too low. She truly did have the kind of constitution that couldn't take much at all. In the end, her best friend and the college girl had to come help together. In short, while scalding rain poured outside, the people inside the Doomsday Beast truly had themselves a thorough session. When the storm finally eased a little, Lu Meng didn't go straight to sleep. He had already slept extremely well that afternoon, so he was in very good spirits now. But even if he couldn't sleep, he didn't want to waste this time. After thinking about it, he pulled himself away from Miss Lin's side, then sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, beginning to meditate according to the cultivation route of Yin-Yang Genesis art. It had already been several days since he chose his second self-discipline mission. His strength and physique attributes were now far ahead. As long as his spirit attribute met the requirement and reached above 20, he would be able to advance and become an LV3 old monster sequence user. So cultivating Yin-Yang Genesis art more whenever he had the chance was completely the right move. A familiar cool sensation began gathering in his mind, and the mysterious yin-yang diagram, filled with profound wonder, started slowly rotating along with the circulation of his cultivation art. Overflowing spiritual power gave off faint ripples as it began circulating around Lu Meng's body. But just as he was cultivating steadily, something strange suddenly happened. That circulating spiritual power brushed against the hairpin Lu Meng had been keeping beside him, and the thing seemed to receive some kind of signal. It began to give off a faint reddish glow. The glow and the dried bloodstains gradually gathered together. Right after that, a mass of unknown gas filled with a cold, sinister aura slowly condensed, finally taking shape and floating in the air. Lu Meng was dumbfounded at the sight. What the hell was this situation? He stared at that completely indistinct mass of blood chi, but no matter how hard he looked, even until his eyes started to ache, he still couldn't see through the haze to what was behind it. It was as if the thing in front of him had been censored with a mosaic filter. But there was one thing Lu Meng could confirm. The thing wrapped in that mosaic looked roughly human. That was the amazing part about the human brain. Kind of like when watching certain action art films from island countries and looking at those teachers. Even if you couldn't see clearly, your brain could still fill in the image. That was exactly what Lu Meng was dealing with right now. He really couldn't see it clearly, but he could still sense it. It seemed to be a woman, and her figure even seemed pretty good. But this aura, the very next moment, when that mosaic gave off a strange emotional fluctuation, Lu Meng instantly felt his scalp go numb. He forcefully suppressed every improper thought in his head, and even yanked over the loincloth at his side and equipped it on himself. No other reason. Damn it. This thing's aura was exactly the same as that thing that had pressed itself against his back in the ancient village. Other than the difference in pressure it gave him, it was basically the exact same species. Who knew whether the thoughts in his head right now would get instantly picked up by the mosaic in front of him, just like back in the village. The corner of Lu Meng's mouth twitched as he looked at the mosaic in front of him, not knowing what to do. He didn't move, and that massive mosaic didn't move either. It just floated there in midair, quietly watching him. One man and one ghost stared at each other for quite a while. In the end, Lu Meng was the first to give in. Out of habit, he pinched the external brain next to him. Lin Yao let out a weak mumble. No more digging. I'm never digging again. I really can't do it anymore. Please let me go. Clearly, because of overexertion and her constitution, the external brain was completely offline right now. Lu Meng fell silent for a moment, then looked over at the female college student sprawled out like a starfish. Forget it. He couldn't count on this one for now either. Lastly, he looked at Li Qiuma. Even in sleep, the cold and elegant mechanic miss maintained a proper posture. But the occasional twitch of her calf showed that she didn't have the spare energy to help Lu Meng analyze the problem either. Fine. Lu Meng spread both hands toward that massive mosaic and simply gave up too. He had figured out by now This thing probably meant him no harm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave that village in the first place, since it had suddenly come out of the hairpin now. Maybe he was unhappy about him doing late-night push-ups at night, or was it that she wanted to join too? The moment that thought surfaced, Lu Meng immediately felt a wave of inexplicable disdain and contempt from inside the mosaic. All right, wrong guess. Lu Meng didn't care. He shook his head, too lazy to keep bothering with the mosaic. He sat back down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and resumed cultivation. And that unexpectedly turned out to be the right move. As wave after wave of spiritual fluctuations began circulating around the Taiji diagram, he could clearly feel that the mosaic watching him also calmed down. It even sat down cross-legged in midair, seemingly cultivating alongside Lu Meng, following both his movements and his circulation path. This discovery made Lu Meng uncertain and suspicious. Could a strange creature also use the yin-yang creation art? No, that wasn't right. Lu Meng frowned. While circulating his technique, he carefully observed the mosaic-esque condition. And then he noticed the clue. After a moment of thought, in the next instant, he changed the attribute of the yin-yang creation art. Yang attribute power gathered and began to emerge, and the mosaic immediately grew restless along with it, seeming extremely resistant to that power. With a thought, the yang attribute was gradually replaced by the yin attribute. The mosaic also settled down again and even transmitted some kind of delighted emotion to him. Lu Meng's eyes lit up. Next, he manipulated the two kinds of power with even more patience and care, and based on the mosaic's reactions, he began reinterpreting the yin-yang creation art. Time passed second by second. As Lu Meng experimented, he repeatedly switched attributes and boldly tried more ideas. The yin-yang creation art continued running steadily, but his understanding of the meditation logic behind this method gained a new layer of insight. So that was it. At last, he opened his eyes and spread out both palms. In the next moment, two different energy fluctuations appeared. Two completely opposite powers, one yin and one yang, had strangely reached a point of balance. The yang attribute was destruction and purification, while the yin attribute was control and command. He had finally understood. Just now, when he had tried using the yin attribute to make contact with the mosaic, he had actually managed to catch a tiny, nearly imperceptible trace of obedience. But he hadn't acted rashly. He knew that his current yin attribute power still wasn't enough. It was impossible for him to command or control an existence that could casually crush him to death. But the mosaic's reaction had, without question, shown Lu Meng a brand new path. On top of that, he discovered that after the mosaic appeared, the speed at which he circulated the yin-yang creation art was obviously much faster than usual, just like when he had been pressed against in the village before. It was the same effect. This was a good thing. Lu Meng grinned and gave the quietly floating mosaic a friendly smile. Black ghost. White ghost. As long as it could help him cultivate, it was a good ghost. After all this running in circles, turns out you're my power bank too? You should VE said so earlier. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy surge of angry emotion rushed out of the mosaic and slammed into Lu Meng. Caught completely off guard, the burly man who had just been grinning and joking tilted his head and dropped straight onto the bed, instantly falling asleep with an incredibly peaceful expression. As for the mosaic in the air, it let out a hollow little huff. It stared at Lu Meng for quite a while, still seeming unsatisfied, then floated over and kicked him twice in the butt before slowly drilling back into the hairpin. The situation didn't look optimistic. On the bus of the Liao Yuan convoy, the sequence holders had basically all gathered. Zhang Chong held a notebook, scribbling and writing in it while sighing with a troubled expression. He glanced at Li Qiumao and Lin Yao, and confusion flashed across his face. Whereas Brother Meng, the macho man, didn't you say he recovered and was fine? He is fine, and full of energy too. Lin Yao rolled her pretty eyes and pointed outside. It's just that he recovered a little too well. He has got nowhere to vent all that energy, so he is out there being disciplined. Zhang Chong followed the direction she pointed and looked over. From a distance, he could see the hulking man riding a bicycle through the scorching rain, slashing left and right, having a great time bullying those first-tier rainmen. The corner of his mouth twitched as he shot a questioning look at Li Qiumao and Lin Yao. No need to worry about him for now. Once he finishes his self-discipline, he'll get on the bus. I'll tell him everything then. Li Qiumao spoke with complete calm. Brother Meng had always been very disciplined. She was already used to it. But before, he had always cultivated inside the bus. She had no idea why today he insisted on going outside, saying he wanted to do some kind of experiment. She didn't understand it, but she supported it. Lin Yao had no objections either. She actually hoped Lu Meng would release a bit more of that energy, otherwise she'd be the one suffering again tonight. Still, to be fair, after joining in, it really did feel better than digging by herself. Even though it was painful at first, after waking up, she felt full of energy, and even the bottleneck she had been about to break through had loosened quite a bit. It was pretty amazing. Now that this girl had finally been properly nourished, her entire body was overflowing with charm. She was just like Li Qiuma back then, probably because she had been suppressing herself for too long. Alright, then let me explain the situation first. Zhang Chong didn't beat around the bush. Li Qiuma, Lin Yao, and Lu Meng were basically one family, and they shared all their intel, so he didn't need to worry about that. On top of that, brother Lu Meng was a martial general. Now that he had an external brain, he was even less willing to waste brain cells on anything else. He was probably busy being ruthless with himself and grinding hard to improve. None of that was a big issue. Based on the information I got from the Star God, we're actually lucky. Zhang Chong said this with a bitter smile all over his face. The place we were in before actually wasn't the center of the domain. We were already very close to the edge. Otherwise, we'd even finished long ago. That's right. Even though it's already dangerous to this extent, this is actually just a small disturbance on the outer edge. The few of them looked at each other, all feeling a bit emotional. So if we want to leave the domain, we only need to pass through 2 barriers. Now, the meeting had entered the main topic, and Zhang Chong's face was full of gravity. That eerie ancient village is the safest route through the first barrier, and now we've succeeded. Succeeded, yes. But none of them could smile. This trip had caused heavy losses on the bus. Quite a few survivors had died for no reason at all, and their deaths had been horrifying beyond words. So gruesome, no one could bear to look directly. When they handled the bodies, they had almost thrown up. So now, what we need to do is head for the second barrier, the true edge of the domain mentioned by the Star God. I've already gotten a clear hint from the Star God. Zhang Chong didn't drag it out. He raised 2 fingers. Inversion. Inversion? Wang Peng at the side frowned. Captain, is there no more information? If it's only 2 words, there's not much intel we can analyze from that. I already did my best. Zhang Chong shook his head helplessly. What exactly those 2 words represent, we'll have to explore and figure out ourselves. Anyway, this is all the information I can get right now. Unless we reach the true edge and my connection with the Star God deepens again, this is all there is. But obviously, these 2 words are important. Extremely important. We have to remember them at all times. Li Qiuma and Lin Yao exchanged a glance and nodded as well, planning to fill Lu Meng in as soon as they got back. Next, I'll follow the Star God's guidance and lead everyone to the second barrier, which is also the final barrier. But you'd better prepare yourselves mentally. This road absolutely won't be peaceful. You can all tell. Whether it's that village or those rainmen, they're all trying to stop us from leaving the domain. Zhang Chong took a deep breath and looked out into the night beyond the bus window. The real hard battle is coming. This is something we can't avoid. Everyone has to be mentally prepared. Oh, meeting over? Just then, the bus door was pulled open. Lu Meng shook the rainwater off glory of the macho man and strode in. We were just talking about you. Hurry up and sit, brother macho man. Zhang Chong greeted him with a grin. The captain just mentioned intel about the second barrier. The key information is inversion. Li Qiuma quickly got up and came to Lu Meng's side, speaking with a serious expression. Inversion, huh? Interesting. Just so happens I've got some intel to share too, though I don't know if it'll be useful. Lu Meng nodded, then pulled Li Qiuma down into a seat with one arm around him. I discovered something pretty interesting. Those Raymond anomalies seem to share one brain. Share one brain? What does that mean? You can understand it as them actually being one consciousness, only split apart and scattered for some reason. Lu Meng thought for a moment, then simply and clearly told them what he knew. Finding this out had actually been a bit of coincidence. Yesterday, hadn't he sworn to strengthen his self-discipline and train like his life depended on it? So early this morning, he had carried his bicycle off the Doomsday Beast. In the past, he always avoided completing self-discipline tasks in extreme environments. But now he had already decided to go all in. So naturally, he wasn't going to keep taking shortcuts. And in order to achieve the highest realm of unity between man and bike, he had directly chosen to practice blade arts and boxing while riding. Those rainmen gathering outside were the perfect targets. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that last night, he had learned another use of the yin-yang creation method, the ghost commanding power of the yin attribute, so he planned to give it a try. After all, he didn't dare act rashly toward the owner of the hairpin, but the Raymond brothers were so friendly, they probably wouldn't refuse. But when he used the yin-attributed power and started trying, he suddenly realized something was wrong. His Raymond brothers seemed to have no thoughts of their own, or rather, their thoughts were unified. Behind them was a massive collective, and everything about them was under that thing's control. So there was no way he could directly control his Raymond brothers, because they had long since already been controlled. This conclusion made Lu Meng very angry. On one hand, he was mad at his Raymond brothers for being so disappointing. How could they be controlled so easily? On the other hand, he was mad at the eerie creature controlling his Raymond brothers. Wasn't he this fucking thing stealing his livelihood? But anger was one thing. With that pitiful bit of yin-attributed power he had, he could probably control a most ordinary anomaly that hadn't even reached entry level. Like his good brother Drowned Ghost. Trying to snatch control of the Raymond brothers with that little power was obviously just a fool's dream. So what? What does that represent? As a fellow martial general, Wang Peng was a little lost. What did the Rain Men sharing one brain have to do with them leaving the domain? It could represent a whole lot. As if he had suddenly thought of something, Zhang Chong instantly stood up, his face full of urgency and panic. Fuck. What my macho brother means is that they share one brain, so when we successfully pass through the first barrier, their shared brain already found out. And there is no way those things are just going to sit there and watch us leave. For all we know, they may have already started gathering an army somewhere right now, planning to surround and attack us. What Brother Lu Meng means is that we gotta fucking run now. If we don't run, it'll be too damn late. Getting surrounded by a weird army is only a matter of time. Huh? Is that what I meant? Lu Meng froze for a moment. But how smart was he? The very next second, the guy immediately switched to a solemn expression and slapped Li Chioma's thigh, making the mechanic lady jump in shock. Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck I meant. A new round of flight began without the slightest warning. After learning the intel Lu Meng had shared, Zhang Chong, as the guide, made a decisive decision and contacted the Star God, quickly planning the escape route. The entire convoy also started moving like a machine. But unlike before, when they had fled, Lu Meng didn't directly get onto the Doomsday Beast and ride in the vehicle. Instead, he stared at his bicycle that never wore out, equipped himself from behind with power bank Lin Yao, and charged ahead at the very front as the vanguard clearing the way. Following behind him were the Doomsday Beast and the bus from the Liao Yuan convoy. Ever since he started feeling like he had slacked off, Lu Meng had developed a sense of urgency. He wanted to seize every relatively safe moment to grow stronger. And it was only after entering that eerie ancient village once that Lu Meng realized just how kind and lovable his Raymond brothers were. They were easy to kill and easy to bury. They were ready-made fuel for logging progress into the scavenger mission. Although most of the Raymond brothers were first-tier weirds. And now that he was at the peak of second tier, killing them wouldn't net him that many rewards. Quantitative change could still lead to qualitative change. There were just too many Raymond brothers. Kill them by the hundreds or thousands, and it would definitely add up. All this hard work of saving up now was for the hefty rewards later, before running into some powerful weird at some unknown time. The more rewards he could stockpile, the better. Then when the time came, one explosive burst would be taking responsibility for both his own life and the girls on the Doomsday Beast. Lu Meng might be a bit of a scumbag, but once someone followed him, he would do his best. Don't get cheeky, or you'll suffer tonight. But his little power bank was being a bit naughty right now, ever since the last layer between them had been broken through. And Lu Meng had fully eaten her up. Miss Lin had gotten a lot bolder. Lying on his back now, she would bite his ear from time to time, making Lu Meng's heart and mind run wild. He can't help it. This is all your fault. Lin Yao chose the non-stick pan route. But because of Lu Meng's bitter threat, she also obediently settled down a little. Still, her mouth stayed tough. You were the one who corrupted me. So you have to take responsibility. Sure, so that is a thing now, huh? Lu Meng was speechless. With one slash, he killed the Raymond brother blocking the road, crushed it after erupting, then pedaled the bicycle hard and sped forward. The conditions right now didn't allow much else. So he could only vent his emotions on the Raymond brothers. Thankfully, the Raymond brothers were also passionate fellows and fully approved of Lu Meng's behavior without making a sound. The convoy kept moving, and Lu Meng's slaughter continued to bloom. But what Lu Meng never expected was that this single transfer would last a full day without stopping. It wasn't until night fell, when everyone in the convoy was utterly exhausted and the vehicles needed refueling and rest, that Zhang Chong finally found a relatively safe place to stop temporarily. But during the briefing, Lu Meng still saw the grave look on Zhang Chong's face. Zhang Chong didn't say much at the meeting. As the captain, he only told them to rest well and leave everything else to him, then closed his eyes again to continue communicating with the Star God. Lu Meng and the others didn't disturb him either. Everyone just did their own job and handled their own responsibilities. But on the road of escape, things obviously couldn't remain unchanged. It was full of surprises. That night, just as Lu Meng had finally figured out the trick to doing late-night push-ups with the yin-yang creation method, without making the spectating mosaic blow up in jealousy, Zhang Chong's anxious voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Move out immediately. Move out immediately. Move out immediately. Acknowledge. Received. Lu Meng's eyes snapped open. He grabbed the walkie-talkie and answered at once. After soothing Li Qioma and the others and telling them to keep sleeping, Lu Meng immediately jumped into the driver's cabin, stuffed his half-asleep little sister-in-law into the back seat, and took control of the Doomsday Beast himself. There was no need to question Zhang Chong's decision. There were people assigned to keep watch on both Zhang Chong's and Wang Peng's vehicles. Since he said move, then they just had to act fast. If he said move, then something had definitely happened. With one stomp on the gas, the Doomsday Beast let out a ferocious roar and shot forward at the head of the convoy. Only after turning on all the searchlights did Lu Meng finally see what was happening outside. Raymond brothers packed the surroundings so densely it made the scalp tingle. They were closing in on them in an encircling formation. First tier mixed with second tier, too many to count. Even Lu Meng felt his scalp go numb in a situation like this. It had to be remembered that it was night right now. Outside, the blood moon should have been hanging overhead, and the scalding rain pouring down proved exactly that. But even so, the Rainmen had still erupted into action. Their shared brain had kicked into gear. In a situation like this out in the open, there was no way Lu Meng was going to pedal a bicycle. Extreme self-discipline didn't mean courting death. Who knew whether the scalding rain in its berserk state had any other effects? But that didn't stop him from clearing the way. With a thought, the power of chi and blood began to emerge from Lu Meng's body. The doomsday beast beneath him seemed to understand what he meant and automatically opened the windows on both sides, allowing the blood aura to slip smoothly out of the vehicle. Then it fully wrapped around the doomsday beast from every direction, and finally formed a huge, blood-red broadsword in front of it that slashed viciously down at the weirds ahead. He was using his surging chi and blood more and more skillfully now. Just clearing an area, rather than crushing them one by one, didn't cost him much. But even so, a familiar presence still appeared behind him. Lin Yao had already wrapped her arms around his body. The power of the spiritual heart sequence soothed his body and replenished his consumption. Li Qiuma also climbed into the front passenger seat. She placed her hand against the doomsday beast's window, and in the next moment, sequence fluctuations surfaced. A Gatling gun slowly took shape, modified from a spiritual energy handgun and loaded with special bullets. Its core was the energy crystal Lu Meng had brought back. At this moment, the energy inside the crystal transformed into bullets and poured out madly through the window. Neither of them said a word, but the meaning was obvious. When danger came, they would never let Lu Meng face it alone. Even the little sister-in-law and Li Siki were gritting their teeth right now, holding the spiritual energy pistols Li Qiuma had made for them and firing at the Rainmen outside that made people's hearts tremble in fear. They were all helping Lu Meng in their own way. Seeing this scene, Lu Meng felt deeply gratified. He immediately stopped conserving his strength. The entire vehicle directly turned into a sharp blade and smashed apart the encirclement, which had not yet fully closed. Breakout successful, but this was not the end. On the contrary, it was the real beginning. For 3 straight days, the convoy moved and stopped, all the while being surrounded, pursued, and intercepted by the Rainmen. At first, they had only been blocking the convoy from reaching the final barrier, but now they were deliberately forcing them in that direction. All of it proved that Lu Meng's Rainmen brothers seemed to have developed intelligence. And Zhang Chang had clearly caught that change. But now that things had reached this point, they could only grit their teeth and head for the final barrier. There was no other choice. After traveling non-stop, their supplies were nearly exhausted. As for energy reserves, if they hadn't replenished back in the zombie town, they wouldn't have lasted until now. But even with that resupply, the situation still wasn't optimistic. On top of that, with the Rainmen weirds gathering in large numbers, the outside temperature had now become terrifyingly high, conservatively estimated at above 45 degrees, and that number was still rising. At this point, Lu Meng actually felt a bit impressed with Asan. No wonder people said Third Bro was badass. He had heard that the highest temperature over there had reached 60 degrees, and they could still tough it out through that shit. Meanwhile, they were not even 50 yet, and already felt like they were about to explode on the spot. Brothers, the time to choose has come. Zhang Chang's hoarse voice came through the walkie-talkie. At first, the weirds were guarding against us going to that barrier, but now they're forcing us toward it. My guess is that something has gone wrong with our final stage. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening. He didn't say the rest, but everyone understood what he meant. This final stage was obviously not going to be easy, but the situation right in front of them made it clear that they had no choice at all. After a moment of silence, Zhang Chang smiled, and his voice came through the walkie-talkie once more. Survive, survive. There was resolute determination in that voice. But only Zhang Chang himself knew how little confidence he actually had. He had communicated with the star god countless times, but his damn star god only gave him one answer. They would definitely be able to enter the inverted world smoothly. But damn it, why did he still feel so unsure? Star god, please, don't fucking lie to me. Zhang Chang prayed inwardly, following the direction indicated by the star god. He finally arrived at the place where one could enter the inverted world from the domain. But the moment he got close and saw the situation ahead, his vision went black. There was no other reason. When 3 bizarre creatures, completely different from all the Rainmen before, several sizes bigger as well, and fully wrapped in rainwater, slowly stood up from the scalding rain and fixed their gaze on the Liao Yuan convoy, almost everyone felt a trace of despair rise in their hearts. Third tier, and not just one, they were blocking the only path out of the upside-down world within the domain, as if they had been waiting there for a long time. So, my Raymond brothers didn't let us come over earlier because these 3 guys weren't done forming yet. Huh? On the Doomsday Beast, Lu Meng looked at the 3 oversized Raymond brothers ahead, then at the ordinary Raymond brothers behind them that had already completely formed an encirclement, and suddenly smiled. That's it. You guys even used military tactics just to stall for these 3 things to finish forming? And damn it, when he looked carefully at all the Raymond brothers, he actually saw smug smiles on their faces. They didn't seem in any hurry to attack. Instead, like cats toying with mice, they were enjoying some kind of twisted pleasure. No, what the hell are you so smug about? Yes, he really was only LV2 right now, but he was going to stay LV2 forever. A mere 3rd tier was something he could break with a casual move. I'll go blow up with him. With a resolute expression, Li Qiuma picked up a whole basket of hand grenades she had twisted out recently and was about to get off the vehicle to die together with the Rain Man. Seeing that, Lu Meng quickly grabbed her. At a critical moment, Miss Mechanic really didn't drop the ball. When things reached a dead end, she didn't hesitate either. But right now, this was not a dead end. Lu Meng took a deep breath, told the girls to stay seated in the vehicle, then opened the door and walked alone to the front of the Doomsday Beast. He lifted his head and looked at his Raymond brothers. After a brief silence, Lu Meng decided to pull a Tang Yin on them. Right in front of everyone, he actually started walking, step by step, toward those 3 third-tier Rain Men. It was an extremely bold move, but the Rain Men still didn't react. Strange creatures had the ability to think, but the Raymond brothers all shared one brain. So mocking expressions appeared on all their faces in sync, as if the mastermind behind them was laughing at Lu Meng's helplessness. Lu Meng's expression remained unchanged. Only after he had walked close enough to be sure he could rush right in front of the Raymond brothers in an instant, did he finally let out a breath of relief. Tang act successful. He stopped in place, and then a strange smile appeared on his face as well, leaving the Raymond brothers visibly puzzled. At a time like this, what was this tiny human trying to do? Make peace? What a joke. Of course this wasn't about making peace. It was just that this distance was perfect. Lu Meng didn't hesitate at all. In his heart, he let out a fierce roar instantly. System, claim my scavenger reward for me. I want to add points. Ding. Reward from the self-disciplined scavenger special mission claimed successfully. Current accumulated rewards cleared. Ding. Detecting. Current sequence level of the self-discipliner is LV2. Analyzing your acts of self-discipline, combat environment, and kill quality. Analysis complete. Distributing rewards. Ding. Congratulations. All your attributes have increased by 5. You have additionally gained 10 free attribute points and 8,000 self-discipline points. Huh. Weren't the attributes a bit low? Damn it. Did the self-discipliner skim a cut? Lu Meng raised a brow. A fight was about to break out. And if rewards were being handed out, couldn't they at least be better? Just as the dissatisfaction in his heart surfaced, the notification sounded again. Ding. Your fixed skill Hot-Blooded Surge has increased by 1 level. Your fixed skill Steel Sinews and Iron Bones has increased by 1 level. Your fixed skill Blood and Chi like a Rainbow has increased by 1 level. Your extra sequence ability Blade Arts has increased by 1 level. Congratulations. You have additionally obtained 1 free skill upgrade and 2 free item tool upgrades. Holy shit, there was more? Lu Meng's eyes lit up, and joy immediately surged in his heart. Damn it, he knew it. All those days of working so hard to go find his Raymond brothers and pour his heart out to them had absolutely paid off. Training himself under such harsh conditions had finally brought him the return he deserved. Sure, the more attribute points the better, but skill levels were just as important. These free upgrades were solid, direct freebies worth self-discipline points. Attribute points could be trained out through self-discipline, but rewards of self-discipline points were rare. This way was pure profit. Ding. It has been detected that your spirit attribute has broken through 20 points. Please choose a trait for fixation as soon as possible. Ding. It has been detected that your various attributes have met the requirements. Your self-discipliner sequence has met the conditions for sublimation. Your sequence level has risen to LV3. Ding. It has been detected that your self-discipliner sequence has broken through to LV3. Your various sequence abilities have received synchronized strengthening and amplification. New sequence ability awakening. Awakening successful. Congratulations. You have comprehended the sequence power leader. Boom. As power surged upward, Lu Meng only felt an extremely exhilarating sensation spread through his entire body. That kind of real, tangible sublimation almost made him sink into it. But now obviously wasn't the time to savor it carefully. While the Raymond brothers still had some patience left, he hurriedly opened his status panel again. He was going to use up all his attribute points in one go. Sequence, self-discipliner, continuous strengthening in progress. Sequence holder, Lu Meng. Sequence level, LV3. Strength, 33. Spirit, 21. Constitution, 36. Free attribute points, 13. Self-discipline points, 9,800. Fixed skills, remarkable endurance, LV2. Steel sinews and iron bones, LV3. Blood and chi like a rainbow, LV4. Blade arts, LV2. Soul totem, LV1. Hot-blooded surge, LV2. Absolute control, LV1. Yin Yang Genesis art, LV1. Number of daily self-discipline missions, 2. Sequence abilities expand. Leader, knew your acts of self-discipline often inspire the people around you. When she or he senses this power, they will also receive a small amount of reward through the sweat of diligent effort. It was a dense mass of plus signs everywhere. His strength and constitution had both shot past 30, all of it the result of his daily hard-earned self-discipline. He even still had 13 free attribute points to allocate. On top of that, his self-discipline points were a massive harvest too, almost reaching 10,000. And there was no need to mention the fixed skills. Aside from Soul Totem and the newly chosen Absolute Control, almost all of them had gone up in level. It was a real, across-the-board improvement. What confused Lu Meng, though, was that both his strength and constitution had broken past 30 points, yet he hadn't received any prompt to choose traits. After sensing carefully for a moment, Lu Meng suddenly understood. Based on the feedback from his sequence, he had gotten the answer he wanted. He didn't know about other sequences, but for his self-discipliner, LV3 onward was a massive dividing line, and his next advancement no longer required all attributes to reach 30. It had become 40 instead. Fixed skill selection also wouldn't trigger until reaching 40 points, and after that, it still wouldn't mean he got one trait choice every 10 points. But none of that was a big problem. A mere 40 points was only a matter of a few days of self-discipline. After this rise to LV3, his self-discipline missions could include one more selection. Once he got back, he could directly lock on cultivating the Yin-Yang Genesis art. At that point, every single day, all his attributes would increase by at least 1 point. If he pushed it to the limit, even gaining 2 points to all attributes in a day wouldn't be a dream. Plus the special mission from Scavenger. Lu Meng felt that his leveling speed would only get faster and faster. After all, this time, just by claiming the reward, he could directly raise a skill level. Next time, could he maybe look forward to getting an attribute trait as a direct reward? Or even some rare artifacts and special items? There was no telling. Lu Meng looked up at the Raymond brothers, who had already started growing restless and agitated. He stopped wasting time and began allocating his points. He glanced at his base attributes. No question about it, Spirit was his weak spot, since he had already decided to take the all-round development route and become a true hexagon warrior. Then not a single attribute could be left behind. All in, Spirit, 21 to 34. In fact, ever since Lu Meng activated Yin-Yang creation method, the growth speed of his spirit attribute had already picked up. On top of that, he had the power bank inside the hairpin helping him recharge, which was why he could complete the leap in one go and raise it to 21 points. As for the extra free attribute points, those have been earned over the past few days from the daily self-discipline missions while he was in an extreme state. And that outrageous strength and constitution were also the return he had earned through hard work and sweat from the self-discipline missions. Yeah, all effort and sweat. His free attribute points were instantly cleared out, and in exchange, the spiritual power inside Lu Meng's mind swelled several times over. And his attributes changed as well. Strength, 33. Spirit, 34. Constitution, 36. A solid mid-stage, third-rank powerhouse. Of course, his third rank was naturally different from everyone else's. He was probably only a tiny little bit stronger than other people at sequence level 3, and it still wasn't over. The attribute points were gone, but the self-discipline points couldn't be neglected either. But before that, he first had to choose the skill trait that came with Spirit breaking through 20 points. Spiritual Brand, Killing Intent Perception, Spiritual Roar. They were 3 normal traits. No weird stuff had shown up this time, and no option had been wasted. Lu Meng let out a sigh of relief and quickly examined them. Spiritual Brand seemed like it could work together with Yin-Yang creation method to strengthen his control over Yin-type power. It also looked like, when used on ordinary people, it could leave behind some kind of mental seed. Interesting. Lu Meng kept reading. Killing Intent Perception was exactly what it sounded like, simple and easy to understand. It would make Lu Meng highly sensitive to any source of killing intent or malice. It was an investigation-type trait with enormous potential. Spiritual Roar. This one was an old friend. It had appeared before when he chose Soul Totem, and now it had shown up again. It was a spirit-based control skill. Damn it. He wanted all 3. One enhanced control and improve his ability to command eerie powers. One was a pure survival ability that could raise his safety margin after eerie revival. And a control skill like Spiritual Roar was also something Lu Meng was lacking right now. TSK. Sometimes a person really did have to force himself. So, right in front of the 3 eerie creatures that were still standing there watching like they were AFK spectators with mocking expressions, Lu Meng pulled out a coin. The moment he tossed it, without even looking, he chose Killing Intent Perception. What a joke. In a world where the human heart was impossible to predict. The weird things were one thing, but being able to see through people and tell whether the person in front of you was good or bad. This skill was busted as hell, okay? Getting impatient, huh? Seeing that the Raymond brothers in front of him seemed displeased by his coin toss, and were now already unable to hold back any longer, pressing toward him with that eerie aura unique to their kind. Lu Meng tilted his head while using his self-discipline points to level up his skills and showed them a friendly smile. Sorry, Raymond Brothers. Kept you waiting. But I'm sure this wait won't disappoint you. As soon as he spoke, he no longer hid his aura. A mountain ant-like surge of chi and blood power exploded out with a roar. That powerfully built man merely lifted a leg and took a slight step forward. Yet the terrifying pressure forced the expressions of the three powerful eerie creatures to change on the spot. After carefully sensing that horrifying aura, they were shocked to discover that this human who had seemed utterly ordinary just a moment ago was actually a mid-stage, third-rank powerhouse. Self-discipline points, 9,800. Aside from the 8,000, all the rest have been accumulated through Lu Meng's daily hard-earned self-discipline. Taking advantage of the Raymond brothers being dumbfounded, Lu Meng moved fast and rapidly spent his points. His superintelligence was all used on combat and cultivation, so his mind was exceptionally clear at this moment. He understood that skills and attributes were not the same. Attributes had to be balanced, but skills had to stand out. No matter what, he needed at least one truly powerful specialty, right? What was the skill that had turned him from someone who could only run when he saw eerie creatures into someone who could casually crush them to death? The answer was obvious. Chi and blood like a rainbow. 4,000 self-discipline points. Chi and blood like a rainbow. Level 4 to level 5. 5,800 left. Keep going all in. 5,000 self-discipline points. Chi and blood like a rainbow. Level 5 to level 6. His self-discipline points instantly dropped to 800. Not enough. Still not enough. Lu Meng glanced at his free upgrade chances. Hesitation flashed through his eyes, but in less than 0.001 seconds. That hesitation turned into resolve. What time was this? A life and death moment. Save the free attribute points and add them later when needed. Save the free upgrade item until the skill level is higher, so it gets the best value. Bullshit. The first thing he had to do was survive the current crisis. Only then would tomorrow exist. Use a free upgrade chance to raise chi and blood like a rainbow from level 6 to level 7. Use it. Lu Meng hardened his heart. He could always accumulate scavenger rewards later, and maybe free upgrades would appear again in the future. Using it now wasn't a loss. His upgrade chances were instantly reduced to 0, and his chi and blood, like a rainbow, successfully advanced to level 7. Boom! Violent chi and blood power erupted inside his body. At this very moment, the Lu Meng standing there was like a real ferocious beast, uncannily like a monster from the abyss. Roar! The berserk chi and blood made every strand of Lu Meng's hair stand on end. With his power unleashed to the fullest, his entire eyes were dyed red. He stared viciously at the three eerie creatures blocking his path. His mind was left with nothing but endless battle lust. Wrapped in dense blood energy, his whole body looked like it had entered a blood berserk state, poised to strike. Bang! In the next moment, Lu Meng's body turned into a red flash. The monstrous blood energy above his head solidified into form. All of it was fully released, becoming incomparably free, completely turning from illusion into reality. The instant that ferocious beast took shape, it opened its gaping bloody maw and lunged at the enemy ahead together with Lu Meng's charging figure. Kill! Kill every enemy standing in front of me. What happened? The sudden turn of events came far too abruptly, and the shared brain of the three third-rank rainmen briefly crashed. It could not understand. Why had that tiny human, who had seemed like something they could crush to death at any moment, undergone such a world-shaking transformation in barely more than 10 seconds? But Lu Meng obviously had no intention of explaining to his dear brothers that he had cheats. He gave the Raymond brothers no time to react. Carrying that overwhelmingly powerful, ferocious beast, he smashed straight into them. While they were still stunned, the giant maw opened and swallowed them in an instant. Sizzle. Dense blood energy wrapped around the Raymond weirds, carrying an incomparable suppressive force. Their enclosed bodies rapidly shrank. And in contrast, the aura released as those weirds were decomposed was once again successfully captured by Lu Meng's chi and blood power, ultimately becoming nourishment for his blood energy. Even the eerie chill within that strange aura was completely retained by Lu Meng, eventually turning into threads of spiritual power to restore himself. A power bank? In the state, as long as he could kill weird beings, then he himself was his own power bank. A woo! One-hit kill. Lu Meng transformed into a blood-chi ferocious beast, threw his head back and roared. This wave had really pumped him up beyond reason. Against blood chi like a rainbow at LV7, victory was inevitable. But after that howl, Lu Meng quickly calmed down again. The blood chi ferocious beast not only didn't disperse, it instead turned its head and looked to the right. Come out and fight. Talking to empty air? No, there really was a weird being hiding there. Up ahead, the originally empty space suddenly gave off waves of ripples. After a long moment, A Rain Man, completely different from the previous 3, gradually appeared. It seemed to already possess true human awareness, and the look it gave Lu Meng carried confusion. How did you know? At this stage, it was the ultimate trump card used to stop any creature from any domain from entering the reversed world. Among the many Rain Men, it was also one of the rare top geniuses at 3rd rank great perfection, half a step into 4th rank. It had been confident that it was hiding perfectly, but even so, it had still been discovered. Lu Meng met its gaze. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent for 2 seconds. In the end, he scratched his head and slowly spoke. How didn't he know? That was the truth. He had only instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. So he casually bluffed. He hadn't expected that there really was something secretly watching. At that moment, Lu Meng's good Rain Man brother felt deeply insulted. It let out an enraged howl, and in an instant all the scalding rain around them gathered toward it. Its entire body immediately began to swell at high speed. It was going to teach this rude human a lesson. Make him understand that the reason its 3 companions had been taken out so easily was entirely because they had underestimated him and hadn't gone all out from the start. They had also been thrown off by Lu Meng's aura, which was why they lost. But it was different. It believed it had learned cunning from humans. So it chose to open with its ultimate move right away. Boom! The blood-chi ferocious beast slammed into the giant, expanding Rain Man. The blood-pumping second round had finally begun, and the sequence users of the Liao Yuan convoy finally snapped out of their shock. In fact, from the moment Lu Meng got off the bus, openly added points right in front of the Rain Man, and then brazenly made his move to instantly kill 3 3rd-rank Rain Men. Not much time had actually passed. Those 3 Rain Men hadn't been AFK either. They had purely wanted to toy with these colleagues who were about to be assimilated. It was one of the few amusements they had. But who would thought they'd end up playing themselves to death? Ha damn. Zhang Chong was laughing on the bus when he suddenly cursed. He pointed at Lu Meng, who had turned into the blood-chi ferocious beast, and fiercely slapped Wang Peng on the shoulder. He has cheating. He has cheating, you know that? You're seriously telling me that as a human? And you still dare say he doesn't have a system? Didn't he already exposed that a long time ago? The corner of Wang Peng's mouth twitched as he stared blankly at that man, who looked even weirder than the weird beings. If this guy weren't his companion, his martial heart would be shattered on the spot. 1 second ago, they had still been in despair because of the 3rd-rank weird beings blocking their path. The next second, that brother beside them, who only knew how to train like crazy with insane discipline and flirt with girls when he had spare time, made one move and instantly killed the weird beings. Was that even reasonable? No, bro. Does the weird heavenly Tao even know you were this badass? But no matter what, the crisis seemed to have passed. The weight in Zhang Chong's heart eased slightly, and he seemed to understand the hint the star god had given before. Sure enough, his star god was still looking after him. No, wait. Damn it. The star god was probably looking after Lu Meng instead. Zhang Chong was starting to suspect his whole life. If Lu Meng hadn't been in his team, he probably wouldn't even have broken through to LV2 inside the domain. The old star god had clearly come for that monster. Holy shit, Captain. Just as Zhang Chong was doubting reality, Wang Peng beside him cried out in alarm, then slapped him on the shoulder again. No, brother, even if you've been stimulated, don't take it out on me. You're really not my type. Zhang Chong backed away and said, Daimyo, what the hell are you thinking about? I'm telling you to look behind us. Following Wang Peng's gaze toward the back of the bus, Zhang Chong, who had just started to think the crisis was over, instantly went pale. For no other reason than this. While Lu Meng and his half-step 4th-rank Rain Man brother were going all out in slaughter, and while Lu Meng was deliberately using his Rain Man brother to grind proficiency for his LV7 blood chi like a rainbow, the army of Rain Men behind them had erupted into chaos.